I simply slept and woke up with 9-pack abs. Even my sister blushed when she saw me. The reason is my freakish ability to grow stronger by dreaming. In my dreams, I fight zombies and gain their memories and abilities from when they were alive. But just the day before, I was a loser with a vital energy and blood value of only 0.7, while even the big sister who moves bricks at the construction site had a value of 0.8. My teacher told me I was hopeless, doomed never to afford 4 dishes and a meal. It turns out this is a world that reveres combat power. 100 years ago, many monsters emerged on Earth, and human firearms became ineffective against them. At their wits' end, humans awakened special abilities to defeat these monsters, ushering in the era of martial arts. Vital energy and blood value is akin to chakra, representing the internal energy capacity of the body. To ensure I could graduate from the martial artist class, my father worked 5 jobs a day just to afford 2 bottles of Vitality Boost powder to increase my vital energy and blood value. But I knew this was a complete waste of money. Not wanting to disappoint my parents, I routinely returned to my room to practice the National Basic Body Conditioning Routine, the 14th set of National Middle School students' broadcast exercises. Gritting my teeth, I barely managed to finish 3 repetitions before I fainted from exhaustion. The next moment, as usual, I found myself in this dream. I pinched my face hard. It seems I slept too deeply again. This was already my 101st entry into the dream. Just then, a zombie in a bulletproof vest lunged at me. "You again? Why do you keep following me?" Disgusted by his rotten, unbrushed teeth for 2 years, causing goosebumps all over. Damn it, I'm at least half a martial artist, and in my own dream, you still dare to bully me? Then, my size 43 foot kicked him in the waist, anger clouding my reason, and the zombie flew 2 meters away. Then I picked up a large rock from the ground and smashed it onto the zombie's head 99 times until its brain splattered, and it finally stopped moving. It seems the zombie's weakness is its head. Once damaged, it ceases to function. Just then, a cloud of smoke surged towards me. Ah, what is this? My head hurts so much. Then, various memories of a man flooded my mind. A soldier, body refining, breathing techniques, terrifying beasts. This man seemed very powerful. Could these be the memories of that guy before he died? While reflecting on this, another zombie lunged at me. My body subconsciously reacted with a catch, transfer, and release, all in one fluid motion, knocking the zombie to the ground. Is this really me? I could feel a surge of power continuously flowing through my body. It seems that killing a zombie not only grants me their memories, but also their strength. It's so easy to gain the experience that others have accumulated over a lifetime. Just as I was marveling at how incredible this dream was, an impatient voice woke me up. It turned out to be my sister calling me to eat. My sister and I are stark contrasts. Although she is a few years younger, she is the genius representative of the school. Her vital energy and blood value is about to reach level 1 martial artist. Thus, I became the brother she is anxious not to mention. As I took off my soaked shirt, I was surprised to find that my physique had become so good. I wasn't tired and felt energetic. Not only that, I remembered all the memories and various combat techniques inherited from that zombie. It turns out everything in the dream was real. The next moment, my suddenly increased terrifying appetite surprised my family. My father laughed and said, "Boys need to eat a lot to increase their vital energy and blood value." Dad, he's 18 already. Do you think that just by eating, one can increase vital energy and blood? Maybe my vital energy and blood value really did increase in the dream. After dinner, I quietly went to the neighboring martial arts gym. Suddenly, a green light emerged, and I was surprised to see the information displayed on the panel above. What? 0.96. It went up by 0.2 in just 1 hour. Some ordinary people might take 2 years to increase by 0.1. Then I closed my eyes and gathered strength in my hands. At that moment, all the combat techniques and experiences of the bulletproof vest man from before were imprinted in my mind. I then delivered my strongest blow. Ding, 113. This increase even surpassed the vital energy and blood value standard. Thus, I couldn't sleep at night due to insomnia. Since I couldn't sleep, I might as well practice the broadcast exercises. As I threw punch after punch, I found my body involuntarily performing an extremely complex set of fist techniques. This turned out to be the body refining technique that the zombie had learned before, and now it was etched into my bones. It seems this is the real treasure of the dream. But the next moment, I felt listless. A strong sense of hunger overwhelmed me. It's over. Why am I so hungry? Could it be because my vital energy and blood value has increased, and my body can't keep up with the energy supply, and ordinary meals can't replenish it? I need nutritional supplements, but thinking about my family's current income, I couldn't afford those expensive medicinal ingredients. I had to rely on myself. It seems extremely difficult for a poor family to produce a top scholar. For someone like my sister, it could only be due to exceptional talent. And now, the only way to increase income might be the school's scholarship. Every year, the school provides a lot of resources to outstanding students. So, in tomorrow's college combat test, I must show my talent and strength to get that scholarship. The next day, when my classmate Fatty saw my muscular body, he couldn't help but be amazed. "What have you been doing? I hardly recognize you after just a few few days. Then we headed to the combat training ground. Today's class is taught by a level 2 martial artist with a large scar on his hand, a man who has truly battled monstrous beasts on the field. He then taught us a few sets of combat boxing, but I felt the techniques he demonstrated were too simplistic compared to the sophisticated moves of the zombie in my dream. Then, the teacher asked the student to come up for a demonstration. Unsurprisingly, this opportunity to show off was clearly meant for Yanifei. After all, the teachers at the academy also wanted to curry favor with him. Not only does his family own mines, but his talent is extraordinary. He now nearly possesses the strength of a level 1 martial artist. The two then performed the combat boxing demonstration on stage. After their practice, the teacher politely pointed out several aspects of Yanifei's technique. Yanifei thought to himself, "You dare to teach me? A mere level 2 martial artist. Cannon fodder on the battlefield." Then came the practical combat segment. To highlight Yanifei's excellence, the teacher even called out, "Is there any student who would like to spar with Yanifei?" Seeing the students with heads hung low, the teacher felt helpless. These students are all too timid to achieve greatness. This is the worst class I've ever taught. It seems only Yanifei is decent. The next moment, the teacher was startled because he noticed a pair of eyes staring intently at him from below. That sharp gaze. Only those who have experienced the battlefield have such a temperament. It seems there is still a good seedling in this class. Then, I was called by the teacher to fight against Yanifei. Fatty by my side told me to quickly refuse. If I got injured in this fight, it would directly affect the unified exam in a few days. But I calmly looked at him, indicating that I had been training well these days and should be fine. This young man is calm and fearless, a good seedling indeed. Why didn't I notice him before? When the teacher learned that my vital energy and blood value was 0.7, he was stunned. Could it be that I was mistaken? He then instructed that the sparring should be for technical exchange, to stop at the point of contact and last for 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Yanifei constantly taunted me on stage, advising me not to brace with your hands when you fall, or you might break a bone. I simply took a stance and said calmly, "Come on." Then a large hand swiftly flew towards my face. "Kid, do you know what's most important in actual combat? Controlling the gap between you and your opponent, predicting the opponent's distance, observing their moves, or choosing a targeted combat strategy? No, it's the gap between your vital energy and blood value and mine." Just as his fist was 1 centimeter from me, the entire audience was frozen, worried for my safety. But the missed punch left Yanifei's expression stiff. Meanwhile, his slow movement, like a snail's, had already been clearly seen by me. I quickly squatted down, and then delivered a powerful left hook to his face, sending him flying 20 meters away. This scene not only shocked the classmates, but even I was surprised. The teacher, suspecting that I used a special potion, decided to take me in for interrogation. He then wanted to take me to the office for a checkup. I didn't explain and simply placed my hand in the scanner, leaving the teacher shocked as he looked at the panel. This attribute is already that of a formal level 1 martial artist. Even in the entire White River City, this qualifies as genius. Learning that my vital energy and blood value had risen from 0.8 to 1.5 in half a month, the teacher inwardly exclaimed that I was a monster. Thus, he wanted to place me in a better class with more qualified teachers, but I refused. After all, no teacher could improve me as fast as dreaming. The teacher then pulled out a black gold card with at least several $100,000 in it. Since that's the case, the school can only offer you financial support. However, there was one condition. I had to represent the school in a military district camp assessment next month. Naturally, I wouldn't refuse such free money, but I did make one point clear. The school couldn't restrict my freedom to attend classes, as I still needed to dream at home. Back home, I continued to fight monsters in my dreams to level up. However, these monsters weren't very strong, so my improvement was limited. So, based on the memories of that zombie, I went to the so-called Base 1359 to uncover any secrets. The walls here were more than 30 meters thick. What kind of battle could have caused such destruction? That's when I saw a white-haired zombie sitting in a command tower. Our eyes met, and I felt as though I was thrown back, my soul torn apart. It seems that one must not approach this place without sufficient strength. Afterward, I followed the zombie's memories to a dark room. A glowing stone there caught my attention. When I touched it, a burst of green light exploded. Then a voice murmured, "Welcome to Eternal Sky Technologies." From it, I learned about the destruction of this world in my dreams. I hadn't expected such a powerful martial arts system to be unable to withstand the monster attacks. But why does the division of martial arts seem the same as ours? I then looked into the history of this world, but the next scene left me stunned. This was our world, 10,000 years in the future. The world had been destroyed by monsters, and the remaining humans had abandoned the main planet. I then used the system to pull up my information. It turns out I was just a civilian, unmarried, who died at 28. But when I tried to access my sister's information, a warning popped up. Insufficient permissions, a blood sample gene login required. I didn't expect this elf's method of drawing blood to be so unique. Ding. The next moment the system detected my human gene and immediately initiated the kindling plan, connecting to the database. But after the connection, when I checked my information again, it had changed. I now had level 2 clearance, graduated first from River College, college, joined the military district 3 years later, and died in the southern battle zone at age 37, unmarried, with the rank of lieutenant. Could it be that my sudden increase in strength altered history? After all, my trajectory before the age of 18 was exactly the same, even the surge in abilities during the college entrance exam. I then used a database to look up the best techniques suitable for a level 1 martial artist that my current permissions allowed. 3 appeared: stellar body refining technique, natural breathing method, and crystal visualization technique. Although they are all introductory texts, they were created by level 11 powerhouses. The strongest in our current world are only level 9. How terrifying level 11 must be. I then began to practice on the spot, focusing on techniques for refining the body, cultivating internal energy, and enhancing mental strength. These techniques were 1,000 times stronger than the current practices. The next day, I woke up with a tired face, but I felt a difference in my body. This stench must be the impurities being expelled from my body. Now that I had everything, I decided to try making some medicine. I just needed to find a pharmacy lab, which isn't something the average person can afford as they are incredibly precious. I asked 15 pharmacies on 9 streets, and not one would rent their space to me. Feeling dejected, I walked into an old and rundown pharmacy. Under my threats and persuasion, the clerk agreed to let me use it for 3 hours, otherwise, he'd be in trouble when the boss returned. Since it was my first time making medicine, I carefully took out the ingredients and mixed them according to the recipe's ratios, finally producing a purplish-red liquid. However, I only took a small sip, and the next moment, a sharp pain surged through me. It felt as if my body was being sliced and burned, the pain lasting for 2 minutes. I didn't expect the medicine to be so strong. It immediately replenished the deficit in my vital energy and blood caused by the rapid improvements recently. Most importantly, such a powerful effect comes with no side effects, truly a product of 10,000 years later. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door. It turned out the pharmacy owner had come back early. The clerk urged me to quickly escape through the window. If discovered, he would be fired. Sure enough, the female owner came back and fired him on the spot. Being a stickler for cleanliness, she even wanted to wash all the equipment. She then began drinking a medicine she had just brought back. No, this is ineffective. The reaction is too low. It turns out the owner was the daughter of the once prominent He's Pharmaceuticals, but now she only had this small shop. She researched medicine liquids daily, hoping to one day restore her family's glory, yet reality kept shattering her resolve, with no breakthroughs for many years. But then she noticed a test tube I had accidentally left in the corner. This must have been left by that person, and it even damaged my equipment. But the next moment, a fragrance from the medicine wafted into her nose. Only medicines of a certain grade emit a fragrance. Curious, she tasted it, and a look of astonishment crossed her face. The next moment, the owner dashed outside and called out urgently, "Who was that just now? He must be a master." The medicine he made was 10 times better than anything currently on the market, and the ingredients used were very inexpensive. Such a talent must be recruited. When she learned from the clerk that this so-called master was just a high school student, the owner was shocked. Could such a monster really exist? On the other side, I was still immersed in my dream, battling zombies. Today's opponent was a level 4 martial artist zombie. Let's see if I can fight you. I blocked the zombie's strike head-on, but its formidable impact made me feel as if my arms were breaking. It seems I can't take it head-on, so I used my agility to catch it off guard. Finally, after 2 hours of attacking, I successfully killed it. The next moment, memories flooded my mind. It turns out he was originally a level 5 martial artist who died on the front lines, a true soldier. No wonder his punches were so hard. Although the augmentation of the 3 martial arts techniques allowed me to unleash 10 to even 100 times more power, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him if he hadn't been missing an arm and lacked intelligence. The next day, I went back to the martial arts hall to test my vital energy and blood values again. Let's see how much I've improved over this month. But the data in front of me truly shocked me. 15.6, surpassing the standard for a level 2 martial artist, and my combat power was off the charts at 3,137. As I was leaving, the lady at the counter gave me a maternal smile. Testing twice in 1 month, I was considered a major customer for them. After all, some people don't increase their vital energy and blood value by even a point over several years, so it's rare for people to test frequently. After I left, 2 people slowly walked in. These individuals were the daughter of the martial arts gym owner and her disciple. However, the redhead, upon learning that I often come to test my vital energy and blood value, mocked. "Just by looking at that guy's outfit, you can tell he's just a kid from an ordinary family. No matter how much he tests, it's futile." Although somewhat arrogant, this statement was indeed based in reality, since he had grown up training with private tutors at the martial arts gym and consuming various supplements. Don't be so proud. Some kids are highly talented. She then decided to check today's test records. The next moment, her eyes nearly popped out of her sockets. She immediately asked the receptionist to contact him. Lu Sheng, a high school student with the strength of a level 2 martial artist, that's unprecedented in the entire White River City. Meanwhile, I had arrived at the school, which I hadn't visited in days, because today was the final vital energy and blood assessment day. day, which would determine everyone's college future. Seeing me as an ordinary student, the staff treated me with disdain, just handing me a form to fill out and pay the registration fee. After I had taken care of everything, the assessment area was already packed with people. I'd have to wait forever for my turn. Looking around, I noticed several paparazzi-type figures eyeing a girl. This girl is younger than my sister, looking only about 15 or 16. To appear here alone, she must be quite strong. Most people in line today are over 25. Just then, a burly figure squeezed into the line. Who is this? Brazenly cutting in line. Yet, none of the people around dared to object. The reason was that this burly man was about to test for level 3 martial artist, a status not exceeded by more than 10 individuals in the entire White River City. The crowd gaped, and even the instructors were startled and let him through. As the man slowly approached the crystal, a couple who had been cut off complained, "It's just a level 3 test, not a pass. What's there to show off about?" But the next moment, with a ding, his vital energy and blood value showed 107, shocking the couple so much they spit out grape juice. After all, many people here had never seen a vital energy and blood value break 100. The examiner, shocked, called the burly man to test his combat power. After all, he needed to qualify in both aspects to pass the level 3 martial artist test. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the hall was shaking. What kind of power was this? It seemed like everyone took 2 steps back, but there was one exception, and that was the strikingly handsome me. The examiner, shocked, looked at the scoreboard, which showed an astonishing 10,831. Zhao Feng, congratulations on passing the level 3 martial artist exam with a vital energy and blood value over 100 and a combat power over 10,000. The wind pressure from your punch alone can make a level 1 martial artist unstable. You are literally a walking weapon of destruction. At that moment, I muttered, so this is what a level 3 martial artist is? Doesn't seem all that impressive. But my words clearly irritated the girl. I've never seen someone who acts so much. Since everyone was still in shock, I stepped forward to take my test first. After all, I couldn't waste time. The examiner appreciated my composure. "Young man, well done. Don't be nervous. Just place it slowly. Keep your heart rate normal." The next moment, the numbers on the screen made everyone's jaws drop. Holy shit, what the hell? 15.8. He's only 17 or 18, right? Did he start cultivating from the womb? Even Zhao Feng, who had just tested, was shocked, as he didn't have such talent himself. Next, I gathered strength in both hands. This time I wanted to see how strong my full strike was. As a burst of purple light shone, everyone's eyes were glued to the stage. When the storm subsided, the panel showed a number, 15,000. At that moment, it was as if everyone's worldview had been shattered. The examiner was so frightened he couldn't speak, as the assessment had exceeded his understanding. Although my vital energy and blood value was at level 1, my strength had surpassed that of a level 3 martial artist. So, he declared the assessment temporarily halted. This matter must be reported to the higher-ups. As I was considering whether to leave, a burly figure stood behind me. When I thought he was about to blow up, he instead extended his hand. "Kid, I see potential in you. My name is Zhao Feng. Let's be friends." At that moment, 2 probing forces quietly competed, but the next second, I unexpectedly gained several little fans wanting to take photos with me. Damn, I've got to get out of here. At the entrance of the Martial Artist Association, a classmate said, "Don't worry, isn't the martial artist certification a breeze for a genius like her?" Obviously, they were talking about the purple-clad young girl. At that moment, Lu Qinghe noticed Lu Shen coming out of the door, clearly surprised. I also noticed my sister opposite, so I slowly walked up to her. "Qinghe, what are you doing here? This is something I should be asking you, isn't it? You're always lazy, skipping school to sleep at home all day. What are you doing here at the Martial Artist Association?" Of course, I wouldn't tell her that my sleep is actually my training, so I lied, claiming I had some business and would be right back. At that moment, a short-haired girl approached. "Hello, Brother Lu. I'm Qinghe's classmate, Feng Fan. Today, we're here to accompany Sister Yang Yuan for her assessment." This Brother Lu looked so handsome, not at all like how Qinghe usually describes him. I patted my sister on the head and said, "Okay, I have some things to take care of, so I'll head back now." While they were joking about the sibling relationship, a girl came out. "How did it go, sister? Did you pass?" "Ugh, don't mention it. There was an incident, so the assessment was halted." "What? What kind of incident could cause a martial artist assessment to stop?" "It's because a monster appeared. That guy, about my age, but his vital energy and blood value is an incredible 15.7, and his combat power is off the charts at 15,000. What's this big brother's name?" The sister casually spit out 2 words. "Lu Shen." "What? Lu Shen? Isn't that my useless big brother?" Meanwhile, I had already returned home, prepared to sleep, and the first thing I did was pull up my personal information. Indeed, my future has changed again. An 18-year-old level 2 martial artist, causing a sensation in White River City. Later, with the recommendation of the Martial Association, I entered the top 20 in the East Com Province Talent Training Camp. Subsequently, I served and retired as an officer after 5 years, founding Xing Martial Arts. Just a week ago, I was still that 37-year-old level 4 martial artist who died. My future really has changed because of me. But the power of a level 6 martial artist is weak, not not enough to change the future, so I need to become stronger. Only by breaking through the martial arts peak do I stand a chance. On the other side, the association president was lamenting, the talent training camp is coming up soon, and White River City, without any martial arts heritage families or substantial resources, often has its promising seeds picked by other places. Damn, I've always wanted to discover talent and achieve results. Just then, an assistant frantically pushed open the door. What's the matter? Can't you knock on the door? Sorry, President, it's urgent. The examiner has brought major news. There's a candidate under 18 at our assessment site who reached a combat power of 15,000 as a level 2 martial artist. Holy shit, the president exclaimed. It's been years since White River City saw such a young level 2 martial artist, but the next moment, he was even more stunned. This young man performed a perfect form of martial arts. The assistant didn't understand what that meant. Let me put it this way, there are fewer than 10 kids his age in the world who can perfect their martial arts to this extent. But then he thought again, although perfect form gives a certain boost to martial arts, a vital energy and blood value of 15.7 shouldn't be able to produce 15,000 combat power, and he's from an ordinary family. There's only one explanation. He's a monstrous genius. We must secure him. Thinking this, the president not only laughed heartily, but our talent training camp has hope now. President, you old flirt, put me down first. Let's go. Prepare the car immediately. I want to personally visit Lu Xing's house. On the other side, a disciple inside the martial arts gym shouted, Sister, I found him. His name is Lu Xing, a student at White River Academy. His dad's a mover, his mom's a cashier, and he has a younger sister in high school. Go and buy some valuable gifts suitable for parents and a young girl right now. However, I was completely unaware of the sensation outside until Qinghe shouted, Brother, someone is looking for you. It had been a long time since Qinghe called me brother. I didn't know who the visitors were, but as soon as I went downstairs, I saw two large figures. The president of the Martial Association and the daughter of Red River Martial Arts Gym had actually come to visit my home in person. Up close, I could feel that the president was very strong, definitely possessing the strength of a level 6 martial artist. After some pleasantries, the president got straight to the point, pulling out a certificate and a check from his trouser pocket. Lu Xing, on behalf of White River City, I present you with this level 2 certificate and a prize of 1 million. Since your strength reaches level 3, future allowances will be issued at a level 3 martial artist rate. Holy crap, old man, are you talking about our son? A level 2 martial artist? Are we dreaming? Thank you, President, but I suspect you have another purpose for needing my help, right? Otherwise, just a level 2 martial artist's allowance wouldn't warrant a personal visit from the president. The kid has a good temperament, unfazed by events. Since that's the case, I'll speak plainly. We'd like you to represent White River City at the Eastcom Province's talent training camp. At this, Pink Hair was startled into action. President Xiao, this doesn't seem right. Although the talent training camp is indeed a gathering place for martial arts prodigies, it is also a place where talents can be destroyed. Our gym's most promising senior brother was never the same after he returned from the camp, lost among the crowd. Lu Xing has limitless potential. He doesn't need to take this risk. Although the president did not argue with Pink Hair, he left the decision to me. It's true that the place is filled with geniuses and is incredibly brutal, but I believe in the potential of Lu Xing and that he will not stop there. However, I smiled, then grabbed the president's registration form. Do I even need to think about it? Of course, I'm going. In that case, I'll head back now. Someone will come to pick you up in a few days. Then Pink Hair also started to explain the purpose of her visit, which was to invite me to become an honorary disciple at the Red River Martial Arts Gym. This would not limit my freedom. All courses would be free. I could receive personal instruction from the master, and I would even enjoy the benefits of a head instructor every month. But I declined without a second thought. Me, become a disciple at your gym? What are you thinking? It might seem all benefit and no harm to me, but I'm aware of their little schemes. Being a disciple is out of the question, but I can be an honorary member. After all, it's close to home, and I usually train at your place anyway. Then Pink Hair said she would pay me a salary of 100,000 per month to be an honorary member of the Red River Martial Arts Gym. After everyone left, my parents finally dared to speak. Son, when did you become a level 2 martial artist? Wasn't your vital energy and blood value just 0.8 a few days ago? Of course, I wouldn't tell them about the dreaming. Mom, you've worked hard. No need to do night shifts anymore. Dad doesn't need to do manual labor either. We have money now. Inside the Hall of Benevolence, the madam was angrily biting her finger. Damn it, where's that guy? It's been so many days, and I don't even know his name. The more I analyze the data on that medicine he made, the more terrifying it becomes. It has dozens of additional effects and almost no side effects. I've searched through the recently logged pharmacist's data and can't find any information on this genius pharmacist. At that moment, the clerk suddenly shouted in surprise, Boss, I found him. It's him, the genius from White River City. Holy crap, the madam was stunned. Although she knew he was young, she didn't expect him to be a minor. How am I supposed to get him now? Meanwhile, I was wandering through the hills, deeply experiencing nature. It seemed that with each breath, I absorbed some of the natural forces, merging my body with nature. This is the true natural breathing method. When I opened my eyes, I realized I had made a breakthrough. My vital energy and blood value had significantly increased. It looks like I need to start preparing the marrow-nourishing elixir's ingredients. The remaining ingredients are also reserved at the foot of the mountain. Let's see how fast my newly learned cloud-chasing step is. 2 seconds later, I reached the foot of the mountain, but then a local fool saw that I was a student, sat down, and jacked up the prices, trying to force a sale. Otherwise, he threatened to throw me up the mountain to feed the dogs. Hell no. Can I tolerate this? Seeing that I had no reaction, several knife-wielding thugs appeared behind him. It looks like you're not just fools, but a bunch of bandits. Bandits? You underestimate us. We're all bona fide level 1 martial artists. There's no surveillance here, so if you know what's good for you, leave your money and belongings. At that moment, I didn't bother with them, simply slamming my palm onto a rock and crushing it to powder, a feat only a level 3 martial artist could achieve. Are kids these days all this badass? They immediately knelt down, calling me dad and begging for mercy. The next day, I took the association's car to Eastcom province. So this is the talent training camp. Looking at the entrance, it looks more like a military base than a training camp. It seems you need to wear a martial artist badge to get in, but my badge was framed by my mom. So, I was stopped right at the entrance. Look, he's from that bottom feeder city. Didn't a bunch of people from that city go in yesterday? He doesn't even have a badge. Probably got in through the back door. After the instructor checked the list and found my name, with a special recommendation from the White River president, this only solidified their belief that I had entered through the back door. But because there were so few from my city, I was arranged to go in with people from neighboring Clear Source City. The moment I stepped through the gate, I felt something odd under my feet. This was no ordinary entrance ceremony. Your task is to make it to the exit across the corridor. Succeed and you're in. Fail and go home. This obviously caused dissatisfaction among the new recruits, but as soon as the voice fell, the ground beneath us split open, and everyone fell into a secret passage. It seems the other side meant making it through here. I immediately scanned with my psychic powers, and sure enough, this was not a simple passage. It was filled with traps. Then, led by young Master Linyu of Clear Source City, the local genius group spoke. Since we all represent Clear Source City, we should stick together. So, they wanted me, the supposed dud from White River City, to lead the way. They just wanted to use me as a guinea pig. I thought about scaring them a bit, but then decided not to waste my breath on these scumbags. If you don't want to go, just move aside. After all, ferocious beasts always walk alone. It's only sheep that flock together. A bunch of bubblegum appeared. These were mechanical puppets. Everyone panicked. The weakest mechanical puppet was far stronger than a level 1 martial artist. Putting so many in a training camp. Are they trying to kill us? Though I'd heard that these things could match a level 4 martial artist, their cost is much higher than training a level 4 martial artist. Look at that kid from White River City. He must be peeing himself, standing motionless among the puppets. This kid came through the back door, not even a martial artist, probably turned into an idiot with one punch. But while they laugh at me as a fool, I laugh at them as idiots. A puppet swung a punch at me, and then there was a loud crash behind me. When the smoke cleared, I caught the puppet's fist unharmed. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. He actually caught it. Is this all? Then, I grabbed the mechanical hand and lifted it suddenly, a burst of energy blowing the puppet apart. But my action made everyone laugh, because they thought these were just effective scraps. Otherwise, with my strength, I couldn't have come out unscathed. Then young Master Lin Yu stepped forward to personally demonstrate. Watch closely how I get through. Oh, young Master Lin is so powerful. But the next moment, a large hand slapped his face, smashing him against the wall. Everyone, be careful. These aren't level 1 martial artist puppets. They're damn level 2s. Immediately, everyone from Clear Source City started to worry. A whole bunch of level 2 puppets. Definitely impassable. But I was getting a bit bored. These puppets crumble with just a little force from me. Truly boring. On the other side, an instructor, puzzled, looked at the screen. What the hell? Why have most of the puppets stopped responding? Is there a malfunction? These are new. And I just kept breaking through barriers until I reached the end of the corridor and the door opened. Are you the guardian of the first level? Come on, fight me. What? No, I'm an examiner. What's going on with this kid? Meanwhile, 2 chief instructors were observing the situations in various examination areas, but they seemed somewhat dissatisfied with this year's candidates. Only 8 people have awakened their talents and become official martial artists, of which 5 have non-potential strength-based talents, 2 speed and defense types, and 1 psychic type. Who is the best of this batch? 18 years old. I plan to focus on developing her awakened psychic talents less than 2 years ago. Yo-ho, that's good, just like you back in the day. But the next moment, Green Hair was shocked because an instructor had been hit and was calling for backup. When I kicked open the examination hall door, dragging the unconscious examiner, many military officers were present. You're not a student from Clear Source City, are you? Who are you? I am Lu Xing from Evergreen Mountain Village, White River City. Good lad, not only causing destruction, but also beating up a teacher. Ah, I thought he was part of the assessment. The next moment, the chief instructor launched a psychic probe at me, and I withdrew my soul. Seeing that I was fine, she then let me go to the cafeteria to wait. The two then started to study my data. Lu Xing's attributes are unknown for now. List him as a seed player like Charlene. On the other side, I arrived at the long-awaited cafeteria. Is this the legendary beast meat? Bring 10 more plates. Just then, a girl came over and asked to sit next to me, but I refused, fearing she might share my rice. It turned out to be Yang Yuan, the only person from my city, although the president had said that no one from White River City had been able to come here for many years. Yang Yuan slowly said, actually, students from White River come here every year, but no one has passed the assessment for many years, so it's not mentioned, because everything here costs points. This time only 3 people started with points. All 3, without exception, were super geniuses who had awakened their talent attributes. So few, just 3 people. There's said to be a 4th person, rumored to be incredibly violent, known for attacking instructors during exams, a loose cannon. Hearing such descriptions of me made me spit out my drink. Seeing me startled, Yang Yuan smirked, confirming that everyone here was a super genius. Even Lu Sheng, who had made waves in White River City, was just another person here. But the next second, a line of people stood behind the girl. Lu Sheng, considering you damaged 88 puppets during the entrance assessment and knocked an instructor unconscious, requiring hospitalization, please come with us. In an instant, the incident swept through the entire camp. In the guidance room, the chief instructor scrutinized me for 2 minutes. Do you realize you damaged 88 of our machines, each worth at least 10 million? However, after discussion, this will be considered damage during the assessment and you will not be held responsible. At that moment, 3 more students walked in. This is your assessment reward. Here, the stronger you are, the more resources you get. But why is my card white? Could it be empty? Beast meat costs 5 points per meal. Using the training room costs 10 points per hour. 1 session of coaching from an instructor costs 30 points, while a session with the chief or deputy chief instructor costs 100 points. It seems this is just a meal card. Ha ha ha. You kid, acting coy even after getting a bargain. Do you know you have 1,000 points on your card? Hearing about the 1,000 points, the others instantly became displeased. I didn't expect you guys to play favorites. That's really disappointing. It must take some major connections. Bribing instructors, spreading rumors. The assessment instructors are at least level 3 martial artists, and injuring one would require at least a level 4 martial artist. With his unscathed body, even the strongest strength type talent from the early stages couldn't do it. I don't accept this. If you think you're strong, prove it to me. After speaking, De Zhuang moved to test my martial prowess. Although such external combat is not allowed, the instructor did not intervene. Then, the man's talent skill, petrification defense, activated, and with a mere pft sound, I aimed my orchid finger at his forehead and lightly flicked it. In an instant, the seemingly invincible De Zhuang was sent flying back, unconscious. Instructor, he asked for it. At this point, the other 2 students were stunned, shocked. Was this really just a student? He seemed to be on a completely different level from us. However, as I was leaving, the chief instructor stopped me. She asked about my training plans, mentioning that she could personally teach me if I used my points. But I didn't even turn back, as I had more important things to handle. Hey, you brat, what could possibly be more important here than personal instruction from the chief instructor? I simply said, that would be sleeping, of course. After everyone left, the chief instructor spoke coldly. Do you remember Xiangpeng from our batch? He was a genius who surpassed everyone early on with his strength type talent, but true strength isn't just about muscle. Those who rely solely on the power boost from their strength type talents will eventually fade away. Lu Xing might also face the same fate. Meanwhile, I was engaged in a desperate battle, this time against a formidable opponent. I used every trick in the book to manage a draw, and only with a resolve to perish together was I able to slay him. Indeed, this zombie had been a level 6 quasi-grandmaster in life. Had I not protected myself with psychic power at the end, I would have been finished. Then, all the techniques, body movements, fist techniques, and spear play flowed into my memory. This was the most important wealth of my life, and there I was standing on the shoulders of giants in martial arts. Then in my spiritual consciousness, a small figure separated and then remerged with my main self. Soon after, it felt like glass shattering in my sea of consciousness, and I was overjoyed. My psychic power had broken through. After so long, it was time to check my credentials again. Sure enough, it had changed. My access level was now 3. My highest military rank, Major General, lived to be 156 years old, and was promoted to a level 7 martial artist before the age of 65. Now that my permissions had upgraded, I could access more information. I then reviewed the advanced chapters of the 3 techniques I had practiced, and I must say, these techniques were incredibly powerful. Then, a book in the corner caught my eye. The Complete Divine Illumination of the Underworld King Scripture, created by Duan Yifeng, an 11th level powerhouse of the Martial Alliance. I have to say, Duan Yifeng was truly a genius to create such a high-level psychic technique. He probably was among the top in the 11th level powerhouses, but even such strong individuals could not withstand the destruction of human civilization. So, every minute and every second, I must make myself stronger. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. passed, and under the chief instructor's guidance, Charlene was quickly approaching the rank of a level 1 mind weaver. It must be said, you have remarkable talent to have progressed so far in just a few weeks. However, the chief instructor also discovered a critical issue with Charlene. There is a mental vulnerability in her psychic strength. This is likely due to a trauma inflicted by someone in the past. The only solution is to find this person and either defeat or kill them. During this month, every student has undergone the same transformation, except I have been sleeping in every day in the dormitory. The instructor has given up on me, and my classmates think that my peak period is over. They believe I am intentionally not practicing to add an air of mystery, when in reality, I have already been surpassed by several other talents. Only Yang Yuan believes in me and has argued with classmates multiple times on my behalf, because in her heart, she knows I am not one to avoid challenges. Suddenly, the crowd in the hallway shouted, "Chao Yong is about to break the 4-fold gravity record." This immediately drew the students to watch, as most of them couldn't even withstand 1-fold gravity for long. As the audience grew, Chao Yong's smile began to curl at the corners of his mouth. "Look, this is the feeling of being adored, exhilarating. Although I was not as good as you initially, I have now left you far behind. I've been training day and night for a whole month, while you've been just sleeping." As soon as he finished speaking, I swiftly moved behind him. "This is the gravity training room, right? Time to test the results. I'll start with 3 hours. You've been sleeping all this time and still think you can become stronger? What a waste of 1,000 points." But I paid him no heed and walked into the gravity room. Hey, the gravity room is no joke. If you go in without warming up, be careful your heart doesn't burst from the pressure. However, 2 minutes passed, and I still hadn't moved. But the next moment, my action made Chao Yong's face turn pale. Damn, this has to be fake, right? He's hopping around under double gravity. I felt no pressure at all, and then pressed the adjuster again. He's probably going to stop now. He must be unable to withstand it. But then there was a ding sound, and a roaring noise filled the room. Chao Yong's face contorted as he suddenly switched it to 4-fold gravity. Is this 4-fold gravity? At that moment, I knelt on one knee. Ha ha ha, he can't stand it anymore. He still thinks he can surpass me? Dream on. But the next moment, he broke into a cold sweat. The rest of the audience also stared in disbelief. I was doing pull-ups with just 2 fingers. Why is he so strong? Hasn't he been sleeping for over a month? At that moment, I suddenly came to my senses. It seems I'm about ready to adapt to 4-fold gravity. But then I pressed the button again, turning it red, indicating that going any higher would be extremely dangerous. I could feel the pressure and immediately adjusted it using the earth breathing technique. The gravity room was now packed with students, all shouting, "That man is back." And at that moment, I had reached 5-fold gravity, where I could still barely perform the body refining techniques. But it wasn't enough. I needed more pressure. People thought I was going to the control panel to stop, as enduring 5-fold gravity for so long was already a record. But the button I pressed was to increase it further. What? Is he crazy? This will cause an accident. Go and inform the chief instructor immediately. What? You're saying Lu Sheng broke the 8-fold gravity? What's happening? What kind of strength does this kid have now? It seems this is already the limit of my body. The next second, the divine illumination of the Underworld King's scripture activated in my body. In just a moment, my vital energy and blood were enhanced by nearly 10%, and my internal organs were repaired and protected. If that's the case, let's see what my ultimate limit is. This is already the strongest record in history. Could he possibly go higher? After saying this, the surrounding crowd all knelt down, as the intense gravity even affected the area outside the training room. Inside, the gravity was so strong that it cracked the floor beneath me. My blood felt like it was congealing, and my bones creaked. Just staying conscious under this pressure was a struggle, but I knew well that the person who changes the future is not the one with the greatest talent or the most resources, but the one who can break through their limits. With what little consciousness I had left, I urged my body to stand up, while outside, a phenomenon of thousands worshipping had already formed. I will not concede to the future. 2 minutes later, I walked out of the gravity room, and to my surprise, my record-breaking 10-fold gravity achievement earned me 4,000 points. Isn't Lu Sheng a strength-type martial artist? How could he break the record in the gravity room? Could it be that his vital energy and blood have advanced to the 4th tier? And it seems he's headed towards the agility room. Yang Yuan felt like she was no longer even in the same league as Lu Sheng. Meanwhile, Red Hair, after receiving guidance from instructor Qin, had been training day and night in the agility room. He had now adapted to the 2nd tier of agility and was close to a breakthrough. At this moment, he was admiring his own agility talent, considering himself a genius. But the moment he stepped out the door, he saw a crowd of students and even the chief instructors gathered around another room. He immediately asked a nearby student and burst into laughter when he learned that it was Lu Sheng who had entered. "You don't think this sleep god can break my record, do you? You're nothing. Just look up there." Inside, I started at full power as soon as I entered, dodging beams of light shooting at me from all directions. How is this possible? The agility room has thousands of laser sensors, and nobody knows what will happen next. Are you sure it's his first time? However, when Red Hair heard that Lu Sheng had just broken the 10-fold gravity, his eyes nearly popped out. He's a strength-type talent, isn't he? Hasn't he been sleeping for a month? Even the instructors instructors found it hard to believe, as such nimble reactions were not even seen in experienced soldiers on the battlefield. It seemed less like reacting and more like precognition, leading them to suspect Lu Xing might be a mind weaver. But since we tested him last time, could we have missed something? I completed the second tier challenge in just 2 minutes, and the instructor could see that Lu Xing's agility had reached the state of perfection. I then initiated the third tier test, which was faster and involved relentless, all-directional bombardment with no gaps or dead angles. To complete this challenge, I had to bring out my full capabilities. Instructor Qin was again astonished. This is the intricate mastery realm. I only broke through at the age of 22 with my agility talent. As the seconds ticked by, the difficulty also increased. Mental perception alone was no longer enough. Then, I activated the wind breathing technique and vanished like a gust of wind inside the room. At that moment, the naked eye could no longer keep up with my speed until the lights went out, indicating that I had passed the third tier. Let's go. It looks like he's really tired now. He's taken all the spotlight today. No, it seems like he wants to continue. Just when Instructor Qin thought that the third tier was my limit, I activated the fourth tier of agility. But the fourth tier of agility isn't just beams shooting from one direction. Instead, there are countless small robotic spheres around, each bursting out with 4 beams of light, like numerous giant nets coming at you, leaving no escape. Is he even human? However, as the test reached 1/3 completion, my wind breathing technique was also reaching its speed limit. Next, I could only rely on the divine illumination of the Underworld King scripture, with my psychic perception rapidly expanding from me as the center. This feeling of elongated time is called temporal sense, which means my psychic power has reached the transformative third tier. So, you really are a mind weaver. Then, a soul Dharma body flew out. It seems I need to test him further. As the Dharma body came at me, I said, "Oh ho, can't hide it anymore, huh?" I then dispersed it with a hand chop. Indeed, he's a mind weaver, and his psychic power is no less than mine. Watching is one thing, touching is too much. However, it seems I've also reached my limit. I didn't expect that just activating temporal sense would consume so much psychic energy. I'll have to try again next time. For now, I've only completed 56% of the fourth tier. Red Hair felt like his worldview was shattering. Is this really something a strength-type martial artist would do? Then, the chief instructor called me over to the command room and pulled out a huge syringe from her trousers. They thought my vital energy and blood levels had exceeded tier 3. Otherwise, it would be impossible to withstand the gravity room. The next moment, the chief instructor gave me an injection, and yet, my vital energy and blood values had already reached 124, a tier 3 martial artist. Well, it's been over 10 years since we've seen such a young tier 3 martial artist. Now it's time to test combat power levels. Let's see where my limit is. Breath of Flame, 8-fold constant star punch. In an instant, the command room seemed to tremble. In the next moment, the panel displayed 27,920. The instructor's mouth hung open in surprise. A tier 3 martial artist had just demonstrated the combat power of tier 5. Then, the chief instructor pulled out a crystal. This type of crystal is used to test psychic power, similar to how vital energy and blood levels are tested. The chief instructor is also a rare super genius, young yet possessing a psychic strength of 143 intensity and 4.2 purity. I then took the crystal in hand. Come on, I want to see to what extent my psychic power has reached. The crystal emitted a burst of light, and the chief instructor exclaimed it was impossible. My psychic power purity was as high as 20.3, 5 times hers. It's known that purifying psychic power even slightly is immensely difficult, akin to compressing a normal towel down to the size of a coin. The term genius can no longer describe him. She then took off a pendant from around her neck and handed it to me, instructing me to take it to the Mindweaver Association. There, they would provide me with ample resources for cultivation, given that such talent appears perhaps once in decades in the association. Mindweavers are rare, even in the populous Dragon Country, where less than 1% can awaken as Mindweavers. Then, Instructor Qin pulled out a bank card from his trousers, stating it contained 5 million as a personal graduation bonus for finishing first. I could hear from his tone that there was an intention to recruit me. Indeed, he wanted me to represent the East Com Province Talent Training Camp at the annual General Star Selection in the Eastern Marches. Those who participate are all 1 in 10,000 talents with the potential for the General Star, which signifies almost certain potential to become a Grandmaster. So, I graduated as valedictorian. As I was walking home, the Red River Martial Arts School's sign suddenly crashed down, indicating trouble. It turns out that the owner of the Giba Martial Arts School took advantage of Red River's injured master to challenge the school, motivated by Red River using my name in advertisements and nearly stealing all the local students. Therefore, Giba came determined to erase Red River Martial Arts School. But Nihangjiang was not to be underestimated. For the sake of his dignity, he would fight with all his might, even if it meant burning his vital essence. Seeing this, Giba's face twisted into a sinister expression, and he suddenly stomped, shattering the floor. Nihangjiang, don't refuse the toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Then Giba swung out a palm, but Nihangjiang, who had burned his essence essence, couldn't even withstand a single blow and was sent flying 25 meters. Nihongjiang was shocked. He hadn't expected Giba to have broken through to a tier 5 martial artist. Nihongjiang, I wasn't your match 2 years ago, but now I have trained desperately while you spend your days teaching kids to punch. I have long since surpassed you. With things having reached this point, Nihongjiang was forced to close down his martial arts school. Even though he was reluctant, he had to endure it for the sake of his daughter. Just as Giba thought he was going to dominate the martial arts schools in White River, a voice interrupted. Master Nihongjiang, how can such a good martial arts school close? Where will I train in the future? Seeing Lu Xing return, Nihongxuang's face was tear-stained. However, Giba saw an opportunity to recruit me to his school. Little brother Lu Xing, as you see, the Red River Martial Arts School is all fun and games. Join us, and I will personally teach you the Giba secret technique of impregnable defense, unbeatable by anyone of the same level. But before he could finish, Giba felt a sharp pain in his stomach and broke out in cold sweat. Oh ho, not bad at all, really tough. Indeed able to withstand a punch from me. What's going on? Was your defense just broken? Can you withstand the next one? Then there was a loud crash, and Giba, known for his impregnable defense, was violently knocked back, his momentum smashing through the wall behind him, finally knocking him unconscious. Master Giba, weren't you going to teach me? How can you teach while kneeling? Giba's young disciple, witnessing his seemingly invincible master being knocked out by a student in one move, was utterly incredulous. I then helped Nihongxuang up, saying, don't let the martial arts school close down again. After all, it's the only one near my home. Nihongjiang knew he owed me a big favor, but he was also curious. Just 2 months ago, this young man was only a tier 2 martial artist, but now he could defeat the nearly tier 5 martial artist Giba. With this lesson learned, Nihongjiang deeply understood the importance of martial prowess and vowed never to let his training lag again. In the blink of an eye, back at home, my father felt much better after eating the exotic beast meat I sent back, and even my sister had become a tier 1 martial artist. So, after dinner, I entered dream training again, and this time, I decided to meet that grandmaster. The pressure was many times stronger than any powerhouse I had encountered before. No wonder those below tier 6 are martial artists and tier 7 are called grandmasters. The gap between these levels is vast. Just the pressure he emitted made my heart tremble. But today I had to meet him. Breath of constant stars, eightfold. I kicked at the back of his ear, and I was suddenly sent flying. However, the centenarian did not move an inch, and I looked forward in amazement. My attack just now must have had at least 100,000 combat power, but I was not satisfied and switched to the breath of flame. In that case, let's go with the 10-fold constant star punch. In just an instant, a violent explosion resounded through the sky, but even so, the old man remained unmoved. Could this be the formless stance only a grandmaster possesses? A grandmaster's stance so strong that not even armor-piercing heavy artillery could penetrate. That strike was all my strength, and this level of powerhouse is not someone I can handle. I immediately tried to flee the scene. Thankfully, the old man seemed to have no intention of attacking me. Otherwise, I would have been killed. He stood there like a guardian protecting the city behind him, but I wasn't satisfied just returning like this, and then I launched 999 10-fold constant star punches at the old man. By this time, my physical strength was already depleted, and if not for the natural breathing technique replenishing me, I would have collapsed. But now, zombies below tier 6 could no longer threaten me. Thinking of this, I suddenly widened my eyes. Maybe I could try using my psychic power. Saying this, a tangible thought force appeared in my hand, and then a condensed psychic attack flew towards the old man. Although the defense wasn't broken, I could feel it weakening. If that's the case, then come on, I'm really going for it now. One by one, psychic power snowflake attacks flew at the old man. 1 wasn't enough, so then 10. If 10 wasn't enough, then 1,000. After thousands of attacks, the shell finally showed a slight crack, but it wasn't enough. I needed more powerful attacks. Finally, I used the 10-fold constant star punch combined with psychic power in an attack, this time determined to break the shell. With successive explosions, the defense finally shattered. I'm sorry, your will shall be carried on by me. Then I landed a heavy punch on the old man, but he showed a relieved smile. Could it be that he still retained consciousness? This seemed unlikely. Perhaps it was just his will remaining in his body. However, as the old man fell, scenes of memories suddenly appeared in my head. Mr. Shishingning, congratulations on breaking through to Grandmaster. Dad, the spaceship is launching this afternoon. Aren't you coming with us? As a Grandmaster, Dad must stay at the front lines to shed his last drop of blood for humanity. Is this a tier 9 exotic beast? Grandmasters have no chance against it. So cold. Is this what death feels like? I heard that the Spark Project has started, gathering all of humanity's strength to create an unprecedented tier 12 powerhouse. These heart-stopping memories left me sweating profusely. Was this the life of a Grandmaster? Compared to the memories I've absorbed before, this was a truly legendary life. The old man's name was Shishingning, a Grandmaster of the martial arts. At this moment, my mastery of martial arts was crazily increasing as I roared, advancing through intricate mastery realm, advanced intricate mastery, and peak intricate mastery until I finally reached the realm of control. In my memories, the Elder had grasped an extremely powerful martial art heart before his death, but why couldn't I find this memory? As I frowned in confusion, a golden bead on the ground caught my eye. The moment I touched it, the bead burst into dazzling light, and my consciousness arrived in an illusion. Standing before me was none other than the predecessor Shishingning, and opposite him was a powerful exotic beast. The next moment, the predecessor emitted several beams of light. In ancient mythology, each golden crow represents one sun. When 10 suns appear in the sky simultaneously, rivers dry up, the earth cracks open, endless light, endless heat burns everything, and no living being can survive. This is the martial art created by the Grandmaster Shishingning after a lifetime of hard work, named 10 Suns in the Sky. Unfortunately, such a powerful martial art had never made an appearance in the world. Since fate has brought it to me, let me carry on and glorify it. The next morning, I distinctly felt a qualitative change in my psychic power. If Charlene's was air and Instructor Dong's was water, then my psychic power was like a steel ball. Although still the same in form, its mass and hardness were several times greater. I seemed to be able to feel that my current psychic power could crush a Tier 4 powerhouse. However, my body also developed a faint stance, though it was thinner than a condom, not 1/1,000,000th as thick as the old man's, but it was akin to having the embryonic form of a grandmaster. This seed, if properly nurtured, could eventually grow into a towering tree. I then picked up my phone to contact the people from the Hall of Benevolence. Since returning from the training camp, I had been lacking exotic beast supplements, and with my recent rapid advancements, I decided to arrange a meeting with the Yi family's daughter to discuss a collaboration. However, the other party, seeing that I was a student, had improper thoughts towards me. Could I let her succeed? Obviously not. First, I tricked her into paying for 40 luxury steaks. This kid wouldn't be just conning me for a big meal, right? However, my next words shocked Ling Su because I revealed why the Yi family had collapsed so quickly. Besides their outdated views, a major reason was your mother's and the Chen family's long-standing suppression of your Hall of Benevolence. Mr. Liu, what evidence do you have for these claims? You can't just say things without proof. But I simply suggested, why don't you go home and ask your dad? It'll be clear. Ling Su thought carefully and realized it was indeed so. After her mother died, she never returned to see me, and the decline of the Hall of Benevolence truly began when her father took over. In just a few months, dozens of stores had closed. Even if her father was incompetent, it couldn't be this bad. And every time a project was about to be finalized, it would mysteriously fall through. Miss He, don't blame me for digging too deep. It's for our future cooperation. Naturally, I'll be responsible for providing the recipes and corresponding technical guidance, while you handle production and sales. But I'm asking for 90% of the profits. Ling Su slammed the table. She had anticipated that the other party might demand a lot and had prepared for a 70-30 split, but she hadn't expected him to ask for 90%. I was actually planning to take 70% because 20% would be additional compensation that you'd owe me. What do you mean? The Yi family has been harassed by the Chen family from Capital Province for so many years. Don't you want to strike back, to take back everything you've lost? Ling Su's gaze was uncertain, as she had never dared to think of revenge, knowing how powerful the Chen family was. Then, I sent a cluster of psychic energy floating in front of Ling Su, which gave her a glimpse of hope. Such a young Tier 2 martial artist, who is also a mind weaver, must certainly have powerful backing. In that case, let's take a gamble. If we continue as we are now, we'll lose everything in a few years anyway. This here is the recipe for the last time's spirit muscle fortifying blood soup. You go to the Pharmacists Association and apply for the patent first, then get the medicinal ingredients ready. After returning home, and when I saw the price list for the weapon materials, I was stunned. I thought their mention of 5 million being a small amount was just polite talk, but it turns out it really is very little. Just one of the materials would use it all up, and with my psychic power far exceeding that of ordinary people, ordinary steel simply won't do. This means the cost will be 10 times higher. Since that's the case, I'll have to dig up the materials myself. According to a map of ore distribution from 10,000 years in the future, there's a mithril mine at today's location of Bull's Head Mountain, which hasn't been mined yet. If I can get this ore, it will not only solve the issue with my weapon, but could also be sold for money. 3 days later, I arrived at the Hall of Benevolence. Today, I need to formulate the new medicine before I can set off for Bull's Head Mountain in the next few days. The next morning, I arrived at Bull's Head Mountain, 5,000 kilometers away. Since there were no cars going up the mountain, I chose a vehicle from a travel agency. But this place really is deep in the wilderness, or else the silver mine would have been discovered long ago. At that moment, a little girl next door spoke up. Brother, do you want to play ball with me? Sienna, don't disturb others. Her mother signaled an apology with her eyes, but I noticed that her husband next to her was a Tier 2 mind weaver, which is rarer than winning a lottery jackpot. To meet one here in these deep mountains is incredible. While playing ball with the little girl, my accidentally handsome face seemed to have enchanted the young lady ahead, and after getting off the vehicle, she hurriedly came to ask for my contact information. However, I agreed without a second thought, not because I'm lascivious, but because I realized this young woman, despite her young age, possesses the strength of a Tier 2 martial artist, indicating her background is not simple. Since forming the Grandmaster's will, I can freely control the release and contraction of my psyche. psychic power, so ordinary people can't detect my presence. On the other side of the mountain foot, I used my psychic power to detect a martial artist spy. I didn't investigate what they were doing. As long as they don't interfere with me, I'll leave them be for now. On the other side, a man who looked like a woman was grinning widely because his spy had scouted the whereabouts of that family of 3. He immediately decided to send 2 Tier 4 martial artists to capture them and bring them back. The reason Purple Hair was so fixated on Glasses Guy was probably to satisfy his perverse love. As this family of 3 just entered the rental house, Glasses Guy used his soul power to inspect every corner of the house, fearing that the crazy man might be lying in ambush. After all, it's best to be cautious. The immediate priority was to get back to his father-in-law's place and hide. His father-in-law, nearly a Tier 3 psychic. I continued to practice in my dream. But now, the zombies were as if injected with adrenaline. Come on, the crazier you get, the more excited I am. In just a moment, the surrounding horde of zombies vanished in a sea of fire. As the smoke cleared, I sensed a powerful presence ahead. A woman with pink hair slowly emerged, a female warrior clutching the 1000-mechanism umbrella, and I could tell at a glance that she was a Grandmaster-level fighter. The next moment, the woman disappeared from her spot and suddenly attacked from above with her gun-shaped umbrella. Was this her Grandmaster-level skill? The speed was so fast that there was nowhere to dodge, so I was split in half. A gruesome sound echoed through the sky, and suddenly I woke up in the real world. Was that what death felt like? It felt as though my body was being torn apart. The intense pain in my chest felt as real as death. I had always treated dreams as my own backyard, manipulating the brainless zombies at will with my intelligence, but it seems I made a mistake. That female zombie was incredibly strong, possibly a Tier 8 Grandmaster, even stronger than Shishingning by several times. The destructive ice she released could be her Grandmaster's will. If I had reacted immediately at that time, fully activated my state, and used my control over martial arts and 10 suns in the sky, maybe I could have held on for a while. However, when I tried to re-enter the dream, I found that I couldn't get back in. Why was that? Could it be because I died in there, and now there's a cooldown period? Just then, my phone started buzzing. Jing Dandan had been messaging me to have dinner. Holy crap, 99 messages in just 2 minutes. When did I become so charming? Since that's the case, I might as well go have dinner first. After arriving at the restaurant, Jing Dandan and the little girl were waving at me. I merely nodded politely and then found a table to sit at by myself, but Jing Dandan came straight over and sat opposite me. Then I said, I thought you all had finished eating. Then Green Hair said they did eat. Pink Hair said they hadn't. Damn, what teammates? Green Hair quickly added, I just wasn't hungry earlier and didn't eat much, but now I'm getting a bit hungry. Seeing this, the little girl also wanted to go and eat with Lu Shen, claiming she could eat 10 bowls of rice with brother Lu Shen. Her usually cautious father agreed because he had already used his psychic power to inspect the restaurant and found no threats there. All were tourists. As for that boy, his gaze is very pure. He doesn't seem like a bad person. Plus, his aura is unstable. Even if he's a martial arts candidate, his strength must be pretty weak. As for the 2 female college students nearby, their talent is not bad, being Tier 2 martial artists at such a young age. But in my psychic range, their demise is but a thought away. Then Lu Sheng asked the waiter to bring out all the good dishes and meats again, which startled everyone. Afterward, I handed a plate of pork buns to the little men, but she wanted to compete with me to see who could eat faster. Alright, let's do this. I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to eating. However, Green Hair looked at me in despair because, in her view, only those from modest backgrounds and who haven't become official martial artists would eat so much in one meal. Typically, martial artists who advance in rank and can afford it rely on supplements for energy. Those who can't afford it choose high-quality food instead. A Tier 1 martial artist could suffice with 2 bars of synthetic jerky a day. Otherwise, eating like him, there wouldn't be enough time in a day just for bathroom breaks. Yet, Red Hair thought Lu Sheng eating was incredibly cool. I'm telling you, Red Hair, you're not actually falling for him, are you? Look, he's several years younger than you, and his aura is unstable, which probably means his martial arts aptitude and family background aren't that great. You, on the other hand, are a high achiever from Martial University, a certified Tier 2 martial artist. But Red Hair said dreamily, I believe this is fate between him and me. However, Green Hair said to Red Hair, how would you manage if you two got together? A long-distance relationship? Even if your strong feelings survive a few years, he's not a certified martial artist. He'll probably earn just 5 or 6,000 in salary. What will he provide for you? What about a house? A car? Dandan, the gap between you two will only widen, and one day the contradictions will explode. But Red Hair dismissed the concerns. I can guide him in martial arts, and even if he doesn't get into Martial University, I can visit him by bus every week. I already have a house and a car. Even if he's just an ordinary person, it doesn't matter. I could join him and be ordinary too. That way, we wouldn't have to exhaust ourselves training every day. Lately, I even feel like my calves are getting thicker. At that moment, Red Hair's eyes sparkled as she looked forward, and I felt that his future would not be limited to this. While Pink Hair was confessing her feelings for Lu Sheng to Green Hair exclaimed, crazy, to give up your martial arts training of over a decade underpaid for a high schooler? Look at him, he looks like he has kidney deficiency. I really don't know what you see in him. Pink hair, however, suggested green hair was worrying too prematurely since nothing was set in stone yet. However, ever since Lu Xing's breakthrough in soul power, such distant conversations could be clearly heard by him. This is outrageous. This stroke of romantic luck is unstoppable. Big brother, what does outrageous mean? I could only awkwardly explain that it meant to compliment the two sisters on being beautiful. Little men seemed to understand and then ran towards pink and green hair, shouting, "Sisters, you both are so outrageous. Man, this little girl really knows how to use what she just learned." The next morning, the travel agency's group got up early to prepare for a trip to the deep mountain waterfall. However, before departure, they discovered that Meng Meng's family of 3 had mysteriously disappeared, and even their phones were switched off, which inevitably caused some concern. After a while of investigating, the old man also noticed that a young man had disappeared, and the tour guide could only try to calm everyone while searching. However, the disappearance of Lu Xing and the family of 3 left the two sisters feeling very downcast. They knew that the family of 3 wasn't ordinary and that their disappearance was normal, but Lu Xing was just an ordinary person. At this point, Pink Hair couldn't help worrying and decided to go into the deep mountains to search for them, while I was speeding towards the mithril destination on the other side. After 2 hours of travel, I had arrived at the location indicated on the map. I immediately used my psychic powers to move the soil above, and then I moved the materials below the soil to in front of me. It looks like this is mithril. I then infused my psychic power into the rock, allowing it to change shape at will. This piece weighed about 4 or 5 pounds, which at current prices could be worth 200 million. However, the mithril was still in its ore state. To forge it into a weapon for a mind weaver, it would probably need more than a dozen processing steps. The 4 or 5 pounds of mithril ore could ultimately be refined into about 1 pound of high-quality mithril, but even calling this ore small is an exaggeration. It's tiny. I had barely been digging for 10 minutes before I almost reached the bottom. If others were to dig, it would only take about a week, but transporting such a large amount of mithril was also a problem. I originally planned to dig just a little, but I couldn't stop once I started. I had to find a place to bury it first, and then later find people to help transport it back. The map showed a minority village a few kilometers nearby. Perhaps I could ask for their help. Those isolated villagers are generally simple and honest, so a little compensation should suffice. But if the wealth were truly enticing, I might have to take drastic measures. Suddenly, Lu Xing realized his thoughts were becoming increasingly ruthless, likely influenced by the zombie world consciousness. It looks like that's the village over there. I must win people over with virtue, absolutely not using force. Meanwhile, the two girls had reached deep into the forest in their search for Lu Xing. Is Lu Xing really likely to be in such a remote place? The next moment, they spotted something below. Isn't that the ball little girl always plays with? Why is it here? However, just as Pink Hair bent down to pick it up, she suddenly found herself unable to move. Above the ball, a large number of small spiders appeared. An invisible spider silk had already entangled the two of them. On the other side, inside the hall, a man shouted, "Dad, big sister and her family are back." The old man, who had been silent for a long time, had a slight smile on his face as little men rushed in shouting, "Grandpa, I missed you so much," and then crashed into the old man's arms, who affectionately patted little men's forehead. It was then that the couple slowly said, "Dad, we're back." The old man's sharp gaze knew naturally that the couple wouldn't return without reason. He then instructed the two brothers to go to the back mountain to gather some game, planning a party for the evening. Uncle also planned to take little men out for game hunting. Once everyone had left, the old man slowly began to ask about the purpose of their visit. The couple seemed to find it hard to start talking, especially since the husband had barged in years ago and eloped with the old man's daughter, and now they had the audacity to come back seeking refuge after letting the wife venture into danger. After a deep conversation, the old man, sweating and coughing, said, "What? You've offended a Tier 3 mind weaver? Ever since you took my daughter Manhua away, I knew this day would come." "Dad, please help Malin." Malin asked the old man, "Father-in-law, I remember you've been trying to break through to Tier 3 mind weaver for a long time. Are you now?" Before he could finish, the old man shook his head helplessly and interrupted, "The breakthrough failed, and I even sustained internal injuries, which caused my cultivation to greatly regress. If they really come after us, I can only hold them off for a short while. You should take the child and escape quickly. Seek help from someone else." The couple was visibly frightened, realizing they had lost their last resort. Now, who could they possibly turn to for help? Whom to find? Of course, the local police. The old man believed that since it was a society governed by law, even a Tier 3 mind weaver wouldn't dare to kill someone in the street. Malin, covering his head anxiously, said, "If calling the police were effective, why would I have needed to travel thousands of miles to come here? Is there really no other way?" Just then, the third brother shouted, "Big brother, strangers have broken in." Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected the deranged man to find them so quickly. Meanwhile, guided by the map, I had reached this remote village, navigating through dozens of small paths to get here. Just then, a dart flew towards me. The second shouted, "Who are you? How did you find this place?" At that moment, little men popped out and happily shouted, "Big brother." Then she quickly ran over and hugged Lu Sheng. "Big brother, did you come to play ball with me at Grandpa's house?" It turns out it was this young man. This revelation relieved everyone. Then, Malin introduced me to his father-in-law, explaining that he visited his family here every year. I mentioned that I disliked group tours and had accidentally wandered here while hiking alone. The old man, liking the pure look in Lu Sheng's eyes, smiled appreciatively. Then, the second brother patted my shoulder, apologizing for the misunderstanding, and said they would soon prepare some game to make amends. I also noticed something unusual about this family. Damn, they were all mind weavers, especially the old man, who was at the peak of tier 2. Considering the purpose of my visit, since they were mind weavers, they must know the value of mithril. How was I supposed to win them over with virtue now? Then, Little Men sadly said, "Big brother, we can't play ball anymore. I lost my ball." I was just about to say I would buy him a new one when I suddenly sensed the presence of pink hair and green hair nearby. These girls hadn't also wandered here by mistake, had they? But the next moment I realized something was wrong. There were several strong presences. Little Men said, "Big brother, I see my ball." But at that moment, behind them were swarms of poisonous spiders, and pink hair and green hair looked ahead in terror. Then, a man with purple hair coldly spoke, "Tang Malin, so you've hidden here. You've really made me waste a lot of effort." The old man looked tense, realizing that the opponent was not just a tier 3 mind weaver as his son-in-law had said, but at the peak of tier 3. Then, the old man's body shone with golden light, and he shouted loudly for Malin to take the child and the villagers and flee. The next moment, several golden beams of flying swords shot towards Purple Hair, but with just a breath and a wave of his hand, Purple Hair entangled the flying swords with spider silk, leaving them suspended in the air as if frozen. At the same time, Purple Hair walked towards Malin. "I say, Malin, is that all you've got? Or is this old man all you're relying on? Such weak psychic power is a disgrace to the name of Mindweaver." The next moment, a dark purple aura spread out from Purple Hair. "Now, let's see you despair." Seeing this, Malin exerted all his strength and controlled a dense iron sphere in a desperate attempt to strike. Light orbs from all directions converged towards Purple Hair, but he remained expressionless as he waved his right hand. "What? The dense iron orb cannon has no effect on her?" Purple Hair disdainfully said. "Malin, don't refuse the toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." As soon as he finished speaking, Purple Hair gathered energy in his right hand, and several dazzling purple beams shot out from his palm. In just an instant, everyone present was entangled in spider silk. "You bastard, let go of my family's little men. If you have the guts, come at me. What kind of skill is it to bully women and children?" Hearing this, Purple Hair's expression became even more manic. "You still have the nerve to play the hero?" As he manipulated the control in his palm, the threads around their necks suddenly tightened. "I was actually planning to kill these 2 female students and then frame you, but it turns out you've picked a good secluded place for your grave. It's perfect for me to slowly train you. Don't worry, I'll save a cup of your daughter's red for you. It's that evil art that uses people as containers for brewing wine." "You beast!" Malin screamed in agony, powerless, and Purple Hair laughed maniacally. "Yes, that's the expression of despair I wanted to see." Seeing this, Purple Hair's expression twisted even further, and Green Hair shed tears of regret. "I shouldn't have come here to relax. He's a peak tier 3 Mindweaver." Pink Hair looked at Lu Sheng, tears of frustration falling. "Are we really going to die?" "I'm not ready, Lu Sheng. Now, we can only hope that we meet again in our next lives." Purple Hair ordered 2 of his subordinates to bring Little Men over. However, just as the 2 were about to reach Little Men, the spider silk binding her suddenly broke. Purple Hair was shocked. "What's going on? How did my mithril spider silk break?" As I gathered my psychic power, I tore off all the spider silk from my body. Seeing this, Little Men cried out for me to save his parents. At that moment, 2 unwilling martial artists attacked me, but with a single right punch, both were sent flying backward. Seeing this, Purple Hair was startled. "What's happening? Are you a tier 5 martial artist?" But then, looking at Lu Sheng's seemingly frail appearance, he regained confidence the next moment. "Fierce energy is not evident, and there's no internal energy either. Could it be that you are Tang Maolin's real backup?" At this moment, Tang Maolin was dumbfounded. "Wasn't this young man just a normal high school student? But you are ultimately just someone with a bit of brute strength, without fierce energy protecting your body. Under my mithril spider silk, your fragile body will be sliced open like butter, and I can't wait to hear your cries of agony." Hearing this, I calmly said, "You can try." Seeing my overconfidence, Purple Hair angrily sent spider silk flying towards me, and from multiple strands of spider silk, a giant spider formed. Just as the spider's claws were about to reach me, I simply raised my right hand, carrying a trace of lightning power, and instantly dissolved the mithril spider. "What? This is control martial arts, where every clap is under control. My god, I've only heard of that level, never seen it." At this moment, Purple Hair's face was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe his powerful psychic power skill was instantly nullified. "Are you done talking? Now it's my turn." Then, I grabbed the spider silk and spun him around in circles. "It's impossible," Purple Hair said in disbelief. "Why can this young man even control my mithril spider silk?" He could no longer understand just how powerful the young man in front of him was. He quickly began to swell his own body. Seeing this, the old man shouted, it. Not good. He's trying to self-destruct with his psychic power and take us all with him. But how could I let you succeed? At that moment, a cyan psychic power spread from my body, and an invisible giant hand enveloped him into a flesh ball. Your psychic power is weak and pitiful, and you still want to play with self-destruction? Then, amidst Purple Hair's screams, a powerful explosion emanated from the palm of my hand. After dealing with Purple Hair, I casually took his weapon. I must say, this weapon crafted from mithril is quite impressive. I currently need a Mindweaver weapon, so this will do. At this moment, little men clung to my neck, excitedly and somewhat incoherently. Big brother, you are so strong. Thank you for saving our family. The old man kept lamenting his age, seeing that despite the young man's likely student status, he had just demonstrated strength not only equivalent to a Tier 5 martial artist and control-level martial arts, but also that terrifying psychic power. Truly, a new generation of talented individuals is rising. Our country is going to produce a dragon. The two rescued women were a bit dazed at this time, and Green Hair commented, wasn't Lu Xing supposed to be weak? Wasn't he just a good-for-nothing who eats and runs to the bathroom? At this moment, Glasses Guy approached, wanting to thank Lu Xing, but he didn't know how to start, as calling him young man no longer seemed appropriate. But Lu Xing indicated not to worry too much about formalities, mentioning that he actually needed Glasses Guy's help with something. Glasses Guy declared that from now on, he would do anything Lu Xing asked, even if it meant climbing a mountain of swords. I then entrusted the mithril or matter to Glasses Guy, as he is a Tier 2 Mindweaver in the association, and handling it secretly wouldn't be difficult. With the Bull's Head Mountain trip successfully completed, the group boarded the bus back home. Pink Hair asked me where I was heading next, and I answered that I was going to Cool City to handle some affairs at the Mindweaver Association. Pink Hair's mouth flew open in surprise. What a coincidence. We are also going to Cool City. I really should have let them mention their destination first. Could it really end up being a sort of sibling romance with her? Seeing my hesitation, Green Hair mentioned that Cool City is Pink Hair's hometown, and she was planning to visit her family this time. Since that's the case, it would be helpful to have them guide the way. Then Dong Qingxue called and informed me that this year's selection for the General Star was moved up, and she would come to pick me up immediately. After getting off at the Cool City bus station, I said I had sudden matters to attend to and bid farewell. Pink Hair looked anxious and pouted her cherry lips, thinking it was her fault. Just then, a Rolls-Royce pulled up behind us, and a jade foot slowly stepped out. A woman rushed over and embraced Pink Hair. Dandan, you're finally back. This person was Pink Hair's best friend. At that moment, the wealthy second generation from the car waved and said, Dandan, long time no see. You've gotten even prettier. Pink Hair rolled her eyes disdainfully, full of disgust. Why are you the one picking me up? She then introduced Shan Shan as one of her best friends from Martial University, who is also a Tier 2 martial artist. However, when introducing Lu Xing, she suddenly paused, then said he was a good friend she met at Bull's Head Mountain. After all, Lu Xing has many secrets, and since she didn't know much about him, it wasn't appropriate to reveal more. The rich second generation then looked disdainfully at Lu Xing, while the girl politely shook Green Hair's hand and introduced herself. The rich kid also spoke to Green Hair. My name is Chao Ming Liang, your Dandan's friend, which makes you our friend too. After speaking, he proposed taking us to Cool City for a feast. At this moment, Pink Hair got emotional. I clearly said there were 3 of us, yet you still bring a 4-seater. Her best friend then said, Dandan, he's just a travel friend you met on a trip. Why take him so seriously? We are the real friends. Seeing the situation become tense, Chao Ming Liang took out several bills from his wallet. Sorry, Dandan, it was thoughtless of us. Since we've met, let this young man take a cab with this money. Hearing this, Pink Hair exploded with anger. The man she had gone to great lengths to pursue was being slighted by them. How could she tolerate this? She immediately threw the bills back at them. I patted Pink Hair on the shoulder, telling her not to be angry because I had to leave. My chartered plane had arrived. The next moment, everyone looked up in amazement at the huge object above. Dong Qingxue stood on top of the plane shouting, hurry up, we can't land in the city. I then leaped towards the plane, leaving everyone below pale-faced with fright because the aircraft belonged to the Eastern Military Region. As I left, I struck what I thought was my coolest pose towards Pink Hair. See you next time. Just now, I used a helicopter to spectacularly shame a rich second generation, causing the residents below in the city to express their amazement. Military helicopters are a solemn and prestigious presence before them. The rich second generation asked Pink Hair, what's the story with your friend? This question, however, earned him a glare from Pink Hair. In anger, Pink Hair, pulling along Green Hair, decided to take a cab alone back to Cool City, blaming the annoying yellow hair for driving away her future husband. The remaining pair, each trying to outdo the other, stared at each other in silence. Lu Xing was astonished as he looked at the people below the helicopter, who seemed like ants, having never had the chance to be near such a machine before. Dong Qingxue, seeing my delighted expression, asked, "Do you like this plane? If you like it, join our Eastern Military District." Huh, and here I thought Instructor Dong would gift me one. You're not the best looking, but you dream big. After joining, you can fly every day, but if you want one for personal use, that's something the district would only consider after you've reached the Grandmaster level. After saying this, Dong Qingxue felt that Lu Xing seemed to have grown stronger again, truly an enigma. Dong Qingxue then said, "All the genius training camps in all the eastern provinces ended 3 days ago, and all the top candidates have been selected. This batch is the strongest I've seen. More than 80% of the candidates are talented martial artists, including one with elemental control and another who passed the second-level Mindweaver exam. There are over 20 geniuses with level 3 strength, and even one who reached level 4. Hearing these introductions, Lu Xing remained unfazed, as he is unmatched below the level of Grandmaster and equal above it. So, Lu Xing just responded nonchalantly, causing Dong Qingxue to chuckle. "I mean, Lu Xing, don't you feel anything hearing about these people's strengths?" Instructor Qin laughed. "I knew talking about this would be useless. Dong Qingxue, you should talk about the rewards instead." "What? When it comes to rewards, now I'm interested." "I knew you'd be interested. This year, the military heads will come to watch, and this selection is no longer the usual random draw tournament, but choosing to fight exotic beasts. Am I finally going to face exotic beasts? The most formidable enemies in this world are the powerful exotic beasts that emerge from the cracks in the ground and sky. Despite countless strong humans going to the battlefield year after year, they still can't stop the gradual encroachment on human living spaces. It seems the military district is letting students come into contact with exotic beasts earlier than usual, indicating a less optimistic situation on the front lines." Dong Qingxue nodded, acknowledging that the country is also seeking a breakthrough. "For you geniuses with infinite potential, the approach is no longer the gentle, gradual one of the past, but the most direct method, letting you feel the pressure early to turn it into martial arts motivation. As the chief said, only those who come out of blood and fire are the true strong. However, just making it into the top 10 will reward a portion of beast blood. The top 3 can directly enter the beast blood pool, and the one who receives the Dawn of Enlightenment General's star title can even enter the beast mirror pool. This is an unprecedented precedent. Though unseen, the names alone suggest they must be incredible." Dong Qingxue then explained that the previous exotic beast meat was simply processed stuff. Beast blood is extracted from the cells of exotic beasts, and beast marrow is drawn from the spinal fluid of the beasts. A single portion of level 4 beast blood is worth at least 50 million. If you make it into the top 3, you can vigorously absorb it. However, a pool of beast marrow liquid is worth over 100 billion, a priceless commodity. Holy crap, something worth over 100 billion and they supply it without limit? That genuinely shocked me. Currently, the stellar body refinement technique's immortal golden body requires a massive amount of energy. If I continued relying only on marrow nourishing elixir and spirit muscle fortifying blood soup like before, I wouldn't know when I'd finish the first stage. Relying on medicine is always the lowest method, but if I could get my hands on this beast marrow liquid, I could greatly shorten the time needed to cultivate my golden body. Thinking about this, I can hardly wait. After speaking, the instructor said, "We're here." At that moment, the plane was hovering above the martial arts base. Although the base was immensely majestic, I felt no shock at all. I've seen martial arts bases far larger than this one, which were mercilessly torn apart by exotic beasts. Perhaps that's what real shock is. After the plane landed smoothly at the martial arts base, Lu Xing was arranged to stay in a competitor's dormitory. Dong Qingxue told Lu Xing to rest well and would come to pick him up early the next morning. If there were any needs, pressing the call button on the wall would summon someone to fulfill you. After returning to his room, Lu Xing went to sleep early. Finally unrestricted after a week, Lu Xing could enter his dreams again. He also saw the woman who had weakened him for a week. This time, he was determined to be fully prepared to reclaim his honor. The female Grandmaster, as always, stood proudly among the ice and snow, sacred and inviolable, instilling fear with just one glance. But this time, I would not fight unguarded. So, I immediately activated the vital energy and blood amplification, followed by switching to the flame breath, open. Then came the divine illumination of the Underworld King scripture, open. In an instant, my consciousness enveloped the surroundings. Nothing minute could escape my eyes. Then came the tenfold stellar explosion force, open. Finally, the strongest martial technique I had never used in real combat. 10 golden crows suns slowly rising, 10 suns in the sky, open. The fiercely burning flames seemed to confront the surrounding ice and snow. After fighting all night, I still lost, but this time it wasn't like the last time when I was completely powerless. Through this battle, I integrated dozens of martial arts techniques, which further enhanced my complete martial path. Most importantly, I overcame my fear of death, achieving a deeper elevation in my mental state. The next moment, there was a knock on the door. The instructor came early. Instructor Qin asked how I rested, mentioning that it can be a bit stuffy here. We are only a few hundred kilometers kilometers away from the exotic beast battlefield, and many exotic beasts release poisonous gases, so the base's gas protection is very strict. As he spoke, Dong Qingxue felt that today's Lu Xing had a different vibe. If yesterday's Lu Xing was like jade wrapped in mud, today the mud on the jade had been washed clean. Then, the group walked toward the center of the venue. At that point, Instructor Qin asked Lu Xing how confident he was about winning the championship. Well, not much, just a little bit. As soon as he finished speaking, someone ahead interrupted. Yo, isn't this Instructor Dong Qingxue? I remember the last time we met was the last time. You are still as annoying as ever. He then addressed Instructor Qin Xiaojun. It's one thing for you to be useless, but it seems the seedling you picked isn't much either. Instructor Qin, holding his nose, replied, Shangwan Ling, didn't you brush your teeth this morning? Your mouth really stinks. It's making me nauseous. Or is it that your Eastern East province has produced a genius? But from what I see, he doesn't seem all that impressive either. But in the next moment, Shangwan Ling proposed a bet, wagering a portion of level 5 beast marrow to see which prodigy ranks higher. Dong Qingxue sneered, what's the point of betting just one portion among the three of us? He then led the two away, with Instructor Qin responding directly with an international gesture. Shangwan Ling, if you can't afford to bet, don't embarrass yourself by gambling without any backing. Then, Shangwan Ling shouted loudly, then let's bet on your 3 portions. Shangwan Ling was so bold in his bet because he was sure that Dong Qingxue had just deliberately raised the stakes as a way to back out. The next moment, Dong Qingxue, with a grave expression, reluctantly uttered 3 words with a trembling voice, I bet. As soon as she spoke, the corners of Shangwan Ling's mouth turned up, and he patted Zhao Lai on the side, saying, 3 portions of level 5 beast marrow. That should take your flame control talent to the next level, right? You should thank Instructor Dong. The next moment, Zhao Lai expressed his thanks to Dong Qingxue, but his demeanor was filled with disdain and contempt. Hearing this, Instructor Qin was shocked. Elemental control talent not listed in the briefing? Shangwan Ling, looking confident, told Dong Qingxue to prepare the stakes in advance. However, the enraged Instructor Qin from a second ago suddenly changed his demeanor. How was that? Was my performance just now good? Dong Qingxue, aware that most people play little tricks on their data, knew this because the Shangwan family and the Dong family have always been mortal enemies. Unfortunately, our region has not seen any particular geniuses for a long time, so we have always been suppressed and unable to raise our heads. That's why we're betting everything on you this time. Don't mind it. If we lose the bet, I'll gather the stakes, but if we win, all 3 portions are yours. Then the 3 stopped at a door, as only contestants could enter beyond this point. Just as Lu Xing was about to enter, Dong Qingxue earnestly asked, Lu Xing, how confident are you about the selection? I mean about the Dawn of Enlightenment General Star. A little bit. What does he mean by a little bit? As all the contestants enter the competition arena, a middle-aged man slowly emerged. This person was Yu Fei, a level 7 Grandmaster and an Eastern Major General. Dong Qingxue reported that all preparations were complete, with each contestant starting from their own individual track, defeating all the exotic beasts set up along the way, and the first to reach the finish line wins. Each track had 3 level 2 exotic beasts, 1 level 3, and 1 level 4. However, the final challenge would be the nearly level 5 exotic beast, the golden-eyed demon ape. Hearing this, the examiners all showed concern, as even their school-level officers would need to cooperate with another to withstand a near level 5 beast. Dong Qingxue then explained that the final golden-eyed demon ape was intended to be faced collectively by the prodigious contestants, as the Dawn of Enlightenment General Star is a military leader who, when facing powerful enemies, must gather all forces to win, even if it means collaborating with competitors. Yu Fei also stated that the Eastern Military District is the second most important front in Dragon Kingdom, but it is ranked at the bottom in the National Military District competition for several consecutive years, which is why the exam format was changed this year. If today, even the combined strength of the top talents from the entire Eastern region cannot counter a mere near level 5 beast, it would be a sorrow for not only the East, but for all of Dragon Kingdom, and it would mean there is no future to speak of. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, and the contestants were frantically racing against time, striving towards the goal of the Dawn of Enlightenment General Star. However, things often do not go as hoped. Despite giving their all, most contestants were eliminated in the first or second stages. Yu Fei instructed the instructors guarding each stage to covertly protect the students. Though eliminated, they are the future of various fields in Dragon Kingdom, and it would be regrettable if they were to be injured or killed. Despite the high number of eliminations, there were still several tracks that drew the attention of the instructors. The first was Kong Qing from Eastern Brilliance Province, a genius representative who possessed a level 1 talent in lightning and electricity control at just 17. The second was Jia Haoran from River State Province, an 18-year-old level 3 martial artist with a psychic talent who had also passed the level 2 Mindweaver assessment. The third was Xing Ji from Stone Forest Province, an 18-year-old genius representative and the only level 4 martial artist who possesses a level 3 Iron Skin defensive talent. So far, these contestants are performing quite well. well. Just then, a dazzling flame blinded the instructors, unexpectedly revealing another elemental controller. This person was Zhao Lai, a fire elemental controller. At that moment, Shang Wanling spoke up, stating that Zhao Lai's abilities had just awakened and had not yet been registered. Yu Fei couldn't help but smile broadly, praising Shang Wanling for doing a good job in nurturing a promising talent. But privately, who doesn't know that this was Shang Wanling's little trick, deliberately concealing strength to gain a high evaluation? Yu Fei, looking at Zhao Lai, who had just broken through the first stage, turned his head in relief, but his expression froze the next second. Yu Fei was shocked because, at that moment, there was a track going through a crazy rush of completions. What was the speed all about? Who was it here? At this point, Yu Fei, surprised to see a track without any red glow from exotic beasts, hurriedly called Dong Qingxue to bring up the track surveillance. However, the race had only started 2 minutes ago, and not only had all the exotic beasts been killed, but the progress was even faster than that of the 4 elite seats. Yu Fei shouted loudly, asking who the contestant on this track was, and demanded the surveillance be replayed. Upon checking, Dong Qingxue realized, damn, it's this kid. He reported to the officer, this is Lu Xing's track. As the footage rewound to 2 minutes earlier, Lu Xing had just entered the track. Facing the first challenge, a large wild boar, Lu Xing said solemnly, bro pig, I've eaten your meat before, and it was quite delicious. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xing stepped forward with a right hook punch, and after a loud explosion, the wild boar was torn to pieces. Looks like I might have overdone it. Didn't expect this pig to be so weak. Hearing the noise, the other 2 exotic pigs in the first stage slowly emerged. The next moment, the 2 exotic pigs, wrapped in green light, flew towards Lu Xing. Lu Xing calmly picked up the arm of the dead exotic pig and threw it like a baseball. Driven by force, the exotic pig spat saliva as it was knocked flying back, and then he threw the pig's body towards the other exotic pig. After resolving this, Lu Xing looked at the changes in his body. This ability was somewhat similar to control-level martial arts, yet it was higher and more comprehensive. Power concentration, precise burst, vulnerability insight. Lu Xing seemed to have reached a new state, as if everything around him couldn't escape his discernment. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark night 3-eyed fox quietly approached from behind Lu Xing. Just then, Lu Xing slightly shifted his left foot, and the next moment, the fox was kicked flying a kilometer away. Yu Fei, puzzled as he watched the playback, continued analyzing in his mind. The contestant's advancement speed was so fast, he had already reached the final stage. The other instructors were also puzzled, staring at the screen, wondering how someone who looked so ordinary could have such heavy punches. So far, all the exotic beasts had been killed with 1 punch. Yu Fei then wanted to look at Lu Xing's profile, and Dong Qingxue slowly read, Lu Xing, genius representative from Eastern Peace Province, 18 years and 5 months old, level 3 martial artist, strength type talent. Hearing this, Shang Wanling's expression tightened. He hadn't expected the opponent to also be hiding his true strength. As the instructors discussed, Lu Xing indeed seemed to have no highlights. He didn't display any special abilities during the fight, just that his overall qualities seemed to be much stronger than an average level 3, but clearly not yet at level 4. Therefore, the conclusion drawn by Yu Fei and others was, Lu Xing must have mastered at least 4 types of perfection realm martial arts, both his movement techniques and boxing reaching the intricate mastery realm, which is why he had such an effect in combat. Good gracious, the instructors are blown away. 18 years old with 4 to 5 perfection realm techniques, including 2 intricate mastery realm techniques. That's impossible even if he started training from the embryo. Upon confirming that Lu Xing has no special martial arts talent, Yu Fei was overjoyed. It had been a long time since he had seen such a pure martial arts genius, someone who pursued martial arts their entire life, which probably only existed when martial arts first began. As the playback continued, Lu Xing arrived at the 3rd stage, where a colorful scaled cheetah that had split into 4 clones had already surrounded Lu Xing. Then all of them pounced towards him. The next moment, Lu Xing's complete martial path activated, capturing every movement around him within his consciousness. It looks like the potential of the complete martial path is even greater than I imagined. The lightning-fast cheetah was caught by the neck by Lu Xing, who then jumped up, landing on the ground and smashing it 99 times until the cheetah was belly up before letting go. Seeing this, Yu Fei suddenly stood up, incredulously looking at the screen. A level 4 colorful scaled cheetah was just killed like that. I misspoke just now. This kid's boxing isn't intricate mastery realm, it's control realm. So that was the little bit he mentioned before. Shang Wanling gritted his teeth as he glared at Qin Xiaojun, who responded with a mocking gesture. Look at your mother, idiot. Hurry up and prepare your beast marrow. The scene shifts to Lu Xing, who has now reached the final stage. The end point of all tracks in prison ahead is the strongest exotic beast of this assessment, the near level 5 golden-eyed demon ape, which roars angrily at Lu Xing, the cage seeming ready to burst at any moment. Is this gorilla the last one then? Since the warm-up is over, there's no need to hold back anymore. Lu Xing raises one hand, surrounded by several trails of lightning energy, but Yu Fei indicates that Lu Xing should wait a bit longer. As the final challenge, the golden-eyed demon ape has not yet been released. They need to wait until the time limit is up and all the genius representatives have arrived before unleashing the ape. Lu Sheng, you really have surprised me a lot. Dawn of Enlightenment General Star. I never thought that what once seemed an unreachable dream would be realized in Lu Sheng. The instructors couldn't help but discuss that with Lu Sheng's strength, once the other star-seeded contestants arrive, it would definitely be enough to kill the near level 5 demon ape. Perhaps they wouldn't even need that many people. Maybe just 1 or 2 assistants would suffice. However, at this moment, a pair of size 45 feet slowly approached the cage, and then, under the astonished eyes of Yu Fei and the other instructors, an explosion sounds. The strong, durable black iron cage is kicked open by me. The demon ape, seated within, also realizes that an unwary prey has entered its attack range. The rage it has accumulated over many years has now reached its peak. Come on, let me see what the difference is between a near level 5 and a level 5 martial artist. What? The instructor's area is in an uproar. This kid actually plans to challenge the golden-eyed demon ape alone? He must be crazy. This isn't confidence, it's arrogance. However, the calm mustachioed instructor feels that, with the kid's control realm boxing, intricate mastery realm movement, and various perfection realm martial arts, although the golden-eyed demon ape is very strong, avoiding direct confrontation might just give him a chance. At that moment, the demon ape's massive mouth opened, dark energy swirling around the furious creature, and the chains binding its hands snapped suddenly. The next moment, the ape's gong-like fists thundered towards me. Lu Sheng, wrapped in a blue aura, slowly raised his hands, and then a massive explosion echoed, shaking the base. The demon ape's world-destroying fists were abruptly stopped by Lu Sheng's hands. The instructors were stunned once more. This kid actually chose to face it head-on. The next moment, the demon ape's left fist quietly lifted, and under its roars, it threw 999 punches at Lu Sheng in just 2 seconds. According to the smoke but no harm law, Lu Sheng was inevitably unscathed. However, just as the demon ape was about to throw its 1000th punch, a fist emerged from the smoke, glowing blue, and the large and small fists collided fiercely. The next moment, the demon ape's right hand was crippled, and around Lu Sheng, 10 suns slowly rose, turning the cage into a veritable hell on earth. You did well. To take a hit tenfold stellar force and not die, you qualify to be my midnight snack tonight. At this point, Yu Fei was dumbfounded, and Shang Wanling was shocked. The next moment, Lu Sheng's right hand, filled with flames, lifted 10 suns in the sky, and in an instant, flames enveloped the entire body of the demon ape, setting off energy fluctuations that triggered the base alarm. As the attack dissipated, the formidable golden-eyed demon ape was reduced to nothing. At this moment, Yu Fei's eyes, filled with disbelief, saw the grandmasters will displayed by Lu Sheng. Good, very good, excellent. I never thought that in my lifetime I would see someone so young manifest the will of a grandmaster. The path to level 7 has been opened. Given time, our eastern district will surely gain another grandmaster. Instructor Qin couldn't help but express, just in the blink of an eye, this kid has surpassed me. You little brat, really driving people to their graves. However, as for the little monkey that fell in just a moment, Lu Sheng found it boring, so he sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Yu Fei was dumbfounded again. The final boss had been defeated by him alone, and now he just sat there. What was he planning to do? The next moment, Yu Fei instantly understood. Let it go. Let him play as he wishes, as long as he doesn't kill anyone. Chief Commander, what do you mean as long as he doesn't kill anyone? It seems that now in the eyes of the Chief Commander, there's only Lu Sheng. With the death of the golden-eyed demon ape, the challenge for the Dawn of Enlightenment General Star had ended, and now it was Lu Sheng's personal game time. Xing Ji, the genius representative from Stone Forest Province, finally killed the level 4 colorful scaled cheetah after using all his might. This colorful scaled cheetah is really strong. Even with my iron skin protection, I couldn't withstand all the damage. This should be the last stage, right? Then I guess I've passed. But after passing through the gate, there was complete silence. It's so quiet, then I must be the first to clear it, right? The next moment, his expression hardened as he looked across, and there was the golden-eyed demon ape. The adult golden-eyed demon ape is even a dominator among level 5s. But who is that on the ape? Who could kill a dominator among level 5s with one punch? The next moment, Xingji cautiously asked, hello, what's the situation now? Should I be considered as having passed the selection? Phew, so slow. You finally made it. I've been waiting for you guys for 10 minutes. But Xingji didn't understand what Lu Sheng meant by his words. At this moment, 2 other seated contestants also arrived, and after exchanging glances, they both looked towards Xingji. You are Xingji from Stone Forest Province, right? I've seen you before, and indeed you are the fastest. Is this the finish line? And what does that mean above? Ah, isn't this the level 5 exotic beast, the golden-eyed demon ape? Why would they leave a several hundred-ton corpse of a level 5 exotic beast here? Following that, the clever Xingji explained, this corpse being here is probably just to scare us. Otherwise, no one could defeat the golden-eyed demon ape. But what is that person doing sitting on top of the corpse? The clever man then realized this person must be some kind of guardian for the final challenge of our selection. As long as we pass his test, we can clear the stage. Even Xingji himself was impressed by his own cleverness. At this point, Lu Xing slowly stood up and said, "You are very clever. Now, I give you 5 minutes to adjust your condition. In 5 minutes, challenge me, defeat me, kill me, and you will pass. Come on, let me see what this year's Dawn of Enlightenment General Star is really made of." See, I knew it was going to be something like this. Haha, it looks like we don't have to deal with exotic beasts in the final selection, just defeat him. Yet, the military district is still quite humane. The girl commented, "Look, he doesn't even have fierce energy. His strength must not be that great." The man agreed, "Indeed, I can't feel any fierce energy. Is the Eastern Military District underestimating us?" But as Jia Haoran's psychic power slowly surfaced, they felt that this person might not be so simple after all. Xing Ji, however, said that without fierce energy, no matter how strong, the three of us already represent the strongest combat power of the entire Eastern region under 18. Why fear him alone? Then, the three of them took out their medicinal pills. This was enough for them to recover their strength within 5 minutes. Hearing this, Lu Xing grinned. "It seems my acting skills are even better than Instructor Qin's." At this point, the instructor's area exploded again, wondering if this kid was planning to massacre all the contestants. Meanwhile, Yufei couldn't stop smiling. "Interesting, ha ha ha, Lu Xing is really something." The instructors collectively requested an immediate halt to the selection, as Lu Xing from Eastern Peace Province was far stronger than the others, and it was very likely to cause an indelible psychological impact on the rest. Yo, hilarious. It seems everyone's starting to feel sorry for their geniuses being messed up by Lu Xing, the freak. Haha, no one had this many complaints when the level 5 exotic beast appeared. It seems Lu Xing has really put a lot of pressure on them. This kid is getting more and more monstrous. He's unknowingly moved ahead of me. But Yufei would not miss this grand performance. He then instructed Dong Qingxue to immediately arrange for supervisors to be more vigilant and to intervene when necessary to protect them, so that Lu Xing doesn't end up hurting them too much. At this moment, Shang Wanling, as if suffering from a severe case of kidney deficiency, collapsed into his seat. He had never imagined this kid would be stronger than him. Not only a huge embarrassment, but also having to hand over 3 portions of level 5 beast marrow just 2 minutes into their recovery, and already at 90% of his strength. Xing Ji grew impatient. The other two also recovered to 80% of their strength, but were brimming with confidence. Even if that demon ape came back to life, they'd dare to fight it. At this moment, Lu Xing spoke slowly. "Not bad, somewhat decent. Come at me together. Defeat me, and you are the new Dawn of Enlightenment General Star." But Xing Ji believed that to deal with such a small fry he alone was enough, and with that, he leaped forward. Damn, Xing Ji got ahead of us again. No matter, let him have the first go if he likes. It's a good chance to see the Guardian's strength. But that said, Xing Ji really is terrifying, probably the strongest among the three of us. At this moment, Xing Ji crossed his arms and then, using his full-powered iron skin, flew towards Lu Xing like a meteor. Witnessing this, the two onlookers were shocked, exclaiming, "This power, he's actually at the peak of level 4. Watching such a domineering meteor, Lu Xing just stood with his hands on his hips. "This is my strongest strike. Don't blame me if you get hurt." Lu Xing then slowly extended his index finger, astonishingly blocking the meteor-like attack right in front of him, and then sighed out of boredom. "Is that all?" The next moment, with a slight exertion of force, the hundreds of tons of meteor flew back like a cannonball, smashing the thick stone door to smithereens. Looking back at Xing Ji, who now resembled ash, the two onlookers displayed faces filled with incredible fear. "How about you two? Sure you don't want to join in together?" Just now, the strongest genius, Xing Ji, was knocked out cold with a single strike from Lu Xing, shocking the other two. They expressed their confusion. Why does this person look so young, yet possess such terrifying power? Then, the second cleverest, Jia Haoran, explained, "I've heard that some martial artists seek success too eagerly in their youth, recklessly consuming tonics, leading to hormonal imbalances that stop their development. So you're saying this guy might look only 17 or 18, but he could actually be as old as my grandfather? If that's the case, then the military is really cunning. They never expected the Eastern region to resort to such measures for the selection, even to the point of employing such a drastic measure as using this sort of medicine pot in the final challenge." Seeing the two muttering to themselves, Lu Xing was speechless, then slowly stepped forward with a deathly grin. "Let's change the rules a bit. If you two can make me take a step back, you pass." When have the two, always treated as geniuses, ever been so insulted? "You old thing, too much bullying. It's infuriating." The two's aura exploded in an instant. "Don't underestimate us, or you will pay the price." The next moment, Jia Haoran's hands sent several iron rods flying towards Lu Xing. "See, this is more like it. Pressure really does make a difference. Humph, old man, let's see how you dodge these heavy iron rods. Even if you're strong, underestimating a level 2 Mindweaver will be something you regret." The next moment, Lu Xing's right hand slowly extended, and the heavy iron rods, as if finding their source, danced gracefully under his control. As the storm passed, the iron rods obediently reappeared in Lu Xing's hands. This scene left Jia Haoran dumbfounded. The heavy iron nails that he needed his full strength to control were effortlessly caught by Lu Xing. Lu Xing simply smiled lightly. "Now, it's your partner's turn. Before the words had settled, Kong Qing flashed behind him at lightning speed. Just as she was about to launch an attack, Kong Qing was stunned once again. Lu Xing caught her with one hand and then said lightly, "Didn't your instructor teach you not to get distracted during a fight?" Kong Qing was shocked at this old man's reaction speed, able to catch me while I was using lightning techniques. The next moment, Lu Xing said, "Come on, shock me, use your 100,000 volts." The girl, hearing for the first time such a masochistic request, replied, "Since you're asking for it, don't blame me." The next moment, a powerful beast-like thunderbolt exploded on Lu Xing. Feeling such a dominating force of electricity, Lu Xing immediately began to use the natural breathing technique at full force, sensing the path of the electricity traveling through his body. The next moment, Lu Xing suddenly opened his eyes, and Kong Qing was repelled by an even stronger force of lightning. At this moment, Kong Qing looked as bewildered as Pikachu, while Lu Xing, benefiting from this encounter, mastered a fourth special breathing technique, thunder breathing. Seeing this, Lu Xing walked forward satisfied. "Very good, very good. You have passed the selection." He then walked towards the exit alone, leaving behind an excited girl. What? Did he really just say that? Am I the only one who passed the selection? Am I the Dawn of Enlightenment General Star now, representing the strongest combat power and the most talented martial arts genius under 18 in the entire East? I really did it. Thank you, instructor, for your recognition. You like to call me Pikachu, right? Then, from now on, my title will be Pikachu. Hee. No need to thank me. It's your own excellence that earned my recognition. Keep it up, little Pikachu. Meanwhile, the other two were a bit baffled by this exchange, finding the passing criteria perplexing. Just then, an instructor slowly approached. "All right, had enough fun, Eastern Peace Province's genius representative Lu Xing? The chief commander is calling you to attend the Dawn of Enlightenment General's Star Award ceremony." "What?" Pikachu, in her third moment of astonishment in this episode. "What do you mean he's going to the award ceremony? Isn't he the final guardian? Isn't the Dawn of Enlightenment General's star supposed to be me?" The instructor then explained, "You misunderstood. He, like you, is a contestant in the selection, only he arrived at the final challenge 20 minutes before you. There was no final guardian. The golden-eyed demon ape was the ultimate boss, and he killed it with one punch. The guarding activity was just him having a bit of fun with you." Hearing this, the young geniuses felt their entire understanding collapsing. After the instructor announced the end of the selection, the other instructors also went to notify the remaining contestants still on the track. Meanwhile, Zhao Lai, who lost the bet earlier, was desperately fighting the colorful scaled cheetah. After exerting the effort of 10 bulls and 2 tigers, he finally defeated the formidable and troublesome exotic beast. Damn, good thing I caught it at the last moment, or I would have been done for. Although I'm completely drained of strength and energy, what does it matter? Ha. I killed a level 4 exotic beast that even instructor Shengwan struggles with. Ha. This is level 4. I bet the instructors are watching me with shock on the monitors right now. Better strike a cool pose. It might end up on a poster. Before he could finish basking in his own glory, an instructor slowly jumped down. "You are Zhao Lai from Eastern East Province, right?" Zhao Lai, both startled and delighted, responded, "Ah, yes, I'm Zhao Lai. Alright, successfully killing a level 4 colorful scaled cheetah. Your results have been uploaded. The assessment is over. Come out with me directly." "What? Go out directly with you?" The instructor. "Is it because I ended the selection? So, the Dawn of Enlightenment General Star is me, right? I'm the first to successfully kill a level 4 terrifying beast." Instructor Zhang, looking at him as if he were a fool, said, "Kid, what are you dreaming about? The Dawn of Enlightenment General Star selection ended half an hour ago. The reason we delayed informing you is because, never mind, explaining too much to you is pointless. As it stands, your rank is probably 5th. I'm a flame element controller. How can I possibly be 5th? I've been touted as a genius among geniuses from a young age, and the instructor even falsified my strength just for this competition to make a stunning debut. This kid obviously hasn't been knocked down a peg before." On the other hand, after some discussion, Yu Fei decided to grant Kong Qing an additional spot in the beast blood pool, considering the young lady had a tough time too. This decision made Kong Qing's instructor overjoyed. Currently, only the top 3 can enter the beast blood pool. Lu Xing undoubtedly deserved it. Xing Ji was unquestionably second, and Jia Haoran and Kong Qing were neck and neck. But Jia Haoran is a rare and precious mindweaver. Having achieved such a result, the instructor was already satisfied, and her efforts were not in vain. Meanwhile, Lu Xing, who thought he would be directly receiving his award, was instead taken to a rest area. "Is this the recovery potion prepared for me?" Taking a swig, it feels almost like a functional drink. At this point, it only serves to keep me alert. As for restoring physical strength, it can't compare at all to the strength broth I concoct. I wonder how the sale of the medicinal soup is going. It's been a long time since I last contacted her. The next moment, Lu Xing placed his hands on his abdomen and a current spread throughout his body. Thunder breathing combines the advantages of flame breathing and wind breathing, faster and stronger, but it doesn't reach the limits of either. Overall, it's a highly balanced breathing technique. Sometimes I think about how I always push myself so hard. I even miss the lazy times with little fatty. As for things 10,000 years from now, now, I'll be long gone by then. But having witnessed that scene, I can't just stand by. Having made a choice, how can I easily give up? I'm no longer just fighting for humanity 10,000 years from now, but also for myself. Not everyone has something they're willing to grit their teeth and strive for, but since the choice was mine, let me carry this torch of light and hope forward until 10,000 years later. After the emotional moment ended, Lu Xing returned to the realm of dreams for more insights. At this point, Lu Xing's character rating was 3.5 stars. His biography now included the title of Eastern Dawn of Enlightenment General Star, and he had successfully joined the Eastern Military District. The overall data was similar to last time, only the resume was much prettier. His strength limit remained at level 7 Grandmaster. His character rating had gained half a star, perhaps due to joining the Eastern Military District. But still, due to dying 20 years early in a major battle with exotic beasts, he wondered if he could have broken through to level 8 Grandmaster if he hadn't died. This time the family details include a spouse. Lu Xing was shocked because he was married to instructor Dong Qingxue, who was more than 30 years older than him. No way, there must be some mistake. How could I possibly marry her? It's absurd. Is it a case of the old cow eating young grass? But on second thought, he would certainly become a Dawn of Enlightenment General Star and join the Eastern Military District. It's inevitable that he would often be with her. Given their past relationship and possibly developing feelings over time, it seemed not entirely impossible. Damn, instructor Dong Qingxue becoming my wife. How will I ever be able to look her in the eye? No, I need to find someone to vent this frustration. Stay calm. I remember the Valkyries should be over there. The next day, the long-awaited Dawn of Enlightenment General Star Awards ceremony finally arrived. The square was filled with people as Lu Xing walked straight towards the center to receive his championship medal. Commander Yu Fei personally adorned Lu Xing with the General Star Medal, which was made of the same material as the Grandmaster's, and it was dazzling. Yu Fei expressed his hope that one day he could award him with a real Grandmaster badge. Thank you, Commander Yu. I believe that day will come soon. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Yu Fei laughed heartily, having heard such remarks many times over the years, but only this year did it feel genuinely true. Such a statement from Lu Xing did not come off as arrogant, but rather as stating something obvious. It's the first time in many years that I've seen the commander treat a contestant with such an attitude. Subsequently, the top 10 contestants also received their level 5 exotic beast blood, followed by Yu Fei, Lu Xing, and the 3 geniuses heading to the beast blood pool. Here we go. This is the beast blood pool. This year's Dawn of Enlightenment General Star Award is unprecedented. Hearing this, Zhao Lai, with sad eyes, shed 2 tons of tears. Being fifth, he only received 1 tube of beast blood and lost 3 tubes due to the bet. After entering the private room, Yu Fei instructed them to begin immediately. After a brief 2-minute walk, they arrived at a small square. Yu Fei then said, "You 3, quickly take off your clothes and get ready to enter the cultivation chambers." What? So the so-called beast blood pool is actually this cultivation chamber? Stepping inside to see, is this the beast blood pool? So, it's really spacious inside. This is too cool. As long as your body can break through its limits and absorb it, you can refill endlessly. As they soaked in the beast blood, Kong Qing distinctly felt her body start to buzz with an unusual agitation. Yu Fei then called Lu Xing to go to the beast marrow pool, which was right next to the beast blood pool. Ahead was a huge spinal cord, underneath which was a well-like small pool. Is this the beast marrow? Why is it only half full? Hearing this, his wife couldn't help but retort, only half? Do you know how much just this amount of beast marrow costs? Hundreds of billions, and that's just the cost. If it were sold, it would go for 10 times that. Wow, Lu Xing said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. I see. Can I get a refill if I absorb it all? His wife scoffed. You better try to absorb it all first. In all these years, I've never seen anyone who could absorb half of it in one go. The next moment, Lu Xing stripped down to just his underwear, revealing a physique pleasing to the eye, causing Dong Qingxue to blush slightly. Not bad. Looks like you've been working hard on your training. As he soaked in the beast marrow, Lu Xing's body entered an unconscious state. The next moment, it was as if he had entered the body of an exotic beast, with the terrifying figure of the beast rampaging inside him as if it could devour this tiny human at any moment. The domineering power surged into every inch of his skin as if it were alive. This is so uncomfortable. No wonder they say no one can absorb it all. This stuff really puts a huge strain on the body. Well then, bring it on. Let me see where the limits of my body are. The next moment, Lu Xing's eyes emitted lasers. Even if this is the power of an exotic beast, it will be mine to control. Submit to me. Then, Lu Xing's consciousness traveled to the life of the exotic beast. Is this beast marrow from a flood dragon? Jia Haoren was the first to open his eyes. Phew, it seems this is the limit of my body. Hearing this, the long-haired instructor praised, as expected of a mind weaver, good absorption. You've nearly drained this batch of beast blood. This level 5 beast blood is really something. Feels like my body has strengthened by a whole dimension. Just as Jia Haoren was feeling proud, the instructor said, "You're the first one out, but don't be discouraged. Your strength is in your psychic powers. Your martial arts talent is naturally a bit weaker, and you're not on the same path as them." Ah, that must be meant as consolation, right? right? The next moment, after absorbing an entire batch, Kong Qing also came out. After absorbing the beast blood, I feel like I could break through to level 4 at any moment, and my thunder talent has improved as well. After waiting another 20 minutes, the muscular Xingji also emerged. This beast blood truly is a treasure. Just a bit more and I can break through to level 5 directly. The mustached instructor laughed heartily. Haha, you really are a true genius, breaking from level 4 to level 5 in just 1 year. Back in my day, it took me 10 years to make that breakthrough. Truly the new waves pushing the old ones ahead. The next moment, Jia Haoran asked in confusion, Xingji, you've broken through before even finishing one batch? Seeing his student so clueless, the long-haired instructor nonchalantly said he had already finished the first batch. This is his second batch. Hearing this, Jia Haoran was shocked, meaning this guy absorbed 2/3 more beast blood than us in roughly the same amount of time. Among the three of them, Xingji was already ahead, and now the gap is only widening. Pikachu also sighed. Strength is not on the same level. There are also gaps among geniuses. Perhaps before, Xingji would have been smug hearing such praise, but ever since meeting Lu Sheng, that arrogance has not appeared. His own talents are like a little brother in front of him. As soon as the words fell, Xingji's mouth dropped open, looking at the neighboring beast marrow pool. How is this possible? What's going on with Lu Sheng's absorption rate? And what's up with this progress bar? How did it finish so quickly? 2 minutes after Lu Sheng entered the beast marrow pool, Yufei asked if everything was going smoothly. Dong Qingxue indicated okay. Everything was very smooth, only that Lu Sheng's absorption was a bit fast. He has already absorbed a quarter. Yufei said in a deep voice. Although he performs well among his peers, he's still a kid. Pour all the beast marrow liquid from the reserve tank into it, aiming for the best effect. At this moment, a minion exclaimed in surprise, Chief Commander, the beast marrow liquid from the reserve tank was already used up. This tank is the last one. What? I only absorbed half of a tank when I broke through to Grandmaster. Hurry up and check the reserves. I want to see just how big this little guy's appetite is, and how much of a surprise he can bring me. As the beast marrow liquid was transferred, the reserves in the storage tanks were also completely poured in. At this moment, Lu Sheng's body radiated bursts of golden light, while inside his consciousness space, he continuously practiced the stellar body refinement technique. Simultaneously, as the golden light shimmered around Lu Sheng, the beast marrow liquid was being absorbed at a rapid rate. However, the minion continued to pour more in, but the next moment, the liquid in the tank instantly disappeared. The minion was stunned. It just disappeared as soon as I poured it in, like some kind of magic trick. He then asked the chief commander whether to continue pouring. Keep pouring, pour it fiercely. I want to see if our vast military can be bankrupted by him. Following Yufei's orders, the last reserves from tanks 98 and 99 were all deployed. Yet, as Lu Sheng soaked in the massive amount of beast marrow liquid, his body emitted lasers, and his immortal golden body was finally about to complete its first phase. 2 beams of laser then burst forth from Lu Sheng's eyes. Just level 4 beast marrow liquid having such an effect. What about levels 5, 6, 7, or 8? It was unimaginable. After continuously pouring for 3 hours, the exhausted minion asked, Chief Commander, do we continue? Watching the scene unfold, Yufei sat down in shock. Damn, decades of military storage gone just like that. There's still some military grade reserve in tank 100. Keep adding that. Damn it, if he doesn't join our eastern military district after this, I swear I'll throw him into the sea to feed the dogs. As the flood of beast marrow liquid continued, Lu Sheng felt as if countless volcanoes suddenly erupted within him. His vital energy and blood now burned hot like magma, and his bones had turned golden, resembling the body of an invincible war god. This is internal energy, signifying that I've officially stepped beyond level 3 and entered the powerful level 4 martial artist tier. I didn't expect this marrow cleansing to not only grant me internal energy, but also to complete the first phase of the immortal golden body. The completion of the immortal golden body signifies a significant breakthrough in my physical condition. It looks like now, even a strike from that female grandmaster would be easy for me to withstand. Following the transfer of beast marrow liquid, the reserves in the storage tanks were also completely depleted. This guy has absorbed all the level 4 beast marrow combat liquid. The entire military district's level 4 reserves aren't enough for him alone. Is his body a bottomless pit? Although Yufei was bleeding internally at the moment, he was also somewhat excited and expectant. Dong Qingxue watched her future husband with a blush. Inside the beast marrow chamber, as the golden light gradually faded, Lu Sheng slowly got up. His physique at this moment was incredibly dazzling, like a golden Buddha. Lu Sheng felt as though he had grown taller, his clothes now feeling a bit small. What a terrifying genius. I can feel that he has become so strong that it's beyond my imagination. Is he even human anymore? We seem like nothing compared to him. Dong Qingxue, feeling the atmosphere in front of her, said helplessly, Lu Sheng, I didn't expect that in just 2 months. You'd jump ahead of me. Lu Sheng, take this. The next moment, Yufei suddenly leaped up, his palm gathering immense energy aimed at Lu Sheng. Dong Qingxue was startled by such a powerful strike, wondering if the chief commander was playing too rough. However, Lu Sheng just smiled slightly, his fist bursting with fire, as 10 suns in the sky re-emerged. Good lad, you You have some of the flair of that person from back in the day. Then, a blue and a red energy collided in the middle, the immense energy fluctuation causing the entire military district to tremble. The three geniuses were stunned. Was this a Grandmaster level confrontation? Just watching required all their effort. After the energies collided, both individuals were forced back 10 meters. Chief Commander, you're too strong. I've only just broken through to level 4. I can't hold it. Ha ha ha. Level 4? With the physique of golden bones and jade muscles, Grandmaster-like, your combat power is over 500,000, but I really just broke through to level 4. Damn it. Still arguing? I don't care whether you're level 4 or not. You've consumed 150 billion worth of beast marrow liquid. It would be light to throw you into the sea to feed the dogs. Chief Commander, are you not able to take a joke? Yu Fei was also surprised. Although he held back a bit, his direct hit just now was at least 1 million in combat power, yet it was all blocked by him, and he even seemed to have strength to spare. The three geniuses were shocked. We were assessed with such a freak. Never heard of any Dawn of Enlightenment general's star being this monstrous. We knew we couldn't compete with him, but we didn't expect such a huge gap. Over 500,000 in combat power, just a level 4 martial artist with the peak strength of level 6. And what about at levels 5 or 6? Would his combat power not exceed 1 million? Not a Grandmaster, but as good as one. Moreover, he's already shown his Grandmaster's will. His path to Grandmaster has been forged. We can't even follow in his footsteps in this lifetime, not even catch his exhaust. Lu Sheng is already ahead of us, and he's only 18 this year, hasn't even taken the college entrance exam yet. Wait, the college entrance exam? Instructor Qin was stunned. They had almost forgotten that Lu Sheng was still a high school student. Dong Qingxue said calmly, no doubt, Lu Sheng will be the one to rise this time, though the investment this time was large. Later on the battlefield, kill a few more exotic beasts to make the military district's cultivation of you worthwhile. Naturally, going into battle and killing enemies is every martial artist's duty. Besides, having used more resources, I should indeed contribute more strength. Yu Fei's gaze gradually became serene and gentle, unyielding. You do have a bit of a marshal's aura. With that, he laughed heartily and left. The next time I see you, you'll probably be a Grandmaster already. I'm looking forward to that day. At that moment, Dong Qingxue approached Lu Sheng to discuss his plans for the college entrance exam. Regarding the college entrance exam and university, Lu Sheng would like to ask for some advice from the instructor, who has been through it all. With your current strength, any martial university within Dragon Kingdom would be at your disposal. In the Eastern District, the best university is Eastern Peace Martial University. Plus, you're from Eastern Peace Province, you would receive great benefits there. Eastern Peace Martial University, that's Dong Qingxue's alma mater, isn't it? Dong Qingxue continued, a month ago, I definitely would have suggested you choose Eastern Peace Martial University, but now I recommend you go directly to the capital, because the capital houses 7 holy martial universities. It is the birthplace of Dragon Kingdom's martial arts, where all the top talents of the entire country converge. That is truly a place where dragons crouch and tigers crouch. If you can break the record of the Holy Martial Tower, you could gain the favor of a martial sage and become a disciple of a martial sage, and you might very well break through to the level of a great Grandmaster. Martial sage? This is the first time Lu Sheng has heard someone mention it in this world. That's right, martial sages are indeed the pinnacle of this world. They possess unimaginable martial power, have absolute authority, and even stand above the military and national powers. Currently, Dragon Kingdom has only 3: Extreme Path Martial Sage, Zhao Ji, Bright Jade Martial Sage, Tan Zhongyu, and Dark Star Martial Sage, Lin Jingyu. So in this world, a level 9 martial artist is the pinnacle. Therefore, Lu Sheng, I can't make the decision for you, because I can feel that your future will go much farther than anyone else, possibly even surpassing the martial sages. Damn, with things put this way, do I even have a choice? It's clearly pointing me towards the capital. With the 3 level 11 supreme techniques I possess, my future path will surely surpass that of a martial sage. This Dong Qingxue, Lu Sheng is only level 4, and she's already praising him, but perhaps I'm the one with limited vision. Lu Sheng's talent is indeed the best I've seen, and he might truly reach that realm in the future. Now, the highest rank in the entire Dragon Kingdom military, the Grand Marshal, is only at the level of a great Grandmaster, and there has never been a level 9 martial sage. Lu Sheng puzzled, just 1 level difference, can't the entire military's effort achieve a breakthrough? Instructor Qin came over and said, it's not that simple. Just to create a level 8 Grandmaster, we've already exhausted all the top resources of the military, and the gap between level 8 and level 9 is insurmountable. We don't even know how much more resources would be needed. Having a level 9 martial sage is our long-held wish, as well as that of the entire military. Normally, as an instructor from the Eastern Military District, I should advise you to stay in the East, as it's highly likely you would join the military in the future. However, our long-held wishes shouldn't become your shackles. Your path should be decided by yourself. Listening to Dong Qingxue's concerned words, Lu Sheng remembered their wedding photo. Taking a deep breath, thank you, Instructor Dong Qingxue. I will definitely not let down your expectations. Just like I promised Commander Yu, protecting our homeland is the duty of us martial artists, and I will never forget the support and care the Eastern Military District has given me. Listening to each statement, Dong Qingxue felt as if she had picked up the script for a female lead, her face unconsciously flushing again. Watching this scene, Instructor Qin was baffled. What's going on with these two? The atmosphere feels a bit off. Yo, could this be the old cow eating young grass? Just now, after Dong Qingxue's explanation, Lu Xing decided to first go to the Eastern Peace City Mindweaver Association to pass the assessment, as this could indeed add points to his college entrance exam. Moreover, passing the assessment would grant him access to the StarNet. Okay, Instructor Dong Qingxue, I really appreciate your concern, always helping me at crucial moments. I'm off to the assessment now. Dong Qingxue was stunned by the sudden gratitude. Watching Lu Xing's departing figure, she felt an unusual emotion stirring within her. At that moment, Instructor Qin came up and said, Dong Qingxue, let me gossip a bit. I've known you for many years, and I've never seen you show such an expression towards any man. Could it be that you have feelings for Lu Xing? Before he could finish, Dong Qingxue had already moved to the doorway, suppressing her emotions. She herself noticed that she had been getting unusually excited when talking to Lu Xing lately. Could it be that she really had feelings for this young kid? The next morning, a helicopter flew over Eastern Peace City. Lu Xing, are you sure you want to get off here? Yes, right here is fine. Okay, I'll lower the aircraft a bit more and then deploy the rope ladder. But Lu Xing confidently replied with 3 words, no need. Goodbye, Instructor Dong Qingxue. Damn, Instructor Qin shouted. This kid isn't wearing a parachute, and we're at least a few hundred meters above the ground. He's got a death wish. Don't worry, he won't die. He has even greater strength than me. Instructor Qin laughed. Haha, what a madman. Just as he was about to hit the ground, with only 10 meters to go, Lu Xing was enveloped in a golden light. Hey, Daddy, look, is that Superman in the sky? No, that's a martial artist. A very strong martial artist, at least level 6, possibly even a martial arts grandmaster. At this moment, Lu Xing's skin, muscles, bones, and even his internal organs had undergone tremendous transformation, stronger than even a level 5 or 6 defensive martial artist. A drop of water falling from a great height would shatter. But what about a piece of iron? It would just damage the ground. That over there is Eastern Peace City. I need to hurry over. The energy generated after reaching level 4 is spreading throughout my body, and even now the internal energy continues to regenerate. It might take a month to fully develop, but strangely, my internal energy is golden, unlike the colorless form typical for martial artists. Just as Commander Yu once said, golden bones and jade muscles, the appearance of a grandmaster. It just shows how powerful the immortal golden body is, and besides, every move I make is dazzlingly golden, definitely maxing out the swagger. Lu Xing, like a ghost, flew towards the city ahead, covering 5 kilometers in just 150 seconds. What? He's the one who just landed. So young, it's impossible. He must have used some high-tech equipment to land safely. The scene shifts, and Lu Xing, accompanied by a young man, has arrived at the Mindweaver Association. At the moment, at the front of the test, there is a bald, middle-aged fat man struggling to control a purple sphere in front of him. However, just seconds before completion, the purple sphere wobbles and hits the crystal next to it, causing it to fall, and the fat man is in agony. Indeed, the 59-year-old fat man is undergoing his 6th assessment. The examiner suggests that the uncle no longer come back, as it is difficult to make any breakthroughs at this age. And Shuefei, this is your 3rd time, right? Cut, that's not the same. I was a level 1 Mindweaver at 20. It's normal to fail a few times at level 2 when I'm only 25 now. He's over 50. Can it be the same? Alright, no one's as good at talking as you. The next moment, the young man introduces Lu Xing to the examiner. This young man comes recommended by Dong Qingxue from the Eastern Military District. Hearing this, Shuefei is quite shocked. Such a young kid. Could he possibly be a Mindweaver too? Shuefei, coming along, seeing that I am a handsome guy, starts chatting with me. Hello, little brother. I didn't expect you to be a Mindweaver at such a young age. Is this your first time? If you don't understand something, your sister can teach you. Lu Xing smiles in response. It is indeed my first time. Was that iron sphere just now part of the assessment? Yes, there are 3 parts. First, we test the strength and purity of mental power with an instrument. Then comes the practical test. You need to control a specified number of iron spheres, pass them through a set number of glass walls without touching them within a given time. That glass is very fragile. Just a slight touch from the iron spheres will shatter it. The person before was doing a level 1 test, so he just needed to pass through 1 layer. I'm at level 2, so I need to pass through 5 layers. God bless. I hope I can pass smoothly this time. I really don't want to come for the 4th time. The next second, Shuefei steps up to the front of the test, placing her hands above, and then the examiner speaks. Mental power strength 11.33, mental power purity 1.02, qualified. Shuefei stands tall and breathes out. Now for the control operation. Same old rules. 15 iron beads. Control them to pass through 5 layers of glass within 20 seconds. The next moment, Shuefei's body emits a purple glow, and 15 purple iron beads slowly appear. So that's how it is. Controlling 15 iron-grade weapons at the same time is indeed a significant burden for a level 2 Mindweaver. power. At the same time, one must keep their mental power as restrained as possible, or even a slight fluctuation from the iron weapons will shatter the glass. Under Xuefei's meticulous control, the iron spheres approached the glass. At that moment, sweat dripped from Xuefei's cheeks as the spheres lined up and passed through the tiny holes. Good. Successfully passed the first layer. Let's keep up the momentum and clear them all. Then she successfully passed the second layer, adjusted her position slightly, and the third layer was cleared as well, soon approaching the fourth layer. I can do this. Today I will break through to level 2 Mindweaver. Ding, the instructor announced. Time's up. Assessment failed. Got too excited for nothing. No worries, that was just a warm-up. I still have a chance. Xuefei controlled the falling iron beads again, just as before, but this time with even greater agility. Good, the first layer is cleared. Nicely done. Keep up this speed. She then passed the second, third, and fourth layers. 6.28 seconds left. There's still a chance. Just as the iron spheres slowly passed through the last layer, a trace of mental power slowly leaked out. The next moment, with a crash, the spheres lost control and shattered the glass. Xuefei collapsed to the ground in tears. Indeed, she had failed again. The green-haired instructor asked, "You still have one chance today. Do you want to continue?" "No, I'm too far off. It's very hard for me to pass in the short term." The next moment, Lu Xing spoke arrogantly. "You can pass. You definitely have the ability. It's just the method that's wrong. Use your brain more. Don't just focus on what's in front of you. Look further ahead." What? Xuefei was somewhat baffled by his words. "Your current approach is to adjust the position of each ball in front of the glass, then pass through the glass, and adjust for the next glass hole. Although this method isn't wrong, it takes too much time and demands a lot from your mental power. This test not only assesses control, but also the Mindweaver's ability to project and plan. From the beginning, you should determine which holes the iron spheres need to pass through. Then think of each hole as a point, and connect these points into a complete route. What you need to do is control the 15 beads to complete 15 different routes." Xuefei stared blankly at Lu Xing, as if that made sense. Hearing this, the instructor scoffed. "Smart kid, but your method isn't easy to implement. Not many can determine 15 routes in such a short time, let alone calculate the distances between each hole and the speed rates. You're wrong. Such calculations might be immense for ordinary people, but for a Mindweaver, it's not a big problem." Then, a massive hand slowly rose in front of Xuefei. Following that, thousands of iron spheres hovered in the air in the auditorium, leaving the instructor shocked. How is this possible? He's controlling all the iron spheres. A teal glow shone all over Lu Xing's body. "Watch closely. I'll only demonstrate once." Then, thousands of iron spheres converged in the air, one after another, like a pearl necklace, and simultaneously passed through all the glass walls. After such a grand display, which only took 10 seconds, Xuefei, though she understood what Lu Xing said, still couldn't comprehend why such an effect was possible. At this moment, Lu Xing was like a magician. Although she could see every movement he made, she couldn't understand why it was so magical. Controlling such a vast number of iron beads, and also passing through hundreds of layers of glass walls and tens of thousands of different holes, what kind of immense calculations were involved? The instructors were stunned for a moment before coming to their senses, rushing to get Chairman Jiang to come over as a significant event was unfolding. Meanwhile, the chairman was idly playing cards. "Even with level 4 mental power, I can't become a gambling god." The next moment, the office door was flung open. "Chairman, it's urgent. You need to look at the computer data." What could be so urgent? Then, the young man relayed what had just happened to the chairman, who could hardly believe it, given its rather exaggerated nature. "Chairman, don't be skeptical. Quickly check the computer. He should be about to undergo the mental power test now." As soon as Lu Xing placed his hand on the crystal, it started emitting a blinding golden light. "What's going on? What's with this golden light?" The next moment, the mental panel displayed mental strength at 435, mental purity at 126. Both were astounded, as they had never seen such high numbers before. Xuefei remarked, "Is the machine broken? These numbers are terrifying. The association standard for Mindweaver purity is 1.0. Even at level 4 it's only 10. Our chairman is only a level 4 mentalist, but this young man, who looks like a high school student, his purity is 12 times that of a typical level 4 Mindweaver. What does this mean?" The next moment, the chairman rushed out, sweating profusely, and his first action was to ask Green Hair, "Is the testing equipment damaged?" "Everything is normal. We just tested 2 people with it. Don't believe me? Try it yourself." Hearing this, Lu Xing asked, "Is there a problem with my numbers?" The chairman hurriedly explained, "Mr. Lu, don't get me wrong. It's just that your results are so astonishing, it's hard to believe. May I ask if you are the descendant of some level 7 or 8 Mindweaver? You must be Chairman Jiang, right? I'm just a commoner's child, not from any prominent background. Let's proceed with the next test." "What? Mr. Lu, with your strength, do you even need to take the last part of the assessment?" "Of course. It's just a small test, easily done." As Green Hair started the timer, tens of thousands of iron spheres once again hovered in the air, but this time with even more flair, as countless iron spheres converged in the air to form a giant dragon. Having had one experience already, Lu Xing's coordination was now more than twice as fast as before. In a blink blink, the iron spheres, like living creatures, neatly aligned themselves to pass through the rows of small holes. Despite their number, not a single one touched the glass. Lu Xing took a deep breath. This time it was a bit more practiced. Should be under 5 seconds, right? No, the final time was just 4 seconds. At this moment, Shuefei looked as if she had eaten something disgusting. The second operation was only smoother because of familiarity, and it looks like he's still not at his limit. Witnessing this scene, the chairman felt as if he had been bombarded by 100 royal flushes. This is nearly grandmaster-level mental control. It really is true that the new waves push the old waves, and the old waves die on the shore. What a monster! The chairman declared he would personally award Lu Xing his certificate and badge, though the highest level the association could award was level 4 Mindweaver, and higher levels would require Lu Xing to go to the capital for certification. Chairman, you don't have to be so nervous. I'm just a high school student preparing for the college entrance exams. Shuefei curiously asked Lu Xing, how old are you? Me? 18. What did you think? 80? Did you think I'm one of those creatures that look like a child but have lived for tens of thousands of years? The college entrance exams are in 2 months. If not for the Mindweaver certification boosting my score, I wouldn't have bothered coming all the way to Cool City for the assessment. At this moment, Shuefei's cheeks were flushed, as such an outstanding young talent couldn't just be left for someone else. The next moment, Shuefei asked, I still have one more chance to assess. Should I try again? Of course, let's give it another shot. Lu Xing then began to teach her hands-on. You see, first feel the beads with your hands. But now, with Shuefei's heart pounding wildly, how could she focus on controlling the iron spheres? Through Lu Xing's mouth-to-mouth teaching, Shuefei successfully passed the second-level mind. To celebrate the birth of the second level for Mindweaver in Eastern Peace Province, the chairman invited the two of them to have dinner together tonight. However, Lu Xing originally planned to leave immediately, but he couldn't resist their pleading and cuteness, so he had no choice but to postpone his plans. So, the wealthy Shuefei became Lu Xing's personal driver. It's only the afternoon, and after saying goodbye to the chairman, they could still return to the association's hotel to rest for 2 hours. As Shuefei drove at 200 kilometers per hour, she sneakily glanced at Lu Xing through the rearview mirror. Just looking at him, Lu Xing seems like a normal pretty boy. Who would have thought that he's a level 4 Mindweaver genius respected even by the Eastern Peace chairman? Young, handsome, talented, and so formidable, unlike those arrogant second-generation elites who are just like crap compared to him. While contemplating, Shuefei noticed that Lu Xing had been staring at her the whole time. Embarrassed, Shuefei unconsciously pushed the speed to 300 kilometers per hour. No, how could he like me? I've only known Lu Xing for 2 hours, but typical adolescent boys all like mature and stable older sisters. Plus I'm not bad looking, have a good figure, and exactly the mature style that matches well with a young puppy. Then she pressed the accelerator again. That's right, Shuefei, you have to seize the opportunity. The 5-kilometer journey took just 2 minutes, with awkward fantasies occupying her mind all the way. Just as Shuefei was about to say something, Lu Xing interrupted her. You better run faster. You just sped and ran through 5 red lights. There are 2 police cars chasing us now. Before he could respond, Shuefei quickly drove off. Back at the hotel, a piece of news caught Lu Xing's eye. Ling Su really made a splash. Effective today, Hall of Benevolence has officially been renamed to Lingxing Pharmaceuticals Limited and launched a new medicine, Spirit Muscle Fortifying Blood Soup, which will be a game-changing drug, redefining the existence of supplements and advancing the world's martial arts. What? They changed the name and launched a new drug without even notifying me. After all, I'm the major shareholder with a 90% stake. But the next moment, he was startled by Ling Su's 999 missed calls. What's wrong with this crappy phone that I couldn't hear it ringing? But since I'm returning tomorrow, I might as well delve into a dream first to see how big this business can grow. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Su had turned the company into a billion-dollar listed entity and a pharmaceutical giant just by relying on this one type of liquid medicine. But the next 2 lines of text stunned Lu Xing, as Ling Su was listed as his spouse. This scene scared Lu Xing so much that he immediately asked AI to pull up his personal information. Indeed, it had changed again. Am I really that fickle? Wives have increased. Now I suddenly have both Dong Qingxue and Ling Su as my wives. Is this making me a future philanderer? The next moment, Lu Xing urged himself to stay calm. After all, this illusory future can change at any moment. It might even change in a few days. Then, Lu Xing wanted to look up Spirit Muscle Fortifying Blood Soup but was denied by AI due to insufficient permissions to access recipes above level 5. Just as Lu Xing thought, since he's now made Spirit Muscle Fortifying Blood Soup public, after 10,000 years of development, it turned a second-rate supplement into a level 5 rare medicine. In that case, if I continue to reveal things now, human civilization could develop this item for an additional 10,000 years. Saying this, Lu Xing quickly had AI pull up world history. Sure enough, history had changed. The destruction had been delayed by more than 10 years. A batch of Spirit Muscle Fortifying Blood Soup, after 10,000 years of development, managed to buy humanity over 10 years. What if I had 3 level 11 supreme techniques? Could it change the fate of of human destruction, but I think it's better not to disclose these techniques just yet. Not to mention whether revealing them now could actually save the future. But one thing is for certain, once disclosed, they would inevitably cause a massive uproar worldwide. The existing order would be disrupted, society would be thrown into chaos, and my family and I would become the center of all storms. Who knows what that would entail? Moreover, if such actions still couldn't save humanity's future, then this 10,000-year-old seed of hope would be completely extinguished, leaving humans utterly hopeless. Therefore, the best approach is to wait until I have sufficient strength to fully control the situation before gradually releasing these techniques. Right now, the weak human race needs a proper guide, and that guide can only be me, Lu Sheng. At dinner, Lu Sheng changed into one of his few new outfits and headed to the destination. I have to go home tomorrow. I need to let He Ling Su prepare the remaining ingredients. It was only under tens of thousands of reply messages that he finally surfaced. What a dog boss. A long greeting prepared for Lu Sheng, always just knowing how to eat. After 10,000 years finally replies to messages, completely unaware of how hard I work for this company. But what can I do? He's the big boss, the sorrow of a wage worker. And just downstairs, Xue Fei was already waiting for him, dressed especially mature and sexy today. Mr. Lu, I've come to pick you up. The banquet is ready. Xue Fei, just call me Lu Sheng. Mr. Lu sounds really awkward. 2 minutes later, the two arrived at the restaurant, where the hall was decorated with banners welcoming another level 4 Mindweaver to Cool City. This is not quite what Lu Sheng expected. I thought it was just going to be a simple dinner, but they've made such a big fuss. How is it, handsome Lu? Are you shy because there are too many people? Don't look at old John's short and ugly appearance. In Cool City, he is one of the top figures. Almost half of the city's notable people are here tonight, and that's after old Jiang heavily restricted the guest list. Alright then, since I'm going back tomorrow, let them make a fuss as long as it doesn't affect my dinner. A lady nearby exclaimed in surprise. Really? Jiang Chairman, you're exaggerating too much. It's true. Every generation produces talented individuals. I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. The entire venue was abuzz with discussion, and even Pink Hair, who hadn't appeared in a long time, was present. We're lucky. If it wasn't for you, we really couldn't have gotten in here, especially since this banquet is hosted by old Jiang, the president of the Cool City Mindweaver Association, a status not just any martial artist can compare to. What? A Mindweaver? I remember Lu Sheng was also coming here to test. Can you check if there's someone named Lu Sheng in the association? Speaking of Lu Sheng, elder sister Sin became irritated. I heard from Green Hair that you fell for a high school student during your trip. Do you also like them young? Plus, you've been staying in Cool City and not attending school. Don't tell me it's because you're waiting for him. Even though he's good looking and comes from a somewhat influential family and has connections to the Eastern Military District, I wouldn't mind if you dated some poor guy from university. We know it would eventually end anyway, but you had to fall for an underage high school student. Elder sister Sin, Lu Sheng is not just any high school student. Pink Hair had indeed been waiting, convinced that Lu Sheng would come to Cool City, but all the messages sent were unread. Doesn't he care about me at all? Dan, why are you daydreaming again? Let me tell you, I heard that tonight's banquet is to celebrate the emergence of a new level 4 Mindweaver in Cool City, which is the same level as old Jiang, a figure of such stature that the 3 provinces under Eastern peace would tremble. Imagine if such a big shot took notice of us. Wouldn't our families and ourselves skyrocket? Hearing this, Pink Hair asked, is that level 4 Mindweaver very young? I don't know, but old Jiang only reached level 4 at his age. I suppose they won't be very young, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many women in their 40s here tonight. But then again, although Lu Sheng is strong, he couldn't possibly have reached level 4 at his age. Seeing Pink Hair daydreaming again, elder sister Sin scolded, why are you still thinking about that high schooler? Forget about him. Cherish tonight's opportunity. Apart from you and me, others in our circle aren't even qualified to be here. Just now, as Pink Hair saw Lu Sheng in the crowd, her spirits lifted. Recognizing him, she shouted his name and rushed over. But just as she approached, she froze because Lu Sheng had the glamorous Xue Fei hanging on his neck, making them look like a perfect couple, which seemed to single Pink Hair out. Who is this woman? Could it be because of her that Lu Sheng hasn't been replying to my messages? But she couldn't just give up, quickly calling out, hey, Lu Sheng, long time no see. Lu Sheng responded, though they hadn't seen each other in just 2 months. Pink Hair felt like Lu Sheng had changed. He seemed so much more unfathomable, and the distance between them felt as vast as ever. Then Lu Sheng introduced the two to each other. Halfway through the conversation, elder sister Sin came over with a smile. Dan, who is this? You have a friend and didn't introduce us. Elder sister Sin, this is Lu Sheng I mentioned before. Elder sister Sin stared intently at Lu Sheng with her big eyes. So this is Lu Sheng. No wonder he could captivate Dan so completely. And isn't this Xue Fei from the Xue family? They seem so close. Thinking this through, elder sister Sin instantly understood. The truth was that Lu Sheng was just a pretty boy dependent on a woman. Since you are so shameless, I might as well accommodate you. So, you are Mr. Lu. I've heard of you before, and it's a destiny that we meet here. I just wonder, where are you from? Sensing the tone, Lu Sheng replied instantly, from White River City. Next, you want to ask about my parents and how I got here? As you might think, I'm just an ordinary high school student from an average family, accidentally ended up at this banquet. Let's stop this cliché scene. Lu Xing waved and left. I really hate these kinds of events. Although I've grown accustomed to being looked down upon since I was young, this family is the most precious thing to me in this world. No matter what kind of harm or humiliation my family faces, I will never allow it. Xue Fei was startled by Lu Xing's intense reaction, having never seen him take something so seriously, not even during his level 4 assessment. She glared at the two women, guessing that they were the cause of the problem. As Xue Fei followed Lu Xing, Pink Hair tried to follow but was stopped by elder sister Sin. Forget it, Dan. He's not worth your affection. What's so good about him? Just a pretty boy hanging onto women's coattails. I didn't even say anything serious, and he reacted so strongly. What does that tell you? It shows his arrogance and deep-seated insecurity. I've seen too many like him. He's not suitable for you. You noticed the woman with him, right? That's Xue Fei from the Xue family, well known in Cool City's second-generation circles as one of the top figures. You see how close they are. If he wasn't hooking up with Xue Fei, how could he have had the chance to come to this banquet? So wake up, Dan. See his true colors for what they are. He's just a man dependent on a woman. Hearing this, Pink Hair pushed elder sister Sin away, shouting, "Stop deceiving me. How could Lu Xing possibly be?" I know it's harsh, but it's a reality everyone must face. I've said my piece. The rest is up to you. Pink Hair frowned. No, it can't be. Watching Lu Xing's retreating figure, her eyes widened in realization. No, he's the one who shines brightly, my hero who saved me. Then, slapping her cheeks to snap out of it. I must be crazy to think for a moment that Lu Xing was just a pretty face. Elder sister Sin, stop lying to me, because Lu Xing, he is definitely not the person you describe. Elder sister Sin became agitated, unable to comprehend why Dandan was so protective of that freeloader. Just then, the association president emerged, and the sycophants quickly flocked to him. Forget about that guy, Dandan. The president is coming out now. He's probably going to introduce that 4-level Mindweaver bigshot soon. At this moment, the president slowly approached Lu Xing, and elder sister Sin's jaw dropped in shock. Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you disliked such crowded occasions. It's okay, President Jiang. You have a lot of responsibilities. I'm just glad I could help a little. Seeing that Lu Xing wasn't upset, the president relaxed. Then he shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, let me say a few words. This young man here is our new 4-level Mindweaver genius from Eastern Peace Province, Mr. Lu Xing. Mr. Lu Xing is only 18 years old this year." The whole room was stunned. What? Oh my, he's the 4-level big shot, and he's only 18, hasn't even taken the college entrance exams yet. Truly a dragon among men. I should have brought my daughter here. Feels like I lost $1 billion. At this moment, elder sister Sin sat down hard, her face a picture of disbelief. See that, elder sister Sin? He's like the sun among stars. That's him. That's Lu Xing. Just then, elder sister Sin, who had lost her senses, frantically called for Pink Hair's help, as she couldn't afford to offend such a high-level Mindweaver. Pink Hair could only helplessly shake her head. People handed business cards to Lu Xing, who ignored them all. He really didn't care about these things. Even I am just deluding myself. He's too far beyond our reach. This relationship was over before it even started. After the meeting, Lu Xing immediately caught a rideshare. He really didn't like such elite circles. If it weren't for giving face to old Jiang, he would have left earlier. Being home with family and combining that with martial arts was the life he wanted. Because of the National Day traffic jam, he didn't get home until the next morning. Lu Xing's mom had prepared a feast knowing he was coming. "Little Xing, must be starving? Come eat." "Man, bro, haven't seen you in months. How did you grow so tall?" "What? It's clearly you who got shorter. Let's test your strength after eating. Remember what I told you before. If you haven't improved, my rewards aren't that easy to earn." After saying that, Lu Xing's mom quickly called them to start eating. Then Lu Xing's dad asked about the medicine Lu Xing had sent back. "I mix it with water every day. Feels like I've returned to my 20s. Aren't those medicines expensive? You must eat well outside. You're still growing." Lu Xing said they weren't expensive. They were given by a friend who owned a pharmacy, specially formulated for middle-aged people. Lu Xing's mom then asked if he would stop traveling since the university entrance exams were approaching. "I'll be home until the exams are over." Then Lu Xing mentioned he'd take his parents to see a house after lunch. "This house is too small." "What? A house? Kid, are you sure? We don't have that kind of money right now." The scene shifts dramatically. "Wow, this is way too luxurious. Mom and Dad, this is the new house I had a friend purchase. Do you like it?" "Little Xing, it's really nice, but this house looks very expensive. I don't think we can afford it." Lu Xing then explains that he had earned quite a lot from various competition prizes over the past few months, amounting to about 20 million. Hearing this, his mother nearly faints. They had never seen so much money in their lives. "My goodness, you earned tens of millions in just a couple of months? Silly girl, what do you think your brother would do? Rob a bank?" It's a good thing he didn't mention that Lin Xing Pharma is entirely his. It might give his parents a heart attack. "Your little Xing has truly brought honor to our ancestors. Come on, Qinghe, there's a training ground right here in the backyard. Let me properly see your strength." "Brother, are you really supposed to treat your sister like this?" Qinghe is about to officially become a martial artist, but this would be her first real combat experience. "Alright, no more posing, just attack." Qinghe jumps forward forward swiftly and seemingly without a trace. Her forceful kick seems like a turtle's pace in Lu Xing's eyes, and he effortlessly catches her. I'm about to teach you some techniques I've developed myself. They're very practical. Hearing there were secret martial arts involved, Qinghe's eyes immediately sparkle with excitement. Follow exactly what I teach next, but make sure you don't share it with anyone else. Okay, brother, no problem. Everyone's curious and puzzled about how brother suddenly rose to prominence in just a few months. If I hadn't seen with my own eyes how he went from an ordinary high school student to his current dazzling status in just a few months, I wouldn't believe it. Everyone thinks he suddenly became smart, but I always feel there's some secret with him. Qinghe, are you daydreaming? Brother, ouch, not the head again. It'll make me shorter. Under Lu Xing's coercion, Qinghe had to practice the unique physical movements many times before she could do them smoothly. She wasn't even a formal martial artist yet, and just practicing exhausted her. Lu Xing smiles and asks, how do you feel? Can you feel a clear effect? Oh brother, that's awesome. I can feel the power concentrating in my palms. These physical techniques feel like they're worth 100 times more than my usual practice. However, Lu Xing, worried that his sister might inadvertently leak the techniques, lied to her saying, this is just an enhanced version of what you usually practice, similar to how civilian mobile phones are to military satellite phones. This has been around, just not released to the market yet. What the heck, brother, are you using me as a guinea pig? You silly girl, this kind of opportunity isn't something just anyone can have. Qinghe, feeling somewhat aggrieved, said, but isn't there also a risk? What if I accidentally cripple myself while practicing? Lu Xing stood up slowly. Don't worry, I'm your brother. Would I harm you? Qinghe wondered how her brother came upon such powerful techniques and whether it was legal. Don't worry, your brother wouldn't do anything illegal. Brother, ouch, are you trying to murder your sister? Seriously though, isn't it risky to hand over such secret documents to me? To dispel his sister's concerns, Lu Xing decided to keep up the pretense, emphasizing that this body cultivation technique must not be shared with anyone, as it could bring great trouble not just to him, but to their entire family. What, brother, you still chose to teach it to me? I had no choice. Who else but my dear sister could I trust? Just keep this secret safe, and make sure no one ever finds out. Remember, this is a matter of life and death for all of us. After explaining, Lu Xing encouraged Qinghe to practice the techniques a few more times to get them down pat before she could practice them alone in her room. Qinghe was shocked, realizing she had misunderstood her brother all along. He had been secretly practicing these techniques in his room. Yet, with her own talent, surpassing her brother might not be so far-fetched. Meanwhile, at a lavish banquet, Lingsu had already arrived and ordered hundreds of Lu Xing's favorite steaks, preparing for their meeting. Despite the similar setting and the familiar company, their statuses had changed significantly. Lingsu reported to Lu Xing, the initial price set for the spirit muscle fortifying blood soup is 49,888, which targets mid to high-end customers with significant disposable income. Sales are excellent so far. The first batch of 20,000 units sold out in less than a week, and the repurchase rate is very high. I believe it will become a star product in the Eastern Peace martial arts supplement market soon. However, we are facing some short-term financial liquidity issues. We might need to consider a bank loan to fund expansion. Lu Xing appreciated Lingsu's management, assuring her, you're doing well, and I trust you completely. Don't worry about the money. I'll transfer some more to you soon. My scholarships have been quite generous. As he looked at the composed woman before him, Lu Xing suddenly realized he needed to prepare for his upcoming university entrance exams. He assured her that he would be at home if she needed him and mentioned he would be moving soon, promising to send her the new address. Lingsu nearly forgot that the formidable man before her, who seemed to command every room he entered, was still just a high school student who hadn't even completed his exams. Had someone told her 6 months ago that the Yi family's fate would be in his hands, she wouldn't have believed it, but she was grateful for her decision to trust him. As Lingsu left, Lu Xing reflected on the company, which was a crucial part of his financial strategy and a covert way to develop future supplements. He wasn't worried about Lingsu potentially betraying him once she became more powerful. Despite the apparent calm, the Yi family was riddled with troubles and would likely need him sooner or later. But even without these external pressures, Lu Xing knew he could reclaim whatever he gave. His current focus was on developing the spiritual weapon Endless Blade Wheel and further advancing his stellar body refinement technique and the immortal golden body. With these, he wouldn't just be able to retreat unharmed the next time he faced the Valkyrie, he would defeat her. Just now, Lu Xing brought his family to the newly purchased seaside villa. Red River Martial Arts, somehow getting the news, actually came over to help move. Miss and I, do you like my brother? I can get him for you. The next moment, Lu Xing pressed his sister down. What nonsense are you talking about? Go and train right now. Before we knew it, tomorrow is the unified examination, and our family now has a private martial arts training room. Father suggested whether we should visit the neighbors, since we just moved in. Lu Xing wanted to go with his father because this area is a high-end district, and it would be bad if someone troublesome bothered his father, but his father insisted on not letting him go, especially since the exam is tomorrow. Just review well. If our family produces a martial arts top scholar, it will bring honor to our ancestors. So, the first thing I did when I got back to my room was to enter a dream. Now, Lu Sheng is at the peak of level 4, sufficiently qualified to step into level 5. Although Lu Sheng can ascend to level 5 at any time, he has been holding off due to repeatedly tempering his internal energy. His originally pale golden internal energy has turned into amber, circulating within his body, and soon the third tempering will be completed, which will increase his power several times. I'm here again. She still stands proud and noble in this icy snow, inspiring fear in all who see her. Come on, today's practice session begins. Red and blue fill the sky, and now Lu Sheng can achieve 20 times stellar force, blocking attacks instantly. Lu Sheng swung a punch at the female grandmaster's face, but she reacted quickly, twisting her foot and kicking towards Lu Sheng's waist, sending him flying 100 meters. As an explosion sounded, Lu Sheng activated all 4 breathing techniques, with the breath of flame reaching level 2, capable of igniting fireballs and unleashing a strong explosive splash damage. The female grandmaster caught it with one hand, a slight smile on her lips, her body covered with ice spikes. The next moment, a large ice cone grew from the female grandmaster, and luckily, Lu Sheng reacted in time. Otherwise, the ice cone would have severely injured him. I've been seeking her as a practice partner frequently, and now I can last 5 minutes under her without dying, a far cry from being instantly killed at the beginning. Now the complete martial path has integrated into my body, and if I bring all my martial arts to the intricate mastery level, the complete martial path might even advance further. Before Lu Sheng could react, the chilling pressure from the female grandmaster was already flying towards him, making Lu Sheng step back slightly intimidated. Okay, I can't beat you now, but don't be smug. After the unified examination, my authority will definitely break through level 4, and then I will unlock the subsequent techniques of the 3 great level 11 martial arts. Once my strength breaks through again, stepping into level 5, I should be able to defeat you. As I sparred more with the female grandmaster, my desire for the grandmaster martial arts that condense ice into spears grew stronger. However, Lu Sheng now has his own weapon, one that cost a whopping 2.7 billion, the endless blade wheel. This ordeal has left me with only a few million to my name. No wonder Mindweaver is so costly. It's a money-burning bottomless pit of a profession, but as costly as it is, the weapon is worth it. Even 10,000 years later in martial arts, Mindweaver remains a highly sought-after top-tier profession. Over the past 2 months, Lu Sheng has also mastered a lethal technique from the level 5 martial arts of the endless blade wheel, described in the Fire Seed database in just 3 words: can cut a grandmaster. If level 5 can cut down a grandmaster, what about level 6 or even 7? Damn, her defense is too formidable. Ordinary moves of the endless blade wheel can't touch her. If I use the strongest move of the endless blade wheel, I might severely injure the female grandmaster, but then my mental energy would be depleted, and I would be killed by her spear. Now, under the enhancement of the immortal golden body and the breath of wind, my speed is comparable to hers. As long as I don't intentionally expose myself, she can't touch me. Unfortunately, there's no suitable opponent to spar with now. The female warrior goddess is too strong for trial and error. Forcing a fight now would result in her injuring me fatally. I don't even know my limits. However, tomorrow's unified examination might provide an opportunity to test this. I'm coming for the provincial top scholar, but my goals go far beyond that. On the day of the unified exam, Lu's mom prepared his favorite meat buns and prayed, may little Sheng score well on his exam. His sister expressed a desire to go too. Good, you can experience the tension of the exam beforehand. Son, do your best. No matter the outcome, you are the pride of mom and dad. At this moment, Lu's dad, driving, urged everyone to hurry. We might be late for the exam. Son, do your best. Our family's hope for a martial scholar rests on you. His sister remarked, Dad, am I someone you picked up from the riverside? 25 minutes later, they arrived at the exam venue. As soon as Lu Sheng stepped out of the car, various voices surrounded him. Dear, don't be nervous. Aim to perform beyond your usual and get into a key martial university. It seemed like a long time since Lu Sheng had returned to normal life. A few months ago, these voices would have accompanied him too. Then, Lu's dad said nostalgically, I can't believe so many years have passed. I also took the martial arts exam here, but unfortunately, my talents in nutrition were insufficient, and I was quickly eliminated. But son, you are 100 times stronger than your dad. I won't say much, just give it your all. His dad's indulgence brought tears to Lu Sheng's eyes. Inside the venue, everyone was neatly lined up in familiar order for entry. Area A was for testing vital energy and blood values, and Area B was for testing combat strength. The instructor noticed something unusual with the queue in the back. What's the matter with you? Line up quickly. The queues in front and back are squeezed together. Why leave such a big gap in the middle? A chubby student trembled. Instructor, it's not that we don't want to move forward, but I get inexplicably nervous and tremble when I get near him. The instructor angrily stepped forward. What nonsense, that's a bad habit. But when he came within half a meter of Lu Sheng, he felt an inexplicable pressure. His experienced self certainly knew this was the strength of an aura. When a martial artist's vital energy and blood value is concentrated to a certain level, it naturally exudes an aura, and ordinary people feel like like they are approaching a fierce beast, and the body's protective mechanism instinctively wants to flee this danger. What kind of monster is this student? Well, there's no helping it. This student, please go into the room to test your vital energy and blood value alone, and the others will follow behind you. Lu Xing shook his head helplessly. It seems I can only truly relax when I'm with my family. Just then, everyone was surprised to look back as a student shouted injustice. I only drank the special soup my dad made this morning. He said it would help with the exam. I didn't cheat. I refuse to accept this. The instructor said sternly. I warned you before. You must disclose immediately if you have eaten anything inappropriate in the last few days. There's no choice. Your eligibility for the unified exam is revoked for the next 3 years. These examinees do not know how to maintain their integrity. Though it's only 3 years, no martial arts school will want to admit a student who has cheated. Next, Lu Xing, it's your turn. As Lu Xing slowly walked past the 2 instructors, they were momentarily stunned by his powerful aura. How is his aura so strong? We are both level 5 instructors, yet we subconsciously stepped back. Then, Glasses Guy picked up a syringe. Are you ready? We'll test your vital energy and blood values first. However, Lu Xing responded, you need to change the blood drawing needle. This one won't pierce my skin. I have completed my body tempering. Hearing this, the 2 instructors' mouths gaped open, and then they ordered someone to bring a batch of high-grade martial artist blood drawing needles. Seeing this, Lu Xing grabbed the needles. It's too time-consuming to do them one by one. Let's do them all together. He then inserted the syringe into his palm, but surprisingly, the bunch of needles burst open. The bewildered instructors had no choice but to consult their superiors and then arranged for Lu Xing to go test his combat power first, as they had never encountered such a situation in their careers. Meanwhile, inside the venue, a competitor with yellow hair and a green aura gathered his strongest strike ever and launched it at the dummy, aiming for a spot at Eastern Peace Martial University. At that moment, Hat Instructor looked puzzled at the 2 people walking over. Hey, old John, what's the situation? This student's vital energy and blood values haven't been recorded yet. Why did you bring him here? Glasses secretly informed Hat about the previous test and suggested whether Hat's side should switch to more advanced machinery to avoid embarrassment. We can't afford to lose face here. Confidently, Hat gestured with his hands. Don't worry, this machine's testing limit is 990,000. It won't be a problem even for level 6 martial artists. Don't tell me that kid is a grandmaster. Haha. Then, Uncle confidently waved Lu Xing over to test, but the next moment, he was startled by the sight before him. In his over 40 years of experience, it was his first time seeing a student with such a terrifying aura, like a beast on the battlefield. Seeing this, Lu Xing smiled at the examiner. Hello, examiner, contestant number 000565 from White River City, Lu Xing. The examiner looked deflated like a wilted balloon. Okay, please come to the machine. Lu Xing stood quietly in front of the machine for 2 minutes. Just as the examiner was about to ask if he was ready, he saw a scene resembling a sea of fire before him, which was both terrifying and suffocating. Lu Xing slowly activated the divine illumination of the Underworld King scripture and the vital energy and blood amplification, releasing a powerful golden aura that surged outwards. At this, the 2 instructors were stunned. Old John, are you sure this is a student here for the unified exam? Lu Xing continued with his eyes closed, flames dancing around his body, first focusing on concentrating his power, pinpointing the explosion, and discerning weaknesses. The next moment, his eyes suddenly opened, activating the first form of the complete martial path, 20 times stellar force. This was the first time Lu Xing integrated all his states, and he was eager to know his current strength. With a fierce punch from Lu Xing, a blinding Super Saiyan-like aura dazzled everyone around. In a resting room elsewhere, Forest Sea City's Martial Association President Su Yaodong was leisurely playing chess with the White River City Education Director. To prevent cheating, all Martial Association presidents are exchanged among different exam sites to take overall charge. Just as the old man was smiling, a woman burst in, hurriedly reporting, a student's blood collection failed, the needles broke, and the examiner has requested higher grade needles. Aren't advanced blood drawing needles provided at every site? But the woman's next words made the president's chess piece break in his hand. The broken ones were the advanced needles. The advanced needles were broken. As he achieved great mastery in body tempering, the president then quickly stood up and ordered the woman to go to the control room for special grade needles and to bring the student's resume. Looking at the stack of documents, President Su Yaodong was so shocked his hair turned white. In contrast, the education director of White River appeared calm and composed. Congratulations, Director Lu, for having such a promising youth. Director Lu casually replied, it's just luck, all thanks to President Su's guidance. Seeing this, President Su was puzzled. Old Lu, you don't seem surprised at all. How can I not be surprised? I'm shocked to my core. It's just that I had a bit of an inkling. President Su, do you still know about the annual Rising General Star selection in the Eastern Military Region? This Lu Xing is this year's Rising General Star. Not only that, he's also a well-known martial arts star in our White River City. President Su exclaimed, my goodness, this strength isn't just for aiming at the provincial martial arts scholar, it's practically practically guaranteed for the top scholar throne aiming at the ascending dragon. Let's go. We must hurry to the venue to see him. However, just as they were about to leave, the entire building began to shake violently. What's happening? They could feel the source of the disturbance was nearby, in the direction of the combat strength testing venue. In the testing area, 10 suns slowly rose around Lu Sheng, and the dummy before him had already shattered and flown out of the wall. The two witnessing instructors turned pale with fear. This was a machine capable of testing the combat strength of peak level 6 martial artists, and yet it was destroyed by a single punch from him. Could his combat strength exceed 990,000? Just then, the two old men arrived in a panic. Hey, what happened here? The next moment, had Uncle rushed toward President Su, crying out, "President, you finally arrived. He's a grandmaster." The president immediately arranged for a grandmaster level strength testing instrument to be brought in. The power of that punch was earth-shattering. This incident is sure to become a remarkable tale. Truly a young hero. Seeing Lu Sheng's silent demeanor, Director Lu approached and said, "Don't worry about it, Lu Sheng. No one blames you for breaking the machine." Just being near Lu Sheng, Director Lu could feel the intensely refined aura, if one hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Who could believe this was an 18-year-old martial artist? "Come, Lu Sheng, let me take a couple of samples." President Su held a golden needle. Indeed, a special grade needle was necessary. As the needle went in, his vital blood appeared spherical, dense, and not dispersing, thick like mercury. This is the blood of a grandmaster. President Su noted it was still a bit off. He had seen the blood of a true grandmaster, which was even thicker and more cohesive, but this was still quite astonishing. As he inserted the syringe into the machine, the next moment it displayed a vital energy and blood value of 1,233, ranking at level 6. Director Lu was stunned. A vital energy and blood value over 1,200 in a level 6 martial artist were unheard of in the entire history of the unified exams in White River City. No, even in the entire Eastern Peace Province. President Su was ecstatic. "Well done, Student Lu. You've set a new provincial record for the highest vital energy and blood value." But Lu Sheng merely responded nonchalantly, which left Glasses Guy dumbfounded. "He calls that okay? Damn, that's too cool. I can't take it." The next moment, Glasses Guy announced that the strength tester was ready to begin. "Come on, Student Lu, strike while the iron is hot." This Grandmaster level combat strength instrument is almost brand new, as there are very few in White River City who can use it, and today a young man gets to use it. Lu Sheng stood silently before the machine, then his fist gathered strength, a golden aura emerged again, and techniques like 20 times stellar force and 10 suns in the sky blasted towards the machine, causing an instant explosion that echoed through the sky. Grandmaster will. This is definitely the will of a grandmaster. The thing I've been pursuing for many years now manifests in an 18-year-old. As Lu Sheng slowly withdrew his right hand, the combat strength displayed was 1,260,000, almost reaching grandmaster level. Although slightly short, it was certainly worthy of the name near grandmaster. That's odd. If Lu Sheng possesses the power of a grandmaster, why didn't he use fierce energy just now? Director Lu also asked, puzzled. "Yes, Lu Sheng, where's your fierce energy? Because I'm not yet level 5, so fierce energy is not yet developed." What? The two were baffled. Wow, just at level 4 and already able to display grandmaster level combat strength. Old Lu, congratulations. Your White River City is about to produce a great grandmaster. This is like a real dragon appearing in the world. At this moment, Director Lu was as excited as a little kid. A real dragon, a real dragon. Ha, a proud dragon from White River City is coming. Quick, inform President Su in the Eastern Military Region. The next moment, Lu Sheng slowly walked out of the examination venue. "Dad, I'm out." Lu's dad, a bit worried, asked, "Little Sheng, how did the exam go? Did you manage to show all your strength?" Lu Sheng replied casually, "It was okay, slightly better than expected." His sister excitedly shouted, "Does that mean, big brother, you could top the charts? Come on, let's take a photo to commemorate this." The next moment, Lu Sheng eagerly went to check his biography in his dreams. After entering the Eastern Military Region and securing the national exam top scholar, Lu Sheng smoothly entered 7th Saints Martial University, and various grandmaster techniques were upgraded. The Fire Seed resource database also unlocked level 4 access, and more importantly, Lu Sheng now had 5 wives. All were familiar sisters, and in his biography, Lu Sheng finally reached the status of a level 8 great grandmaster. Level 4 access granted him the continuation of the 3 great level 11 techniques, the advanced chapter of the natural breathing method, the complete set of the stellar body refinement technique, and the second stage of the immortal golden body. The stellar body refinement technique also included a special technique, which was to consolidate all abilities like the power of the sun. Now that Lu Sheng's grandmaster will had formed, as long as he methodically increased his vital energy and blood values, he could smoothly aspire to grandmaster status. But the grandmaster path of Shishingning, who created the technique 10 suns in the sky and the so-called Eastern Sinister Sun, level 11 powerhouse Wang Yi's grandmaster path, their levels are completely different, but that's their path, not mine. The grandmaster path I aim for is based on surpassing Wang Yi, starting with the goal of reaching level 12, or even higher. Only then can I accomplish what even Wang Yi could not. With the 3 great level 11 techniques as my cornerstone, and the entire splendid 10,000-year martial arts civilization paving my way, it's not a fantasy, nor is it overambitious, because that is my future. Just now, on the 5th day after the end of the unified exams, Lu's dad hung many lanterns at the front door. The neighbor next door said disdainfully, hanging lanterns? Ever since they moved in, nothing good has happened. The property prices here are just too cheap. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry with a bit of money can buy in. Look at them, they look so poor. When they first moved in, they made such a racket. This morning, I even bumped into that man at the door, struggling with a bunch of oranges at the intersection for ages. I don't even know if the juice splashed on my car. It was disgusting. Hey, we're all neighbors. Don't speak so harshly. What's the matter? You're my husband, yet you're speaking up for them? At that moment, a sharp horn sounded. Damn it, who's pressing the horn like crazy at the door so early in the morning? It must be those damn poor ghosts getting back at me. It's just a few squashed oranges, for God's sake. But the well-traveled man broke out in a cold sweat because he saw that the license plate at the door belonged to the provincial governor's car. The provincial governor himself came, and just now 9 honks sounded at the door to celebrate Ascending Dragon. Could it be that this year's top martial scholar is from White River City, or even from our community? Wow, this really is striking gold. We should really cozy up to them. Lu's dad was stunned and asked, Ching, why is there a scary convoy of cars stopped at our doorstep? Just then, an old man slowly got out of a car. Pardon my intrusion, is this the residence of Ascending Dragon top martial scholar, Lu Sheng? The visitor was none other than the provincial governor of Eastern Peace Province and Grandmaster of Martial Arts, Xia Pingnan. Upon hearing this, Lu's dad was shocked. What? Ascending Dragon top martial scholar? Little Sheng is the Ascending Dragon top martial scholar? Hearing that the Ascending Dragon top martial scholar was the son of those country bumpkins, the neighbor woman was petrified, fear overwhelming her. It's over, it's over. Are they going to throw me into the sea to feed the fish? On the other side, Lu Sheng had just woken up from his dream. Since obtaining the continuation techniques of the immortal golden body's second stage, his once stagnant physique had begun to strengthen again. At this moment, his phone was continuously buzzing with messages, all from his sister. Has the provincial governor come to our house? The next moment, Lu Sheng's purple aura covered the surroundings, then suddenly spread out. This aura feels like President Su. To the left, there is also someone with a vital energy and blood strength similar to a level 6 near Grandmaster. And in the middle, this person's vital energy and blood is like a furnace, with level 6 powerhouses around him looking like mere charcoal and ashes beside a blazing flame. This must be a Grandmaster. Then, Lu Sheng slowly walked downstairs. Sorry to have kept everyone waiting. This young man, despite his age, contained such a powerful force, like a sunrise breaking through the dawn. After introductions and pleasantries, Provincial Governor Xia Pingnan came forward to shake Lu Sheng's hand. I've finally met you, Student Lu. However, the main purpose of Governor Xia's visit was to congratulate Lu Sheng on the good news of becoming the Ascending Dragon top martial scholar. Although the scores hadn't been fully tallied yet, Lu Sheng's status as the top scholar was all but confirmed. With the addition of academic courses and various extra points, Lu Sheng might even set a new record for the national exams of Dragon Nation. Therefore, we rushed over as soon as we received the news. Here's a small token of our appreciation, 50 million in the card on the left, and on the right, a 400+ square meter residence in the center of Eastern Peace Province. Although it's not as big as Student Lu's current home, it's surrounded by many professional martial association facilities, making it suitable for martial artists to live and train. Now that Student Lu has the strength of a level 6 martial artist, have you thought about which martial university in Dragon Nation you'd like to attend? Hearing about her brother's level 6 strength, Qinghe was utterly shocked. Lu Sheng clearly expressed his desire to attend Capital Martial University. Although this was an expected outcome for the provincial governor, he then passed over a thick envelope. This contains invitations from the 7 Saint Martial Universities, entrusted to me to deliver to you. I shouldn't show favoritism, so you pick. His sister was bewildered. All the sacred halls of martial arts that every martial arts student in Dragon Nation dreams of, and her brother could freely choose from one of the 7. Lu Sheng also found it difficult to choose, so why not take the most primitive approach? He shuffled the letters and then drew one at random to see with which martial university fate would align him. Then it's this one, the 7th Saints Martial University. Xia Pingnan was shocked. He had thought that Lu Sheng would carefully consider his options, but his decision-making method was quite unique. All 7 martial universities were built on the legacy of martial arts. He couldn't say much more. Although the 7th Saints Martial University might have a shallower history, its faculty was by no means inferior. Subsequently, the provincial governor handed a business card to Lu Sheng. Since the credit tasks at the Saint Martial University are exceptionally dangerous, you'll need a top-quality cold weapon. As a talented individual from our province, we naturally wouldn't want you to lose face. Choose anything below level 6 as a gift for student Lu Sheng, an Ascending Dragon gift. After explaining everything, Xia Pingnan and others exchanged pleasantries and said their goodbyes. surprise. Eastern Peace Province, being somewhat behind other provinces, was thrilled to suddenly have an ascending dragon top scholar. How could they not be excited? It was only after seeing the group off that Lu's dad could no longer contain his excitement, quickly asking Lu's mom to buy groceries to celebrate. Meanwhile, on the other side, a person was repeatedly reviewing Lu Sheng's candidate information, murmuring, "This is really interesting." Another man commented, "Wow, it's rare to find something that piques your interest. This year might be different." These two were the strongest martial sages in Dragon Nation. In the following days, Lu Sheng bid farewell to several close friends and then boarded a plane to capital, escorted by his family. The reason the 7 Saint Martial Universities are esteemed is that each has its own complete martial sage lineage and a unique martial sage tower. The 7th Saints Martial University, which Lu Sheng chose, was established 57 years ago by Tan Zhongyu, one of the 3 existing martial sages in Dragon Nation. Tan Zhongyu became a martial sage just over 60 years ago and is now only in his early hundreds. It is said that martial sages can easily live over 300 years, no longer belonging to the ordinary human category, akin to the immortals in myths. In the entire history of Dragon Nation, a total of 9 martial sages have emerged. Unfortunately, over 100 years ago, many martial sage-level warriors died on battlefields fighting exotic beasts, and of course, some died in conflicts between nations. Various tactics were exchanged, resulting in the loss of several martial sages on both sides, and the martial arts elites of the human race perished due to internal strife. During this period, Dragon Nation and the Lion Country fought over the title of the world's strongest martial arts sovereign, inevitably leading to mutual losses. However, the martial sage tower established by Dragon Nation is a perfection replica based on the states of each martial sage at different times, representing the highest level of integration between Dragon Nation's martial arts and technology. Those who enter the tower are challenged according to the difficulty level, and reaching certain layers might grant an audience with a martial sage, and possibly even apprenticeship under one. Although Lu Sheng was indifferent to becoming a martial sage disciple, considering he already had access to the legacies of many level 10 and level 11 powerhouses, those alone were more than he could master, let alone a mere level 9 martial sage lineage. If it weren't for the national mandate on cultivating martial arts talents, he would have preferred to directly report to Yufei. However, it didn't matter. Once there, he planned to take on more credit tasks, perhaps allowing him to graduate from St. Martial University in less than 6 months. Just then, his sister's friend, Yang Yuan, came up to talk. "What a coincidence. Are you also heading to capital?" It turned out that under his good sister's urging, Yang Yuan deliberately booked the same flight as Lu Sheng. Yang Yuan even gave up the opportunity to attend Eastern Peace Martial University for Lu Sheng, a fact she still dared not tell her family. Lu Sheng was caught off guard by this encounter, not expecting to see an acquaintance on the plane. 2 hours later, the plane slowly descended over capital. As expected of the capital province, its vibrancy could be described as a prosperous era, a gathering place for talents from around the world. Perhaps even the grand and impressive base 1359 in his dreams was like this before its fall. Afterwards, Lu Sheng escorted Yang Yuan to Capital River University. Then he headed to the 7th Saints Martial University to report. This scene made the already shy Yang Yuan blush even more, as it made her feel like they were a couple of university students reporting to school together. If only I could be at the same school as Lu Sheng. "Look, another freshman girl is coming to report. Damn, she's a stunner. Let's go meet her first." Yellow Hair's eyes practically shot lasers. "This girl is just my type. None of you try to compete with me." "Freshman, did you just arrive to report at Capital River University? Here, let me help you with your luggage." The next moment, Lu Sheng casually tossed up the luggage. "Thank you so much." Yellow Hair looked a bit dejected. "Wait, aren't you also a freshman at Capital River University?" Since Lu Sheng had learned how to conceal his overflowing vital energy and blood, ordinary martial artists couldn't feel the menacing aura about him. However, when they heard that Lu Sheng was just there to drop off the girl, they immediately showed sly grins, as being close to the river gives one a first chance at the moon. Although our university is only second tier, every facility is set up like those at a first-tier martial university. We have all kinds of training rooms available. It's close to Martial Artist Street and even offers 3 opportunities per month to enter the Martial Sage Tower. Lu Sheng had thought that only students from St. Martial Universities had the chance to enter the Martial Sage Tower, but according to Ah Chang, even independent martial artists could enter the Martial Sage Tower by applying through the Martial Association, though the process is more cumbersome. In contrast, students from St. Martial Universities have VIP-like access, allowing them to enter anytime without limitations or queuing. The next moment, Yellow Hair leaned in and advised Yang Yuan, telling her that it didn't matter who she provoked in the entire East District University town, as their school had plenty of people to back her up, and the worst-case scenario would just involve a fight. However, there was one school she must never provoke, and that was the 7th Saints Martial University, because everyone there is crazy. From the first year, they start with bloodshed, and fights could leave you disabled or even dead. bad, not to mention that their strength is at a monstrous level. Do you understand, Junior? Afterward, Lu Xing prepared to say goodbye and leave, telling Yang Yuan to call him directly if she needed anything. Watching the girl's reluctant expression, Ah Chang commented that there was no chance this time. Yellow Hair, however, believed that as long as he kept at it, the girl would eventually open her heart to him. Junior, which university is your friend from? He seems a bit too arrogant. Yang Yuan coldly spat out 4 words. The 7th Saints Martial University. Hearing this, both men's mouths fell open. Right, he's from White River City. His name is Lu Shen. What? Lu Shen? This name had become infamous in the area. Lu Xing had finally arrived at the 7th Saints Martial University as he had wished. Just standing at the entrance and looking at the distant Martial Sage Tower, he could feel a majestic aura rushing towards him. It seemed his journey here was well worth it. Lu Xing then went straight with his letter of acceptance to the registration desk for new students. Seeing a new face, and a handsome one at that, a senior sister quickly grabbed the notification letter, but the next moment she was a bit shocked. Is this year's Ascending Dragon top martial scholar? Wow, that's really rare. Our school has never recruited an Ascending Dragon top martial scholar since its establishment. Beside them, Buzzcut frowned slightly, looking like he was up for causing some trouble. Following a loud noise behind him, Buzzcut instantly flashed in front of Lu Sheng. Are you that Lu Sheng? Hearing this, Lu Sheng responded with a smile, but halfway through his sentence, Buzzcut suddenly erupted in anger, his aura skyrocketing, and then he swung a knife cut towards Lu Sheng. However, Lu Sheng remained steadfast, not moving from his spot, because he could sense that although the strike was strong, it lacked killing intent. Buzzcut did not expect that his strongest attack would leave his opponent completely unmoved, a significant insult to him. The next moment, Buzzcut pointed with his knife in the opposite direction, telling Lu Sheng to follow the signs to find the student dormitories. Lu Sheng calmly turned around. Okay, thank you. Seeing such a composed demeanor, the senior sister was visibly impressed, even considering pulling him into their squad. Buzzcut asked if they knew about Lu Sheng's results, but Glasses Girl mentioned that Lu Sheng's information was all sealed now. However, she heard from others that his vital energy and blood value had already broken through level 6, and he had shattered many records, likely making him the strongest ascending dragon in history. Hearing this, Buzzcut smirked. Sounds like there's going to be a good show to watch later. Meanwhile, just as Lu Sheng reached a small path, he was stopped by a voice from behind. Hey, classmate, glad to see someone at last. This school is so big. Are you also here to report on the first day? My name is Lin Ziyi. I'm a freshman too. Since the chubby guy was naturally bad with directions and had wandered around without finding the dorm, he asked Lu Sheng to lead the way. 5 minutes later, the two arrived at the marked dormitory, but there was a crowd gathered at the bottom of the building. The next moment, a student flew out from an upper floor and crashed heavily into the crowd below. Then a show-off stepped out from the doorway, slowly saying, "Your name is Su Xiaoming, right? This year's martial arts scholar from Southern River Province. Not bad. You're the first newbie who could take 2 of my strikes. Push a bit harder and you'll be able to move in." Seeing this, Blue Hair, who was watching the spectacle, asked, "What do you think? Huadong, do you stand a chance?" Huadong, ranked 5th nationally, shook his head. "I've just entered level 5, but that guy in front seems to have reached the minor completion of fierce energy at the peak of level 5. I probably can't withstand even 3 of his moves. If my elemental control could break through to level 3, maybe I'd stand a chance." "What? Even you can't do it? How about we wear him down with a series of challenges to pave the way for you? As long as we exhaust his stamina, there's definitely a chance." However, Huadong stated that it wasn't very realistic. A peak level 5 martial artist's vital energy and blood value is nearly 1,000. Moreover, he could feel that Yellow Hair, who was drinking milk tea on the side, was even more dangerous, likely already stepping into the rank of a level 6 near Grandmaster. This is just blatant bullying. Even the typical martial association president is only level 6. It seems you don't yet realize where you've arrived. The move-in rules are simple. Withstand 3 of my moves to get in, or 5 moves with your luggage. I know you all consider yourselves martial arts prodigies, the pride of the heavens, the best among your peers, but here, that once proud halo of glory is worthless. Everything you want must be earned with your own hands, with strength. If you don't have the power, you'll end up with nothing, just an ordinary person, or even just a dog, a pitiful wretch. This is the first lesson I, as an old student of the 7th Saints Martial University and your respected senior, am giving you." Seeing someone so arrogantly lecturing without a script, Lu Sheng's eyes slightly furrowed, clearly incompetent, yet still fond of showing off, teaching the laws of the jungle. At that moment, Lu Sheng noticed Little Fatty trembling beside him, thinking he was scared, but the next moment Little Fatty shouted joyfully to the sky, "Fantastic, I just love crushing these self-important seniors underfoot," enjoying the classic moment when they look up in shock and fear. It turns out the chubby guy was the top martial scholar from the Western Stream Province's unified exams and ranked 17th nationally this year. Before he finished speaking, Fatty took a leap forward. "Watch how Grandpa teaches you a lesson." Afterwards, Fatty flew back heavily to the ground, admitting he had been careless. Only after exchanging blows did he feel the emergence of Yellow Hair's fierce energy, realizing seeing he was not yet a match, Lu Xing patted Fatty on the shoulder in consolation, then slowly walked forward. "These noisy mosquitoes, just swat them away." Lu Xing immediately shouted, "Come on, make your move." Yellow Hair, the senior, was stunned by this sudden arrogance and then mocked. "What, you plan to take my 3 strikes just like that?" It was then that Lu Xing realized he should put down his backpack. After all, it was proper to show some respect to the opponent. "Now, are we good?" The nearby students were frightened by Lu Xing's words. He's insane. The opponent is a martial artist with fierce energy. What if he angers him? This young guy might end up with broken limbs. True to their fears, Yellow Hair was infuriated by Lu Xing's words. "Brat, I'll let you know what it feels like to lose sensation in your limbs." Instantly, Yellow Hair was surrounded by flaming energy, and then he launched a powerful, massive fireball technique towards Lu Xing. However, just when the fireball was about 1 centimeter from Lu Xing, he suddenly disappeared from his spot, and the next moment, he appeared instantly in front of Yellow Hair. He then grabbed Yellow Hair by the neck and smashed him to the ground. The figure whom the students thought was an unbeatable strongman didn't last even a second in the hands of this young man. Fatty's face showed disbelief, considering that Yellow Hair was known for his fierce energy. Could it really be crushed with a bare hand? A long-haired Yellow Hair watching the spectacle looked on calmly at Lu Xing. In reality, the pearl milk tea in his hand had already been crushed into bits. As he passed by, Lu Xing spoke. "What's up, milk tea bro? Can I go now?" Seeing that milk tea bro remained silent, Lu Xing walked on without further notice. It turned out that the room numbers inside were assigned directly according to the rankings from the unified exams, so Lu Xing also casually took Fatty's room card. Fatty was ecstatic and quickly expressed his thanks to Lu Xing. This made the other new students quite envious. "Bro, they just walked in like that, and even the show-off drinking milk tea didn't make a move. Could it be he feels he's no match either?" The next moment, milk tea bro stealthily took out his phone and informed the person on the other end to be cautious, as this year there seemed to be a formidable student who had arrived. After entering the main gate, it took the two of them 7 minutes to reach the actual dormitory area, which was much larger than Lu Xing had imagined. More importantly, he found himself occupying an entire building alone, and the house was not smaller than the one he had at home. Everything was free for Lu Xing. Seeing Lu Xing heading straight inside, Fatty was shocked and exclaimed, "Brother, that building is the Ascending Dragon top martial scholar's house. Could it be? Bro, are you Lu Xing?" After receiving confirmation from Lu Xing, Fatty was all praises and admiration. He had thought about Lu Xing's identity before but had initially hesitated to consider it, because his reason for choosing the 7th Saints Martial University was to avoid bumping into several other phenomenal students, as normally they would choose one of the top martial universities. Lu Xing, puzzled, asked, "What's the matter? Is the 7th Saints Martial University considered weak?" Fatty wasn't sure either. He had just heard from family members that historically, Ascending Dragon top martial scholars would choose one of the top few martial universities. He also checked that each year at the Martial Arts Conference, the 7th Saints Martial University often ranked at the bottom. However, Lu Xing stated that regardless of whether the school was weak, the martial heritage passed down by the martial sage was enough for students to practice. Then Lu Xing returned to his room, which appeared to be meticulously decorated with high-quality furnishings. Even the sofa was made from exotic beast leather. The next moment, Lu Xing noticed a remote on the table. Turning it on, he saw it was displaying recent significant events at the school, with the top story being Chenixuan versus Xiaolan, 2 seniors contesting for the top spot on the 7th Saints Martial University's combat strength leaderboard. How interesting. I didn't expect this school to have so much going on. It seemed these two were currently the strongest in the school. Lu Xing then decided to watch it, but just 15 seconds into the video, a prompt appeared indicating the end of the preview and that he needed to pay points to continue watching. Typical, video sites are all the same. Then Lu Xing took out a package of potions from his bag, the 30 vials of golden dragon saliva he had concocted before coming, which should be enough for his cultivation for now. But just then, someone is kicking the door violently. Lu Xing was furious. "Who is it?" A wild man declared it was him. "You're that Lu," but he was cut off mid-sentence as Lu Xing kicked him, sending the wild man flying through the building. Lu Xing shouted furiously, "Scram! Come back and find me after you learn how to knock on the door politely." Red Hair clutched his chest. He couldn't understand how Lu Xing was so strong. Wasn't he just a freshman? Then Lu Xing asked what the purpose was of the 2 lackeys coming over. If it was just to start trouble, they were in for another beating. Unexpectedly, the 2 lackeys quickly changed their tune, stating they were only there to deliver a back-to-school gift pack to Lu Xing. This was Lu Xing's student ID card, which would allow him to use all the facilities at the 7th Saints Martial University, and also entitled him to 1 bottle of level 4 beast blood each month. However, seeing Red Hair so heavily wounded on the ground, Lu Xing was not inclined to believe this was a simple act of kindness. The next moment, Lu Xing exploded with murderous fury. "What's it gonna be? Since you've delivered the stuff, why aren't you leaving? Waiting for me to give you a massage?" The fear nearly made them wet themselves. They had some reputation in the school, but it looked like today would become a dark shadow in their lives. Seeing their boss beaten up so badly, the underlings were contemplating whether to seek revenge. revenge. Red Hair exclaimed, "Seek what revenge? Let's not provoke this monster for now. The last time I was on a mission fighting a level 6 exotic beast, I wasn't injured this badly." But he wasn't about to let it go just yet. As the few were still hesitating, a deathly aura seeped through the door crack. "Why hasn't Senior left yet? Shall I escort you back personally?" The calm words terrified the trio, causing them to tense up and quickly explain that they had accidentally damaged the door and would send someone to fix it immediately. Back in his room, Lu Xing turned on the television again. Now with his campus card, he was eager to see just how powerful these two top students of the academy really were. He was surprised upon watching the flashy moves, the powerful actions, and the exquisite combat skills and tactics. All were marks of a strong warrior. Both individuals were very strong, and it seemed he had underestimated the school initially. Facing such strong opponents, I might need to use 60%. No, maybe just 50% of my power to defeat them. But it's hard to say. Now that I've reached minor completion of fierce energy, my combat power has greatly increased since the unified exams. 50% of my power should be over 1,000,000. Both seniors likely hadn't reached Grandmaster level yet, but they could exert Grandmaster level strength. It seems that St. Martial University truly is a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. And this is just the 7th St. Martial University. There's also the 7 Saints ranking. The next moment, a familiar video surged to the top of the trending searches. Strongest freshman in the history of the 7th St. Martial University beats a senior within the top 300 on his first day. Lu Xing didn't expect that in such a short time. Someone had recorded it, and it had even gone viral, turning into various memes. It looks like that person won't be able to raise his head in the campus for a long time. After saying this, Lu Xing's stomach began to rumble. He had heard that the St. Martial University cafeteria was top-notch, so it was the perfect time to invite Fatty to experience it. The next moment, Fatty came over with a bit of meat, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Brother Shen, don't laugh at me. I just love this stuff. Otherwise, I wouldn't be this size even though I practice martial arts." But then he was stunned by Lu Xing gobbling down 10 burgers at once. Fatty sat down, feeling a bit sheepish. Brother Shen is still Brother Shen. Can't beat you in a fight, and now I can't even keep up with eating. The two girls next door were thrilled to see the celebrity. I didn't expect him to be even more handsome in person. Don't be fooled by his gentle appearance. He's actually quite rough when he moves, but I kind of like that. Obviously, being adored by the girls, he was inevitably going to become the public enemy of the boys. Those who were unconvinced wanted to test the strength of this ascending dragon top martial scholar. Sure enough, a hand slammed down on Lu Xing's dining table. Although the intentions of the 4 people who arrived were unclear, suddenly interrupting Lu Xing's meal was a big no-no. The leader, with a confident expression, extended his hand, indicating that he was the top student from Surplus Confluence Province, ranked 17th in the national exams. Lu Xing replied indifferently, "What, did you come here specifically to report your exam results to me?" Hearing this, a bald lackey who wanted to start a fight was stopped by his boss. What followed was an attempt to enlighten Lu Xing, trying to make him see reality. Although Lu Xing was powerful, he might not be a match for them, but at St. Martial University, unlike high school, social interactions and understanding human relationships are crucial. Otherwise, even a fierce tiger can be torn apart by a pack of wolves. However, the 2 minutes of attempted brainwashing had no effect on Lu Xing, and instead, it angered him. "If you know you are not my match, why provoke me? Are you stubborn or just not very smart?" Wu Fan, enraged by this, threw a punch at Lu Xing. "I'll show you arrogance. I'm not someone you can bully just like that." But the next moment, Wu Fan felt as if a colossal hand from the heavens enveloped him, making him feel like a mere mosquito in its presence. Before he could react, Lu Xing had grabbed his handsome face. This scene felt eerily familiar to him, as if he had seen it somewhere before. The next instant, an explosion sounded from the ground as Wu Fan's head smashed into the solid floor, creating a huge, deep pit. The surrounding students, not expecting to witness this live meme-worthy moment, quickly took out their phones to record. Unsurprisingly, it looked like Lu Xing was going to be trending again. The 2 things Lu Xing hated most in life were being forcefully disturbed during his training and having flies buzzing around while he was eating. This also served as a warning to the other students present. If anyone was thinking of challenging him, they should avoid these 2 times, or the next time he might not be so amiable. The immense pressure stunned the other 2 lackeys. By this point, Fatty was utterly in awe of Lu Xing. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Xing was like a lion being stalked by countless hungry wolves. But the path of martial arts is inherently one of competition, especially here at the 7th St. Martial University, home to the nation's top martial arts talents. This place never lacked hard-headed kids or annoying flies, and the main reason they behaved this way was that they were not afraid enough. If they were facing a grandmaster, would they still act the same? Obviously not. So, what Lu Xing needed to do now was to instill enough fear in them to make these annoying flies disappear voluntarily. He needed to find an opportunity to crush their courage and soften their bones, to command their respect as if he were a god, and their fear as if he were a ghost. Just then, a voice calling Lu Xing arose from behind, and Lu Xing could clearly feel that the person approaching was very strong. The man then said, "I am Vice Principal Zhao Kang, and I have come to ask you to be the representative speaker for the new students tomorrow. Representative speech? Lu Xing immediately agreed, stating that he would prepare his speech well. After all, this was an opportunity to make an impression on all the new students at once, and he needed to perform well. The next day in the auditorium, the freshman opening ceremony took place as scheduled. When Lu Xing entered, nearly everyone turned to look at him. Hey, did you hear? The guy who almost beat Wu Fan to death yesterday, that's him. I heard Lu Xing is going to speak on behalf of the new students today. Su Jianfei and his group seem to be planning something. They said they want to take down Lu Xing. However, Wu Dong's intuition told him that Lu Xing was not so easily toppled. Then, as with all schools, the leaders gave lengthy and pointless speeches on stage, causing many students to fall asleep. It wasn't until the leaders had finished speaking that the principal slowly introduced the next item. Please welcome the new student representative, Ascending Dragon Top Martial Scholar Lu Xing, to give his speech. The principal looked at the Ascending Dragon Top Martial Scholar with a smile, surprised that Lu Xing had chosen their 7th Saints University. However, just as Lu Xing was about to speak, Su Jianfei led a disturbance from below, and a wave of boos filled the air. Lu Xing's gaze turned icy as he looked at the audience. After the principal loudly called for silence, he asked Lu Xing if he was ready. Lu Xing confidently responded that there was no problem. He had prepared all day. The principal was shocked. He hadn't expected Lu Xing to take such a small task so seriously. Lu Xing stood at the podium, momentarily stunned, then his lips curled into a smile. Su Jianfei instructed his underlings beside him, no matter what Lu Xing tries to say later, we just need to keep jeering from below, make him lose face. Hello everyone, I am Lu Xing. I know many of you don't accept me, so today I'm giving you a chance. When they heard chance, everyone was confused. Chance? What chance? Right now, immediately, challenge me. I allow all of you to come at me together. Come on, don't make me wait too long. Flies. Hearing this, the vice principal was speechless. Is this the speech you prepared all day? Just 4 sentences, and it ends in a fight? Fatty was also trembling with fear due to Lu Xing's arrogant words. Seeing that the crowd was still hesitant, Lu Xing decided to provoke them further. What's the matter? I'm not targeting anyone specifically. I mean all of you present are trash. These words unleashed the pent-up feelings of all the new students. Lu Xing's words were too provocative. Don't hold me back. I'm going to smack this punk to death. In an instant, a fighting spirit erupted from the audience. At this moment, Su Jianfei's entire body seemed to turn to steel. Arrogant kid, do you really think you're invincible? The school beauty also stood up. Good. I also want to see for myself the strength of this Ascending Dragon Top Martial Scholar. Seeing the students stand up one by one, Wu Dong also rose to his feet. Although his instincts told him this was unwise, if he remained seated, everyone would think him a coward. In an instant, the collective fervor of the students formed a huge fire dragon. Please, Ascending Dragon Top Martial Scholar, enlighten us. Seeing the chaos below, the director asked if they should intervene, but the vice principal suggested they wait and see, as he too was curious to see what made Lu Xing so arrogantly confident. Seeing the students unite, Fatty, trembling, made his way to the stage. Damn it, you think it's fair to gang up on the few? Come on, who's scared? In reality, Fatty was terrified, knowing full well that even if Brother Xing was strong, he couldn't possibly withstand an attack from so many students at once. But he couldn't let down Brother Xing. At worst, he'd take a beating. How could he possibly be beaten to death? Faced with the intimidating dragon below, Lu Xing spoke slowly. So, trash can exert a bit of pressure too. Well, I also want to see if any of this trash has the qualifications to be my opponent. The next moment, with a brisk step, Lu Xing instantly appeared in front of Su Jiandong. You're the first. As soon as the words fell, a heavy punch flew towards Su Jiandong's chest, sending him flying 100 meters. Then someone kicked at Lu Xing, who caught the foot with one hand, truly weak yet stubborn. He then casually threw him hard to the ground. Before Lu Xing could react, a huge fireball appeared from behind, and the man with a headband laughed loudly upon seeing his sneak attack succeed. Even if you have strong defenses, you can't handle my high-density flames. The next moment, a hand reached out from the flames and pressed down on the man with the headband. Indeed, the fierce energy hasn't covered the whole body. Even the clothes got scorched. Before Lu Xing could react again, an invisible blade separated him from the man with the headband. The attack, swift as a whip, darted around unpredictably, its angle tricky and its edge razor-sharp. The school beauty grinned and said, strong in power and defense. Ha, then I'll use speed to slowly carve you up like a dull knife. Just as she was basking in her pride, Lu Xing had already used the wind breath technique to flash behind her. What? He can keep up with my speed. He then flung the school beauty up against the ceiling. At that moment, standing backstage, White Hair was continuously groaning, clearly possessing a mental power that could go out of control at any moment. The next instant, countless mithril shurikens, like cannonballs, flew towards Lu Xing. Sorry, fellow student, don't blame me. The shurikens attacked Lu Xing's back at high speed. Just as White Hair excitedly thought he was about to take down Lu Xing, a cyan blue psychic force emanated from Lu Xing's back, slowly enveloping the shurikens. The shurikens obediently spun in the palm of Lu Xing's hand like well-behaved puppies. Then all the shurikens became Lu Xing's weapons, attacking back towards their sender. How is that that possible? He's a mind weaver too. After witnessing Lu Xing's formidable power, Wudong ordered everyone to attack together, as there was no chance of winning otherwise. Instantly, a 360-degree attack with no blind spots came at Lu Xing. After a brief glance, a flash of lightning appeared in his eyes, followed by a massive explosion that sent the encircling students flying. Then a large foot stepped forward slowly, as Lu Xing stood in front like a war god. As expected, trash will always be trash. I had too high expectations for you. The vice principal was shocked, but the next moment, a sly smile crept across his face, as he eagerly anticipated the scene of students from the other 6 St. Martial universities being thrashed by Lu Xing. Seeing the one-sided battle unfold, Wudong's endocrine system went haywire. Although he had imagined Lu Xing was strong, he had not anticipated such dominance. While he was still considering whether to intervene, the fight was already over. Now disheartened, Wudong muttered dreamily, "The warriors have failed, and the world will now face a long and dark reign under the Demon King, with humanity barely surviving in narrow cracks." While Wudong was dazed, Lu Xing walked up to him and snapped him out of it. "Hey, what are you spacing out for? Still reciting such cringeworthy anime lines? But you stood up just now, didn't you? Were you leading the jeers?" Red Hair, terrified out of his wits, shook his head frantically, claiming he only stood up because of a hemorrhoid flare-up. "Look, I'm sitting down now, right?" But Lu Xing thought it over and concluded, with so many already beaten, one more wouldn't matter. He then knocked him out with a karate chop. The remaining lackeys in the venue were deathly silent, terrified that Lu Xing might come over and slap them next. Then Lu Xing shouted across the hall, "Anyone else? The opportunity was given to you, but sadly you couldn't grasp it. Tell these guys when they wake up, next time not to come jumping in front of me." The remaining new students frantically nodded, assuring they would pass the message. After everything had settled down, Lu Xing slowly turned to the vice principal behind him and declared that his speech for the new students had ended. Far from being angry, the vice principal was actually thrilled, saying "good," and then ordered a few students to stay behind to clean up the venue, sending those who needed medical attention to the infirmary, and dismissed the rest. From that moment on, Lu Xing's formidable strength was fully revealed, dominating the freshman rankings single-handedly against hundreds. Various edited clips of him circulated online, wildly stirring the upperclassmen who were still asleep. Lu Xing's strength as a level 6 martial artist combined with level 3 mindweaver prowess was soon proclaimed as the emergence of the strongest new star of the 7th Saints Martial University. Lu Xing's actions were like a stone thrown into a calm pond, creating ripples. After returning to his dormitory, Lu Xing watched the various edited clips on TV and was speechless at the sensationalist descriptions, which portrayed him as a high-level boss who had mistakenly entered a newbie village. However, he also felt that he was becoming increasingly violent lately, almost accustomed to solving problems with force rather than words. Could it be that his power had advanced too quickly? Or perhaps the new students were just too weak, like mowing the lawn with a lawnmower. While being weak is not a sin, being unaware of one's weakness is a mistake, and being both weak and annoying is an even bigger mistake. Although violence doesn't solve everything, it can solve a lot of problems. Later, Lu Xing looked at his right hand in shock. Perhaps he had just realized something, and his martial will had broken through again. With that thought, it was time to send someone on their way. The next moment, Lu Xing returned to his dreams for a great battle with the female war deity. As he closed in step by step, the war deity furiously attacked him with her spear, but it seemed every attack only hit Lu Xing's afterimage. Under the effect of thunder breath, Lu Xing had already flashed in front of the female war deity. In the next moment, a violent thunderbolt struck towards her. The war deity quickly used the shield on her left arm to block it, while her right hand spear thrust towards Lu Xing's throat. At the critical moment, Lu Xing switched to wind breath, avoiding the attack under its influence and flashing behind her. However, at this moment, a shining purple light emerged in the palm of his hand. Under the influence of the divine illumination of the Underworld King scripture and the crystal observance method, his psychic power expanded tenfold. It seemed that Lu Xing wanted to take advantage of this move to defeat his opponent. Indeed, the strike exploded on her arm. Although she could not feel pain, the attack of psychic energy still elicited a violent scream from her. Under the agony, the female war deity's face was covered in sweat, and the break in her arm was covered with frost. The next moment, the frost on her arm emitted a dazzling white light, and then the frost rapidly expanded, following a loud scream that echoed throughout the space. The ground also began to tremble. The war deity's right hand transformed into a giant demonic claw, and as she plunged it into the ground, a several hundred-ton block of ice was lifted in her hand. Then, a massive block of ice, like a divine weapon, stood behind her, and the ice below it quickly expanded. In just a moment, a giant ice phoenix stood across from Lu Xing, towering like a deity looking down. Lu Xing was shocked. This was the first time he had seen this move. Could it be a final move that only appears when her health drops to a certain level? After adjusting his breathing, flames wrapped around his body, and he formed a hand seal, shouting, "Grandmaster's will, with the endless blade wheel, cycle of rebirth." Instantly, a huge wheel appeared behind him, which was Lu Xing's weapon, the endless blade wheel. Driven by the technique, the wheel transformed transformed into a sharp sword arrow, piercing towards the phoenix in the sky. Lu Sheng unleashed his full power in a strike that clashed with the female war deity. Lu Sheng, covered in ice and weakened, knelt on the ground. This is the 100th battle. Am I going to lose again? This damn thing is the real divine martial art. The female war deity, holding her long spear aimed at Lu Sheng, was about to seal his fate when suddenly, a crack sound came from above, and her mask shattered. Immediately after, her figure turned into ice, shattered, and disappeared into the air. As the female war deity vanished, a dazzling orb of light burst forth from my body. Could this be her memory? Teacher, I have brought her to you. Her name is Xiaolong Xuan. As an elder examined her, he commented, good aptitude. Little girl, from today onwards, you will be an indoor disciple of my glacial martial path. The scene shifts to Xiaolong Xuan curled up and trembling in an ice flow. The teacher asks her what she wants to learn, and she responds resolutely that she wants to learn the spear, because the teacher's strongest skill is the spear technique, and he is the only one at base 1359 who has mastered the 5th realm of spear techniques. The scene changes again. Xiaolong Xuan breaks through to Grandmaster at 17, and base 1359 gains another spear technique prodigy. But when Xiaolong Xuan turns to her teacher, wanting to share the joy of her success, the teacher shakes his head in response. Your spear technique is still far from sufficient because your cold spirit sparrow has not yet flown out of the ice river. The scene jumps again. A man covered in wounds says, Xiaolong Xuan, the base walls are broken, yet you are still here practicing hard. Is your heart made of ice too? Hearing this, Xiaolong Xuan frantically asks how her teacher is, to which the man sneers, the teacher is dead. He was a madman. Before he died, he still said not to disturb you. Knowing everything, she steps outside and puts on that cold mask. If that's the case, then I might as well die too. It's just a pity that my cold spirit sparrow had just flown out of the ice river and I had not yet shared it with my teacher. What follows is Xiaolong Xuan's battle with the beast and her subsequent sacrifice. Memories flood into Lu Sheng's mind like a tide, causing severe pain in his brain. This is all spear technique. After so long, Lu Sheng is absorbing such pure memories for the first time, most of which are related to the spear. Xiaolong Xuan's martial arts treasures are a huge boost to him. His spear technique was already at the intricate mastery realm, and with the absorption of these pure martial memories, he has surpassed the control realm, reaching a higher level. Now he is at the 4th realm of spear technique. Indeed, the gap between grandmasters is still quite significant. Although Xiaolong Xuan was only level 7 at her death, she was undoubtedly a martial arts genius, even capable of challenging level 8, much stronger than Shi Xingning, and considering Shi Xingning had residual core grandmaster skills, it's impossible that Xiaolong Xuan left nothing behind, given she was 10 times stronger than him. After a search, Lu Sheng found Xiaolong Xuan's core grandmaster will residual. When Lu Sheng touched the orb, it burst into a dazzling cyan blue light that enveloped him. The next moment, his eyes turned cyan blue. Is this the cold spirit sparrow? Then a cold spirit spear appeared in Lu Sheng's hands, and as he moved, he danced like Xiaolong Xuan, wielding the cold spirit spear. The next moment, an ice sparrow emerged, and this spear move, named Cold Spear Sparrow Domain Spear, could slay a great grandmaster. The next day, Lu Sheng returned to the dream, this time directly investigating the identity of Xiaolong Xuan's teacher. The elder was named Shilingyi, a level 10 martial artist, profound in spear technique, creator of the Cold Spear Sparrow Domain Spear. Both had fallen at base 1359. This elder was a level 10 fighter, and the fact that such a powerful technique as Cold Spear Sparrow Domain Spear was not included in the Fire Seed plan indicates how much more powerful the included spear techniques must be. Lu Sheng now majors in 3 level 11 techniques, and with his energy, he is almost at his limit. After all, his martial talent is not that strong, relying on 10,000 years of accumulation. Naturally, basic techniques must be practiced step by step, but martial skills do not require the same. The dream world is a vast treasure for him. What he needs to do is continuously hunt strong opponents to inherit their skills. So, set a small goal, hunt Shilingyi. But Shilingyi is in the very center of the base, and he can feel numerous powerful auras there. Better change to a smaller goal first. Just then, Lu Sheng's head throbbed with intense pain as 2 opposing forces, cold and hot, clashed in his chest. This was the clash of grandmaster wills. Without waiting to think further, Lu Sheng hurriedly activated the crystal observance method. In an instant, within Lu Sheng's mental space, 2 opposing wills of ice and fire continuously circled each other. Damn, ice and fire are incompatible. Shi Xingning's fire and Xiaolong Xuan's ice. If these two clash, my body is definitely going to explode. The next moment, a crack appeared on the forehead of Lu Sheng's mental avatar, and then an invisible force drew the 2 wills into it. The fire will was placed at the heart, while the ice will was placed above the forehead. It turns out this is what was recorded in the crystal observance method about the gold dawnstone form, but he hadn't expected that he could absorb grandmaster wills. If he could construct a complete gold dawnstone humanoid, how many types of grandmaster wills could it accommodate within the body? Then, my grandmaster will might just be the ultimate grandmaster will, a fusion of all these powerful powerful wills. However, just 2 days after the event concluded, Lu Xing's reputation had already spread throughout the entire school. At this time, Fatty suddenly asked Lu Xing what cold weapon he was majoring in, as today was the day to choose electives. Fatty also wanted to see what Brother Xing would choose, thinking if it was suitable, he might follow suit and pick the same. Upon hearing this topic, Lu Xing paused for 2 seconds. After thinking for a moment, he decided to choose the spear path. Hearing this, Fatty's face lit up with surprise, because he had also just decided to choose this discipline, feeling that swords always seemed too light and insubstantial. The scene shifts to the classroom, which is quiet, but as Lu Xing slowly arrives, the glances drifting his way gradually increase. Nationally ranked Huadong is curled up in a corner, uncontrollably trembling, a sequela of being thoroughly defeated by Lu Xing. In the past 2 days, he has been repeatedly awakened by nightmares, haunted by a sense of despair and powerlessness so profound that he dreams of being in a water tank, surrounded by water levels rising inexorably, unable to do anything but slowly be consumed by cold and despair. He has completely fallen prey to a demon of the mind. Is the ascending dragon really so terrifying? No, what is terrifying is not the ascending dragon, but Lu Xing himself. As the bell for class rings, in walks a blonde teacher wearing glasses. The first question Teacher Su poses to the students is, why do we practice with cold weapons and martial arts, rather than rely on the already well-established technology of firearms? The teacher turns on the projector, showing a video of soldiers wielding AK-47s firing at an exotic beast in the distance. However, when the bullets approach the exotic beast's body, they miraculously disappear or are blocked by a mysterious force, making them virtually ineffective against the exotic beast. The students, with expressions of surprise, posed questions to the teacher. Although Fatty had always heard from his father that only martial arts could counter the exotic beasts, the reasons were never discussed, but only Lu Xing knew that this was due to the rules. At this moment, the teacher also slowly explained, it is because of the rules. Humanity has been combating exotic beasts for over 300 years, and to this date, the exploration and research into the origins of the exotic beasts have never ceased. Although no precise answer has been obtained, it is certain that these exotic beasts come from another world. Thus, it's not that we chose martial arts, but rather, martial arts chose us. To survive the invasion of exotic beasts, we can only rely on the power of martial arts. Just then, the class representative raised a question to the teacher. Since our world is influenced by another world, why do these exotic beasts remain so powerful after entering our world without being affected? That's a good question, but I cannot answer it completely, the teacher responded, because I too would like to know the specific answer. Or perhaps the answer is right in front of us, and we are just unwilling to face it. While the other students were still puzzled by the teacher's words, Lu Xing was the first to speak. It's because those exotic beasts have already been influenced by the rules. In their original form, they are even more powerful. The teacher was shocked by Lu Xing's words. She hadn't expected him to see things so clearly. Clearly, the teacher also recognized Lu Xing's point of view, although all of this remains human conjecture without any concrete conclusions. As soon as she finished speaking, the students shouted in unison, "That's not fair." Facing the students' confusion, the teacher responded positively, "Many things in this world are inherently unfair." The class continued for 2 hours before ending. Fatty, at this moment, looked incredulous. He could not imagine what the future of humanity would look like. Those exotic beasts, so immensely powerful before him, were actually in a weakened state. Watching Fatty's dejected face, Lu Xing felt the weight on his shoulders increase. Indeed, the future 10,000 years are doomed, and even with his access to the Fire Seed Resource Library, it's impossible to eliminate the exotic beasts with 300 years of martial arts advancements. In their presence, there is no hope, and the only thing Lu Xing can do now is to keep getting stronger, step by step, to find a sliver of hope for survival. After the class ended, a counselor distributed elective registration forms in the hallway. As soon as Fatty finished filling out his form, he was eager to head to the Spear Path classroom. But while some are excited, others are worried. At this moment, a student was loudly warning his classmates not to choose Spear Path as their major, because the Great Demon King had chosen it, causing many students who had initially planned to major in Spear Path to switch to Great Sword instead. Lu Xing and his companion also arrived at the Spear Path classroom. The students were shocked by Lu Xing's arrival, and as soon as he got there, the class had already ended. The teacher, puzzled, glanced at the two newcomers, not understanding why only 2 new students had come to report today. Then the teacher asked Lu Xing and his companion to come up and practice, to see what their talents were like. It turns out this one-eyed instructor, Lu Ruqin, teaches the cold weapon spear technique course for freshmen to juniors. The teacher then asked the 2 to take turns attacking her, to check their foundational qualifications. However, Lu Xing could tell that this female teacher, brimming with vital energy and blood, was still a peak level 6 martial arts expert. At that moment, the teacher was also sizing up Lu Xing. Is this the recently much discussed Lu Xing? With a burst of dominance, the teacher swiftly threw her spear towards Lu Xing, who quickly caught the flying long spear. With a whooshing sound of the spear. The long spear in his hand seemed to become a part of his body, a scene that earned the teacher's praise. Lu Xing slowly said, "Then, teacher, be careful. I won't hold back." Hearing this, Lu Ruqin smirked, thinking, this kid dares to tell me to be careful? Although I haven't reached Grandmaster level, I have studied the spear path for decades, and even facing a Grandmaster, I don't fall behind. And here's a mere freshman telling me to be careful. However, as soon as she finished her thought, Lu Xing seemed to be possessed by the spirit of a female warrior. As he moved, a dominating spear intent surged towards the teacher. Caught off guard, Lu Ruqin stood frozen in place, unable to even think, as her pupils dilated with the familiar sensation of impending doom. The teacher could only defend herself, completely losing the brilliance she had at the beginning. At that moment, Lu Ruqin was shocked. She could not have anticipated that this student's spear technique would be so fierce. Along with her shock, the long spear in her hand was knocked away by Lu Xing. Just like that, a seasoned instructor with 40 years of teaching experience was defeated in her area of expertise by a newcomer. With the long spear pointing directly at her throat, instructor Lu Ruqin swallowed hard. The next moment, Lu Xing retracted his long spear. "I apologize, Instructor Lu, for any offense." As the instructor watched, she could see the aura of spear mastery surrounding Lu Xing and sensed that his spear technique had reached the intricate mastery level. Seeing how effortlessly he handled the situation, she guessed he must already be at the control realm. Instructor Lu Ruqin, slightly embarrassed, waved her hand to declare that Lu Xing could graduate from the cold weapons training course immediately. Wow, this is headline news again. Instructor Lu then mentioned that Lu Xing was the first student to graduate in just 2 minutes. "Your spear technique is fully matured, and I can tell you don't have the scent of bloodshed on you, so you should head directly to the mission center. You are also cleared to go to the Martial Sage Tower in the cold weapons training room." As Lu Xing planted his spear into the ground, he bowed to the instructor with his hands clasped. "No need for formalities. I really don't have much to teach you," she replied. It was the first time in her decades of teaching spear techniques that she had announced a student's graduation on their first day. At this moment, Fatty's eyes sparkled with admiration, his respect for Brother Xing climbing to a new level. Lu Xing then patted Fatty on the shoulder, saying he was off to the mission center and would visit him when he had time. Meanwhile, in the mission center, the vast hall was lively with teams forming and calls for teaming up echoing around. Following the map, Lu Xing arrived at this large place, impressed by its size. "What kind of mission should I take next?" At the front of the hall, there was a huge screen displaying a variety of missions, with higher levels listed towards the top. However, what puzzled Lu Xing was that at first glance, all the missions seemed to be about capturing fugitives. There wasn't a single exotic beast mission available. Seeing Lu Xing staring at the screen for a long time, an instructor nearby asked if it was his first time here, explaining that in the morning, they only post fugitive missions, while exotic beast missions are released in the afternoon, and other special missions at night. Hearing the instructor's explanation, Lu Xing silently walked to a corner screen. It seemed he had come too early and would have to pick a starter mission for now. With a gesture of his finger, he decided, "Let's go with this one." A purple talisman flew into Lu Xing's hand, and as he took the mission slip to the front desk for registration, the instructor's expression turned to one of shock, for Lu Xing had picked a AA purple mission. Does this kid even understand the difficulty of this task? He'd better say it was a mistake and wise up quickly. Lu Xing then cleared his throat and spoke, "This mission doesn't seem quite right for me." Hearing this, the instructor smirked. "See, just as I expected." But before he could react further, a bunch of purple slips fluttered down in front of him, and Lu Xing asked with a resigned look, "Is there anything more challenging than this AA task?" Seeing Lu Xing apparently making fun of him, the instructor immediately slapped the table and stood up. "If you're just here to mock, be aware that I can report this to the school and have your credits docked." At this moment, Lu Xing was as baffled as Lu Xing. "What? Isn't this the mission reception window? How come coming here to take on a mission would deduct credits?" The young man then impatiently explained to Lu Xing that A-level missions and above require perfect scores in cold weapons courses and strong practical combat capabilities. "Do you think a freshman like you can handle it? Is that so?" The next moment, Lu Xing tossed a badge towards the young man. When the young man saw the badge clearly, his eyes filled with disbelief, and he stammered, "Is this yours?" Hearing the hesitant tone, Lu Xing's mouth twitched with irritation. "Or should I give you a couple of punches to try?" When the young man realized that Lu Xing was a 6th level martial artist, his attitude changed 180 degrees. Seeing the other party still hesitating, Lu Xing coldly stated that another requirement had also been met, as just an hour ago his spear arts instructor, Lu Ruqin, had allowed him to graduate, a fact that could be quickly verified. Hearing this, the young man asked Lu Xing for his student ID to register, because A-level and above missions need to be approved by school leaders. You can't just take them whenever you want. But the next moment, the young man's eyes widened in shock, and he fell back onto the ground in panic. "You're that demon king Lu Xing?" Seeing this, Lu Xing was thoroughly enraged. "You're still dilly-dallying. Believe it or not, I will file a complaint against you." Feeling the formidable aura from Lu Xing, the young man cautiously returned the ID to Lu Xing, promising to notify him as soon as the review results were available. Really dragging it out. It's almost mealtime. It looks like I need to head to the Martial Sage Tower first this afternoon. Meanwhile, in another training arena, the nation's 5th-ranked Huadong was gracefully swinging a 40-meter-long sword. The sword technique instructor came over to applaud. Not bad. For someone who has never touched swordplay before, you've managed to skillfully use basic sword techniques in just 2 hours. Huadong smiled proudly. They might not know I have a metal manipulation talent, which naturally endears me to cold weapons. Every martial artist with a metal manipulation talent is a genius with cold weapons. I can even feel the sword breathing in my hand. Thinking about this, Huadong's lips couldn't help but curl up in a smirk. So what about Lu Shen? He isn't here. I don't believe he can be better than me in everything. Just then, a few students behind him exclaimed in shock. Holy smokes, this is too incredible. Everyone check the campus network. Lu Shen defeated the spear technique instructor in 3 moves, declared graduation after 2 minutes of class, setting a new record at the 7th Saints Martial University. Hearing this, Huadong was greatly shocked and suddenly fainted. Teacher, I want to change my major. Lu Shen obtained the latest weapon, the red crystal dragon pattern spear, and with this spear, his strength could increase by at least 30%. Upon his first visit to the weapon training room with the weapon, how much of the rigorous training could he complete? Just now, as Lu Shen was leaving the mission hall to head to the Martial Sage Tower, he was informed by a courier that a special item needed to be signed for. This item was the Ascending Dragon congratulatory gift from the provincial governor Xia, for which Lu Shen expressed his gratitude, his hand emitting a cyan aura. Subsequently, under Lu Shen's control, a spear broke free from the box, the body of the spear bursting with brilliant flames. According to the courier's introduction, the body of the spear was forged from a large amount of mithril dense iron and even mixed with the extremely precious dense gold, while the spearhead was crafted from blaze crystal, making it a quasi-grandmaster level weapon, the red crystal dragon pattern spear. Looking at such flashy effects in his hands, Lu Shen's mouth twisted into a smile. The congratulatory gift from provincial governor Xia was indeed generous. Please tell them I really like it. With this flashy spear, Lu Shen's combat power could now increase by at least 30%, and paired with the natural breathing method for elemental control, he believed he could face a grandmaster head-on. His next task was to familiarize himself quickly with the red crystal dragon pattern spear. According to the Valkyrie's memories, establishing a connection between the person and the spear was necessary to create a spear with a soul, which would be hundreds of times stronger than ordinary cold weapons. The method of cultivation was to practice continuously, sharpening with blood, and what he needed to absorb was the blood of the strong. Only true life and death battles, using the flesh and blood of others as the soul and willpower as food, could nurture the formidable presence of a heavenly weapon. However, the next moment, Lu Shen was dumbfounded. Why is there a queue again? Do students from St. Martial University also need to register and queue up to enter the Martial Saint Tower? Hearing the explanation from the nearby administrator, of course, you have to queue. Don't you know how many people apply every day? There are at least tens of thousands, and there are only 30 rooms in the Martial Saint Tower, allowing only 30 people in at a time. Since you are a student from Holy Martial University, you already received preferential treatment. Those martial artists outside need to apply through the Martial Association and then queue up, and they might not get a turn even once a year. You might be able to enter in 3 to 5 days, as the waiting time depends on how long the people inside can last. Helplessly, Lu Shen could only ask the administrator to notify him in advance when it was his turn. Seeing that Lu Shen was a handsome guy, the administrator agreed to hold a room for Lu Shen for 10 minutes. Otherwise, he might have to wait another 3 to 5 days. It's also strange how so many people rush to get in. The martial will of the Martial Sage Tower can be felt even from afar, like a sword soaring into the skies, vast and solid. Compared to this, the bit of Grandmaster will in one's mind is like a firefly to the bright moon, incomparable in brilliance. It seems that the gap between a 7th level Grandmaster and a 9th level Martial Sage is truly like heaven and earth. It's normal for such precious resources to attract many people. I'll go to the weapon training room today to familiarize myself with the new weapon. The next moment, sorry, the rooms are full now. Lu Shen was flustered. It seems that the unlucky ones even choke while drinking water. When did the 7th Saints Martial University have so many students? Wasn't it promised that each person would have 100 square meters of space? Indeed, today is not a good day to go out. However, just as Lu Shen was walking to the door, a girl grabbed him. Wait, Lu Shen, someone just left. I'm adding you in right now. Hurry over. While Lu Shen was still confused. Do you know me? The girl cheerfully replied. Who doesn't know you on campus these days? Your video is very popular. Okay, thank you very much. However, what puzzled the girl was that this demon lord was very polite and not as fierce as described online. It's just unknown if his strength is also as exaggerated as it is online. Lu Shen also smoothly arrived at the training room and pulled out his massive red crystal dragon pattern spear. Meanwhile, in a large courtyard, a man was practicing swordsmanship, his sharp gaze filled with murderous intent. The massive boulder was shattered in just 2 seconds. Seeing this, a young girl beside him clapped and said, "Impressive, Yi Xian." Xian, your cutting through autumn move is much more powerful than before. If Xiaolan were to challenge you again, he might lose within 100 moves. Yi Xian, the top student in the school, stated, just a defeated underling. I no longer consider him a competitor. My targets are the top 10 of the 7 saints list. Only they are worthy to be my opponents. The twin-tailed girl thought that with his current strength, he could probably make it into the top 10 of the 7 saints list, but Yi Xian said it was impossible, as he had not yet formed even a trace of his own martial will. While the gap from level 6 to 7 is insurmountable even for the top talents, getting stuck there is less about talent and more about luck, so he was not discouraged. What I need to do now is not just practice, but also spend time understanding my own mind. Then, the girl handed her phone to Yi Xian, showing him a video of an interesting new student for him to watch. He is this year's Ascending Dragon. He defeated Teacher Lu in the first class on elective cold weapons. Teacher Lu was too careless. However, the experienced Yi Xian noticed something odd. Teacher Lu is at an intermediate level of intricate mastery in spear techniques and is the strongest among the weapon class teachers. It wouldn't be possible for her to be so careless, so the only explanation is that this new student, Lu Sheng, is very strong, at least at a high level of intricate mastery or even at the control realm. Hearing such praise for a new student, the girl joked, seeing such a fierce junior, does the old student at the top of the list feel a chill down your spine? But Yi Xian remained calm, as his 4 years had not been spent in vain. Real combat and realms differ, and not just anyone is qualified to be his opponent. This Lu Sheng is indeed a prodigy, and we might meet him very soon. On the other side, Lu Sheng arrived as he wished at training room number 8, which had a large space at both ends, and, from its appearance, somewhat resembled the agility training rooms of the Genius Training Camp. As Lu Sheng pressed the start button, ding, the first stage of cold weapon training was about to begin. In an instant, Lu Sheng felt surrounded by several attacks, and with a turn of his spear in his hands, flames enveloped his entire body while the small beads on the walls began to move erratically. The next moment, they surged towards Lu Sheng like a tide. Lu Sheng, with a sharp glance back, formed an impenetrable defense with his spear, splitting every approaching iron ball into 2 halves, and in just a moment, the ferocious iron balls fell everywhere like raindrops. The next moment, ding, the training was completed, with a 20% completion rate for the first stage. Lu Sheng was dumbfounded. Does this mean I failed? Ding. It turns out that the training room does not allow the use of any means beyond one's physical strength, including fierce energy, elemental power, etc. Lu Sheng had an epiphany. I see. But thinking about it, if fierce energy were allowed along with cold weapons, it might demolish the training room. After all, the practice of skills also emphasizes the control of physical strength. In that case, let's do it again. This time, Lu Sheng didn't use any powers, relying solely on pure physical strength to face all the spiritual power iron ball attacks. Although it wasn't the all-encompassing instant kill of before, Lu Sheng was still able to dodge and defeat his opponents with each move. And during this dense barrage of iron ball attacks, which lasted for half an hour, Lu Sheng was surprised to find himself drenched in sweat. It seems the first stage has ended. As soon as he finished speaking, countless small balls swarmed towards Lu Sheng. Damn, it's endless. However, the moment Lu Sheng touched the small ball, he sensed something was off, because these beads were easily blown away by the wind pressure, revealing they were actually made of wood. Indeed, this was about honing the skills of martial artists, testing their control over cold weapons. The iron balls turning into wooden ones seemed to make them less lethal and slower, seemingly reducing the difficulty. But in reality, it was the opposite. The lighter the shot beads, the more they were affected by air currents, and they could be blown away by the wind from a sword or spear before hitting the target, making their trajectories utterly unpredictable. Given this, Lu Sheng closed his eyes. Although he could no longer see, he could still sense the trajectories of each bead, achieving the state of drawing a sword to cut water. However, what came next was even more absurd. After the wooden balls, there were plastic balls, followed by popcorn, and then feathers. Hey, don't make it too absurd. Even I will get tired. At this moment, each feather was like a battlefield martial artist, with edges sharp as blades aiming at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's gaze gradually became more solemn, and then he threw his spear, which pierced the surrounding down like an arrow. Then, the spear returned to Lu Sheng's hand like a returning arrow, leaving no trace of its path, as if moving through a vacuum, truly killing invisibly, executing without shedding blood. Unexpectedly, after just a few hours of practice in the cold weapon training room, the synergy between me and the red crystal dragon pattern spear dramatically improved. At this rate, I should be able to cultivate the spear sense and smoothly enter the next soul-nurturing stage soon. It must be said that this training room has been an eye-opener for me at St. Martial University, utilizing the properties of each material to enhance certain attribute changes, going beyond simple control of cold weapons. Not only must no martial power be revealed, but precise control of physical strength is also required, something impossible to achieve without decades of hard work. Even I, with my level 4 spear technique and the memories of 2 grandmaster martial artists, nearly failed several times. This training session essentially solidified those unstable parts of Lu Sheng's body body, even solidifying his martial arts foundation by 3 parts. He could even feel the bottleneck of the intricate mastery realm starting to loosen, and the second form of the complete martial path beckoning him. While Lu Xing was imagining the storyline, he suddenly realized that there was no more noise. Why hasn't the next stage of training started yet? The next moment, ding, all 5 stages of training in this room have been completed. At this moment, Lu Xing's mouth hung open. That's it? Are you kidding me? Looks like I'll have to come back next Thursday and keep going until I can't feel anything. Meanwhile, at the reception, Red Hair was complaining. She had come for 3 consecutive days only to find it fully booked each time. Just as she lamented her bad luck, Lu Xing's exit gave her a big surprise, and fortunately, she could finally enter the training room. As she happily scurried to room number 8, the moment she opened the door, she was shocked. Damn, how did this turn into a dump? Red Hair, furious, punched the wall, looking at that person, so clean and tidy. I never expected him to be such a trash king. As she finished speaking, a robot slowly emerged from a corner, cleaning program starting. Red Hair looked on with disdain. How messy does someone have to be to create this much trash? With popcorn and feathers no less. Was someone camping out watching movies here, and even roasting a turkey on the side? But then, Red Hair seemed to realize something. Usually, nothing but cold weapons are allowed in the training room, not even water, and trash only comes from the training process itself. She hurriedly ran to check the equipment, which still displayed Lu Xing's information showing 100% completion of the 5th stage. Red Hair was stunned, because in the history of the 9 St. Martial universities, the highest anyone had ever reached was the 3rd stage. The 3rd stage was already equivalent to reaching the intricate mastery realm. The 5th stage must be above the control realm. She could hardly believe that this young man, who didn't look older than her, could be connected to a grandmaster. The next moment, a buzzing of electricity came from the control panel, accompanied by her puzzled gaze. The training room suddenly became spotless with a bang, and just out of the training room, Lu Xing downed a cup of his own golden dragon saliva. Lu Xing could distinctly feel that the absorption was even better than before. As the stellar body refinement technique was deployed, the internal breath of the indestructible golden body also began to dance. Afterwards, Lu Xing was surprised to see that the training speed for the 2nd stage of the indestructible golden body was twice as fast as usual. It seems that this time a lot of subtle areas inside his body were awakened, which then extracted them. Lu Xing could feel that, at this rate, the completion of the 2nd stage of the indestructible golden body could be halved, and he might completely finish it before ascending to Grandmaster. However, in the following days, Lu Xing still repeated the same routine, practicing the stellar body refinement technique for 2 hours each morning, then attending classes in the exotic beast subject, checking the Q progress at the Martial Sage Tower during meal times, and finally returning to the cold weapons training room to go through the 5th level stage until he was physically exhausted, and then practicing in his dreams. In just 1 week, Lu Xing's vital energy and blood value tripled, and he was now capable of delivering 5 times the combat power with a single strike. If it weren't for being in the training room, he wouldn't have known his body had so many gaps and flaws, which although trivial now, would become more apparent later. If I tried to fill these gaps at level 8 or 9, probably wouldn't be possible. Today, Lu Xing once again walked out of the training room, with Red Hair quietly following behind him. As soon as Lu Xing left, she called her friends to come in. When the door opened, everyone's mouths gaped. It's really the 5th stage. I didn't think it actually existed. They had thought this stage was just for show. Looking at the feather in their hands, can this thing be hit? Everyone hurried to take videos and post them online, but Red Hair said it was no use. I already posted it days ago and nobody at school believed me. They even thought I photoshopped it and just blocked my account. Do you think Lu Xing's strength has already transcended the top student on the elder student list? Chenyi Xian, Red Hair then said, you still don't understand the significance of the 5th stage. His mastery in cold weapons is at least at the control realm, and challenging higher levels is as easy as drinking water for him below the Grandmaster level. Perhaps only the words unmatched in his own tier suit him best, not to mention the top 10 of the elder student list. Even the top 10 of the 7 saints list probably couldn't stand against him. Hearing Red Hair's explanation, the others were panicking, and the most infuriating thing was knowing such an incredible secret about Lu Xing, but not being able to talk about it, as no one would believe this fact. Red Hair suggested that everyone simply keep quiet, as given Lu Xing's way of doing things, such a secret shouldn't stay hidden for too long. Meanwhile, Lu Xing's training was interrupted by a text message. After queuing for a whole week, it was finally his turn at the Martial Sage Tower. 10 minutes was enough time for him to take a bathroom break, shower, change his clothes, and head over. Just as he was about to leave, a AA-rated mission from the mission center also came through, and it was urgent. After some thought, Lu Xing chose the mission because, as a student, he had privileges at the Martial Sage Tower and would get his turn within the week. However, AA-rated credit missions were not available every day, so Lu Xing promptly headed to the mission center after getting ready. On the other side, the 7th Martial Sage Tower was about to face a major challenge because among the 7 St. Martial universities, each has its its own Martial Saint Tower, and students using their school's Martial Saint Tower can enjoy certain privileges, which is a source of pride for St. Martial universities. However, students from other St. Martial universities can also challenge the towers at other schools, and if the challenger breaks the highest floor record of the tower, the defending side will lose the right to use the Martial Sage Tower for a year. A figure slowly appeared at the registration desk of the 7th Martial Sage Tower, and when the registrar saw the name, she was so frightened because the visitor was Miao Renxiong, the one ranked 6th on the 7 Saints list, who was now fiercely approaching to challenge the tower. On the other side, after eating 200 pounds of hamburgers, Lu Xing slowly took out the mission letter. There was a note on top of the letter: relevant information, destroy after reading. The mission can fail, but you only have one life. This mission was to capture a gang of criminals responsible for numerous serious crimes, bearing the guilt of hundreds of human lives, including over 30 police officers. Capturing or killing one of the criminals would reward 10 million in cash and 10 academic credits. Capturing the leader, Ma Guiyun, would multiply the reward by 10. The mission details seemed quite appealing. If he could complete several missions in a row involving a large group of people, he could quickly earn enough credits. Just as Lu Xing was about to destroy the letter, a few photos fell out from behind it. These were 2 postcards, and both individuals were graduating students from the 3rd St. Martial University and were 6th level martial artists with a high mission completion rate. Lu Xing's eyes then suddenly widened, and the letter in his hands burned to ashes. I didn't expect to have teammates. I hope they don't hold me back. The scene shifts to that night, a young girl grumbling impatiently. Is this jerk coming or not? He really has no sense of time. The next moment, a man extinguished his cigarette. What's the rush? It's not even the agreed time yet, is it? Hearing the young girl curse, how many tons of smoke have you had? Didn't you see it's joking me? She then decided not to wait for Lu Xing, and the two of them went straight to carry out the mission, considering Lu Xing a rookie who wouldn't be of much help anyway. Moreover, he's just a freshman with a mission completion rate of 0%. Clearly his first time on a mission, a kid who hasn't even seen blood yet. Really don't understand what those people at the 7th Saints Martial University are thinking. However, the man pointed out that Lu Xing is also a 6th level and this year's Ascending Dragon Martial Arts top scholar. To have such strength at this age, his talent is definitely terrifying. Hearing this, the girl got even angrier, so he came to earn some glory. Ha! The 7th Saints Martial University really is something, sending their own genius to us instead of taking care of him themselves. I really don't have the time to babysit this little brat. This mission could kill someone in minutes. Just then, Lu Xing's voice arose from behind as he slowly approached, dragging his weapon case. Afterwards, the 3 of them drove to their destination, during which the girl kept nagging and impatiently asking Lu Xing if he had brought his weapons, and even went through some of the tasks listed on the mission list, noting that given their current situation, this mission was still very difficult. 2 hours later, the trio arrived at a factory in the distance. The girl solemnly warned Lu Xing, stating that this was a real bandit suppression operation and people could indeed die, and that it was still not too late to regret coming. Seeing Lu Xing nod affirmatively, the blue-haired girl disdainfully opened the car door. I hope you truly understand, and aren't just pretending. After hiding the car, they then headed towards the factory up ahead. The group moved swiftly along the walls and soon reached the outer wall of the factory, where 3 people were seen conversing above. Judging from the situation, the mission seemed harder than Blue Hair and her partner had anticipated, and the person they were observing was the bandit leader, Ma Guiyun. Due to the distance, they couldn't discern the opponent's strength, so they had to take a risk and move closer. Then they shouted, Lu Xing, did you hear that? Let's go! But at this moment, Lu Xing had already extended his mental power throughout the entire factory. It turned out that not only on the rooftop, but also inside the building, there were more than 10 people. Just as Lu Xing was about to delve deeper with his mental power, he was abruptly awakened by Blue Hair pulling him aside. Lu Xing then turned and walked away, indicating he would go back first and let them proceed by themselves. I should have done the mission alone. What need for such incompetent teammates? Blue Hair didn't understand why she suddenly felt a chilling panic inside. Could it be because it was her first time handling a AA level mission with an underwhelming partner, causing her nerves to be overly tense? Forget it. Better off without such a drag. She then called Meng Jianfei to move ahead, and the two climbed along the factory wall until they reached the rooftop. Just moving a little further up should enable them to assess the opponent's strength. The next moment, Blue Hair saw Meng Jianfei's legs stiffen and hurriedly asked what was wrong. Meng Jianfei looked terrified, as inside the building, a group of martial artists was arguing, and then the team leader Wang Dabiao yelled in anger, why should you alone take 30% when so many of us are involved? Ma Guiyun, sipping coffee calmly, responded, the initial work was done by me, the plan and the tools were also provided by me. You guys are just here to kill a few people. Don't I deserve the 30%? After some arguing, the underlings could only compromise to give him 20%. Little did the two outside know, they were already shivering in fear, as they could clearly sense at least 8 level 6 martial artists inside, along with a bunch of level 4 and 5 underlings. This was not something they could handle at the moment. The difficulty of this level was probably at S level. They needed to hurry back and report, as preserving their lives was the priority. Thus, Blue Hair and Meng Jianfei sneak out of the factory perimeter, only to unexpectedly encounter members of a raiding squad. At that moment, one of Ma Guiyun's men said, "Our boss gave them a chance to join us, and they want to take the lion's share." But the bald man was indifferent, saying, "Once we hijack this batch of supplies, our boss Ma Guiyun will be able to break through to Grandmaster level. Then we'll have nothing to fear from them." Hearing this, the two students were already terrified, wetting themselves with fear, and dared not make a sound. The two exchanged glances and nodded at each other. "Run now, or our lives are over." They're planning to seize strategic materials. No wonder they gathered so many people. 8 level 6 martial artists and their firearms could easily take over the entire coastal city. This outlaw Grandmaster is not someone we little kids can handle. All we can do is rush back to the school and report. However, when they had fled halfway, they realized they had forgotten to bring Lu Sheng, the rookie, with them. But it was now impossible to go back. All they could do was hope that Lu Sheng had found a good hiding spot and would not be discovered. Meanwhile, a pair of large feet slowly approached the leading bald man. "Yo ho, where did this stinky brat come from?" The man with braids was about to continue taunting when a ball of fire struck his chin, causing him to die before he could finish his sentence. Seeing this, several men armed with weapons charged at Lu Sheng. But with just one move, Lu Sheng killed several level 6 martial artists. Among the 8 level 6s, including 2 at the peak, along with several level 5s and level 4s, Lu Sheng didn't expect the AA level mission to be this simple. Just as he was about to head towards the negotiation room inside, the bald man used all his strength to grab Lu Sheng's ankle, indicating that the gang leader would avenge him. Before he finished speaking, Lu Sheng sent into heaven with a kick, dead and still so much to say. But this seemed to be the first time Lu Sheng had killed someone, yet he felt no discomfort or agitation. Rather, the pent-up desires for destruction and devastation inside him dissipated quite a bit. Perhaps it was because he had hunted too many zombies in dream space, or maybe it was because he inherited too many bloody memories, or perhaps it was because these men were utterly vile, making it feel guiltless to kill them. Then Lu Sheng walked straight ahead. Now it's time to eradicate evil for the people. Meanwhile, inside, several groups were still quarreling violently over their shares when Ma Guiyun, who was sitting on the side, stood up slowly and punched one of them. "I told you, the plan was my idea. The tools were provided by me, and I have the biggest say here. Do I really need your disagreement on how much I take?" He then authoritatively addressed his underlings. "If anyone else has objections, they can leave now. I won't stop them." His directness left his underlings angry, but unable to speak out. Just then, someone walked in. "We are all partners. Why should we harm our good relations over such petty profits?" "Right, Brother Ma Guiyun. I've been saying Brother Ma is aiming for the Grandmaster level, so it's only right for you to take a larger share. It's rare among us bandits to have a potential Grandmaster. Here's a cigarette. Congratulations in advance to Brother Ma on reaching Grandmaster level. But just like you want to become a Grandmaster, I want it too, so I also need 30%. Hearing this, Ma Guiyun's eyes hardened, feeling a murderous urge, but he could do nothing about his opponent, because this ghost-faced vulture was the only one who could match him in strength. Not only a level 6 peak, but also a rare elemental control talent martial artist. It is said that he was originally a top student, but a fire that killed his entire family drastically changed his personality, leading him to become a ruthless bandit who likes to burn people alive. Just as the air grew still, a loud noise came from the main door outside. The crowd remained calm, saying, "It's probably the police coming. Kill them, and we'll move somewhere else to talk." However, just as a subordinate was about to kill, a large door flew in, sending him flying back dozens of meters. At that moment, a red spear slowly appeared, with Lu Sheng gripping the spear, now in everyone's sight. Seeing that the newcomer was just a kid without even a full set of whiskers, the bandits scoffed in disdain. But then, Lu Sheng held up 2 fingers and said, "I'll give you 2 minutes to run if you want to save your lives." The bandits looked at Lu Sheng as if he were a fool. "What are you supposed to be? Have the cops run out of people, sending this rookie to die?" Even the usually composed Ma Guiyun was puzzled. This looks just like a kid. In the midst of talking, unable to hold back, Lu Rian swung her large sword towards Lu Sheng. Just as the blade was 2 centimeters away from Lu Sheng, he dodged to the side and counterattacked, resulting in Sister Lu's decapitation. Everyone's mouths dropped open. At this point, anyone could see that there was something odd about Lu Sheng, especially since Sister Lu was nearly a level 6 martial artist. Following that, Ma Guiyun advised his underlings, "Don't confront him directly. We need to be sneaky." He could tell that the weapon in the kid's hand was likely a Grandmaster level weapon. "Let's mob him." Hearing that it was a Grandmaster level weapon, one of the underlings drooled. "This is a valuable item, worth a few $100 million by itself." Several underlings then attacked Lu Sheng together. "Kid, don't think just because you have a good weapon you can do whatever you want. Your own strength is what's most important." Faced with several bandits rushing in, Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed, and as before, the group was killed on the spot by several spear thrusts. Watching several men fall to the ground within 2 seconds, Lu Sheng's strength became an enigma once again, as the situation was too bizarre. If previously Lu Rian's death could be attributed contributed to his reliance on the weapon. Now with so many level 6 martial artists dead, one had to suspect the kid's formidable strength. At this moment, a murderous intent surged in Lu Xing's heart, his body ablaze with flames. Since you won't come to me, then it's my turn to attack. Lu Xing switched to the wind-breathing technique. Seeing this, Ghost-Faced Vulture urgently yelled, "This kid is almost a grandmaster." While speaking, Ghost-Faced Vulture quickly fled, but Lu Xing wasn't about to let him escape. The next moment, Ghost-Faced Vulture suddenly turned around, cackling with laughter as flames surged around him. "Who said I was running away?" Then, Ghost-Faced Vulture clapped his hands together, and a large fireball of high temperature engulfed Lu Xing. Ghost-Faced Vulture grinned widely. "See, you will die in my endless sea of fire." The next moment, a voice made him pee himself in fear. "You call that fire?" Lu Xing's figure appeared at the center of the sea of fire, and with a flick of his finger, he said, "Let's see what real fire is." Then, a small purple flame shot towards Ghost-Faced Vulture's chest. The next moment, the purple flame quickly spread over his entire body, and Ghost-Faced Vulture screamed in agony like a demon. In an instant, the purple flame spread rapidly, turning into a fiery tornado that engulfed Ghost-Faced Vulture. His screams grew fainter and fainter, while Ma Guiyun's face turned ashen. A level 6 martial artist's bones are as tough as steel, with a boiling point of 2750 degrees. But looking at this fire, I still feel mine is a bit stronger. Lu Xing calmly watched Ma Guiyun and asked, "Have you decided how you want to die?" On the other side, the two teammates, unable to rest easy, decided to sneak back to the entrance to check the situation. What the hell is going on here? They saw several bandits down on the ground. "This kid is strong, all with one-hit kills." Blue Hair scoffed, "They're just minions." But looking at the situation at the entrance, Blue Hair was puzzled. Could it be that the dumb kid really charged in? After that, they decided to sneak back inside and prepare for combat just in case. The next moment, they were stunned. Walking along the corridor, they found bodies everywhere, unable to believe that the foolish kid did all this, so they moved further inside. At that moment, they heard a heart-wrenching scream and both exclaimed in shock, "It's Ma Guiyun." As the words fell, Ma Guiyun was split in two. The killer was Lu Xing, holding a long spear. Only at the last moment did they believe that all of this was Lu Xing's doing. Seeing his teammates arrive, Lu Xing called out, "You're just a step late. The bandit suppression is completed." Then Lu Xing walked straight out of the factory, leaving the two to handle the aftermath. It wasn't until Lu Xing had left that the two collapsed on the ground, clearly frightened by the terrifying figure of the great demon they had just witnessed. They even thought they were dreaming. What kind of monster had the 7th Saints Martial University really recruited? Meanwhile, as Lu Xing got into a taxi to return, a message on his phone broke the silence. It was from Fatty, asking where Lu Xing was, as someone had come to challenge the 7th Martial Sage Tower. Thus, Lu Xing hurried back to the school. However, for Lu Xing, the bandit suppression mission was also a significant gain. A group of bandits, abundant in vital energy and blood and extremely vicious, was perfect for sharpening his dragon pattern spear. Lost in thought, Fatty came running over with a trident on his back and quickly asked Lu Xing how difficult this mission was and if it was thrilling. When he heard that Lu Xing had dealt with the bandits, he exclaimed in surprise, "Damn, Brother Shin, you actually killed someone." Lu Xing hadn't expected such a strong reaction from Fatty, but then again, it made sense, since they were still just 17 or 18 years old, and killing was indeed too cruel for them. Just as Lu Xing was about to reassure Fatty that they were only despicable villains, he saw Fatty looking excitedly at him. "Next time, we should also take on some bounty hunter missions. It must be thrilling." Lu Xing was baffled. Does this Fatty have a gene for violence or what? As they were talking, several students passed by, shouting, "It's over, the Martial Sage Tower can't be held now." Lu Xing slowly asked Fatty what guarding the tower meant. Fatty hurriedly explained that basically, it was Miao Renxiong, ranked 7th on the 7 Saints list and representing the 4th Holy Martial University, who had come to challenge the tower. Seeing Lu Xing's astonished face, Fatty continued explaining that the 7 Saints list was like an upgraded version of the Elder Student list, which ranks the strength of undergraduate students from sophomore to senior at the 7 Saint Martial Universities, with the current leaders being Chen Yixian and Xiaolan. The 7 Saints list, however, is a more authoritative ranking of all the elder students at the 7 Saint Martial Universities. Everyone listed is a top genius of the younger generation. Fatty sighed helplessly. The 7th Saints Martial University can't make it into the top 10 of the 7 Saints list, not even the school's top student, Chen Yixian, who ranks only 13th. It looks like we can't hold the tower anymore. This will turn the 7th Saints Martial University into a joke. For the next year, we won't even have the privilege of entering the Martial Sage Tower. We'll have to apply and queue up like students from other schools and martial artists, maybe even for half a year. Hearing this, Lu Xing was shocked. What, I have to queue for half years to get in? With that, he left Fatty staring in surprise as he flew towards the Martial Sage Tower. Seeing this, Fatty laughed. Could it be that Brother Shin is planning to defend the tower now? On the other side, the area in front of the 7th Martial Sage Tower was now crowded with all sorts of people. The students of the 7th Saints Martial University were currently stomping their feet in anger. Today was undoubtedly a day of great humiliation for them. If they couldn't hold the tower this time, they would have to compete with students from other schools for spots. At that moment, the crowd shouted that someone was coming out. It turned out to be Chen Yixian, holding his head. Chen Yixian's expression was one of excruciating pain, clearly suffering backlash from pushing himself beyond his limits. The students were as if struck by thunder upon seeing this. Even Chen Yixian, the top student, had failed here, and they could hardly imagine who else could hold the tower. Now, Chen Yixian had stopped at the 20th floor, ending his challenge. Chen Yixian stared blankly at the panel. As a student of the 7th Saints Martial University, he was as familiar with this Martial Saint Tower as his own front door for 4 whole years, yet he still couldn't match the outsider Miao Renqiu. He felt deeply aggrieved and embarrassed because he couldn't protect what was his teeth grinding audibly with frustration. This scene not only caused onlookers from other schools to mock, but it also embarrassed the 7th Saints Martial University thoroughly, seeing them usually so arrogant, and yet they crumbled when faced with someone stronger. Just then, the two felt someone pushing them and turned around to look, only to realize it was an invisible force of mental energy making way. Who possessed such formidable power? Look, it's Lu Sheng, the top freshman of the year. I heard that at the start of the school year, he thrashed all the new students and even defeated a spear technique instructor. At this moment, the bystanders were unclear about Lu Sheng's purpose for coming. Could he also be here to defend the tower? Your 7th Saints Martial University is really something, letting a newcomer on the freshman list challenge the 6th ranker on the 7 Saints list. It's one thing for the old guard to be ineffective, but now you're pinning your hopes on a freshman. Lu Sheng paid no heed, walking straight towards the entrance with his dragon pattern spear, then asked, "Miss, I don't need to queue to enter the tower now, do I?" At this, the young lady also remembered that Lu Sheng, this handsome newbie, had never entered the tower before. How could they let him in to defend the tower? Subsequently, the young lady reluctantly handed the badge to Lu Sheng. In her eyes, the 7th Saints Martial University was now desperately grasping at straws. Seeing the young lady's worried expression, Lu Sheng confidently looked back. "Don't worry, I alone am enough. He won't break through." Elsewhere, Lu Sheng's newly acquired young fans were frantically searching for him. Everyone they asked told them that Lu Sheng had gone to carry out a AA level mission and wouldn't be back soon. Hearing this, Red Hair scratched her head in disappointment. In her view, only Lu Sheng could now preserve the school's reputation. A girl beside asked, "Who are you all rushing about searching for? You make it sound so mysterious." Red Hair answered listlessly, "Who it is doesn't matter now. The person isn't at school to prove it." The girl snorted and said, "All this secrecy, and now even that freshman Lu Sheng has gone to defend the tower. Our 7th Saints Martial University really is in desperate straits." Hearing about Lu Sheng, Red Hair's eyes sharpened, and she quickly grabbed the girl shouting, "What did you say? The freshman Lu Sheng?" The girl pointed to the billboard. "Look, he just went in 2 minutes ago. His name just got up there, still in last place." Seeing that it really was Lu Sheng, Red Hair's squad started dancing on the spot with excitement, and the girl, watching them with tears in her eyes, couldn't help but wonder, "I don't understand why they are so excited. Isn't Lu Sheng just a slightly impressive freshman?" On the other side, Lu Sheng looked around the empty tower interior, finding only a small machine in front. Reading the instructions, it seemed just like a video game. As Lu Sheng put on the helmet, his consciousness seemed to enter a space of consciousness. He was all too familiar with this feeling. Although there was a slight difference, it was like entering the dream world. With that in mind, Lu Sheng felt he wouldn't be doing justice to the zombies he had dispatched in his dreams if he didn't completely conquer the Martial Saint Tower. However, there were no zombies here. His only opponent here was Tan Zhongyu. A blue-green figure materialized in front, and the first level of the Martial Saint Tower was the young Tan Zhongyu. While Lu Sheng was still startled, the figure sprinted towards him and then punched Lu Sheng in the waist. As the breath from the palm dissipated, Lu Sheng was unharmed. The next moment, the young man was sent flying by Lu Sheng. It seemed that the kid's strength was around a level 2 martial artist. His attack on Lu Sheng not only failed, but was also rebounded by Lu Sheng's fierce energy, sending him flying. "I'm not one to let things go. If the Martial Saint hits me, I must hit back." With that, Lu Sheng punched out, and the young man vanished like smoke. Watching the scene, it seemed the force might have been a bit much, but the quickly dispersing young man turned into a stream of energy, reassembling somewhere else. It turned out that after absorbing Lu Sheng's mental power, the young man transformed back into Tan Zhongyu, who seemed to have grown a bit, so it gradually increases the difficulty like this. Soon, the young man quickly flashed behind Lu Sheng, but through this punch, Lu Sheng finally understood the principle of the Martial Saint Tower. With a kick from Lu Sheng, Tan Zhongyu disappeared again. So it was the same old pattern. During the fight, mental energy continually emerged, and this mental energy was attracted by another force, merging with previous energies to form a new Tan Zhongyu. So defeating an opponent not only doesn't provide any benefit, but instead continuously drains my mental power. Lu Sheng had previously considered that the Martial Saint Tower's trials might be linked to mental and willpower aspects, but he hadn't figured out how a year-long accumulation could provide mental trials for so many people. Even if it was the Martial Saint's will, it should have been exhausted long ago. It turns out that it is maintained through charging fees, taking a little bit at each level to stimulate the generation of Martial Saint opponents, and even collecting more than what is needed for generation, thereby continuously enlarging the Martial Saint's will. This is also why the 7th Saints Martial University's recruitment is not as good as the other 6 schools. The other schools have been established longer, and their Martial Saints will has grown larger like a snowball rolling downhill. And Tan Zhongyu is the founder of the 7th Saints Martial University and the only existing Martial Saint among the 7 Saint Martial Universities, managing all affairs of these institutions. Moreover, breaking the record in the Martial Saint Tower offers a chance to receive his legacy. If the Martial Saint Tower operates as Lu Xing analyzed, then his dream space operates on a similar principle. The dream space is likely generated based on the will of one or more martial arts powerhouses, and the dream space is much more sophisticated than the Martial Saint Tower. Considering the multitude of martial arts powerhouses expected over the next 10,000 years, as numerous as the stars, it's possible their combined wills could construct a world of mental power. Accompanied by the clicking sound, Lu Xing quickly passed several levels, and his figure once again solidified into a man with a sword, presumably a version of Tan Zhongyu around the age of 20, perhaps a level 5 when he first attended university. But it was still no use, as he was directly shattered by a punch from Lu Shen. The next moment, a new Tan Zhongyu appeared, this one at a minor mastery of swordplay, at the point of breaking through to level 6. After a while, almost every figure failed to withstand even one move from Lu Shen. However, by this time, Tan Zhongyu had reached his 30s, appearing to be at least at the peak of level 6 in swordsmanship, once acclaimed as the #1 person below grandmasters among his peers. I've long heard that Tan Zhongyu was a late bloomer, only showing the semblance of a saint when he nearly stepped into the grandmaster realm. I am eager to see the strength of this #1 person below grandmasters. Both are now at level 6, but Lu Xing still opts to tear apart Tan Zhongyu barehanded, feeling that there is no need to use the spear yet. On the other hand, Miao Renxiong has already passed level 21 to reach level 22 and is still comfortably leading the chart. Currently, the highest record in the 7th Martial Saint Tower is the 22nd floor, and if Miao Renxiong advances another level, then it's game over. Qinyi Xian, who has been surpassed in one go, is trembling, finally understanding what true humiliation feels like, and also grasping the gap represented by the 7 Saints list. The will to fight is slowly disintegrating in his heart. At that moment, a girl with a ponytail tried to comfort him, saying that Miao Renxiong wouldn't easily break through the 22nd floor, as it is a threshold, and Tan Martial Saint, who is accomplished in peak level 6 swordsmanship, isn't easily defeated. Trembling, Qinyi Xian responded, "What if Miao Renxiong gets lucky and passes? Wouldn't I become the criminal of the 7th Saints Martial University?" At that moment, the crowd shouted, "Look, Lu Xing's tower breaking speed is so fast. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xing has reached the 12th floor. No, it's already the 15th floor. No, it's already the 21st floor. He has transcended Qinyi Xian, currently ranked 2nd. In an instant, everyone's mouths hung open, dumbfounded. But before the crowd could react, Lu Xing's ranking had already surpassed Miao Renxiong, who was first. Some outsiders started accusing the 7th Saints Martial University of being sore losers, even daring to falsify scores in the Martial Saint Tower. Not just outsiders, even Qinyi Xian and others were incredulous, given the unbelievably fast speed of breaking the tower. At that moment, the registrar came out to clarify, the core of the Martial Saint Tower is the will of the Martial Saint. Are you saying that the Martial Saint is protecting Lu Shen? Hearing this, the crowd acknowledged their mistake. We didn't mean to blame the Martial Saint, it's just that the score looks very fake. During the argument, Lu Xing's ranking reached the 25th floor, setting a new record for the 7th Martial Saint Tower. Currently, only Red Hair believed this was truly Lu Xing's own strength. Red Hair shouted excitedly, "That's right, I knew it. This is Lu Shen." Fatty and others from the same school watched the screen, their mouths agape. Damn, Brother Shen is overpowered again. At this time, Lu Xing was enveloped in flames, perhaps even forgetting which floor he was on. In the midst of speaking, another Tan Zhongyu was defeated. However, Lu Xing was starting to feel a bit strained. It was Tan Zhongyu, after all. If it had been a week earlier, before Lu Xing had mastered physical strength control in the cold weapons training room, he might not have dominated this much. The next moment, Lu Xing clutched his head in pain as waves of mental power continuously emerged, the mental challenge of this level visibly causing him pain. If it were any other student, they probably would have given up by now. The next moment, a figure wrapped in blue energy slowly fell. It looked like the next threshold was coming out. Grandmaster level Tan Zhongyu. Before Lu Xing could make a move, Tan Zhongyu's body burst forth with a dark energy, this domineering grandmaster's aura overwhelming Lu Shen. It is said that Tan Zhongyu became a grandmaster at 42, battling 8 grandmasters in the same month, achieving 7 wins and 1 draw. Then, 10 suns also slowly rose around Lu Sheng. Come on, Grandmaster Tan Zhongyu, let's see whether your sword can split this orb of daylight, or if you burn up first. Lu Sheng soared toward Tan Zhongyu like a meteor. Today, I will confront you, a true Grandmaster with level 9 prowess, with my level 6 status. At this moment, Lu Sheng tried to break through Tan Zhongyu's defenses with his overwhelmingly powerful flames. However, Tan Zhongyu merely gathered energy into his sword, and then, under Lu Sheng's astonished gaze, a terrifying force that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth flew towards Lu Sheng's forehead. Logically, Lu Sheng should have been fine, but this strike left him somewhat disheveled. It was the first time Lu Sheng had seen such a fearsome slash. His fierce energy and control-level flames crumbled like tofu upon impact. However, this was just what Lu Sheng wanted, as he hadn't had such an exhilarating fight in a long time. Stimulated by this life-and-death battle, Lu Sheng's martial arts skills advanced further, bringing him one step closer to the second form of the complete martial path. This time, Tan Zhongyu calmly raised his long sword again, then a domineering sword aura with lightning condensed in his palm. In an instant, before Lu Sheng could even reach him, several strikes of lightning and sword aura surrounded Lu Sheng. But this time, Lu Sheng did not intend to dodge. He concentrated his stellar connected fierce energy into one point, as if holding a star, with solar flares at his fingertips, mastering the star itself. This was the stellar body refinement secret technique, the stellar grip. At this moment, the 10 Suns ascendancy also continuously unleashed, with various attacks reaching a climactic phase. Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office, the vice principal incredulously looked at the information board. 8 level 6 martial artists, including 2 at the peak of level 6 and those with high-level elemental control talents, had all been cleanly killed by Lu Sheng alone, with a crushing force akin to sweeping away decayed wood. The AA level mission was directly upgraded to AAA, and the chief of Riverside City Police had even personally written a thank you letter of nearly 10,000 words. This kid, I originally thought he would need some time to lay low before making a move, but who knew he'd surprise me like this all of a sudden? Such unparalleled combat power, invincible among his peers, just like the martial saint from the St. Martial University in the old days. However, such talent and strength have surely drawn the attention of Martial Saint. Before the vice principal could fully process his shock, a teacher burst through the door. Vice principal, there's an emergency at the Martial Saint Tower. The vice principal waved his hand nonchalantly. What's the rush? The result from defending the tower is out, isn't it? If we lost, we lost. The Martial Saint Tower was set up by the Martial Saint to encourage competition. Just notify the 4th St. Martial University directly. But the teacher exclaimed, this has nothing to do with the 4th St. Martial University. It's Lu Sheng. He has broken our 7th Saint's Martial Tower's record. He's now reached the 26th floor. At this moment, the students felt an unprecedented pressure as all the vice principals of the school mobilized collectively. The vice principal was sweating. Lu Sheng, what other surprises are you going to bring me? The principals were shocked. We hurried over as soon as Lu Sheng reached the 26th floor. Could it be that he has broken through another level in this short interval? The bearded principal spoke up. Previously, the Martial Saint said that anyone under 30 who breaks the 23rd floor may be summoned by him. Those who break the 24th floor may receive his guidance for 7 days, and those who break the 25th floor may enter his school. Yet, this Lu Sheng has reached the terrifying 27th floor. After saying this, the bespectacled principal shouted loudly, indicating that after this incident, they would co-sign a report to the higher-ups. Hearing this, the students were shocked, truly not expecting that Lu Sheng could enter the Martial Saint's school just after arriving. But thinking about it, it makes sense. He shattered the Martial Saint Tower. Probably no one will match him for the next 50 years. And this Lu Sheng will also become the strongest student in the history of the 7 St. Martial Universities. At this moment, Fatty chimed in, no, I'm afraid not even in 100 years could anyone surpass my brother Shen. Awesome is not enough to describe him anymore. It looks like all I can do in this life is cling to brother Sheng's coattails. On the other side, someone shouted that Lu Sheng was too monstrous, wondering why there had been no signs before. Hearing this, Red Hair immediately shoved her phone in front of a bystander, which surprisingly recorded all of Lu Sheng's incredible deeds at school. Red Hair proudly said, I posted about Lu Sheng's strength a long time ago. He cleared the 5th stage of the training room, but no one believed it. As bystanders watched the scenes in the post, they were dumbfounded. If all recorded in there were true, what a terrifying existence Lu Sheng would be. Meanwhile, this battle of martial arts and clash of wills with Tan Zhongyu was a rare and valuable tempering for Lu Sheng's path to Grandmaster. Lu Sheng, supporting his trembling body, slowly said, Tan Zhongyu, you are indeed strong, but I am stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, Tan Zhongyu's Grandmaster form began to dissipate more slowly than usual, as if laying the groundwork for something. As his body gradually vanished, a strong light burst forth. Seizing the moment of his opponent's dissolution, Lu Sheng immediately activated his technique to heal his injuries. Lu Sheng looked at his right hand, satisfied. His grand vision meditation was nearly perfect. Perhaps after another life and death battle, it could fully form, and then he would be ready to officially challenge the level 7 7 Grandmaster realm. The next moment, Lu Xing abruptly stood up, a burst of blue-green aura exploding around him. He slowly looked up at the sky, where the dissipating figure turned into a dazzling orb of light, and suddenly, the great Grandmaster Tan Zhongyu appeared, standing like a deity above. To Lu Xing's surprise, this time it seemed that no mental energy was being absorbed. It appeared that the Martial Saint Tower had been accumulating power all along for this moment. Lu Xing, holding the holy spear, shouted, "Come on, let's fight with all our might." This time, Lu Xing used all his power without reservation, preparing for the final battle. Red Hair and others, seeing him stuck at the 27th floor for a long time, thought that was Lu Xing's limit, but unexpectedly, he broke through to the 28th floor. This level, even beyond the reach of all the principals, showed how incredibly strong a freshman could be, leaving them nowhere to hide their aged faces. Ding, the challenge has ended. Eventually, Lu Xing set a new record with the 28th floor. The bespectacled principal stared dreamily towards the tower's entrance, and the students and onlookers crowded at the gate, wanting to witness Lu Xing's glorious moment firsthand. With a creak, the first to come out was Miao Renxiong. Miao Renxiong was also puzzled. Although he came to challenge the tower, he didn't expect so many people waiting at the door. Miao Renxiong laughed heartily, thinking everyone was stunned by his performance and had come to greet him. But a group of girls, seeing someone laughing so lewdly, showed expressions of astonishment. Just then, Lu Xing from behind shouted, "Let Miao Renxiong pass through." Seeing Miao Renxiong not paying attention, still lost in his fantasy, the next moment Miao Renxiong did a 360-degree flip jump. "Sorry, you were in my way." Watching the arrogant figure ahead, Miao Renxiong became enraged. "Damn it, when have I ever been treated like this?" He immediately swung his massive fist towards Lu Xing. "Fuck you, you little shit. Even the big shots at your school don't dare to be this arrogant with me. Do you know who you're talking to?" As the dust settled, Lu Xing grabbed Miao Renxiong with one hand. "What's up? You think it's okay to block the way? Also, who did you say you are?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Xing tightened his grip, almost ending Miao Renxiong's life right there. The next moment, Lu Xing flung him, sending Miao Renxiong flying dozens of meters. The minions who had followed him were stunned. Having been with their boss for so many years, they knew his strength, but this was the first time they saw him being manhandled by someone of the same level. Not just them, other students were also shocked, their stunned gazes slow to recover, because at this moment, a new legend was born, a legend about Lu Xing. Fatty shouted to break the silence, "Wow, that's awesome. That's the strength of my brother Shen." Next, the 7 St. Martial Universities was about to enter an era dominated by Lu Xing. Everyone began to shout, "Lu Xing, the strongest in history, so awesome, invincible, invincible." That Miao Renxiong from the 7 Saints list, he's nothing. People even started to take pride in having been beaten up by Lu Xing themselves. In just 2 minutes, Lu Xing received countless praises. Seeing this, Chinese Xian remarked, "What old student list? What 7 Saints list? It seems they can no longer contain this great Buddha." Seeing this, the principals also turned and left, because this moment was when Lu Xing had upheld the school's honor, and they left the atmosphere for them to thoroughly enjoy. On the other side, the seniors from other schools were shocked, as the long stagnant record of the 7th Martial Saint Tower had been broken by a freshman. Senior sister Yang Yuan, "Let's hurry up and find your friend, and head back as soon as we're done." But Yang Yuan slowly indicated that there was no need anymore, because the person she wanted to see had already been seen, but because he was too dazzling, now she could only watch from afar, fearing she no longer had the right to approach. Hearing this, he was so shocked that his hair stood on end. "What the hell? You don't mean to say the person you wanted to find was Lu Xing, do you?" "Ah, I'm not saying it, but you really do have a vain side." By this time, Lu Xing was already surrounded by fans wanting to take pictures, and it seemed he wouldn't be free for a while. Hearing the senior's words, Yang Yuan turned around with a dark expression. "You're right, he is too dazzling, and I was too presumptuous." The next moment, the senior grabbed Yang Yuan, saying disdainfully, "Oh, senior sister Yang Yuan, don't be mad. I didn't mean it. I believe. Isn't that enough?" Seeing his playboy demeanor, Yang Yuan coldly said, "Senior, I appreciate that you came out with me to find someone. Please mind your words and actions." Yellow Hair was just about to continue teasing, but was abruptly grabbed by the head by Fatty. "Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear to let go? You're pretty bold, daring to lay hands on Brother Shen's woman." But Fatty felt something was off with his grasp, like when hitting someone, why couldn't he achieve the same domineering effect as Brother Shen? Afterwards, seeing Yang Yuan's surprised reaction, Fatty explained, "I am Lu Xing's friend. Brother Shen asked me to come over and tell you to stay for a meal later. He noticed you were here, but it's not easy for him to get away right now. I'll take Shen's sister-in-law around for a bit first." Ha! Hearing this, Yang Yuan blushed profusely and hurriedly clarified that she and Lu Xing were not in that kind of relationship. Meanwhile, Yellow Hair on the ground felt despair upon hearing this, not expecting her to actually be Lu Xing's friend. The next morning, Lu Xing was called to the principal's office. Even the principal, who had seen many geniuses over the years, was amazed. The principal then explained, "Normally, refreshing the Martial Saint Tower record comes with academic credit rewards, but your case is a bit special and needs re-evaluation, so we'll notify you as soon as the credits are processed. Lu Xing hadn't expected that breaking through the tower would also yield academic credits. The vice principal mentioned that any school's Martial Saint Tower, if someone refreshes the record, would receive academic credit rewards from their respective St. Martial University. The next moment, the vice principal suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise, "Lu Xing, you aren't planning on graduating early, are you?" Hearing this, Lu Xing nodded and said if possible, he would like to graduate as soon as he can. The vice principal exclaimed, "Damn, you've only been in school for a few days, probably haven't even met all the teachers yet." But seeing Lu Xing so certain, the vice principal couldn't say much and only instructed Lu Xing to go back, promising to notify him as soon as there was news about the credits. After Lu Xing left, the vice principal slowly picked up the phone. "Hello, it's me. I think, let's wait a bit longer." The person on the other end of the phone asked why he was deliberately delaying, to which the vice principal slowly turned back and said lightly, "Because it seems Lu Xing's show has just begun." The news of freshman Lu Xing breaking the Martial Saint Tower record spread throughout the entire school. The title of the strongest freshman in the history of the 7th Saints Martial University belonged to Lu Xing. How far is Lu Xing from becoming a grandmaster? Could the first in-school grandmaster in history be born? Is Wen Jingxian, the current #1 on the 7 Saints list, enough to take on Lu Xing, who is using just one hand? All the questions and various images of Lu Xing in battle were compiled into an extraordinary montage. The students of the 7th Saints Martial University were thrilled because from now on, they could finally hold their heads high, no longer feeling inferior to other Saint Martial universities. Lu Xing became the male idol of all the girls in the school. Seeing the various comments and praises about him, Lu Xing was dumbfounded, only able to remark that it's no wonder martial arts girls talk so straightforwardly and boldly. Lu Xing apologized to Yang Yuan beside him. "I didn't expect so many people today. Sorry for making you see such a scene." Yang Yuan smiled and said, "It's okay, you're a busy person, and besides, your achievements are now too dazzling." Thinking about this made Yang Yuan look gloomy. She didn't know if she could still come to find Lu Xing in the future. Seeing Yang Yuan's concerns, Lu Xing said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter, come whenever you want." Afterward, Lu Xing wondered if he could give his graduation an extra push. Since the Martial Saint Tower could earn academic credits, that would make things easier. The scene shifts to Miao Renxiong, who has returned to the 4th Saint Martial University, but his disheartened return inevitably sparked various rumors and gossip. By this time, the news had already spread throughout the entire campus. Some people at the 4th Saint Martial University couldn't believe that a freshman could be so powerful and thought instead that Miao Renxiong's abilities were greatly exaggerated, mocking him for embarrassing himself at another school and calling him a typical case of pretending to be smart but ending up looking foolish. Hearing these comments, Miao Renxiong's veins bulged with anger. Although furious, he did not want to argue with fools, choosing instead to endure it. However, seeing Miao Renxiong's lack of reaction, people intensified their mockery. "Have you heard? They say Miao Renxiong was so scared by that freshman that he fainted on the spot, even soiling himself, pants full of it. Ha ha ha." The next moment, a food tray clattered to the ground. Miao Renxiong grabbed Yellow Hair by the neck. "I've tolerated you for a long time. Dare say that again, and I'll crush your balls." Yellow Hair was immediately so frightened that he wet himself. This scene made the other students break out in cold sweats. They seemed to have forgotten that Miao Renxiong was ranked first on the senior list of the 4th Saint Martial University. Just as Miao Renxiong was about to beat Yellow Hair, a voice intervened. "Enough, Miao Renxiong." Miao Renxiong, furious, turned and threw a punch at the speaker, but his powerful fist was easily blocked by a raised hand. This shocked Miao Renxiong into a cold sweat, for he was facing the last person he wanted to see. Lu Xing spoke calmly. "Miao Renxiong, have you never learned manners? This is the second time now. Also, I'm planning to challenge the tower at your school. Just came to give you a heads up. Any objections?" Miao Renxiong dared not object and could only shake his head. The next moment, with a wave of his hand from the 7th Saint Martial University, Miao Renxiong was sent flying dozens of meters. "No objections. Good. I'll be back soon." Miao Renxiong was thoroughly frightened and could only crouch down, trembling. At this moment, the students of the 4th Saint Martial University realized something was amiss. Because Miao Renxiong was not weak, he was ranked 7th on the 7 Saints list and 1st on the senior list. Yet, this person before them handled Miao Renxiong like he was nothing. Now, crouching on the ground, Miao Renxiong trembled and cried out, "He is Lu Xing." Hearing this, the students were shocked. "What? He is Lu Xing from the 7th Saints Martial University. Lu Xing has come to challenge the tower." They hurriedly called others, summoning the top 10 back. Why even call anyone else? Miao Renxiong doesn't even dare to fart now. The next moment, a voice arose from behind. "Just because Miao Renxiong got scared doesn't mean we are too." The newcomers were Yang Jingcan, ranked 2nd, and Feng Mei Song, ranked 3rd. Yang Jingcan, licking her whip, mocked, "I too too am curious to see just how formidable this freshman who scared Miao Renxiong is. With their addition, the students' fighting spirit was instantly ignited, collectively shouting, "The four great martial artists are undeterred. Let's defeat Lu Sheng. Let's go." The next moment, reality proved them wrong. The fourth Martial Saint Tower's record was also broken by Lu Sheng with 28 floors. At the same time, the geniuses of the 5th Saint Martial University held an emergency meeting, with videos of Lu Sheng playing on the screen. The leading white-haired man spoke. "This year, the 7th Saint Martial University has a freak, a monster among the new students, and I'm sure you all know he's called Lu Sheng, this year's Eastern Rising Brightness General Star." Then, the man continued to recount Lu Sheng's exploits. An impatient girl interrupted. "Jingyu, cut the crap and just say what we should do." The man could only awkwardly shake his head, indicating he was powerless. Within half a day, Lu Sheng broke records in 2 towers, earning the name of a devil across the 7 Saint Martial Universities. While they were speaking, someone shouted from the door, "It's bad. Lu Sheng is here." Under the gaze of the 5th Saint Martial University's students, Lu Sheng directly took down the 5th Saint Martial Tower. Several refining sessions of Grandmaster Will later, Lu Sheng's spiritual power had greatly increased, seemingly breaking through to level 6. Moreover, under the pressure he created, the complete martial path smoothly entered its second form. The second form of complete martial path, where power is concentrated, pinpointed explosions, weaknesses discerned, control intricate mastery, and even predictive capabilities added. That feeling of being all-knowing and all-powerful became more apparent. Since Lu Sheng entered the second form of complete martial path, he even felt like he was ascending to godhood. Although it was an illusion, following this path, could one day he become a true god of martial arts? Just after stepping out of the tower, Fatty was already waiting at the entrance of the 5th Saint Martial University to greet Lu Sheng as he triumphantly returned. Fatty excitedly shouted, "Congratulations, Brother Shin, on breaking another tower. So, are we heading to another Saint Martial University now?" Lu Sheng checked the time, thought it was still early, and then asked Fatty to call a cab to go to the 6th Saint Martial University. To his surprise, Fatty, with a grand gesture, had already called for a ride. In an instant, hundreds of cars were crammed along the roadside. Lu Sheng, baffled, looked behind him, unsure what was going on. Unbeknownst to him, once Lu Sheng got in the car, a large group of students also started hailing cabs. "Brother Shin is leaving. Let's follow him." Even a driver, who had been in the business for over 50 years, was startled by the scene and hurriedly asked if the 7 Saint Martial Universities were hosting a major event. Seeing this, a student excitedly replied, "Ah, yes, we are about to witness the birth of a dynasty." The driver exclaimed, "What? These kids are crazy." Meanwhile, at the 6th Saint Martial University, there was a frantic shout, "He's coming, he's coming, Lu Sheng is here." They saw Lu Sheng slowly stepping out of the car, followed by a group of underlings. The students were alarmed. "What do we do? Oh my god, this setup is just like that of a devil." A voice rang out, "Look, it's Shin Kong, ranked first among the seniors. He has come forward." Shin Kong looked loftily ahead. "So you are Lu Sheng, here to challenge the tower, right?" Lu Sheng calmly responded, "Ah yes, may I help you?" Shin Kong's face fell. "May I help you? I came specifically to show you the way." The sudden change in tone broke the hearts of the students of the 6th Institute. Half an hour later, Lu Sheng broke the 6th Saint Martial Tower's record with 29 floors. Students from the 7th Saint Martial University followed behind him, shouting and cheering excitedly. Shin Kong could only respond with tears. "What can I do? Let him break the record. After all, it's not just our face that's lost." Under Lu Sheng's leadership, within just half a day, he had already broken the records of the 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, and 2nd Martial Saint Towers. Now, Lu Sheng was slowly standing at the entrance of the 1st Saint Martial University. A voice rang out, "It's you, right? The devil of the 7 Saint Martial Universities, Lu Sheng." The blinding light instantly dazzled everyone's eyes. As the smoke cleared, the voice rang out again, "Do you know where you are? Daring to run wild here?" Lu Sheng responded lightly, "I'm here to challenge the tower. How could I not know?" The person standing in front was Bai Hengchuan, ranked 2nd on the 7 Saints list. He coldly said, "The founder of the 1st Saint Martial University was the first martial saint to emerge in our Dragon Nation. In terms of history and heritage, none of these newer martial universities can compare to us. You may seek fame, but if you want to step over the face of the 1st Saint Martial University, you must first ask if my sword agrees." As Bai Hengchuan thrust his great sword into the ground, a world of ice and snow formed instantly underfoot, freezing Lu Sheng's legs in blocks of ice. "I heard you're this year's Ascending Dragon. Coincidentally, I was once the Ascending Dragon too." Fatty and the others were so scared that they dared not move. Bai Hengchuan had actually condensed Grandmaster Will, albeit just a trace, but it was a genuine manifestation of his own martial will, which surely meant he would reach Grandmaster status within 10 years. Hearing the discussions around him, Bai Hengchuan laughed loudly. "Do you now understand the depth of the 1st Martial University?" Lu Sheng sighed softly. "Grandmaster Will, ha, to have formed your own Grandmaster Will at such a young age in this era is indeed commendable." Hearing this, Bai Hengchuan flew into a rage. Is that the tone of appreciation from a senior to a junior? What are you playing at? As they spoke, Bai Hengchuan, wielding his great sword, flew towards Lu Sheng. I'll freeze you into an ice sculpture and then shatter you. See if you can still pretend then. Lu Sheng softly replied, is this your ice martial will? Compared to her, you are far too weak. Amidst the incredulous looks of the onlookers, a fiercely burning flame rose in front of Lu Sheng, instantly melting the surrounding ice and snow. Bai Hengchuan was dumbfounded. What in the world is this? So hot, so dazzling, it's like the sun. Under this intense heat, his realm of ice crumbled. Lu Sheng approached him and said lightly, actually, it's not coincidental at all. If you were in my class, you could only be second best. At this moment, a few figures slowly stood behind him. If this child enters the Grandmaster level within 5 years, he will surely have the stature of a martial saint. On the other side, in the student council room, red hair smoking a cigarette asked, has Lu Sheng already entered the first martial saint tower? Did Bai Hengchuan not make a move? Purple hair replied, Lu Sheng entered half an hour ago. Bai Hengchuan tried to stop him, but it was futile. Red hair was shocked. Could it be that even with all his cards played, Bai Hengchuan couldn't stop Lu Sheng? How many moves did Lu Sheng use to defeat Bai Hengchuan? Purple hair said with an embarrassed look, half a move. Upon hearing this, red hair was shocked. According to purple hair, Lu Sheng had merely revealed his martial saint will, not even making a move, and he had already melted Bai Hengchuan's martial will. At these words, red hair collapsed to the ground, unable to even imagine what the melting of a martial will looked like. Purple hair asked, should we also go out and stop him? Red hair, trembling, said, stop what? Hell, my strength is roughly equal to Bai Hengchuan's. Should I go and get myself killed? Purple hair was furious, cursing Lu Sheng. Purple hair had planned to follow in Tan Zhongyu's footsteps and ascend to Grandmaster quickly, but was completely dominated by the suddenly emerged devil, Lu Sheng. 2 hours later, the entire school was abuzz with major news. Lu Sheng had broken 7 towers in 3 days, topping the charts and hailed as the foremost below Grandmasters. That night, Lu Sheng returned to the Dream Ai and asked Ai to open up his life record. Although fame in the real world wasn't very useful to him, he was still curious to see if he could become a saint in reality. His daily routine being just training, eating, sleeping, and showing off. Not that he was asking for it, but they simply didn't understand how satisfying it was to crush a strong and disliked opponent with one hand. It seems I have achieved the status of martial saint in this life, although it's still far from my goal of reaching level 12. Looking back at my life, Lu Sheng is a martial arts prodigy, having won first place in the National College Martial Arts Competition in the same year and killed a Grandmaster level martial artist from the Extreme Way Martial Arts School on the field, becoming famous in the capital. Lu Sheng is curious why he would kill someone, especially in a competition. The Grandmaster from the Extreme Way Martial Arts School had the backing of a martial saint. What could possibly make me take the risk of offending a martial saint to kill a Grandmaster? Looks like this is a question for later. Let's move on to what comes next. At 19, Lu Sheng was taken in by martial saint Tan Zhongyu as the third disciple, became a great Grandmaster at 32, and advanced to martial saint before the age of 70, establishing the Saint Martial Hall and being known as complete martial saint. Eventually, he passed away at the age of 161 from exhaustion of mental energy in the 457th year of the martial era. Not bad, complete martial saint, founding the Martial Saint Hall. That's quite an achievement. He lived a shorter life than in his previous Grandmaster life, probably due to exhaustion of mental energy. It seems that mastering the complete martial path is indeed challenging. I must continue to strive. While excited, Lu Sheng's fingers landed on the Spouse Information tab. Though extremely curious, he thought of unlocking several new characters each time and decided not to look. It might disturb his Dao heart. Finally, when Lu Sheng wanted to inquire about exotic beast information, he found he lacked the necessary permissions. What kind of secret could there be that even a martial saint isn't qualified to know? It seems he could only check the origin of the exotic beast. He randomly tapped, and a multitude of various explanations appeared, indicating that this matter couldn't be explained in just a few words. Lu Sheng started checking the third stage method of the undying golden body. He hasn't even completed the second stage yet. If only he had access to unlimited beast marrow like last time in the Eastern Military District, although that old Mr. Bai would probably cry to death. Then, the Grandmaster content on the natural breathing technique is very profound, aiming for unity between man and nature, the connection between humans and the universe, such an abstract concept that might be hard to grasp quickly. Currently, the biggest benefit of the natural breathing technique for Lu Sheng is its rapid recovery rate and efficiency boost in cultivation. The next moment, Lu Sheng's eyes sharpened. A Grandmaster level could actually use the ability of will projection, using one's mental power to simulate another person's martial will. Truly terrifying. Such a genius idea. Perhaps only a madman could create such a technique. Thinking this, Lu Sheng couldn't help but wonder if the dream space he was currently in was also created by projection, which is why he could perfectly inherit the wills of the zombies he killed in dreams. Not only that, but Lu Sheng also felt he was touching the edge of some truth, yet a thick fog prevented him from seeing clearly. It seems this world is much more complex than imagined. After speaking, Lu Sheng exited the dream space. However, Ai in the dream remained staring dazedly dazedly at Lu Xing's Martial Saint information panel. Soon her eyes began to emit a golden glow. Lu Xing discovered that the Grandmaster level visualization technique possessed projection abilities, so he immediately tried to construct the will of a Valkyrie, but the will just formed dissolved in less than 2 seconds. After several attempts, he still couldn't construct a projection with his mental power. Clearly, this will projection wasn't so simple. Compared to the Martial Saint Tower, the dream space felt more like a complete world. Aside from the sensations of hunger and excretion, everything else felt real. If both were to be likened to games, the Martial Saint Tower would be too sketchy, still requiring more players to participate in programming, while the dream space was more like a top-tier production, difficult to distinguish from reality. So, Lu Xing wasn't in a hurry. This wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. Now, after several trials in the Martial Saint Tower, his progress in the crystal visualization technique had significantly improved. Lu Xing could feel that his body could now accommodate a third Grandmaster will, if he didn't harvest some soon. With his current rate of strength increase, it wouldn't be long before even the will of a Grandmaster would seem beneath his notice. He would need the will of a great Grandmaster. However, with his current strength, facing a great Grandmaster still exerted some pressure. Lu Xing arrived at a city gate. Finally found you. The third will I have my eye on. Big guy. Hello there. Come then. Complete martial path second stage. The big guy used all his strength to withstand this strike, ultimately unable to resist, half his body destroyed. Lu Xing didn't expect this guy's defensive power to be so strong. If he were in perfect condition, perhaps even Grandmaster Tan Zhongyu wouldn't be able to break his defense. Alright, heroic spirit undying, let me inherit your will. Sure way, your talent is too poor, always a step slower than others, totally unsuited for practicing martial arts. What if I take an extra step, do it a step earlier? Hearing this, the teacher sighed. As he grew up, Sure Wei, due to his poor qualifications and abilities, was rejected by the city's guard squad. Undeterred, Sure Wei could only seek other opportunities. That very afternoon, he faced strong opposition from his mother for joining a hunter squad, which meant leaving the base and facing a life and death situation. Sure Wei could only give a naive smile, assuring his mother that he would surely survive. Look at this fool, he barely has any strength and he's thinking of saving others. To grab a few zombie fragments he almost lost his life. Truly foolish. Probably next time he will die in the mouth of an exotic beast. The scene shifts. What did you say? You say that fool Sure Wei advanced to level 6? Don't lie to me. The scene switches again to a hospital where an anxious Sure Wei rushes in. The doctor reassures him, everything is fine, you have a daughter. Sure Wei sheds rare tears, knowing he needs to become stronger, strong enough to protect his family. After that day, the fool Sure Wei advances to Grandmaster at the age of 72. In the year 11,024 of the martial calendar, during an exotic beast tide that attacked base 1359, Grandmaster Sure Wei held the gate 27 steadfastly, never retreating no matter how formidable the exotic beasts he faced. Is this truly the life of fool Sure Wei? Compared to Tan Zhongyu, Sure Wei is truly a late bloomer, labeled a fool from childhood, yet able to step into the realm of Grandmaster in his venerable years. 60 years past the peak of martial artists. Before his death, his strength was at the threshold of a great Grandmaster, and his path of Grandmaster even held the potential to reach the 9th level of Martial Saint. Sure Wei's path has always been one of protection, which in some ways is also Lu Xing's path. Since gaining the dream space, what Lu Xing has sought to do is protect his family, the future of humanity, and all that he cherishes. Sure Wei researched and pondered for 10 years like the richest aged wine. Lu Xing threw a punch towards the distance, admiring his own precise control of power. He even managed to accurately hit a tardigrade in the distance without damaging the walls. When Lu Xing saw the core of Sure Wei, he was shocked and his mouth fell open. This martial will is so powerful. It was a power that could shake hills with one's own strength, and it was this unyielding will that pushed Sure Wei's will to the extreme. This move directly penetrated Lu Xing's mind, named Bright Lord Casting Mountains. The Bright Lord, like an unmovable mountain, indestructible and unshakable, with a heart full of great compassion that nothing can disturb, and wisdom too deep for others to fathom. When the Bright Lord is enraged, heaven and earth change color, making the evil demons that harass living beings flee in fear. Such a formidable aura, even Lu Xing, who had activated the earth-breathing technique, couldn't help but be astonished. Under his feet lay an endless power like roots, immovable like a Vajra king, yet also dynamic like one. Such potent potential in Sure Wei, even Grandmaster Tan Zhongyu had not demonstrated such a capacity. So, this unassuming little stone is Sure Wei's Grandmaster will, plain yet as stable as mount. The golden crystal humanoid within Lu Xing, which was nearing stability, seemed to reach its limit with the addition of Sure Wei's Grandmaster will. He had thought he could accommodate several more, but it turned out that just adding one more was too much. Although Lu Xing could immediately advance to the Grandmaster realm, he had a premonition that doing so according to the stellar body refinement technique would immediately disrupt the balance within his body. The most likely outcome would be the absorption or expulsion of all wills other than the stellar Grandmaster will. However, these wills are also important to him. This definitely wouldn't do. If he can't fully integrate, he could only reach up to level 11, unable to step onto the path of level 12. Unable to think of a solution on the first day, Lu Xing decided to take a stroll in the market, as he had been in the capital for so long without truly exploring it. Lu Xing noticed two people playing chess on the side, and, driven by curiosity, he went over to watch. The chessboard, pieces of different colors fighting each other, starkly resembled the various grandmaster wills within him, distinct yet difficult to integrate. Wait, these round chess pieces, there's a strange idea, but it suddenly breaks off. Oh well, after thinking for a long time to no avail, it's time to fill his stomach. Subsequently, Lu Xing ordered a bowl of noodles with soybean paste. Then, he noticed two children watching TV in front, which made him feel a bit homesick. Since he steamrolled through the Seven Saints Towers, his career at the Martial Holy University was nearing its end. Looking at the noodles brought by the owner, Lu Xing zoned out again. Everything looked like martial philosophy to him. He believed that his complete martial path would also be like this bowl of noodles, various ingredients mixed together making it even more delicious. Unexpectedly, eating a bowl of noodles yielded a little insight. Slurping away, "Boss, 5 more bowls of noodles, please." Seeing Lu Xing's hearty appetite, the owner guessed that he must be a martial arts practitioner. Many martial arts prodigies of levels 3 and 4 come to eat here too. "Young man, I'll give you a fried egg, and next time bring your girlfriend along." Seeing the round fried egg, Lu Xing enjoyed his meal even more, as if all circular objects were related to his complete martial path. At that moment, several voices caught Lu Xing's attention. A boy was saying that the rage form of Superman was the strongest, while a little girl argued that the frost form of Superman was the strongest. Seeing this, Lu Xing's eyes lit up, the ability to switch between rage and frost modes at will. Just then, a couple walked into the noodle shop. According to them, although the shop was run down, the taste was excellent. They would come here every time they had a breakthrough. Now he had broken through to level 2 as a martial artist and had a bigger appetite due to the increased energy consumption. The girl looked around and said, "Look at that guy. He has an even bigger appetite than you. Probably his martial arts skills aren't weak either." At this moment, Lu Xing was completely immersed in his thoughts, feeling that he could integrate various wills in multiple ways. But how could he further advance his complete martial path? Then, he noticed a superhero's finishing move on TV. "Die now. Activate Blazing Circle Flame." Lu Xing watched, stunned, then suddenly stood up. "Right, that's it. Why didn't I think of that?" Currently, using the circle as the foundation of his martial arts, from a physical standpoint, the circle is the most perfect shape, outlining the contours of the complete Grandmaster path. After that, what color can represent my martial arts? The ice and fire could be represented by blue and red, and the previously absorbed Sure Wei's will could be yellow, but mine is different. The next moment, Lu Xing's eyes snapped open as he exclaimed, "Gray! Yes, gray! It can represent mystery and the unknown, as well as all potential possibilities. The complete martial path rules over all paths, encompassing everything, indeed, but ruling over all paths doesn't mean it has to dominate them. Currently, I'm just a level 6 martial artist. Creating a martial path greater than a level 11 fighter is unrealistic. So, how can I fully integrate all of you together now? I've got it. This should work." This sudden insight might make one think he's gone daft from watching children's cartoons. Lu Xing didn't even finish his meal, hastily returning to his dormitory. As he focused his thoughts, a golden energy aura began to manifest around him. Now, he only felt a scorching aura sweeping through his body, cold energy washing over his flesh and bones, and a gentle power forging his deeper self. A large amount of impurities within his body were purged, nearing the completion of the second stage of the undying golden body. His spiritual power and vital energy and blood became increasingly clear and brilliant, and Lu Xing felt this was a more lucid and deeper state. It immersed in the free-floating energy of heaven and earth. The next moment, Lu Xing fell into the water. Even though it's a space of consciousness, why is there a real sensation of choking on water? The next moment, Lu Xing was bewildered. The Valkyrie was actually attacking Sure Wei. What kind of situation is this? Sure Wei was also attacking the Valkyrie. There are 3 different wills fighting each other in my own mind. Probably no one would believe this if I told them, but if I leave it be, I'll eventually go mad from the conflict of these 3 wills and die. No matter the situation, I only have one choice. Lu Xing shouted forward, "Brothers, look this way." The next moment, a dark stream of energy appeared in the palm of Lu Xing's right hand. "I, Lu Xing, established the complete Grandmaster path in my youth, aiming for level 12, the step that Wang Yi couldn't take. I will take it. What Wang Yi couldn't do, I will accomplish. The power you can control, I can control. The power you cannot control, I can still control." At this moment, Lu Xing's voice was loud and roaring. "If you can become the cornerstone of the complete martial path, why would you resist?" Then, 3 colors of will energy converged in Lu Xing's hand, and following an explosion, the wills formed a large wheel. The outer circle was each type of will, and the center was the convergence of the complete martial path. It seems it was a success. The complete martial path, truly my own martial will, stellar will. Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office, the vice principal felt an unprecedented spiritual power nearby, and, scared of an enemy attack, yelled out, "What's happening?" His secretary, alarmed, rushed in. in. The vice principal reassured her that nothing was amiss and asked her to arrange for Lu Xing to be summoned. The secretary was also puzzled, as ever since the last incident where the vice principal broke out of a window, he had become unusually sensitive. But the vice principal had just felt the presence of a level 7 mind weaver. Could it have been an illusion? On the other side, an entire building was now enveloped in spiritual power. Not bad. After refining my own Grandmaster will, my spiritual power has reached such a level. Before, I could only roughly sense external objects, but now I can clearly observe everything touched by my spiritual power. I'm definitely beyond level 6 now, but I'm not sure if I've reached level 7. The most important thing now was to test the effects of the complete Grandmaster path. Saying this, Lu Xing clapped his hands together, and a golden Dharmakaya of Vajra appeared behind him. Next, he switched to earth breathing, and energy surged toward the ground. As Lu Xing raised his hands, the massive rocks and earth began to float upwards. The next moment was the cold halberd prison of the ice system. Under the control of ice breathing, ice rapidly contracted as water turns into ice. Even more wondrous was its ability to consolidate what it hit. Finally, the newly transformed stellar will, a domineering flame, enveloped Lu Xing's body. Now it was the complete version of the stellar will, which was more than 10 times stronger than Shi Xingning's Grandmaster will. If Lu Xing now used the stellar grip to execute 10 suns in the sky, he might even be able to kill a great Grandmaster of the Martial Saint Tower. Although uncertain, he was eager to try. Just then, Lu Xing saw two people sneakily arguing about who should knock on the door. After all, in their minds, this was the fortress of a great demon, where one could lose their life in an instant. Lu Xing's success had scared them to the point of soul departure. "Do you have any business standing at my door?" Following the stuttering reply of the two, it turned out they were there to convey a message from the vice principal. After delivering the message, the two ran off. How terrifying! The aura emitted by this demon is both fiery hot and chilling cold. I'm a level 5 martial artist, but in front of Lu Xing, I dare not even breathe heavily. Next time, let someone else come. I'm not coming back even if I'm killed. 2 minutes later, Lu Xing arrived at the vice principal's office. The vice principal had two things to convey. The first was about the school credits awarded for Lu Xing's sweeping of the 7 Martial Saint Towers records, totaling 75,000 credits. Lu Xing was expected to be excited, but he was not very clear about the concept of credits, merely responding, "Is that all?" The vice principal, frustrated, exclaimed, "You, 70,000 credits, enough for you to graduate 150 times. What else do you want?" As Lu Xing checked, he found out that credits could not only be used for graduation but also to exchange for items. For instance, level 4 Beast Blood only required 5 credits, a week's guidance from a Grandmaster level instructor cost 10 credits, and level 6 Beast Marrow Liquid was 1,000 credits per unit. Lu Xing asked, "Why isn't there any level 7 Beast Marrow Liquid?" The vice principal spit out his tea in shock, hastily asking Lu Xing what he needed it for. "Could it be that you now require level 7 items? Are you planning to advance to Grandmaster? Has your Grandmaster will fully coalesced yet?" Lu Xing sighed, indicating that he was still slightly short on vital energy and blood values. The reason being that a Grandmaster's vital energy and blood are vastly different from those of an ordinary martial artist, as they are refined through martial will. Thus, Lu Xing planned to wait until the second stage of his immortal golden body was completely finished, then use his martial will to transform the constitution of his vital energy and blood. Hearing Lu Xing's casual remarks, the vice principal was so shocked that he was at a loss for words. Becoming a Grandmaster isn't something you can just achieve by piling up resources, and here he is, just 18 years old, with a Grandmaster will already formed, a true young Grandmaster. Still, the vice principal helplessly responded, "Level 7 Beast Marrow Liquid is hard to come by even in military districts, with complicated procedures and a need for power verification. This is because the flesh cells of level 7 exotic beasts contain a huge amount of negative factors, which current technology levels cannot fully eliminate. If taken, individuals without sufficient strength could be directly eroded by the residual martial will of the level 7 exotic beast. Hence, even Grandmasters rarely use level 7 products. It's damaging to both the spirit and the body. Given that, let's settle for level 6 then. It's manageable with some adjustment." Although 70 units is a bit low, the vice principal couldn't help but complain, "It's really disheartening to compare people. I only used 10 level 6 units when I became a Grandmaster." The next moment, the vice principal took out 2 envelopes and indicated that the martial saint had agreed to take Lu Xing as a disciple after learning of his circumstances, but whether he could become a true disciple still depended on passing this test. Lu Xing opened one of the envelopes, which stated he needed to become the national champion of the University Martial Arts Tournament. The vice principal explained, "The martial arts tournament isn't just for 7 Saints students but includes all college students and disciples under 30 from martial arts academies nationwide, such as Extreme Way and Transcendence Martial Arts Academies. The talents from these academies have been meticulously instructed by martial saints from a young age, making them much stronger than those educated in school martial arts programs, so this challenge is indeed tough. but Lu Xing still couldn't figure out why he will kill the Extreme Way Grandmaster. Could there be some deeper connection? However, the current test only required him to complete one of two options. The other option was to complete a 3S rated bounty mission, which was extremely difficult and highly dangerous. It involved killing a level 5 martial artist named Lian Yi. The description indicated that this person was cruel in nature, responsible for multiple murders, yet the reward was non-existent. Logically, killing a level 5 martial artist should be as easy as slaughtering a chicken for him, but why was it labeled as a 3S level? However, there was a family background description below. Lian Yi himself was brutal and notorious, with many crimes, and his father Lian Jibei was one of the level 7 grandmasters under Extreme Way Martial Arts Academy. Many of Lian Yi's cases had his father's dark or indirect involvement. Additionally, Lian Yi had a close relationship with Zhao Ji, the founder of Extreme Way Martial Arts Academy. His sister Lian Su was a rare beauty and the 5th wife of Martial Saint Zhao Ji. Lian Yi's background made his position in the Extreme Way Martial Arts Academy very high, almost equivalent to that of a great grandmaster of the Extreme Way Martial Arts Academy. So the difficulty isn't in killing him, but rather the consequences of killing him. This man has done all sorts of evil, and the file even records their crimes without bothering to cover them up, presumably well known to everyone. Based on these alone, they deserve to die many times over. The Vice-Chancellor explained that this was the first 3S rated task since the establishment of the 7 St. Martial Universities. It started because a regular worker from a clothing factory, whose 2 daughters were assaulted and murdered by Lian Yi and his father, knelt in front of the Martial Saint Tower for a month seeking justice. Eventually, the people of the St. Martial University, unable to bear the grief, decided to list the task of killing Lian Yi as a credit assignment on the task list of the 7 St. Martial Universities. However, to prevent students from mistakenly taking it, they rated it as 3S and even removed the task reward. Lu Xing wondered why not let a martial saint or vice-chancellors like you, who are also at level 7, handle it instead of making it a student credit task. What's the difference between this and doing nothing? But the vice-chancellor immediately interrupted Lu Xing, stating that he had no idea of the terror of saint-level powerhouses. Should 2 saint-level martial artists clash, the turmoil it would cause in the country is indescribable. Therefore, this task is too involved. Killing the target would definitely lead to retaliation. This would mean offending the entire Extreme Way Martial Arts Academy, even angering a martial saint, making it a thankless task. Afterwards, Lu Xing asked the Vice-Chancellor to state the true purpose. Sensing Lu Xing's intelligence, the Vice-Chancellor said with a smile, although Lian Yi and his father are backed by the Extreme Way Martial Arts Academy and the Extreme Way Martial Saint, you have the support of Tan Martial Saint and the 7th Saints Martial University. Once you become the final disciple, do you know what that means? Lu Xing replied, a clear future. Whether it's resources or guidance, even if it provokes retaliation, it would make the opponents wary. The next moment, Lu Xing said he understood and asked the Vice-Chancellor for the address of the clothing factory worker who had knelt for a month. The Vice-Chancellor then said, the 2 options are just a test from Tan Martial Saint, so don't rush your decision. Lu Xing, your talent is exceptional, and the abilities you've shown already transcend me and most of the world's strongmen. I hope you understand what I'm saying. After Lu Xing left, a figure emerged. You've said too much today, the Vice-Chancellor acknowledged, admitting he didn't want to miss out on such a promising prospect. The mysterious person coldly said, only those who pass the Martial Saints test are good prospects. Otherwise, they're nothing. Even if he's a young grandmaster with great talent, it's useless. The Vice-Chancellor talked a lot, seemingly offering 2 choices, but Zhao Kongtai was nearly direct. The second is the correct choice. The first option, defeating all grandmasters under 30 nationwide, Zhao Kongtai feels is beyond me now, but I know from the dreamscape that I can definitely achieve it in the future. The second is extremely simple. Killing a level 5 martial artist is as easy as drinking water, and then it would force me to join Tan Zhongyu's ranks, because once Lian Yi is killed, it would surely offend the Extreme Way Martial Saint, and the only way to avoid retaliation is to seek protection from another Martial Saint level powerhouse. Either become his lackey or get out. Tan Zhongyu, this is really a straightforward plot. Could it be that Tan Zhongyu has seen me creatively annihilating his spirit avatars in the Martial Saint Tower, and he's already planned my future path? Although I don't want to be any hero, I must execute Lian Yi and his father because they deserve death. Even if I kill them, I won't join under Tan Zhongyu. If I can't face a threat from a Martial Saint directly without someone else's protection, then how can I talk about transcending Wang Yi? I won't just kill Lian Yi and his father. I also intend to defeat all the grandmasters nationwide. Only children need to make choices. I want it all. After returning from the Vice-Chancellor's office, Lu Xing immediately set out to carry out the task. This was an emergency task. A level 6 exotic beast had broken into the suburbs of Southern Peace, and the police quickly cordoned off the area, arranging snipers to survey the situation and waiting for Chairman Qian and others to come out from the battle. One of the underlings told the captain not to be too nervous. Several top fighters from the capital province, all at the peak of level 6, and even including one of the top 300 hunters, along with Chairman Qian, were surely enough to handle even a level 7 exotic beast. Hearing this, Captain Redhair also felt relieved. After all, there was only one level 6 exotic beast inside, and being in the top 300 of the hunter list meant one had to have solo killed 10 level 6 exotic beasts. Maybe she was overthinking it. Just then, a car approached. It was Lu Sheng arriving. As Lu Sheng got close, the police tried to drive him away, but Lu Sheng handed over a letter and an ID to the captain, showing that he was there to carry out a mission, all as proof. After reading it, the captain remarked, "Nowadays, St. Martial universities are so strict with their students, sending even freshmen to carry out such high-level tasks." After retrieving his ID, Lu Sheng mentioned that this was just a special case application. Redhair was shocked for a moment because she didn't notice when he took back the letter. She was a level 4 martial artist herself, and this man was definitely no ordinary person. Then, Redhair asked Lu Sheng to wait there because he might not be needed anymore, for peak level 6 fighters had just gone in, one among the top 300 hunters, and it should be resolved quickly if all went well. Seeing Lu Sheng's puzzled expression, Redhair explained that the hunter list was an internal ranking within the Martial Association, ranked according to the level and completion of tasks. Hearing this, Lu Sheng sighed. So that's how it is. Well, good. At least the trip wasn't wasted. Seeing Lu Sheng so nonchalant, an underling angrily said, "Kid, didn't you hear? We said you're not needed." Before he could finish, a huge explosion occurred up front, scaring everyone into calling their units to prepare for battle. Fearing a loss of control, several of the level 6 fighters then retreated from the explosion, two entangled by tentacles, and one young martial artist screaming for his teammates to save him. But outside the police, there were only low-level fighters who could go up to rescue. They could only order the artillery to fire at full strength, but the artillery's attack was not effective, and their strongest level 6 martial artist was now lying breathlessly in front of them. As Redhair was shouting for the medical team to urgently respond, a man angrily grabbed her by the collar and scolded, "What's with your intelligence work? It was clearly supposed to be a level 7 exotic beast, but you said it was level 6. What, level 7? This is not something our city's armed forces can handle. We need to contact headquarters immediately." Just then, Lu Sheng gestured for Redhair to wait and suggested letting him try first. "Remember to adjust the task level for me afterwards." Then, Lu Sheng told everyone to rest in place and have a drink of water, saying he would be back in 2 minutes. The next moment, Lu Sheng's body was wrapped in aura, and to the amazement of the onlookers, he flew alone into the building. Damn, what kind of speed is this? It's ridiculously fast. Lu Sheng stood on the rooftop first using his divine sense to scan the building, then a disgusting smell hit his nose. What the hell? Why does it stink like dead sheep? Could it be that all those little cuties I saw at Rising Brightness General Star had taken a bath in advance? As Lu Sheng pushed open the door, he was met with a pair of deathly eyes staring back at him. Ahead was a lump of a creature of indeterminate shape, and the man was about to be swallowed by the exotic beast. The exotic beast slowly rose to its feet, and Lu Sheng got a good look at it. "So it's you, Flesh-Eye Demon." Seeing someone approaching, the creature threw down the bodies of 2 people it had bound. Lu Sheng said indifferently, "Sorry, I'm a bit late, but I will avenge you." Lu Sheng closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, his surroundings had turned into a fiery hell. At that moment, Lu Sheng looked like a demon. "Don't worry, big mouth worm, I won't let you die that easily." Faced with Lu Sheng's arrogant provocation, the exotic beast opened its cherry-sized mouth and roared angrily. Lu Sheng found it strange that this exotic beast had suddenly appeared here, especially since it clearly had the strength of a level 7. Watching a giant hand slowly descend, Lu Sheng didn't dodge. After the exotic beast's hand struck and quickly withdrew, it yelped in pain. From the smoke, a giant foot slowly stepped forward. "Hey, noisy meatworm, didn't you have lunch?" The next moment, the exotic beast's tongue shot out like a divine weapon toward Lu Sheng, who merely shifted slightly to the left to dodge the attack. "Hey, big bug, can't you aim a little better?" The frustrated big bug spat out a mouthful of cilantro juice, which was corrosive. Just as the cilantro juice was about to hit Lu Sheng, he disappeared again. Before the big bug could react, Lu Sheng's fist, wrapped in flames and accompanied by freezing ice, reached the big bug's left side. "Come on, you can start trembling now." Meanwhile, outside the building, upon hearing Redhair's introduction, Big Guy exclaimed in shock, "What? You're saying that kid is just a freshman from the 7th St. Martial University?" Redhair confirmed with absolute certainty, having personally seen his student ID and mission credentials. Despite this, Big Guy still found it unbelievable. With that speed he just showed, not to mention a freshman, even a graduate couldn't possibly manage that. That terrifying speed, even I, a peak level 6, couldn't detect a trace. What kind of background does this kid have? Another middle-aged man suggested, "We should report this to the Martial Association and the military. Although this kid is impressive, if he angers the exotic beast and it escapes into the city, it's no joking matter, especially since it can absorb humans to grow stronger." Hearing this, Redhair immediately took out her phone to make the call. Suddenly, a loud bang from inside the building interrupted Redhair, and at that moment inside the building, the big bug was gasping for air. Lu Sheng then grabbed the big bug's left hand and started flinging it around, causing the big bug to fly chaotically inside the building. Before long, green blood burst from its body. Ah, this thing is so fragile. It pops so easily. That's really weak. The next moment, an explosion rocked the building, and a huge figure flew out, causing the mortals outside to panic and scream, "Quick, get away. The exotic beast is coming out." A second later, the huge body crashed in front of them. What's the situation? Is the exotic beast dead? He was inside for less than 5 minutes. Then Lu Xing appeared in front of them, stating that the mission was complete and to remember to adjust the difficulty report. A man with yellow hair bowed to thank Lu Xing for his intervention, mentioning that the proceeds from the sale of the flesh-eyed demon's body would be credited to his account promptly. Lu Xing shook his head in refusal and instructed Yellow Hair to distribute the proceeds from the exotic beast to the families of the deceased, as a single level 7 exotic beast could sustain several families who had lost their breadwinners for the rest of their lives. His straightforward words deeply moved Yellow Hair. Afterwards, Lu Xing asked Red Hair to call him a taxi to catch the high-speed train, but Red Hair insisted on driving him there herself. Lu Xing smiled in gratitude, causing Red Hair to blush, lost in a reverie about this powerful yet gentle man. Lu Xing was speechless. If you don't want to drive, why not just say no? It was just a near level 7 exotic beast. How could it have slipped through the front lines and ended up in a small city like Southern Peace? Although such incidents had occurred before, they were usually not very powerful, and most were killed by the military and martial association a few hundred kilometers within the national borders. What kind of conspiracy could be behind all this? After dealing with the invasive exotic beast, Red Hair offered to take Lu Xing to the high-speed train station. However, since it wasn't far from home, Lu Xing decided to visit his sister first. Soon after the exotic beast was handled, news from the investigation bureau appeared online, indicating that the beast was likely a spy smuggled from the Lion Kingdom, causing the invasion incident. Witnessing these hostilities, Lu Xing felt inexplicably angry, thinking about the civilization's demise in 10,000 years, akin to a group of inept teammates causing internal divisions. Lion Kingdom, once I'm strong enough, I'll squash them myself. Red Hair noticed Lu Xing's unusual expression and quickly asked what was wrong. Lu Xing shook his head and dismissed it as just some foolishness. In the afternoon, after reaching the high-speed train station and saying goodbye to Red Hair, Lu Xing directly bought a ticket to White River City. Watching Lu Xing's departing figure, Red Hair felt a ripple of emotion on her long-stilled face, wondering when they might meet again. Meanwhile, in a gymnasium in White River No. 1 Middle School, a pair of jade feet spun rapidly, ending with a right kick that knocked down an opponent. Lu Qinghe won the match. Because Lu Qinghe's practical skills were very high, the teacher encouraged other students to learn from Qinghe when they had free time. A close friend quickly approached with a smile and said, "Qinghe, you're too fierce. At this rate, you're surely going to be the city's martial champion." "Ouch, Qinghe, you're so amazing. Why don't you seem happy about it?" Qinghe replied, "If you had an older brother who's a national ascending dragon, you wouldn't feel so great comparing yourself to him either." Hearing the name Lu Xing, her two friends' eyes lit up, and they hurriedly asked, "When is Lu Xing coming back? Your brother said he'd treat us to a meal." Qinghe quickly made her escape, unable to stand their silly fangirling. Because she ran too fast without watching where she was going, she collided with someone in front, only to find it was her own brother appearing there unexpectedly. What a surprise. Aren't you supposed to be in capital at this time? Did you come back specially to see me? And did you bring me any gifts? With hopeful eyes, Lu Qinghe watched as Lu Xing opened his hefty backpack. "Here, this is top-quality martial arts supplement to help you level up your skills." Lu Qinghe emotionlessly took the pill from his hand. "Bro, you really don't understand girls." Just then, a basketball flew at them at high speed but was caught single-handedly by Lu Xing. "Qinghe, do you have enemies at school?" Qinghe shouted angrily. "It's you again." Li Zongheng ignored Qinghe's anger and confronted Lu Xing. "Who are you?" Qinghe left a remark, "None of your business," and promptly pulled Lu Xing away. Li Zongheng roared, "Lu Qinghe, stop right there. You might not like me, but you don't have to degrade yourself by being with some old man." "What the hell, old man? Is he talking about me? Me? At just 18 years old, have I become an old man?" Hearing the other party insulting her brother, Qinghe couldn't stand it any longer and delivered a flying kick right to Li Zongheng's groin. From Li Zongheng's expression, one could tell how painful it was. Lu Xing was shocked and quickly asked, "Bro, are you okay?" Li Zongheng, in pain, gritted his teeth and managed to squeeze out a faint voice through clenched teeth. "Damn it, you actually hit me. Old man, you wait, I'll get someone to deal with you." After uttering his threat, he limped away. "Qinghe, is this the guy who's been chasing you?" "Yeah, he's been pestering me every other day. It's so annoying. If he wants to impress me, at the very least he has to be able to beat me." "Bro, do you think there are such boys in White River No. 1 Middle School?" Lu Xing pondered for a moment then replied, "Hard to say. If you ever encounter someone who suddenly transfers to your school and is all mysterious, thinking about who knows what all day long, you'd better stay away from him." "Bro, are you sure you're not in the wrong movie set?" Then Qinghe laughed and asked, "Bro, how's it going with Sister Yang Yan? Have you held hands or watched a movie together? Have you played any private games? What on earth are you thinking about all day?" The next moment, from his sister, Lu Xing learned that his high school buddy, Lu Qiming, had enlisted in the military after failing to get into an undergraduate Marshall University. He had wanted to say goodbye to Lu Sheng, but by that time, Lu Sheng had already gone to the capital. Hearing this, Lu Sheng checked his phone. What the hell? This Lu fatty has sent so many texts. Couldn't he just call? Meanwhile, in the military camp of the Eastern Military Region, Lu Qiming was washing clothes when suddenly a man kicked over his wash basin. Hey, fatty, you're not being fair. There's a queue system here. Today it's your turn to wash my socks, not old Zhang's, right? With a helpless expression, Lu Qiming endured the daily bullying from the veteran soldiers as a newbie. Seeing Lu Qiming remaining silent, the man shouted at him to get up. Just then, a text from Lu Sheng arrived, saying he would come by later and asking Lu Qiming to wait for him. Excited by the news that Lu Sheng would soon be at the Eastern Military Region, Lu Qiming shouted out loud, then choked up with emotion. At that moment, the veteran turned and instructed Lu Qiming to remember to use Moonlight laundry detergent when washing the socks later. Seizing the moment, Lu Qiming suddenly stood up and swung his fist. I'll wash your mom. Take this punch. The veteran, startled by such resistance, quickly raised his hand to block and then retaliated with a punch that sent Lu Qiming flying. Fatso, giving you a face. Ha! As Lu Qiming was sent flying, the veteran swiftly mounted him and started pummeling him. You fat pig, thinking of rebelling? Ha! Come on, show me some defiance. You, not even a proper martial artist, a total waste. Remember this, I'll beat you every time I see you. Damn, all this has me sweating. Standing in the back, the bespectacled man trembled in fear, only daring to rush forward to help Lu Qiming up after the veteran had left. Are you okay? Why did you have to oppose him? He's been in the army for 2 years. It's just washing a few pairs of socks, right? But Lu Qiming, despite being beaten up, chuckled. Heh, you don't understand. My brother is the National Ascending Dragon, and he's going to be a general in the future. If I bowed my head today, later on, someone could use this to mock him. I can't disgrace him. However, the bespectacled man just thought the overweight man was delirious from the beating and was spouting nonsense. At this moment, Lu Sheng, after entering the dream world, immediately asked Ai to check Lu Qiming's information. Sure enough, it was different from what he had seen before. Perhaps due to his influence, Lu Qiming's life trajectory had also changed. Previously, he was supposed to attend a regular arts college and lead an ordinary life. But now, Lu Qiming had joined the military, and in these times, that wasn't just a stint of toughening up for 2 years. The mortality rate there was considerably high. He actually came back safely and was honorably discharged with first-class merits. After that, he started a logistics company, and by the age of 50, he was worth over 10 million. He had 2 daughters and 1 son and died peacefully at 90. It seems this future is quite good too. Maybe now I should stay away from him and not influence this future anymore. That would be the best for him. Lu Sheng met with Yi Lingsu at the Lensheng Pharmaceutical Branch. Currently, the Hall of Benevolence branch has opened over 500 stores in Eastern Peace City and will next expand to other provinces. Then, Lingsu mentioned something that had been on her mind recently. Recently, I've received reports that someone has been trying to sabotage us, though their actions haven't been significant yet. My investigation shows it's the Chen family from the capital. Lu Sheng slowly took the document from her hands, and as expected, he was right. It indeed involved her mother's side of the family. If the Chen family in the capital really has some strength and status, then they should know that provoking you is equivalent to provoking me, and provoking me is a foolish act. Lu Sheng waved his hand and reassured, don't worry, I'm here, nothing will happen to you. Having not seen him for just 2 months, Lingsu always felt that Lu Sheng was different from before. That absolute confidence, his composure and dominance, made him seem like a true big shot, assertive and supremely confident. Then, Lu Sheng opened a box emanating a cyan aura. This is the main reason for my return to White River City this time. I've exchanged my academic credits and purchased 40 doses of level 6 beast marrow liquid through internal channels of the Eastern Military Region, which will be combined into 120 doses of level 6 golden dragon saliva. This time, not to mention advancing to the second stage of the immortal golden body. Even if it were a sun, I'd extinguish it outright. 2 days quickly passed, and Lu Sheng arrived at the White River City International Hotel, where he booked a suite for himself alone. 120 doses of golden dragon saliva were ready, and it was time to start advancing to the complete second stage of the immortal golden body. To avoid being disturbed at home, he decided to book a hotel room instead. Just then, a beautiful woman walked by. Lu Sheng immediately focused on her. Her vital energy and blood were like a blazing furnace, and her essence surged like smoke from a fire. She was actually a grandmaster. Grandmasters were rare, especially in White River City. The lady's eyes flickered unusually as she noticed Lu Sheng too. The female grandmaster requested the presidential suite. Her powerful aura frightened the receptionist. Lu Sheng could sense that her vital energy and blood were slightly weaker than Vice Principal Zhao and Xia Pingnan. He believed he could easily overpower her if he went all out, but as she posed no threat, there was no need for excessive attention. However, the blonde woman's gaze naturally noticed Lu Sheng too. Report, all is well. I've reached the target location, but I encountered an interesting little guy when checking in. The person on the phone was very interested and quickly asked who it was. Don't don't know, but he seems quite capable. Might be someone from Dark Star. Whatever, I'm here on vacation anyway, and just to complete a small task. If anyone tries to ruin my holiday and fun, I'll just devour them. Lu Xing laughed heartily as he entered the hotel. This bathtub is really nice, big enough to fit all the golden dragon saliva. The next moment, Lu Xing slowly submerged in the water, with a golden dragon circling above his head, occasionally emitting deep dragon roars. As the golden aura spread through his meridians across his body, Lu Xing knew he was about to break through. In another presidential suite, a delicate foot stepped gracefully onto the bathroom floor, revealing a pattern of a clock on her back. He, the little mouse with the gold mine, seems to have noticed me, daring to sneak away. But sadly, you can't escape. My vacation starts now. After soaking and cultivating for 2 hours, Lu Xing finally perfected the second stage of the immortal golden body. Lu Xing slowly stood up and summoned the holy spear, and with the holy spear, he made a cut on his arm, which remained completely unharmed. Nice. Now even a grandmaster of cold weapons would struggle to breach my defenses. The next realm is the vital energy and blood of a great grandmaster. Lu Xing's path now differs entirely from that of the martial artists of this era, perhaps even from those in the dreamscape future. It is his own path. The current levels of realm classification are nearly inapplicable to Lu Xing. At this moment, Lu Xing truly stands at the threshold of the 7th level grandmaster, but he feels it is not yet time. Achieving grandmaster status now would cause a sensation, even frightening great grandmasters, and would likely scare off lesser beings. Elsewhere, a man and a little girl hurried into a taxi, urgently asking the driver to take them to the suburbs of the West District. As the car drove under a bridge, the man's sense of danger vanished. Had they escaped pursuit? He then offered to pay the driver 3 times the fare to drop them off there, and asked the driver not to disclose their whereabouts to anyone. The driver pinched his face hard and smirked. Triple is probably not enough. Then, under the man's horrified gaze, the driver transformed into the blonde woman from earlier. Got you, little mouse. The man was terrified, recognizing the figure as Bai Shifu. Lu Xing's speed by now was tremendously improved, passing by so fast that not even a shadow was seen. Later, Lu Xing paused at an abandoned chemical plant, sensing a strong presence with a touch of malevolent power. Could it be that female grandmaster? Elsewhere, the blonde woman was unleashing tremendous vital energy and blood, playing a game of eagle catches chicks with a man. Holding his unconscious daughter, the man screamed for help, while the blonde woman relished the thrill of the hunt. The father desperately protected his daughter with his body, but the female grandmaster kept kicking him. Hey, little mouse, why aren't you running? She taunted as she broke the man's thigh with another kick. The little girl, choking back sobs, yelled at the woman, "Bad woman, don't bully my daddy." With that, the little girl started pummeling the grandmaster's chest with her tiny fists. The female grandmaster mocked, "Wow, the little one's got spirit. Little mouse, I'll give you 10 minutes to come clean, or your daughter's head will bloom." The man, trembling, begged the woman to let his daughter go first. "Those secrets are etched in my brain, known only to me. Don't think you can torture them out of me. I have poison in my mouth and can die at any moment." As soon as he finished speaking, a jade hand reached for the man's mouth and forcefully removed a black, highly poisonous tooth from his teeth. "Talk now. You no longer have the chance to negotiate. You better be honest, or this thing might just find its way into your daughter's mouth next." "No, I'll talk. Just then, a size 46 shoe appeared, and in the next moment, under the grandmaster's horrified gaze, the little girl was in Lu Xing's hands. "What's going on? I figured you were up to something fishy. You there, you're grown up and yet you can't leave a little kid alone. Do you really deserve to be a grandmaster acting like this?" The woman, surprised, asked Lu Xing if he was with Dark Star, but noticing that he lacked a grandmaster's aura around him, Lu Xing flashed behind her and said lightly, "I am the sun." The female grandmaster couldn't even see Lu Xing's speed, and before she could react, Lu Xing's large palm was already striking her. He grabbed the woman's face and slammed her into the ground, the force of the impact creating flames in the air like a meteor falling. Just as the woman tried to speak, Lu Xing exerted force again, turning her head into another meteor crashing into the ground. After a violent explosion, Lu Xing slowly let go of his hand. "What, is she dead just like that?" This one was too weak. The man, seeing that he had escaped the wolf's den only to enter a tiger's lair, screamed in terror, I'll tell you right now where that thing is. Please let us go. It's a dense gold mine. The coordinates are..." Before he could finish, Lu Xing interrupted him and turned to leave. "I really don't care about that thing you're talking about." The man was even more astonished. If he didn't care about the dense gold mine, why did he bother to rescue us and kill the ring seal assassin? Lu Xing then said he was just passing by and acted out of a sense of justice. "Since you're fine, I'll be on my way. The dream space has the locations of all the dense gold mines in the world. Do I really need to bother with this one?" The man tenderly touched his daughter's forehead and said, "We're saved." Then, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of tomato juice, signaling his daughter to quickly leave the area and take care of herself. "Dad's ribs are broken, many of them. I probably can't walk." The next moment, the man was helped up. "Big brother, you're back. Little bro, this. Ah well, might as well send the Buddha all the way to the west. Can't just watch you die here." After bringing them back to the hotel, Lu Xing helped heal the man's injuries, then handed handed him a bottle of supplement to drink later. "You'll feel better when you wake up tomorrow." Seeing this, the man asked his daughter to go back to the room and sleep. Dad needs to talk with the young man for a bit. Next, Lu Xing placed a ring on the table and said, "This is the female Grandmaster's token." He asked the man to explain what ring seal was and what the woman's mention of Dark Star meant. The man explained that Ring Seal and Dark Star are mysterious international organizations with unclear motives, active all over the world. It was said that Ring Seal operates at the Grandmaster level, with even stronger levels above like King Seal and even Divine Seal. Their current mission was related to the dense gold mine. Damn, Ring Seal is at the Grandmaster level. That means above them are the Great Grandmaster and even Martial Saint, right? Lu Xing mused. I'll have to check in the dream space. In an era where martial arts flourish, dark forces won't be weak. Martial arts foster people's ambitions, and there will always be those who aspire to contend with the world's mainstream powers. Then, Lu Xing asked, what will you do next? They will continue to hunt you, right? The man replied, we'll take it one step at a time. You've already done us a great service by saving us. I can't drag you into this further. At that moment, Lu Xing chuckled and said he had a permanent solution. Trusting Lu Xing's ingenious plan, the man listened intently. After a few taps on his phone, Lu Xing announced, there, no one will chase you now. Shocked, the man asked, just like that? Lu Xing opened the map with a casual smile. So easy. I just published the location of the dense gold mine online. Hearing this, the man was speechless. Such a valuable asset worth billions, just casually disclosed online. Meanwhile, Ring Seal headquarters noticed the disappearance of the 9th ring signal, causing a stir. We might have been negligent. After all, that man has the dense gold mine as a bargaining chip. Getting some help wouldn't be difficult. Just then, he was shocked again, because the internet was buzzing with news about the dense gold mine, infuriating the people at Ring Seal headquarters. He actually published the location. We lost so many people for that dense gold mine. Was it all for nothing? Truly a clever move. Now that everyone knows the location of the dense gold, that man is no longer of value. The leader, enraged, ordered his subordinates to thoroughly investigate the leak, daring to mock Ring Seal. Throw him into the sea to feed the pigs. The news of the dense gold mine quickly went viral, making headlines. Red-haired man trembled as he watched Lu Xing, thinking, does this young man not understand the value of the dense gold mine? Or is it that he knows, but simply doesn't care? Given his strength, the latter seems more likely. Since the storm was about to pass, Lu Xing instructed the man, check out of the hotel tomorrow and stay somewhere else for a few days. Wait for this storm to pass before you reappear. Hearing that they would leave, the little girl trotted out, choking up as she said, big brother, will we ever see each other again? Lu Xing gently touched the little girl's forehead. We will, definitely. Ring Seal acted swiftly, and by the next day, they had investigated the death site of the female Grandmaster. They couldn't believe that 9th ring would be so weak. Judging by the scene, it wasn't that there was no resistance, but rather that resistance was utterly futile. The hole was deep, as if made by a pile driver, but who could imagine that it was created by smashing a living person's head into the ground, and that too a Grandmaster's head. Truly mad and violent. Yellow Hair, trembling, asked, should we continue to investigate? Buzzcut replied directly, investigate my ass. Let's go back. Even she, an enhanced aberrant martial artist by the organization, met such a grim fate, let alone now that the dense gold mine's location has been spread. This mission is dangerous and offers no benefits. If you want to investigate, be my guest. I'm out. On the other side, after returning, Lu Xing went directly into the dream realm to check on several major organizations. Unexpectedly, besides Dark Star, Ring Seal, and Black Magic Society, there were more than a dozen other such large and small mysterious organizations. Even after 10,000 years of martial arts, there are still signs of ongoing activity, definitely overseen by martial saints. But martial saints aren't just casually developed, it's likely there is a national apparatus behind them. Ring Seal has been dedicated to the research of aberrant martial artists, causing numerous sensational international incidents, and has been pursued jointly by various countries. An aberrant martial artist is created by transplanting exotic beast genes into martial artists, generating beings with much greater strength than their peers, potentially multiple times stronger. However, the downside is that both consciousness and body are subject to erosion and transformation, like a ticking time bomb that could go off at any moment. No wonder it felt odd fighting that female Grandmaster yesterday. They've already started using this technology. Could this also be related to the previous exotic beast invasion? Since I can see it, the national leaders must know as well. I'll leave it to them to handle. Although the path of the aberrant martial artist is somewhat unconventional, Lu Xing feels it is not entirely without merit and considers visiting the lab to see it for himself. Following that, Lu Xing decided to see what would become of the father and daughter. Gu Luyan, the head of the International Criminal Investigation Division, an 8th-level Grandmaster, devoted her life to tracking down organizations such as Ring Seal, Dark Star, and Black Magic Society, personally killing or imprisoning over 800 terrorists. Lu Xing exclaimed, I didn't expect to casually save an international elite. Gu Luyan harbored unrequited love for Lu Xing, the complete martial saint of the Dragon Nation, and thus remained remained unmarried for life. Ah, what's this situation? That's too brutal, truly despicable. I shouldn't have looked at these messy records. It's damaging my moral integrity. I definitely won't look again. Now that the matter was resolved, it was time to deal with the scum, Lian Yi. Lu Xing then went to the home of Fu Jianming, whose entire family had been killed by Lian Yi and his son. A woman answered the door. When Lu Xing said he was looking for Fu Jianming, the woman's expression became extremely agitated, claiming she didn't know him and immediately tried to close the door. Lu Xing blocked the door with his foot and the woman yelled, asking what he wanted. Lu Xing confirmed the address was correct and asked if they had lived here previously. The woman angrily told Lu Xing to leave, saying they no longer lived there and threatened to call the police if he didn't go. Lu Xing stated he had no interest in her house, at which point the woman, trembling, said, "That guy by the garbage heap is Fu Jianming. He's been crazy since his family died. I didn't steal his house, okay?" Seeing Lu Xing leave, the woman breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Lu Xing had come to fight her for the house. Soon, Lu Xing saw an old man ahead, but the photo he had made him fall into deep thought because the person before him looked vastly different from the one in the photo. Fu Jianming. The old man turned around, his body dirty and his beard white, in stark contrast to the handsome young man in the photo. It seemed as if he had aged a century in a short time. Originally, Fu Jianming's family of 4 was happy until his younger daughter, Fu Shua, was forcibly taken away by the son of Lian Jibei. His elder daughter, Fu Ying, went to argue at the Extreme Way martial arts branch and never returned. A week later, 2 ragged female corpses were found on a riverbank outside the city, their deaths extremely tragic. Later, his wife died by suicide due to the shock. Now, of the family of 4, only this 46-year-old white-haired old man remains alive. When the old man heard Lu Xing calling him, he became alert, thinking Lu Xing wanted to steal from him. Lu Xing kindly explained that he was a classmate of Fu Ying and had specifically come to see him. Hearing he was Fu Ying's classmate, the old man's attitude softened, but in the next moment he shouted again, "Nonsense! I have contacted all of Fu Ying's friends from childhood to adulthood. I remember every one of them clearly. You are definitely not one. Are you trying to rob me? I remember every face. Ha ha ha. Don't think you can fool me. They all said they didn't see Fu Ying. How could they not see her?" Saying this, the old man's angry shout turned into crying. Seeing this, Lu Xing patted the old man's shoulder apologetically, saying he had lied just now, but he wasn't trying to deceive him. He really came to help. Hearing that someone had come to help him, the old man's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked if Lu Xing was a powerful martial artist. Upon receiving a positive response, the old man danced with excitement. "I have seen so many martial artists. I can tell at a glance that you must be a powerful one." Then the old man began to rummage through many cans and some leftover food, wanting to give these precious items to Lu Xing. Lu Xing did not catch the items. The garbage fell to the ground. The old man asked why Lu Xing did not catch them. "Is my sincerity not enough? These are all my belongings, and if that's still not enough, I still have my life to sell for money." Lu Xing looked at the old man before him, feeling an indescribable sorrow. If his own family had encountered such a tragedy, would his father also have ended up like this? Seeing Lu Xing's indifference, the old man collapsed to his knees. "It seems you're not here to help me either. You must be sent by the Extreme Way martial arts school to mock me, to see if I'm dead yet. Don't worry, I won't die easily. I want to see them go to hell with my own eyes." Suddenly, Lu Xing picked up a photo from the ground and took it with him. Before leaving, Lu Xing left a harsh word, promising that the old man would see it happen. Although the old man thought Lu Xing was just comforting him, he still thanked him. Walking out of the alley, Lu Xing was stopped by a chubby man. The chubby man noted that it had been a long time since anyone had come looking for that old madman. Seeing Lu Xing's puzzled expression, the chubby man continued to explain that many people used to come by, but most were just conning him out of his money. In the first few years, the old madman sought revenge, paying anyone who showed a bit of martial arts prowess, but who would dare actually help him? After all, it involved the Extreme Way martial arts school. Eventually, the old madman was swindled out of everything he owned, went mad, and had to live in a garbage heap after his house was taken. It's just because you didn't take that old madman's money and seemed like a good person that I'm even talking to you. Ah, right. What do you want with that old madman? Don't tell me you actually want a medal. Lu Xing calmly said, "Yes, I will go to the Extreme Way martial arts school and kill them." Hearing this, the chubby man was shocked. Elsewhere, inside the 7th St. Martial University, a man in a purple robe spoke. "Do you know that Lu Xing didn't go to Bright City?" The vice-chancellor certainly knew. Lu Xing has taken on 2 tasks this time, one AA and one AAA, both around the capital. The man in the purple robe continued, "Lian Yi is in Bright City. He could have gone there directly, but he deliberately went out of his way to Southern Peace. Thus, Lu Xing's intentions are clear. He is deliberately avoiding Lian Yi, sidestepping the second choice given by Martial Saint, which is the real test to become a Martial Saint disciple. But seeking fortune and avoiding calamity is human nature." The vice-chancellor said it's still too early to draw conclusions, as there is still some time before the National Collegiate Martial Arts Tournament, but not many days are left. Martial Saint do not have the habit of giving second chances. The vice-chancellor also frowned. Indeed, not much time remained. At this time, in inside the 7th St. Martial University. Everyone looked at the large screen in surprise because they had all heard that Xiaolan had completed a AA task this time. Seeing this murderous intent, it seems his strength has improved a lot, because AA tasks are unthinkable for ordinary students. The girl with twin ponytails certainly knows that Xiaolan's rush back this time is for the biennial martial arts tournament. Such a warlike person would not miss it. But Purple Hair helplessly stated, coming back is useless. With Lu Sheng, the Demon King, around, everyone else is just a foil. But there is one advantage: they can rely on his strength, and this year our 7th St. Martial University will not be at the bottom again. However, the girl with twin ponytails waved her hand saying Lu Sheng will not participate this year, which shocked Purple Hair for 2 seconds. The girl with twin ponytails also isn't very clear. Some rumors were revealed to her by her father. She only knew that Martial Saint's test for Lu Sheng was not to participate in the martial arts tournament. If he participates, then the test is considered a failure. Only by tackling the legendary 3S task can it be possible. Purple Hair got angry. It's rare for our school to show off this year. What are these leaders doing? It's not necessary to suppress Lu Sheng's brilliance like this. Although the girl with twin ponytails doesn't know what the legendary 3S task is, Martial Saint's considerations are not something we can speculate on. Helpless Purple Hair could only impotently roar and punch the wall because he vividly remembered the last time the Extreme Way Martial Arts School's twin stars swept the 7 St. Martial Universities, leaving no face for the 7 St. Martial Universities. Is it going to be so humiliating this year again? Damn it, we were originally counting on Lu Sheng to fight back, and now, just before graduation, we have to be thrashed again. Seeing her boyfriend so irate, the girlfriend could only comfort him. It's okay, once you get used to being thrashed, it won't hurt as much. At the same time, Lu Sheng was also walking towards the school gate. His phone received a text message stating that students participating in the martial arts tournament must gather at the school entrance in 3 days. Those who are late or absent will be considered to have voluntarily forfeited. Lu Sheng knew that this message was probably deliberately written for him to see, and he had noticed it already. From the moment he entered the school, there had always been a group of people monitoring his every move. However, rather than surveillance, it seemed more like they were checking to see if he would leave the school. It seems they all don't want me to go, but the path I, Lu Sheng, choose to walk isn't something you can control. Not the 7 St. Martial Universities, nor the Martial Saints. Time quickly advanced to 3 days later, and students gradually gathered at the gate. The Vice-Chancellor felt relieved not seeing Lu Sheng's figure, thinking that the kid finally didn't disappoint him. But other students felt differently. These hardcore fans of Lu Sheng had already begun fantasizing about Lu Sheng tearing apart those from the martial arts schools. Hearing these students' expectations, Purple Hair felt embarrassed, although he also hoped Lu Sheng would come. Compared to the inheritance of the Martial Saint, anyone would know which to choose. Seeing the Vice-Chancellor's calm demeanor, he probably hoped for the same outcome for Lu Sheng. The Vice-Chancellor looked nervously at his watch. It was almost 8 o'clock, and it seemed that Lu Sheng really wasn't coming. Just then, a loud roar came from the sky. Lu Sheng is here. As the ground exploded, the entire school was undoubtedly ecstatic, except for the Vice-Chancellor, who was crying. Lu Sheng, why did you come? The Vice-Chancellor wanted to scold him, but the words wouldn't come out. Lu Sheng slowly spoke. Sorry, I'm late. The Vice-Chancellor, hoping until the last moment, said, the martial arts tournament has just started. Maybe it's not too late for you to leave now. Lu Sheng replied, Vice-Chancellor, no need. It's all in the mind, as you once told me. The surrounding students were undoubtedly shouting to welcome the return of the great Demon King. The car made several turns towards the mysterious venue in the mountains, while the counselor asked all students to change into the uniform school attire. A 7th level Grandmaster's vital energy and blood is like a furnace, and then the martial will forms a Grandmaster stance. But what about an 8th level Great Grandmaster? I've seen from the dream space before that after the 8th level, vital energy and blood congeals into a pill, with vital energy and blood values casually above 100,000, as mighty as rivers, hot as magma, even melting steel. A single move is a 1,000-fold battle power. It seems the leap from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster is truly a qualitative transformation. Although Lu Sheng has not yet reached the Grandmaster realm, he is just one step away from condensing blood into a pill and can step into it at any moment. However, once a Great Grandmaster condenses the blood pill, their physique continues to strengthen with the continual refinement from the blood pill. Thus, the longer one remains in the Great Grandmaster realm, the stronger their physique becomes, even maintaining peak bodily functions. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng touched his heart, realizing he also needed to hurry up. The physique of a Great Grandmaster combined with martial will unleash his power far greater than the simple sum of its parts. 2 hours later, the car finally reached the tournament location at Cumulus Mountain, and Lu Sheng's arrival undoubtedly made him the center of attention. Students from other academies inevitably turned their gaze towards him, and although various schools gathered here, not everyone could go to the mountaintop to watch live. Most ordinary people had to stay at the base to watch the live broadcast. The Vice-Chancellor gathered all participants from the 7 St. Martial Universities and arranged for the the ascent, instructing the students to keep close to his pace. As the students excitedly responded, a streak of green light flew overhead, its speed so fast that even the vice-chancellor, with his prowess, couldn't clearly see who it was. Of course, it was definitely Lu Sheng. He was acutely aware that he might inevitably face confrontation with a martial saint, so he had to race against time to prepare before the start. Although he had not yet reached the Grandmaster realm, as long as the martial saint didn't personally intervene, the rest were unlikely to instantly defeat him, allowing Lu Sheng to continue leveling up by stepping on them, eventually becoming so strong that not even Zhao Ji could shake him, even potentially twisting off the martial saint's head to use as a stool. The vice-chancellor led the 7 candidates to Cumulus Mountain. When they reached halfway up the mountain, the vice-chancellor prepared to take a brief rest to call the roll. After checking, he realized that Lu Sheng was nowhere to be seen. Could he not have caught up yet? A fellow candidate commented that it seemed Lu Sheng had already been ahead of them earlier. Could it be that the vice-chancellor didn't see him? Shocked, the vice-chancellor stared ahead, wondering if Lu Sheng intended to rush straight to the summit. At that moment, 2 members from the Sea Dragon Martial Arts School reached the midpoint of the mountain. Senior brother Yellow Hair planned to rest here before proceeding, but Blue Hair suggested why not push directly to the top since she still had some energy left. Yellow Hair then explained that we are now at the cloud entry point, beyond which there are 5 stone steps hidden by the mist, known as the Ascension Path, symbolizing a direct ascent to the heavens. Blue Hair impatiently urged his senior brother to get to the point. Why are you beating around the bush? Yellow Hair explained that this place was once where Martial Saint Zhou Fuhai cultivated by enduring celestial fires and thunder, connecting spiritually with heaven and earth, and achieved the Martial Saint status. As such, remnants of Martial Saint Zhou's aura still linger here. Any martial artist under the age of 30 who comes here, if talented enough, and who walks the Ascension Path without stopping, might trigger the martial arts opportunity left by Zhou Fuhai, causing a heaven and earth phenomenon. What? Just as Blue Hair was about to ask what a heaven and earth phenomenon was, a loud noise came from the summit. Yellow Hair said, yes, that's the heaven and earth phenomenon. The clouds churn and the mists shift unpredictably. Anyone who can trigger such a phenomenon is destined to rise to Grandmaster level, and possibly even. They were just reflecting on this when they were stunned by the sight before them. Unbelievable. Junior sister, the wailing of the whales. This is the highest grade of phenomena, and there are actually 3 white whales here. This indicates that there are at least 3 prodigies on the summit who may become martial saints in the future. It seems we're about to witness history. These words left Blue Hair dumbfounded. A martial saint is an apex existence in the world. Although the path to becoming a martial saint isn't solely determined by talent, this still sufficiently indicates the potential future of these individuals. After resting, Blue Hair's junior sister also prepares to start climbing the heavenly path to see if she can produce some special effects herself. Just then, Lu Sheng's super-fast figure flashed past them, and in a moment, he turned into a flowing shadow, disappearing at the mountainside. Blue Hair was stunned for 2 seconds, just about to comment on the person's outrageous speed, but a dragon's roar brought him back to reality. Below the 3 white whales, a giant golden dragon slowly rose, with dragon roars piercing the sky. Yellow Hair trembled with fear at the scene. Is this possibly a divine dragon? This is the divine dragon ascending the summit, devouring all things. So the legend is true. A real dragon has really appeared in the world. After circling in the air a few times, the golden dragon hovered above Lu Sheng, moving as he moved. Lu Sheng found it odd. He had simply set out to climb the mountain casually, but as he ascended, a strange sensation began to well up inside him, as if he was the only person left between heaven and earth, with everyone else in a state of isolation. As he ran, his various natural breathing techniques began to operate on their own. He hadn't done anything special, just walked upwards, yet it felt as if his entire body's techniques were being drawn up by someone else. As he was about to reach the summit, the golden dragon charged towards the 3 white whales in front, and in just a moment, the 3 white whales were shattered and dispersed by the golden dragon. Lu Sheng was a bit stunned. Just now there were 3 white whales, and now there was also a golden dragon. Could this be some sort of welcoming ceremony they had arranged? The next moment, the golden dragon roared towards Lu Sheng, and then a golden light surged forward. At this moment, Lu Sheng felt a powerful impact, an assault on his martial arts spirit. Then, Lu Sheng charged towards the golden dragon in front, and, wrapped around the dragon, reached the summit. At this moment, the entire arena was undoubtedly shocked by him, because the long wailing of the white whales caused by the extreme Wei twins and Zhang Yu of the Transcendence Martial Academy paled in comparison to him. The spectacle of thousands of waves gathering, a divine dragon ascending, and all things submitting was unmatched. An old man who had been on Cumulus Mountain for 100 years witnessed such a phenomenon for the first time and immediately instructed his disciples to find out who this striking young man was. The surrounding crowd was abuzz with discussion, but Lu Sheng seemed completely unfazed as he slowly approached. Such a heaven-defying spectacle was something they would only believe if they saw it with their own eyes. The next moment, the examinees were stunned, for they noticed that Lu Sheng was wearing the uniform of the 7th St. Martial University. University. What's going on? Can such a monster really come from the perennially useless 7th St. Martial University? Several martial saints who had climbed Cumulus Mountain in their youth managed to invoke only 1 or 2 white whales at best. How can this guy, with what merits and capabilities, transcend a martial saint by 100 times? This is absolutely impossible. At this point, a female disciple also remembered something. He seems to be the hidden genius of this year's 7th St. Martial University, the man who dominated the martial saint towers of all 7 universities. He is that Lu Sheng. The mere act of climbing the mountain and triggering such heavenly and earthly phenomena shocked all the instructors present, as this was a phenomenon not recorded in any known texts. No wonder, such talent is a bit too exaggerated. One whale already embodies the stature of a martial saint. Might he transcend martial saint one day? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. What exists beyond a martial saint was unimaginable. At this moment, the Grandmaster of Transcendence Martial Arts Academy spoke up. It's not calculated like that, because just as water turns to ice with a decrease in temperature and vaporizes with an increase, sometimes the effects that seem worlds apart are essentially not that different. So, this young fellow named Lu Sheng is talented, but it's not as exaggerated as you all think, because the phenomena of Martial Saint Mountain are not specifically designed to test martial arts talent. Perhaps it's because his martial path destiny happens to be very similar to that of Martial Saint Zhou Hai, so it triggered a greater heavenly and earthly phenomenon than others. Or maybe many talents have already pulled on the threads of destiny before him, and this youngster just happened to fully activate the remaining destiny of Martial Saint Mountain, ultimately creating that stunning scene. Otherwise, according to what you say, is there something stronger than Martial Saint? Martial Saint is considered the heaven of this world. Do you think that's possible? Hearing Grandmaster Chi's analysis, everyone suddenly understood. Right, it's impossible for there to be an existence stronger than a Martial Saint. It's just like eating. You only feel full after the last bite. Although that said, it's undeniable that Lu Sheng indeed has an extraordinary aura, worthy of being someone Martial Saint Tan has noticed. The Holy Maiden watching Lu Sheng gave a meaningful smile, seemingly very curious about him. In the mountain hotel by evening, a large hand slammed the table to calm the others. Lian Jibei cursed, chiding the students for losing face. Look at you all. The other party just caused a little phenomenon, right? Lu Sheng isn't a grandmaster now. At best, he's just talented. You are the core elites of my Extreme Way Martial Arts Academy. Are you still afraid of a mere student from a martial university? Hearing the coach speak this way, everyone finally calmed down. One of the twins, Chao Qian, also said that even if Lu Sheng really has great talent, he is not yet a grandmaster. If he were to go all out and use secret techniques, Lu Sheng wouldn't be his match. Zhao Yu agreed with this approach, stating that if there's a chance, he would definitely crush Lu Sheng alive. Lian Jibei spoke with satisfaction. See, this is the spirit our Extreme Way twins should have. Saying this, Lian Jibei gave a wicked smile, proposing a small game for the two, which was to see who could encounter Lu Sheng first and beat him to death on live broadcast. As for dealing with the 7 St. Martial Universities, he assured the twins that he would handle it, so they need not worry. In the rest room of the neighboring Transcendence Martial Arts Academy, a young girl was intently looking at her phone, which displayed a photo of Lu Sheng. As she gazed, her cheeks involuntarily flushed red. Just then, a man approached and asked, "Are you very concerned about Lu Sheng?" He then advised the girl not to focus too much on Lu Sheng because he felt that Lu Sheng's aura wasn't prominent, probably indicating that he hadn't even reached the phase of refining his martial will through his physical body. So, I don't think Lu Sheng could be a match for the Holy Maiden. Focus all your attention on the Extreme Way twins. They are the real challengers. 2 years ago, they already formed their Grandmaster wills, and by now they are likely already in the quasi-Grandmaster state. So, don't be deceived by phenomena. Lu Sheng might have great talent, but he is definitely not your match right now. Actually, the young girl had possessed the ability to see spirits since childhood. After seeing Lu Sheng ascend the mountain, she noticed a thick black fog enveloping the entire Martial Saint Mountain behind him. Later, in the hotel lobby, students from the 7 St. Martial Universities were excitedly discussing Lu Sheng's power. Red hair from the 4th St. Martial University, watching Lu Sheng in front of him, shivered with cold, grateful that he had not chosen to confront this demon king head-on. Otherwise, the martial confidence cultivated over 4 years of university would have been shattered on the spot. Beside him, Hat Guy mentioned that he was a living example, wondering just how strong Lu Sheng's vital energy and blood must be to sustain such heaven and earth phenomena. Now that Lu Sheng's martial will has taken shape, if I were to confront him again, I fear the outcome would be even worse than last time. Just then, a pair of hands clapped him on the shoulder, urging him not to be too self-deprecating. The speaker was the principal of the 4th largest school. He is strong. Let him be strong. Just focus on walking your own path well. The old principal indicated that our 7 universities are essentially one entity. There's no need to view Lu Sheng as an opponent. After all, this generation has the best chance of securing first place for our 7 St. Martial Universities. I really hope this kid can make us proud. He is destined to transform into a dragon one day. While everyone was still caught up in excitement, only the vice principal had a worried look. He didn't understand how his hints could be so clearly missed. As long as Lu Xing kills that Lian Yi, no matter how the extreme way Martial Academy reacts, Tan Martial Saint will shield you from everything. All Tan Martial Saint wants is your commitment. Lu Xing, the path you're taking is ultimately the wrong one. Lu Xing wouldn't care about these comments, just to Tan Zhongyu. He's not qualified to be my master. At that moment, Lu Xing noticed that the energy from the golden dragon that had entered his body not only greatly increased his strength but also added a giant whale pattern. Could it be that it was absorbed then? If so, he decided to name it the power of the divine whale. Just then, Lu Xing sensed a murderous aura behind him, and turning around, he saw it was Lian Jibei, that old viper. I haven't even started, and he's already targeting me. He's now a level 8 great grandmaster, and if I were to face him now, I'd have at most a 30% chance of winning. However, if I were to break through to grandmaster right now, form a blood pill with my vital energy and blood, and enter the martial god state, I could probably kill Lian Jibei in less than 20 seconds. Lu Xing couldn't help but smirk, realizing the other party had started to target him. He decided to just wait quietly, letting the pre-written script unfold step by step. If anyone dared to interfere, he would crush them all. Meanwhile, a cameraman was frantically looking for a good shooting spot. Seeing the photographer so busy, Lu Xing casually asked, "Is it a live broadcast?" "Yes, the setup is almost done. Unfortunately, we arrived too late. I heard there was a magnificent phenomenon just a while ago, but there are 2 days of competition left. We might still see something." Just then, a voice hushed the entire venue. The speaker was Jiang Yi from up front, this year's chief organizer standing in for Tan Zhongyu. The National Martial Arts Competition officially began. The matches would be determined by a draw, and soon everyone had their match numbers in hand. Meanwhile, Lu Xing's match number was 0135. Who could his opponent be this time? Just then, a yellow-haired guy cautiously asked from behind, "Excuse me, are you Lu Xing?" As Lu Xing looked puzzled, the boy introduced himself as a student from Eastern Peace Martial Arts University, basically a fellow townsman. "I've long heard the great name of Lu Xing, and seeing you today, you truly stand out. I dared to strike up a conversation today because my cheerleader juniors said they know you." Seeing this, Lu Xing quickly smiled and waved. "Ah, it's Pikachu and you guys. Indeed, it's been a long time." Pikachu was thrilled to be greeted by Lu Xing. Indeed, very powerful. Now, just being in his presence, I feel it's hard to breathe. The pressure is immense. Setting aside the heavenly and earthly phenomena from this morning, I feel that for the first time in my life, I look up to someone of my age as someone I cannot transcend. Seeing the two knowing Lu Xing, all the surrounding students showed envy and encouraged them to maintain this relationship. Who knows what benefits it could bring in 10 or 20 years? How to maintain? Maintain what? There is no longer just a gap between us, but an unbridgeable chasm. Jiang Yi slowly spoke up about several martial arts gym participants who hadn't arrived, hence several match numbers, including Lu Xing's 0135, would automatically advance due to buys. Well, that saves the trouble of climbing onto the stage. Let's just watch the strength of this year's participants from below. Above were multiple stages in simultaneous action, but only photographers and referees could freely move around there. The rule was that if you were forced out of the 20 square meter stage or surrendered, you lost. Next to them, a small teen was fervently cheering on their senior brother, and Lu Xing also thought their senior brother was quite strong. Wow, senior brother is so impressive. This year our martial arts hall can definitely make it into the top 100. But the fallen yellow hair appeared unconvinced. The judge comforted him not to feel too bad, noting that these martial arts gym disciples were already among the best in university and had further honed their skills after graduation, surpassing us in both talent and time spent training. Yellow hair, undeterred, spat disdainfully, claiming that if anyone his age dared to face him, they wouldn't stand a chance. But Lu Xing felt that a loss is a loss. Many people like to use age or training time as excuses, but the fact is that in a life or death battle, your opponent won't care about your age and hold back. The strong never make excuses, and the dictionary of the truly strong doesn't include failure. Martial arts disciples have an age advantage when facing martial university students, but martial university students have a superior martial training environment because they have access to various resources within the university, whereas martial arts disciples must secure their resources on their own. This is probably why the age limit has been extended to 30 years. The first round of the competition ended quickly, and the next round was set to start with match number 0135 Lu Xing against 0247 Jiang Yuan. But just as he was about to enter the ring, Jiang Yuan suddenly collapsed to the ground, declaring his surrender. This completely baffled Lu Xing, who was just stepping onto the stage. At that moment, Jiang Yuan trembled and muttered, "Am I crazy? Me, fight the Demon King?" Bai Hengchuan himself was so frightened by one punch that his martial will almost collapsed. Since the second round still couldn't start, Lu Xing was getting frustrated, and his anger made those nearby tremble in fear. At this time, Lian Jibei's snake-like gaze fixed on Lu Xing, as he had just learned through insider information that the 3S mission Lu Xing was undertaking was to kill his own son. After 2 hours of thrilling matches, the third round finally began. Platform number 4, Lu Xing stretched his muscles, hoping there would be no mix-ups this time. However, out Outside the ring, Lu Xing was blocked by a crowd and couldn't squeeze through. In response, he emitted a burst of purple psychic energy, scaring a path through the crowd of students. An irate spectator disapproved of Lu Xing's method, prompting Lu Xing to land a left hook on the man's waist, sending him flying back, tongue out, to collapse unconscious on the steps. These youngsters are so impulsive, starting with fierce energy right away. Remember, you struck first. During the third round, Lu Xing waited on the platform for 2 minutes, but his opponent was nowhere to be seen. Jiang He then shouted, "Jiang Wang from the Southern Dragon Martial Arts School, it's your turn to come on stage, otherwise it will be considered a forfeiture." At that moment, a student from the audience shouted in surprise. The guy Lu Xing just knocked out was Jiang Wang. Oh, what a coincidence. Another half hour passed, and the third round was almost at its end, nearing the selection of the top 100 competitors. As the fourth round began, Lu Xing continued his streak of knocking out opponents with a single punch. Members of the Sea Dragon Martial Arts School commented on Lu Xing's strength, noting that Yu Jinghong, who was among the top 20 in the last competition, couldn't even make a single move against him. If it were you against him, you probably wouldn't stand a chance either. Red Hair suggests a trial attempt, but if all else fails, I would resort to my last ace. Although that move was custom made by your master specifically to counter the Extreme Wei twins and Zhang Yu from Transcendence, using it on Lu Xing now wouldn't be a loss. You still have a chance to make the top 4. Standing on the balcony, the 3 people continually watched Lu Xing, and Lian Jibei hadn't expected Lu Xing to actually have some substance. But this is good. If it were only Zhang Yu from Transcendence Martial Arts School, the pressure at this competition would be too small for you. Lu Xing, this excellent whetstone might just help you advance to Grandmaster, as the 2 from Extreme Wei displayed extremely greedy and lewd expressions. Perhaps at this moment, only Zhang Yu from Transcendence Martial Arts School could truly sense the dread of Lu Xing. Seeing his junior sister elevating Lu Xing so highly, Yellow Hair, the senior brother, immediately responded, "While Lu Xing is strong, he's at best on the level of the Extreme Wei twins, perhaps even less." "What, sister, don't you have confidence?" "No, that's just the spectacle seen by ordinary people. I possess a unique sense of awareness. In my eyes, I can clearly perceive the danger Lu Xing poses. Now, I just hope to face him at the very end, where conceding might not look too bad." Another 2 hours passed, and Jiang He announced that the 7th round was about to begin. This round would determine who advances into the top 10 nationwide. Lu Xing was up first again in this round, and he heard that his opponent, Wang Xin, also graduated from the 7th St. Martial University, practically making him a senior brother. Lu Xing considered whether to be a bit more gentle in the upcoming match. Wang Xin hadn't expected to face Lu Xing in the 7th round, but remembering his secret technique made him less nervous. However, using it here meant no chance for the top 3. The corpulent referee shouted, "Start." Lu Xing let his opponent make the first move, as a gesture of respect to a senior. Feeling provoked, Wang Xin retorted, "Before I graduated, I held the top spot on the 7 Saints list for 2 years." Lu Xing gave him a thumbs up. "That's really impressive. Make sure to give it your all later." This scene completely dazzled the audience below. Wang Xin used the secret technique, blood ignition, which could boost his strength by 50% for a short period, but he wouldn't be able to exert force again for a month after using it. As Wang Xin executed the blood ignition savage blade tri-strike, his blade surged forward like a crescent moon. Seeing this, the corpulent host shouted, "Oh no, trouble's coming." But just as the blade came within 1 centimeter of Lu Xing caught the long blade between 2 fingers. Lu Xing's azure aura surged. "Didn't I tell you to go all out?" As he spoke, he punched Wang Xin, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Wang Xin lay on the ground, severely injured and barely alive. Even an eagle strikes a rabbit with all its might. How do you not even understand this basic principle? Alright, I'll give you another chance. Use whatever secret techniques you have to unleash your potential. Any remarkable moves you've got. Which eye of yours saw me not giving my all? I even used my secret trump card. With that, Wang Xin passed out, and Lu Xing won the match. Lu Xing had intended to go easy, but a light punch had unexpectedly knocked out his opponent. Lu Xing was puzzled. What happened? He passed out just like that. Did I hit too hard? I barely used any force, and I didn't even bring out the stellar force. Well, it doesn't matter. The intention was clear. I gave him a chance, but if he chose to hold back and didn't give his all, he can't blame anyone else for losing. At this point, the audience from Sea Dragon Martial Arts School watched in disbelief. Wang Xin was their candidate to compete against the Extreme Wei twins and Transcendence Zhang Yu. While they could accept a loss, since in martial arts there's always someone better, they couldn't fathom that he didn't even withstand a single punch from Lu Xing. What level of strength did Lu Xing possess? And what did Lu Xing's final words mean? Was it mockery? How infuriating. Seeing the referee standing dumbfounded, Lu Xing urged the referee to quickly announce the results of the match. Number 0135. Lu Xing wins and advances to the finals. The referee had been so shocked that he had frozen in place. Originally thinking of stopping Wang Xin's powerful move, Lu Xing swatted him down like a mosquito. What kind of extraordinary plus students have appeared in this edition? At this moment, the loudest cheers were undoubtedly from the 7th St. Martial University. The students below were shouting at the top of their lungs, Demon King, Demon King. This was the most prestigious moment for the 7th St. Martial University in many editions. Even if Lu Xing just sat there doing nothing, he could still make a bunch of girls swoon. However, hearing the title Demon King, Lu Xing felt it was too much of a teenage fantasy. Now, in the spectator stands, everyone was whispering about his control-level boxing skills, his unparalleled physical strength, and how he had knocked out Wang Xin, previously among the top 3, without even using fierce energy. Looking at this, even the Extreme Weight Twins wouldn't stand a chance against Lu Xing. Not necessarily. After all, the Extreme Weight Twins are no ordinary people. Who knows how much they've grown in these 2 years? Jiang He told everyone to stop guessing, as all will be revealed tomorrow. Truly worthy of being a seedling chosen by Tan Zhongyu Martial Saint, indeed a being that defies common logic. Meanwhile, the Extreme Weight Twins, having heard some insider information from somewhere, learned that Wang Xin had been overconfident this time and hadn't used his full strength. What a fool. We were just starting to pay some attention to him. But this is good. The brighter Lu Xing's halo shines, the more dazzling our own will be when we defeat him. While everyone was busy discussing, only Zhang Yu was trembling because she noticed that the shadow around Lu Xing seemed to be spreading even further. As night fell, Lu Xing felt that today's matches ended too quickly, even without a proper warm-up, and hoped that tomorrow's matches would be more exciting, especially looking forward to what it would feel like to take down a great grandmaster. Just then, several notifications sounded. Come to think of it, he hadn't even checked today's message yet. Awesome, bro, you're on TV again. Aim to bring home another national first place. Lu Xing had apparently forgotten that today's competition was being broadcast nationwide, so he reminded his sister to ensure their parents don't watch tomorrow's live broadcast. If you truly wish for mom and dad's well-being. When his sister asked why, Lu Xing didn't know how to respond, but he honestly told her that he didn't want their parents to see him killing someone. After sending this message, he sighed deeply, then quickly added that he was just kidding because there might be bloodshed in tomorrow's match, and he didn't want to worry their parents. His earlier words indeed startled his innocent sister, making her think that Lu Xing was going to kill someone tomorrow. Even if she prevented their parents from watching the live broadcast, they would find a way to watch the recorded version. Thinking of this, Lu Xing smiled wryly, realizing that since he couldn't stop his parents from watching, he would have to stop the broadcast itself. And with the moon shining beautifully, Lu Xing decided to go out for a walk. At the same time, outside, Zhang Yu was complaining about the freezing weather, nearly 20 degrees below zero. However, the stars were clear and bright. Even the Milky Way was visible. Just then, a pair of large feet slowly approached from behind, startling her into petrification. Do people always run off at the sight of me? Am I that scary? Even though the names in the spouse section of my dream database keep increasing, why does it seem like my luck with the opposite sex is always so bad? The fleeing Zhang Yu, gasping for breath, crouched nearby, stealthily peeking because she saw that Lu Xing's black mist was even more terrifying than during the day. Zhang Yu was shocked. What kind of sorcery is Lu Xing wielding that his black mist can even obscure the sun, moon, and stars? At a banquet before the finals, Lu Xing's eating prowess truly frightened the cafeteria ladies. Meanwhile, Lu Xing turned his head and was surprised to find Zhang Yu still sneaking glances at him, unsure of her intentions. I know I'm handsome, but this is a bit much, isn't it? Ahead, Bai Hengchuan from the 4th St. Martial University was being teased by a few students from Extreme Way Martial University, including one of the Extreme Way twins, Chao Can, who boldly declared, if we meet during the match, I'll give you a thrill. Hearing this, Bai Hengchuan broke out in a cold sweat, aware of the rumors that almost everyone who faces him ends up severely injured or worse. Chao Can chuckled lasciviously, admitting he sometimes found it hard to control the intensity of his blows. However, this group dared to block the path of Lu Xing, the king of dining, who didn't care and just walked forward. Excuse me, please let me through. Who the hell is blind enough to bump into me? When he realized it was the handsome Lu Xing, Chao Can became even more excited. Even you, Lu Xing, will kneel down and call me daddy. Admit defeat now and you might avoid some bruises. Lu Xing grabbed Chao Can by the neck with one hand and asked him what he said, and Chao Can could only cough awkwardly, feeling as though his life was completely in someone else's grasp. Lu Xing coldly said, try waving your hands in front of me again. At this moment, Chao Can started seeing his life flash before his eyes, foaming at the mouth, tears and snot streaming, feeling like he was about to die. Just then, a loud voice shouted, stop. Suddenly, Lian Jibei jumped forward rapidly and burst forth with a powerful aura. The finals of the martial arts tournament haven't started yet. If you want to be disqualified, go ahead and try something. Having vented his anger, Lu Xing let go and explained that he was just joking and asked Coach Lian not to mind. Chao Can, squatting on the ground, coughed up blood and spewed out expletives at Lu Xing. However, Lu Xing simply smiled and patted Chao Can on the shoulder, saying, your neck is very pretty. You should go home to your mom. Even Lian Jibei couldn't stand the embarrassing scene and hurriedly urged Chao Can to go back. Chao Can, nervous and stuttering, claimed it was just an accident, and even someone as dull as him knew that Lian Jibei was angry. Lian Jibei cares a lot about his reputation, more so than his student being beaten. He was more concerned about Chao Can embarrassing their Extreme Way Martial Academy. Meanwhile, the surrounding surrounding audience was abuzz with comments. Chao Can, usually so formidable in front of them and one of the feared Extreme Wei twins, seemed unable to resist at all in front of Lu Shen. How strong is this Lu Sheng really? Could it be that he has already advanced to Grandmaster? Although Lu Sheng was on the verge of losing his temper and wanted to attack Lin Jibei, starting a fight here might turn him into a wanted criminal and endanger his family, so he decided to wait. That day was fast approaching. Soon, in the Extreme Wei Martial Academy's resting room, Chao Can was frantically apologizing, claiming he had been careless and didn't anticipate Lu Sheng's sneak attack, which led to his quick defeat. Unexpectedly, this statement drew wild mockery from another member of the Extreme Wei twins. You deadbeat, say that one more time and see what happens. Yo, got bullied outside and now you're taking it out on your own people? At that moment, Lin Jibei interrupted. You need to figure out how to wash away the shame you've brought on Extreme Wei. Chao Can fervently made a promise to the retreating figure of Lin Jibei. Coach, please rest assured, I will not make the same mistake twice. The final competition officially commenced. Before the match, several vice principals approached Lu Sheng for a quiet word. The Extreme Wei twins have dominated several martial arts tournaments. Their strength should not be underestimated. Even though you've gained some advantage beforehand, don't let your guard down during the match. Watching Lu Sheng's figure as he took the stage, the vice principals smiled to each other. It looks like this year, it might finally be our turn to win the championship. Vice Principal Zhao could only hope for the best now. They had reached the stage, and it was unclear how Lu Sheng would explain himself to Tan Martial Saint later. The 8th round was to start with each competitor heading to the arena to draw their opponent's name. However, Lu Sheng soon sensed something fishy about the draw, because the final match of the 8th round turned out to be Seven Saints Martial University's Lu Sheng versus Extreme Wei Martial Academy's Chao Can. Even the bystanders couldn't believe such a coincidence. It seemed Lu Sheng's draw was tampered with, but considering how Lu Sheng had effortlessly defeated Chao Can with a single move this morning, the odds of victory seemed high. Yet some spectators disagreed, attributing this morning's quick defeat to a sudden sneak attack by Lu Sheng. Watching Chao Can raging helplessly below the stage, Lu Sheng pondered for a couple of seconds, then responded with a light smile, infuriating Chao Can even more. At that moment, Jiang He intervened, instructing unauthorized personnel to leave the arena as the first match was set to begin. Martial University's Bai Hengchuan versus another Extreme Wei twin, Sky Pole star Zhao Yu. The principal advised Bai Hengchuan to not be too nervous and to do his best. Bai Hengchuan approached the stage with a grim face, well aware of Zhao Yu's formidable reputation. This was certainly going to be a tough battle. Lu Sheng casually told Bai Hengchuan to just go for it and not be afraid. Damn, is Lu Sheng actually concerned about me? The next moment, Lu Sheng turned to add, if you get killed, I'll avenge you. Hearing this, Bai Hengchuan internally screamed in frustration, but given his lack of strength compared to his opponent, he could only outwardly thank Lu Sheng for his concern. Lu Sheng responded that there was no need for thanks as they were all students of the Martial University. Facing one of the Extreme Wei twins, Bai Hengchuan was giving his all, knowing a moment's inattention could be fatal. The audience was filled with anticipation for this match. As soon as the fight started, Zhao Yu began a barrage of taunts, mocking Bai Hengchuan as trash. Bai Hengchuan doesn't waste any words and charges forward, but Zhao Yu easily dodges. Bai Hengchuan continued swinging his sword in rapid rotations, but his lightning-fast blade strike still couldn't keep up with Zhao Yu's speed. Although Bai Hengchuan knew he was outmatched, he didn't expect the gap to be so vast. His best efforts hadn't even touched his opponent. The crowd was also shocked by Zhao Yu's agility, suspecting that he must be nearing the control state to exhibit such terrifying skills. With no other option left, Bai Hengchuan resorted to his ultimate move. Since you're so good at dodging, try this, he declared, lifting his sword and spitting out, come on, Extreme Ice Seal. As he invoked the powerful ice spell, the ground and Zhao Yu were entirely engulfed in ice. Bai Hengchuan looked up triumphantly. Looks like it worked. But before he could relish the moment, Zhao Yu's figure vanished. It turned out that Bai Hengchuan had only trapped a decoy. Before Bai Hengchuan could recover from his shock, several figures attacked from behind, eliciting a terrible scream from him. What a fool, so easily tricked. Bai Hengchuan collapsed, unconscious. Staff members quickly rushed to check on him, finding that his injuries were severe, 4 broken ribs and nearly every limb fractured. Despite this, Zhao Yu continued to deride Bai Hengchuan from the stage, scoffing at his inability to withstand even a single strike. Zhao then turned his attention to Lu Sheng, muttering, you're next, Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng knelt beside Bai Hengchuan. You really went through a lot. It's a pity you weren't injured more severely, then I'd have a reason to kill him. Bai Hengchuan looked up at Lu Sheng with admiration, sensing a powerful presence swirling inside him, like a mighty golden dragon. As Bai Hengchuan pondered the nature of Lu Sheng's golden dragon, the second match of the finals officially began. This battle features Transcendence Martial Academy's Zhang Yu against Flame Dragon Martial Academy's Peng Hong. As soon as the match starts, Zhang Yu begins with her eyes closed, misleading her opponent about her combat potential given her delicate appearance. Suddenly, her eyes snap open and her aura skyrockets dramatically. It turns out, Zhang Yu is a fearsome mind weaver. Peng Hong's body erupts with electricity, steel fortification technique. However, his technique stands no chance against her formidable psychic abilities. He quickly finds himself begging for mercy, calling her sister and ultimately surrendering, securing Zhang Yu's victory. The terrifying aura she displayed even shocked the nearby referees. Her psychic power is estimated to be at level 4, quite impressive indeed, holding about 20% of my strength. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu notices Lu Xing watching her and suddenly dashes away, covering 50 meters in a single step. Why does every girl run when they see me? Could it be that my appearance is too intimidating? Lu Xing wonders, noticing similarities with another character, Xiaolin, who also flees upon seeing him. The final match of the day is set between 7th St. Martial University's Lu Xing and Extreme Way Martial Academy's Chao Kun. Even before stepping onto the stage, Chao Kun's coarse voice can be heard making rude remarks. This match is highly anticipated as the day's highlight, expected to be thrilling given the similar skill levels of the two fighters. Unlike previous matches that ended too quickly due to disparities in strength, Lu Xing effortlessly hops onto the stage with one hand. Here I am, bro, finally my turn. Seeking to reclaim his dignity, Chao Kun decides to start by intimidating his opponent psychologically. He immediately cites Rule 32 to Lu Xing. If an opponent is accidentally killed during the match, under reasonable circumstances, no liability is incurred. So, Lu Xing, do you get what I'm implying? Okay, let's start already. The referee wisely scoots aside, wary of getting caught in their crossfire. Next, Lu Xing begins doing the National Middle School radio calisthenics. Tell Chao Kun to show all his tricks now, transform if he needs to, so he won't complain about unfairness after losing. Chao Kun unleashes his strongest technique, Demon Extreme State, which allows him to briefly boost his combat power by dozens of times. He then launches himself at Lu Xing in a frenzied state. Lu Xing is both bewildered and oddly familiar with this. Why does this feel so familiar? In the last tournament, he swept through the competition using just the first form, acclaimed as the strongest below the Grandmaster level. Now having advanced to the second layer, just how terrifying must he be? Although Zhang Yu can tell that Chao Kun is powerful now, something about his aura feels off, not quite human, reminiscent of an exotic beast. The vice principals suddenly stand up. How is this possible? He's emitting an aura akin to that of a Grandmaster. This is bad. Lu Xing might be in danger. Lu Xing also senses that something is odd about this aura. Although it seems stronger than a near Grandmaster, there's something off about it. Could it be that he is a mutant martial artist? Beside them, Lian Jibei laughs. Now let you all witness the terror of Extreme Way. Haha, Chao Kun, you really steal the spotlight. Lu Xing is yours. I'll take Zhang Yu then. Just after transforming, Chao Kun starts trash-talking Lu Xing, urging him not to even think about surrendering. Then, countless fists appear in front of Chao Kun. His special technique, the Martial Illusion Fist. The attack turns into an energy tornado flying towards Lu Xing, startling everyone in the audience. This is no longer a match, it's a direct attempt on his life. On seeing this, Jiang He shouts for the assistants to prepare safety measures. Chao Kun, furious, advances towards Lu Xing. Lu Xing, I want you dead. The tremors in the arena also shake the spectator stands, and the audience is terrified by Chao Kun's power. Seeing this, Lian Jibei smirks slightly. Now, Lu Xing is done for. Even a Grandmaster would surely die from this. As the smoke clears, Lian Jibei and others are shocked because even at his most powerful, Chao Kun's strongest attack did absolutely nothing to Lu Xing. Who could believe this? Lu Xing slowly speaks up. What, is that all? Don't you have a third, fourth, or even stronger trump card? Chao Kun was completely flustered by Lu Xing's question. So you've got nothing left, huh? Petrified by Lu Xing, Chao Kun kept retreating. Hey, I heard you're called the Extreme Way Demon Extreme Star. Then check out my punch called Exploding Star Fist. At this moment, Chao Kun had completely lost his previous momentum, trembling as he looked up, while Lu Xing's fist, large as a sandbag and fiery like a deity, loomed above Chao Kun. Lian Jibei and others couldn't sit still anymore and shouted for them to stop. Chao Kun, with a face like death, knelt before Lu Xing, his body's meridians ruptured and on the verge of death. Lian Jibei, furious, flew towards the center of the arena. Lu Xing, you bastard, how dare you try to kill my disciple? As Lian Jibei's fist was about to strike, several vice principals jointly blocked his attack. At this point, the conflict seemed to have escalated significantly. One of the vice principals urgently reprimanded Lian Jibei. What do you think you're doing? Just as the situation was about to explode, Jiang He stepped in to stop both parties. Everyone here is above the level of a Grandmaster. What does it look like? Intervening in a student's affairs. Lian Jibei accused Lu Xing of intentionally killing someone, specifically a future rising brightness of the Extreme Way Martial Arts School. As he spoke, Chao Kun coughed lightly while medical staff rushed to the scene. The vice principal said, there's always some friction in competition, and since your person is okay, let's leave this matter behind. At this point, Lian Jibei couldn't erupt in rage on the spot, but a vicious plan started forming in his mind. Thus, the victory in this match is awarded to Lu Xing of the 7th St. Martial University. The audience was astounded, shocked by Lu Xing's formidable strength. Some said that Lu Xing's abilities had reached the level of a Grandmaster, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block the second layer of the demon extreme state. Others argued that Lu Xing hadn't yet reached the Grandmaster level, otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden behind the vice principal and must have just used fierce energy to block Chao Kun's attack. From this battle, it appears that Lu Xing is already the champion of the tournament, and any further matches would just be formalities. At only 18 years old, he is truly terrifying. This also signifies that the era dominated by the Extreme Wei twins has ended, and a new era under the reign of the Demon King Lu Xing is beginning. Back in the audience seats, the vice principal called to Lu Xing, "There's no bloodless struggle in martial arts. As long as it wasn't intentional, it's not your fault. Don't overthink it. If someone dies, it's because their skills were inferior. The school will support you against the pressure. There isn't only one level 9 Extreme Wei martial saint in this world." Lu Xing, trembling, replied, "Is that so? Then I'm relieved." The vice principal never expected that someone as strong as Lu Xing would still feel fear when facing a real grandmaster. If someone truly understands and does not fear the majesty of a grandmaster, that would be 1 in 10,000. Yet, Lu Xing is exceptionally talented, and it's too much to ask for him to also possess such courage and character. It's a pity, though, because to become a disciple of a martial saint, being outstanding isn't enough, which is really regrettable for Lu Xing. At this moment, however, Lu Xing was internally laughing, quite pleased with his own performance. But soon it will be the final part of the plan, to have Lian Jibei died by my hands. Surely, he would wake up laughing in his coffin. Soon, the drawing for the semi-finals of the 9th round began. Only 4 contestants remain, with the weakest, Deng Rui from Heaven and Earth Martial Academy, hoping to draw the little lowly Zhang Yu. After all, he got to the final mostly by sheer luck. Both Chao Qing and Lu Xing are tough opponents. Only Zhang Yu is like a normal person, not only cute but also moderate in her attacks. If she accidentally hits too hard, she even sends someone to apologize. Truly a perfect little angel of martial arts. Indeed, luck is also a part of strength, and things turned out just as he wished. The second match was Chao Qing against Lu Xing. Chao Qing, don't worry, you still have time to buy some insurance, and if you don't have any, I can recommend a couple of good ones. A friend of mine just died, and his insurance paid out the next day. Already nervous, Chao Qing quickly brushed off Lu Xing's hand. Yo, why so nervous? If I kill you, wouldn't your Extreme Wei Martial Academy's great grandmaster Lian Jibei have to kill me? Chao Qing trembled as he spoke. Good that you know. Also, do you think I'm a waste like Chao Kun? Lu Xing laughed. Of course not. I think you're even more of a waste than Chao Kun. After the mockery, Lu Xing waved and walked away. Afterwards, Chao Qing immediately went to tattle to Lian Jibei, no doubt embellishing his story. Upon hearing it, Lian Jibei set out to tear Lu Xing apart with his own hands. From seeking help behind the vice principal to the recent mockery of Chao Qing, all of this was within Lu Xing's plan, because to kill Lian Jibei, it must be justified, making everyone believe it was deserved. After all, it's because I'm not strong enough that I need to be cautious and operate within the rules set by others. If I were strong enough, I could completely ignore all influences, and no one would care if I killed someone like Lian Jibei, who deserves death anyway. True power is about breaking the rules, setting new ones, and then using those rules. After all, saving humanity from martial arts disasters can't be achieved by someone who just follows the rules. I must strive to become stronger. Soon, the first match between Zhang Yu and Deng Rui officially began. After 5 minutes of fighting, Zhang Yu won. Although Deng Rui lost, managing to save face in front of these monsters felt like a win for him. As the next match approached, Jiang He quietly worried about potential complications, since neither competitor was easy to handle. But for the audience, it was exciting. They heard that Chao Kun's spine was almost broken by Lu Xing, thankfully rescued in time. These Extreme Wei twins deserved it, having paralyzed many each year and severing their martial arts, all suppressed by the might of the Extreme Wei martial saint. And it's said they have more than just these dirty deeds. Seems like it's true what they say. Scoundrels naturally grind down other scoundrels. Lu Xing is set to fight Chao Qing. It seems like Chao Qing won't be able to manage his bathroom visits alone anymore. If he gets crippled, he might as well change his name to Crippled Star. Faced with everyone's taunts, Chao Qing has no mood to respond, because as a member of the Extreme Wei twins, he has never feared anyone except those above Grandmaster level. Usually, he's the one who exerts pressure on others, but why does he feel such fear facing a peer of the same level now? As he was distracted, Lu Xing called out to Chao Qing that it was time for him to take his beating on the stage. But Chao Qing couldn't show weakness, at least not verbally. Hey, Lu Xing, you still have time to grab a cold weapon now. Don't say later that I bullied you. Hearing this, Lu Xing's eyes gleamed as he spoke in a low voice. Do you really want to die that badly? Faced with Lu Xing's sudden imposing aura, Chao Qing instantly backed down. Pfft, all bark and no bite. Let's get on the stage. I don't believe you're that strong. At this moment, the audience is in an uproar. Chao Qing is still wondering how Lu Xing will attack, thinking he can dodge whatever comes his way. But the next moment, Chao Qing is dumbfounded because Lu Xing is just standing there quietly, making no move to attack. Moreover, Chao Qing can feel that just by standing there, Lu Xing exudes a terrifying presence that permeates the air, leaving him no room for escape. The next second, Chao Qing psyched himself up. If Lu Xing wasn't going to come at him, he'd take the initiative and break the pace. this. Saying this, Chao Qing launched himself like a rocket toward Lu Shen, and Chao Qing immediately drew his sword, his body bursting into flames as he unleashed his ultimate move, Stellar Poke. This move dazzled the audience. What a stunning strike. Even the vice-chancellors couldn't help but exclaim, admitting they'd struggle to handle such a sword thrust themselves. The next moment, Jiang Yi gasped because Lu Xing's figure had vanished. At the same time, Chao Qing's sword shattered. Chao Qing had never imagined his proud strike would end like this. The next second, Lu Xing stood behind him, taunting, "Sorry about breaking your dagger, but you're just too slow." Chao Qing turned around, and Lu Xing's figure disappeared again, then reappeared surrounded by a massive blue aura engulfing Chao Qing, nearly breaking his morale. "You're still too slow." Chao Qing was nearly driven mad. Then, Chao Qing covered his ears and knelt down, realizing he couldn't even see Lu Shen. Just then, Lu Shen grabbed him from behind, lifting him up. "Hey, are you here to be funny? Have you lost your nerve already? Ready to give up? Let me go." Gale winds. Facing the onslaught of slicing winds, Lu Shen chuckled. "You call this wind?" Lu Shen then released Chao Qing, and in the moment Chao Qing started spouting trash talk again, he vanished once more. This disappearance felt as though he was still right there, but because of his extreme speed, he was invisible to the eye. Chao Qing looked around wildly. In the next moment, multiple afterimages of Lu Xing appeared before him. The audience was stupefied. So many afterimages indicated an incredible speed. Speaking, countless afterimages of Lu Xing had already surrounded Chao Qing, and Lu Xing kept taunting him, saying that if Chao Qing could touch him, it would count as Chao Qing's win. The vice-chancellor watched this scene in disbelief, because the nature of afterimages is a visual residue, a phenomenon caused by the eye receiving signals before the visual memory fades. He thought that producing 5 or 6 afterimages in a short time was already impressive, but Lu Xing's display was truly terrifying. Chao Qing angrily swatted at the afterimages, repeatedly shouting, "Fake, it's all fake." At this moment, his sanity was starting to fray. He believed there was only one real figure, and he was sure he could find it. But just then, Lu Xing's hand rested on Chao Qing's head, murmuring, "Crescent Divine Wind." Ultimately, Chao Qing lay on the ground with his limbs broken. This counted as avenging by Hongchuan. The referee then announced the match was won by 7th St. Martial University's Lu Shen. The crowd was still abuzz, wondering who could beat such a formidable person at his level. Red-haired brother watched Lu Sheng and couldn't help worrying about Zhang Yu's upcoming match. As Jiang Yi began announcing the next match between Zhang Yu and Lu Sheng, Zhang Yu quickly stood up and raised her hand to declare her defeat. After just one glance at Lu Sheng, she fled the scene in fear. "It's really strange. This girl runs away every time she sees me." But in Zhang Yu's eyes, Lu Sheng was like a dark source, a monster lurking in the shadows. Fighting him would be a fool's errand. Just out of treatment, Bai Hongchuan didn't expect the finals to end so abruptly. But who could argue? After all, it was 7 St. Martial Universities that had won the championship. This time, our 7 St. Martial Universities in martial arts could finally hold our heads high. Half an hour later, Jiang Yi's declaration, this National College Martial Arts competition finally concluded perfectly. In another female dormitory, there was a frenzy of shouting, "Wow, Yang Yuan, look, your boyfriend won the championship. He's so handsome." Yang Yuan responded shyly, "He's not my boyfriend, just a classmate." Yet, as she saw him standing at the pinnacle, her heart genuinely rejoiced for Lu Shen. Meanwhile, his little sister was dancing with joy by the TV. "Yay, yay, big brother is the champion of the National Martial Arts competition." Lu's dad excitedly picked up his phone, ready to call relatives and friends to go out for a celebratory meal. However, his daughter urged the parents to hold off. Big brother's award ceremony hasn't started yet. It's a shining moment now. Inside Eastern Peace Martial University, pink-haired Jing Dandan was watching Lu Sheng's glorious moment. Green hair tried to get pink hair to let go of Lu Sheng, arguing that Lu Sheng, now at such heights, was no longer from our world. But the lovesick pink hair said that it was fine this way. She could still see news about Lu Sheng and even send messages to him, although he wouldn't see them or reply. Inside the Eastern Military District, Instructor Qin excitedly exclaimed, "Damn, Lu Sheng is awesome. The chief commander is going to be thrilled. His investment in those bits of beast marrow liquid really paid off." Dong Qingxue argued it might not be certain. Although Lu Sheng had promised to join the Eastern Military District immediately after graduation, and he wasn't the type to be ungrateful, what if he couldn't make it? Don't forget who was behind the 7 St. Martial Universities. Marshal St. Tan Zhongyu has had his eyes on Lu Sheng for a long time, and it's likely that he will officially announce taking Lu Sheng as his disciple after this competition. Can the chief commander's influence really outmatch a martial saint's? Instructor Qin was thoroughly disappointed, initially thinking that he would soon be heading to battle alongside Lu Shen. However, Dong Qingxue assured that such a day would come, as Area 85 had discovered new dungeon fissures, and they needed to head out for a mission immediately. But in the next moment, Dong Qingxue was shocked, because at that time, Lu Sheng was raising his hand and loudly proclaiming, "I challenge Grandmaster Lian Jibei. In fact, I came to this competition to appreciate the skills of the many experts and to temper my martial arts spirit." Pointing to the audience below, he expressed his disappointment with the contestants. "All the competitors here are trash, especially the Extreme Way Martial Academy. What a disappointment. The so-called Extreme Way twins that you were all so hopeful about are just rubbish. They haven't even learned a bit of the Extreme Way heritage. Extreme Way Martial Academy. I think it's all just a facade. With each taunt, Lien Jibei below the stage became so enraged that veins were throbbing, and he wanted to tear up Lu Xing right there. Unable to contain himself, Lien Jibei asked Lu Xing what he meant. I mean nothing by it. I came here intending to use the strong fighters of Extreme Way to temper my martial will to break through the Grandmaster level, but I didn't expect your Extreme Way twins to be so weak. Therefore, I want to challenge the peak Grandmaster of Extreme Way, Lien Jibei here. Upon hearing this, the expression on everyone's face across the nation contorted. Everyone knew Lien Jibei was at the peak of Grandmaster level, a level 6 challenging a peak Grandmaster. What's going on? Has Lu Xing gone mad, or does he no longer care for his own life? From Dong Qingshua's perspective, it might be possible to guess Lu Xing's intention. Perhaps Lu Xing wanted to use a Grandmaster as a blade to pierce through the final barrier. If he succeeds, he would become the first Grandmaster under the age of 20 in the history of Dragon Nation. After Lu Xing spoke, Lien Jibei eagerly jumped onto the martial platform. Lu Xing, you're arrogant enough, but remember not to let me beat you to death later. Lu Xing declared that life and death were fated on the platform, and he asked that Grandmaster Lien not hold back. The vice-chancellors below the stage were puzzled. If Lu Xing wanted a Grandmaster for sparring, any of us could have sparred with him. Why did he specifically choose Lien Jibei? Could it be he's afraid we wouldn't go all out, so only Lien Jibei would truly try to kill him? Vice-chancellor with glasses always felt that Lu Xing's intentions weren't just about breaking through the Grandmaster level. Jiang He stroked his beard appreciatively. This young man is truly 1 in 10,000 to reach such heights at his age. His temperament and courage are extraordinary. Then he quietly instructed his subordinates to keep an eye on things, making sure that Lu Xing wouldn't get injured. His subordinates reassured Jiang He. The vice-chancellors of the 7 St. Martial universities are even more nervous than us. Lien Jibei was puzzled. Even if Lu Xing is strong, he's still just at level 6, while I've been a Grandmaster for over 20 years. How can this kid be so arrogant? With both parties consenting, Jiang He announced the start of the match, but reminded them to keep it controlled and to stop at the point of contact. At that moment, Lu Xing smiled, finally getting what he had been waiting for. Lien Jibei burst out with a green aura. Kid, do you feel the pressure of a Grandmaster? To deal a fatal blow to Lu Xing and not give others a chance to rescue him, Lien Jibei even activated his mutated state. But at that moment, Lu Xing was already rapidly approaching Lien Jibei with the same idea of a straightforward duel to the death. As Lien Jibei wondered about Lu Xing's incredible speed, Lu Xing slowly spoke in front of him. I have a punch, and I'd like to invite Grandmaster Lien to embrace death. After speaking, the long-lost divine illumination of the Underworld King scripture activated, massively boosting his vital energy and blood. The solar grasp of the stars condensed, and a compressed version of the fire element gathered in his hands. Finally, stellar force explosively activated, marking the first use of the divine whale Dharma aspect power in reality. Lien Jibei was stunned at that moment. Then, like a sun, intense heat exploded at the center of the martial platform. Realizing the extreme danger of the energy inside, Jiang He immediately flew towards the fireball. No, we need to stop this now. The high-density flame energy engulfed Lien Jibei the moment it made contact, consuming him instantly. When the smoke cleared, only Lien Jibei's feet remained. As Jiang He landed, he immediately called for a halt. Lu Xing calmly responded, "What's the matter, Grandmaster? Do you also wish to fight me?" Seeing this, Jiang He was 90% baffled and 10% flabbergasted. He could not believe that Lu Xing had just killed a peak Grandmaster in seconds, and was now considering challenging him, an 8th level Great Grandmaster. At this moment, the Vice-Chancellor seemed to be still in a dream. Lien Jibei was actually killed by Lu Xing, not even leaving a body behind. It seems that Lu Xing was not merely using the pressure of a Grandmaster, he was challenging one. The audience was pinching their faces in disbelief. Was Lu Xing really just level 6? The next moment, the Vice-Chancellor slammed the table. It seems he knew what Lu Xing was planning to do. Lu Xing probably intended to challenge the Martial Saint from the beginning. He doesn't even care about becoming a disciple of the Martial Saint. He doesn't think much of Tan Zhongyu, the Martial Saint. Seeing the Vice-Chancellor's expression, Lu Xing smiled openly. It seems the Vice-Chancellor finally understands my approach. Elder Jiang was shocked. Could it be that Lu Xing had premeditated this? And he's not even 19 years old yet. Truly terrifying. After that, Elder Jiang said he would report the incident to the Extreme Way Martial Arts School and Tan Zhongyu, advising Lu Xing to behave prudently. But Lu Xing seemed indifferent, thinking that the old man was not going to take action himself, which was a pity as he had hoped to gauge the gap between himself and an 8th level Great Grandmaster. Just then, a large hand grabbed Lu Xing. Turning around, he saw it was the Vice-Chancellor with glasses, who was anxious to immediately take Lu Xing down the mountain. Hurry, come back with me to the 7th St. Martial University, and then to see Martial Saint Tan. You've really caused a mess this time. Lien Jibei is no ordinary Grandmaster. Hearing this, Lu Xing said, I know. He is the brother of Martial Saint's wife, Lien Su. Damn, you knew and still dared to do this? this? Now, probably only Tan Martial Saint can protect you. However, Lu Xing clapped his hands and refused the Vice-Chancellor's kindness. I don't need protection. The Vice-Chancellor cursed in frustration. Are you mad? Even if you're not afraid, what about your family and friends? They could get dragged into this. You're still young. Some things shouldn't be done impulsively, lest you regret them later. Let's go. It'll be too late once the Lien family hears the news. Yeah, once the Lien family gets the news, it'll be too late. So Vice-Chancellor, I can't go with you just yet. The Vice-Chancellor was again startled by Lu Xing's actions, as he could guess what Lu Xing was planning to do next. So, he told Lu Xing to hurry back and that he would wait for him in the capital. Looking down the stairs, Lu Xing smiled slightly. Let's see, my Grandmaster speed. With such terrifying speed, the Vice-Chancellor was starting to lose grasp of Lu Xing's realm. Meanwhile, Lu Xing's family, having just seen on TV that Lu Xing was challenging a Grandmaster before the signal was lost, panicked and quickly bought tickets for the next train to visit Lu Xing. Lu's mother was so anxious that she burst into tears, asking if there was a faster train. Lu's father asked Qinghe to come and comfort Lu's mother, but Qinghe didn't know how to make it better. I'm dying of worry too. That's a Grandmaster he's challenging openly. That's no ordinary fighter. Just then, Qinghe's phone rang. It was a call from Lu Xing to reassure them. He explained that the broadcast had been cut off because there was no signal on the mountain and assured everyone that he was safe, urging his family not to worry. He mentioned that the challenge against the Grandmaster was just for show. After explaining everything, everyone decided to refund their tickets and return home. The only thing that puzzled his sister was why such a show had never happened before but appeared this year. Meanwhile, in a corner of the train station, several pairs of eyes were secretly watching the sister and her family. Report, they're heading back now, and we've been keeping an eye on them. They were agents sent by Chief Commander Yu Fei to covertly protect Lu Xing's family. As he watched the news on his phone, he couldn't help but reflect, a 19-year-old who can slay a Grandmaster peak. This young man is destined for greatness. After coming down the mountain, Lu Xing immediately went to Fashion KTV. He was afraid of losing his loved ones and everything else, but he was more afraid of living the rest of his life under the watchful eyes of those four. Just as he reached the door of the private room, Lu Xing activated his psychic perception and quickly detected the weeping Lian Yi. Lian Yi, covering his face, cried out, not knowing who had killed his father, only that his family had ordered him to come home immediately. Just as he was about to leave with his assistant to return to his family, Lu Xing blocked his path. Lian Yi, is it? Your dad Lian Jibei sent me to pick you up. He said he really wants to see you. Meanwhile, at the side of Lian Jibei's sister Lian Su, a man with green hair was kneeling, recounting the whole incident to her. After listening, Lian Su didn't believe a word, knowing her brother was a coward who liked to bully the weak and feared the strong, and would never dare accept a challenge from another Grandmaster in person. The man with green hair trembled as he spoke. Lu Xing, who killed Grandmaster Lian, he's a level 6 martial artist. Upon hearing this, Lian Su's glass shattered in her hand. There's a limit to jokes. A level 6 martial artist killing my brother? Even if he's a newbie, he's not an idiot. Please, calm down, madam. This Lu Xing must have made a sudden breakthrough to Grandmaster right before the act, which is how he managed to defeat Grandmaster Lian. Hearing this, the mentally unstable Lian Su burst into mad laughter. I just knew my rookie brother couldn't possibly be killed by a level 6 martial artist. Lian Su laughed and then started crying. So the other guy is a martial arts prodigy, huh? Then don't blame me. After her outburst, Lian Su immediately instructed the man with green hair to take action, ordering him to go kill Lu Xing first. But the man with green hair argued that this was inappropriate, as the two had been killed in a formal duel, with mutual agreements to absolve responsibility, and martial arts rules shouldn't blame others. Saying this, the mentally unstable woman forcefully grabbed the man with green hair by the neck. What then? Should my brother just die in vain? Absolutely not. The next moment, a text message on her phone made Lian Su even more distraught. Fine, dead. Everyone's dead, right? Since none of you want to help me, then don't blame me. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Fu Jianming spent his days loitering around his daughter's former school, just to catch a glimpse of anything related to his daughter. Even seeing girls who looked a bit like his daughter would make him treat them as if they were his own. The girls, seeing an old man staring intently at them, hurried away in fright. At this moment, Lu Xing slowly approached and saw Fu Jianming still picking up trash. Lu Xing yelled from behind, Fu Jianming, I've come to ask you for money. After speaking, Lu Xing tossed a bag in front of Fu Jianming and said, they say a Grandmaster must not be insulted. Even in death their bodies shouldn't be cut up like pork, so there was no choice. I could only bring Lian Ye's head alone. Then, Lu Xing handed over a previous photo to Fu Jianming. Now I can return this to you. Take good care of it. By now, Fu Jianming's eyes were soaked with tears, and he was no longer the fool. He hadn't expected that the young man before him had truly avenged him. With a choked voice, he thanked Lu Xing, repeatedly bowing to him as he walked away until Lu Xing's figure had gradually disappeared. After leaving, Lu Xing received a call from the vice principal with glasses. The vice principal urged Lu Xing to hurry back, explaining that he had informed Marshal Saint Tan about Lu Xing's situation. Marshal Saint Tan has formally decided to take Lu Xing as a disciple and promised to shield Lu Xing from all pressures from the Extreme Way Martial Academy. But Lu Xing flatly refused. I'm not coming back. Hearing this, the vice principal was shocked and expressed his confusion. Vice principal, you should be in your office right now, right? Behind you, through that large floor-to-ceiling window, you should be able to see that thing. Do you mean the Martial Saint Tower? Vice principal, do you know what I intend to do after becoming a Martial Saint? I plan to shatter the high tower so that everyone may chant my true name. After saying this, he hung up the phone. In his office, Tan Zhongyu spoke coldly. Since he doesn't want to, let it be. You shouldn't feel regretful. He has his own path to walk. Although his ideas are very naive, well, it has indeed been many years since I've seen such an interesting junior. The next moment, the vice principal said, Lu Xing is targeted by the Extreme Way Martial Arts School because of us, and you surely know the character of Lian Su. Tan Zhongyu's expression turned icy. This is the path he has chosen himself. He ought to know all the consequences. But you do have a point. Let Huayu protect his family. With her there, his family of 3 should be safe. As for the rest, there's no need to mention. Although the vice principal did not understand why Lu Xing wanted to shatter the high tower, that was all he could do to help Lu Xing. Initially, Lu Xing had not refused the goodwill of provincial governor Xiaopingnian, but now he had outright rejected an invitation from the martial saint, who was 1,000,000 times greater than Xiaopingnian. As for the consequences of refusing the martial saint, Lu Xing had not yet considered them. After all, under the martial saint, I would only become another martial saint, but what I aim to become is a transcendence martial saint, possessing the absolute strength to level everything. Only then will I truly save the world. As soon as the Extreme Way martial saint returned, he barked, You sent Zhuang Kuei? That little beast killed 2 of my Lian family. Lian Jibei was just a useless grandmaster. His death is no great loss, but Lian Yi was our last direct descendant. This cannot be forgiven. The Extreme Way martial saint was somewhat speechless. Doesn't Lian Yi still have a few illegitimate children? What does that matter? He wants to end our Lian family line. Why shouldn't I send Zhuang Kuei to kill him? Lian Su became more agitated as she spoke. One was my brother, the other my nephew. Even if they were good for nothing, they were still my last blood relatives. They died without even leaving whole bodies behind. Hearing this, the Extreme Way martial saint sighed lightly and said, I'm not blaming you. While Zhuang Kuei is quite capable, he is still a bit lacking and might not return successful. After all, he is someone Tan Zhongyu has his eyes on, and Tan will surely send protection for Lu Xing. Just one person from the Bright Jade Hall, together with Lu Xing, would ensure Zhuang Kuei stands no chance. At this moment, Lian Su walked over and clung to the Extreme Way martial saint. My dear, then help me by sending a more skilled fighter there. No need. I'll send the 12 shadows along with Zhuang Kuei. That should achieve the effect you want. Lian Su was thrilled. You really do love me after all. Extreme Way martial saint pushed her away abruptly. Of course I'll help you, but you've gone too far this time, secretly passing the Extreme Way's secret scrolls to Zhuang Kuei. Hearing this, Lian Su responded angrily. So what? What other way could I have to enlist an Extreme Way ancestral star if not for that? What else have you ever given me? The next moment, Extreme Way martial saint's voice was ice cold. I do not want there to be a next time. After that, Lian Su slumped onto the bed, frightened. She could feel the killing intent in Extreme Way martial saint's voice just now. Meanwhile, at 3 Seasons Airport, Peng Huayu emerged from the airport. What? I've just finished my mission. Why the rush? What's that? Under 19 and he's slain a grandmaster. This guy is even more formidable than Xing Yuzong back in the day. Looks like Bright Jade Hall is about to gain another fierce warrior. You say he rejected Tan martial saint and killed the Lian family line. Now he thinks he can handle it all by himself? That's just crazy. Why do you still want me to go then? The other end of the phone explained that martial saint is merciful. Although he couldn't take him under his wing, he didn't want to see such a promising talent destroy himself. This time your opponent is the Kuei star of the Extreme Way's 28 mansions, Zhuang Kuei, whose strength is at the quasi-level 8, about the same as yours. The next moment at the Lu family home, Lu Xing smiles as he opens the front door. Hi, I'm back. Hearing Lu Xing's return, his sister excitedly comes forward to ask about his whereabouts. Lu Xing, you worried us to death. Didn't you say you'd be back by noon? And now it's late at night. Saint Dad, seeing Lu Xing return, is happy to have a couple of drinks with him. Lu Xing excitedly tosses a backpack to his sister, an action that she complains about. Bro, why are you like this? I am a girl. So what? There's a gift for you in there. Don't you want it? Seeing that he brought her a gift, his sister instantly turns into a docile kitten, grabbing the backpack and heading to her room while shouting, I finally understand why you don't have a girlfriend. You're such a typical guy. Hearing this, Mom also smiles contentedly. Almost 19, you should find a girlfriend instead of all this fighting and killing. Just then, Lu Xing senses someone watching nearby and announces he's stepping out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Mom warns Lu Xing not to be gone too long. Dinner will be ready in 15 minutes. Okay, 15 minutes is enough. Walking down a path, Lu Xing suddenly says, You've really been working hard during this time. Hat Guy appears and bows. It's all part of the job. No need for thanks. Watching Lu Xing's departing figure, Hat Guy feels a fear he's rarely experienced with people, akin to the first time he faced a high-level exotic beast on the battlefield. Following this, Lu Xing asks Hat Guy to send his regards to Chief Commander Yu and tells him that the promise he made back then might soon be fulfilled. fulfilled. Just then, his sister comes out and calls, "Lucian, come home for dinner." As Lucian walks, he releases his soul perception, checking for any strong presences within a 500-mile radius. It seems no one will come tonight. A week quickly passes by, and Peng Huayu has been monitoring Lucian's surroundings without a blind spot for a week. What's with this Zhuang Kuei? It's been a week. Even a tractor would have arrived by now. If he doesn't show up, am I supposed to keep waiting here forever? Logically, he should have arrived within 4 or 5 days. Could it be that this quasi-level 8 expert has procrastination issues? Just then, a subordinate walks out of a cafe. "Sir, Peng Huayu of Bright Jade Hall, ranked 13th, is inside." The subordinate was about to suggest he avoid the area, but at that moment Zhuang Kuei arrogantly said, "Maybe a week ago I would have needed to, but not anymore." At that moment, the subordinate learns that Zhuang Kuei has already advanced to Great Grandmaster and decides to drive straight to Lucian's house to finish him off. Meanwhile, Lucian, who is cultivating at home, senses something foul approaching. "Yo-ho, here it comes. You've kept me waiting for quite a while, Great Grandmaster." Lucian's terrifying strength has risen again. Just now, Zhanghua, Extreme Way Martial Saint, arranged for 24 Shadow Trails and 8th level Great Grandmaster Zhuang Kuei to go and assassinate Lucian. While drinking coffee, Peng Huayu was suddenly startled. She noticed Zhuang Kuei followed by a shadow from the Extreme Way Dojo. This was a bit troublesome. Although the shadows were forcibly elevated to the strength of level 7 through the Martial Saint's secret method and were not yet Grandmasters, they could rely on the battle tactics personally crafted by the Extreme Way Dojo. The 12 shadows even had a chance to kill a Great Grandmaster. So, without a second word, Peng Huayu decided to kill one first and also reported this intelligence back to Bright Jade Hall. The person on the phone was shocked. "You're saying they even deployed the 12 shadows?" Just as Peng Huayu was retreating step by step against the 12 shadows, Zhuang Kuei had already arrived at Lu Xing's doorstep. Peng Huayu shouted, "This is bad." The person on the phone asked, "What happened?" Extreme Way leader Zhuang Kuei. He has stepped into the Great Grandmaster level. Zhuang Kuei, as one of the 28 lodgings leader stars, had followed the Extreme Way Martial Saint for 20 years, yet he was always stuck at the peak of level 7, unable to break through the heaven and earth twin bridges to ascend to Great Grandmaster. But now, he had waited. Speaking, he clapped his hands and shouted loudly, "Energy and blood coalesce. Invisible twin bridges, connecting heaven and earth. Is this what it feels like to enter the Great Grandmaster level? It's awesome. It's like I've grasped the light. This feeling is too wonderful. Haha. Speaking of which, I still have to thank this Lu Xing. If it weren't for him angering the Martial Saint's wife, I wouldn't have accessed the Martial Saint's secret tome to break my chains. I hear Lu Xing is still a young Grandmaster. Even Bright Jade Hall has moved out for him. Such a tender sprout. It seems I'm going to pluck it myself today." At that moment, a pair of large feet slowly stepped forward, with Lu Xing hands in his pockets, seemingly unaware of what an opponent is. "Are you sent by the Extreme Way Dojo?" Seeing Lu Xing come out, Zhuang Kuei ordered the shadow to go to Lu Xing's house to kill his family and stressed the importance of beheading, as the Martial Saint's wife specifically wanted to see the head. At the same time, Zhuang Kuei flew towards Lu Xing with a laser sword. "Look here, your opponent is right here." To Zhuang Kuei's horrified gaze, Lu Xing's figure disappeared, only to block in front of the shadow in the next second. The shadow fell dead. Seeing this, Lu Xing shook his head helplessly. "You guys are too weak. Only your vital energy and blood are a bit higher. Grandmaster stance is like paper. Can this even be considered a Grandmaster?" Seeing this move instantly killed a pseudo-Grandmaster, Zhuang Kuei couldn't help but admire Lu Xing's strength. If it weren't for the current situation, he would have liked to become friends with Lu Xing. "Friends? I never make friends with the dead." Zhuang Kuei laughed. "Very good. What an arrogant kid. You're just a newly advanced little Grandmaster, while as an 8th level Great Grandmaster, I am as formidable as mountains and rivers," he said, as his lightsaber gathered a large magic circle on the ground. At this moment, that every plant and flower between heaven and earth could become his power. He couldn't wait to see Lu Xing dying at his feet. The next moment, Lu Xing began shouting. As soon as his voice fell, Lu Xing's eyes emitted lasers. For the first time, he activated the martial god form, merging all 4 Grandmaster stances. All the shadows present were immobilized. In an instant, Lu Xing slaughtered more than 20 shadows. As his voice fell, flames erupted from Lu Xing's body, and above him appeared a demonic god avatar, as if it could devour everything. Seeing all this, Zhuang Kuei was clearly frightened. "Haha, don't think you can scare me. I'm different from them. I am an 8th level Great Grandmaster." The fear in his body made him somewhat incoherent. He just thought about fighting back with all his might, but the next second he found himself struck in the chest by Lu Xing. Before he could even cry out pervert, the light sphere continued to condense until it disappeared. At this moment, Zhuang Kuei's body had been pierced through by Lu Xing with a huge hole. Until his death, he couldn't understand how his long-aspired Great Grandmaster status could end this way. Even if you are a Great Grandmaster, you are just a lousy Great Grandmaster, and I am a god you cannot surpass. This scene left Peng Huayu, who was watching, stunned. "Mommy, that lady with glasses looks like the fool on TV." At this moment, she was not only stunned, but even doubted she was dreaming. Is this Lu Xing? Is this what an 8th level Great Grandmaster looks like? It doesn't seem right. feels too insubstantial, even less than half as good as Jiang He. It seems like it wasn't achieved through proper means, probably boosted by some crooked and evil methods to forcefully increase heart vital energy and blood. But this already proves that I currently have the power to crush an ordinary 8th level Great Grandmaster. After all, I haven't even used the Grandmaster's skill Shattering the Void yet, and it's also time to properly explore mental power. Suddenly, Lu Xing noticed Peng Huayu, who was in a daze. This woman must be here to help. Speaking of which, I do indeed have something that needs her help. The long-shocked Peng Huayu was finally awakened by a shout in her earpiece. The voice on the other end asked, Peng Huayu, have you reached Lu Xing's house? What's the situation? Peng Huayu simply replied, it's terrible. Is that so? There's nothing we can do about it. After all, we are dealing with an 8th level Great Grandmaster. Let's arrange a proper burial for Lu Xing's family later. You got it wrong. I'm saying the people from the Extreme Way Dojo are in a terrible state. Within 3 breaths, Lu Xing wiped out Great Grandmaster Zhuang Kuei and the 12 shadows, leaving none with an intact body. Lu Xing seems to be saying something to me. He's asking, could you help me clean the floor? And all this was already known to Tan Zhongyu on the other end of the phone. This Lu Xing is becoming more and more interesting. In the following 2 days, Lu Xing saw no one from the Extreme Way Dojo seeking revenge. Just as Lu Xing was puzzled, the Vice-Chancellor called. It's okay now, Lu Xing. Tan Martial Saint has made it clear to me that the issue with the Extreme Way Dojo has been settled, and they won't bother you anymore. Lu Xing thought it was Tan Zhongyu who had mediated, but the Vice-Chancellor said that was unlikely. According to his understanding of Tan Zhongyu, managing to send someone from Bright Jade Hall to help you once was already the limit. The Vice-Chancellor also suggested that Lu Xing should go to the capital to certify his Grandmaster status when he has time. Being a young Grandmaster is a tremendous honor indeed. Lu Xing said he would consider certifying it when he goes to pick up his diploma. Holy shit, so the woman with glasses wasn't specifically here to sweep the floor. However, this sudden resolution left Lu Xing a bit puzzled. After all, if you hit the small ones, the big ones will come. According to the character of the Extreme Way Dojo, there should be more severe retaliation by now. Just then, Chief Commander Yu called. It turns out this settlement was mediated by Chief Commander Yu. Ha ha ha, you're quite something. Not even 20 and already you've killed enough Grandmasters to make a dozen. Plus, you even slaughtered an Extreme Way leader star. Don't hold a grudge against me for that slap I gave you before. Lu Xing didn't expect the news to reach the military district so quickly. Ha ha ha, you even scared the tail that was on you then. How could I not know? Killing an 8th level Great Grandmaster, really something. That person used a forbidden technique to forcibly elevate his power. His strength isn't worth mentioning. Since it was the military district that intervened, this must have cost a lot. Chief Commander Yu was silent for a moment and didn't speak. There is a cost, of course, but it's not as big as you think. Don't feel pressured. The military deals with many cases like yours every year. Lu Xing, do you know, of the existing 3 Martial Saint powerhouses in Dragon Nation, none came from the military. You understand what I'm implying? Lu Xing was also silent for a while. He clearly understood that the military was trying to recruit him. I understand. Don't worry, Chief Commander Yu. When I become a Martial Saint, I'll make sure to promote you well. This ending was more smooth than Lu Xing expected. After this incident with the Extreme Way Dojo, the military now considered Lu Xing one of their own. Through 100 battles in the yellow sand wearing golden armor, not returning until Lulan is unbroken. The military, that's where the romance for men is. Lu Xing looked at the scroll under his feet. Could this be the forbidden technique scroll used by Zhuang Kuei? But the next moment, he threw the scroll into the trash can. This kind of meaningless thing, you can find thousands just by touching around in the dream space. It's been quite a while since I've entered the dream space myself. I've been busy with other things and seldom come here. Hee. Today everyone has a day off. No fighting, ha. Upon arriving in the dream space, Lu Xing first checks the information. With a burst of light, this time not only did Lu Xing's lifespan increase, but his martial arts strength also reached beyond 9th level Martial Saint. Next, the same process follows. At the martial arts conference, he kills Extreme Way Dojo Grandmaster Lian Jibei, then an 8th level Great Grandmaster. That same year, he enters the Eastern Military District, advances to 8th level Great Grandmaster at 35, then to 9th level Martial Saint at 45, and at 50 he slays Extreme Way Dojo's Xiao Ji. The same year he battles Martial Saint Tan Zhongyu and Transcendence Martial Saint, winning both fights. Later, at 60, he travels the world, defeating all the world's Martial Saints. Regarded as the strongest under the heavens and rated as one of the top 10 outstanding Martial Saints in 3,000 years of martial arts, Lu Xing made significant contributions to the exploration of the path to level 10. It seems this time isn't bad. Above 9th level should be stronger than 9th level, yet still not quite at level 10. The path to level 10 was only opened 3,000 years later last time. This life it will be opened by me, Lu Xing. By then, the path ahead will already be open, and the seed resource repository won't be so important anymore. Then naturally, countless martial arts geniuses will bravely move forward, sparking more stunning martial arts techniques through their inspiration. As for killing the Extreme Way Martial Saint, it's my style. The losses I've suffered will sooner or later be reclaimed. Then, Lu Xing checks his permission. invocations, which have now reached level 7. This time, he can also initiate the 8th level Great Grandmaster's techniques. He immediately inquires about the subsequent techniques for Stellar Body Refinement Technique, Natural Breathing Method, and Crystal Observance Method, comprehending the world's strongest technique, Eternal Star Indestructible Technique. The key to advancing from level 6 to level 7 is to condense martial will, fusing spirit, energy, and soul into one furnace, and then reflecting it back to the body, further enhancing physical strength. To progress from level 7 to level 8 requires more depth, not just martial will, but also breaking the earth bridge of the physical body, transforming vital energy in blood, coagulating blood into an elixir, and instantly transforming from a mortal into a growing being. At that point, martial will can be condensed like a spear, piercing through the heaven bridge, thus connecting with nature, allowing the martial will to infuse every inch of the body, with every movement containing a trace of the natural force between heaven and earth, vastly surpassing the power of level 7. So, this is the difference between levels 7 and 8. This was exactly what Zhuangkui lacked. He forcibly stimulated his body to elevate, which had fundamental flaws, so he could not truly be considered a legitimate 8th level Great Grandmaster. However, Lu Xing always felt he might have missed something, then suddenly got a shock. It turns out, the true inheritance of the Stellar Body Refinement Technique is the concept of immortal cells, using one's own vital energy and blood to nourish the physical body. To achieve the true state of eternal stars do not perish. I do not perish. All things decay. I do not decay. Only in this way can I be worthy of advancing to level 8, and only this is the physical strength I, Lu Xing, seek. The reason I am stronger than an ordinary Grandmaster is that I possess an immortal golden body. At level 7, I could match, or even surpass, an 8th level Great Grandmaster like Jiang He in physical strength. Therefore, the first task in practicing the Eternal Star Indestructible Technique is to shatter the core. After shattering the core, the vast vital energy and blood and martial will together nurture an immortal cell. When I first encountered the Stellar Body Refinement Technique and practiced the immortal golden body, I thought the metaphor of striking with the force of a star was an exaggeration, just a martial aspiration, similar to how some compare a 9th level martial saint to the sun and moon in the sky. Can a martial saint truly shine alongside the sun and moon? But now, the Eternal Star Indestructible Technique has turned this impossibility into a possibility, bringing myth into reality, personally proving immortality. If the divine illumination of the Underworld King scripture represents the pinnacle of intricate mastery, then immortal cells represent grandeur to the extreme. If one could transform all body cells into immortal ones, one could truly exist alongside heaven, master the stars, and reach the heights of immortality. Even Wang He might not have reached that realm. This is a more colossal project than the divine illumination of the Underworld King scripture, and the biggest problem is the resources needed for irrigation. By calculation, it seems that even swallowing a whole planet wouldn't be enough. But regardless, this is an almost invincible technique. Just one immortal cell could make my body like a transcendence level Great Grandmaster, 2 would push horizontally, and 3 would make 1 outright invincible. Immediately, Lu Xing began his path to immortality. After all, in the dream space, even if something bizarre is refined, it has little impact on reality. However, this thing supports all the vital energy and blood in my body. Should I really smash it directly? Just as Lu Xing was about to lift his hand, he hesitated for a moment, his heart skipping a beat. Forget it. Let's treat a dead horse as if it were alive. The core inside his body cracked open, tearing at Lu Xing's flesh madly, causing him to cry out in pain. The next moment, an ice blue avatar appeared above Lu Xing, and then the avatar placed its hand on Lu Xing's head, helping to soothe his body's energy. Afterwards, the scattered energy reconverged in Lu Xing's brain, continuously compressing and recombining. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out in front of Lu Xing. With a gentle lift of his hand, it seemed to possess countless strengths. Lu Xing punched towards the ground, and in an instant, thunder flashed and lightning filled the sky, accompanying Lu Xing's fist as it fell, turning the entire city into even greater ruins. Lu Xing incredulously watched everything before him. Is this the power of immortal cells? That punch just now used only a small part of my strength, yet it far exceeded the power of any punch I've thrown before. The previous strikes like stellar one-hit fierce energy, vital energy, and blood stellar force, as well as stellar grip and the Four Realms fist technique were all fused in this one punch. This ultimate power and exquisite finesse. Lu Xing named it Heaven's Grasp. Saying this, Lu Xing closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground. He hadn't expected that just forming one immortal cell would leave him completely drained, mainly due to his own vital energy and blood deficiency. It seems I need to acquire more resources, but it's also time to prepare to head to the Eastern Military District, where the fields of wild beasts on the battlefield, with their dangers, also represent wealth, perfectly suited to fill the bottomless pit of the immortal cells. Speaking of which, one is so powerful already. If I had 10 immortal cells, could I fight a martial saint with my level 7 body? What about 100? Could I beat the shit out of Extreme Way Martial Saint? Just thinking about Extreme Way Martial Saint's shit scattered all over the place makes Lu Xing laugh non-stop. When Lu Xing woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. He hadn't expected to sleep for 12 hours. Immediately, Lu Xing activated his mental power sensing. Dad was comfortably playing chess, sister was practicing, and mom was cooking. The family spent a peaceful afternoon. It seems unlikely that Extreme Wei Martial Saint would persist in a death match over those two trashy relatives. Ultimately, there has to be some decency. As for his crazy woman Lien Su, that's harder to say, so it's still necessary to nip the crisis in the bud. Just as Lu Xing was about to leave the house, he saw his second wife, Ling Su, giving a speech on TV about the launch of a new medicine. It seems he hasn't seen her in a long time. He decides to meet her first. Lu Xing arrives at the Hall of Benevolence. The moment he walked in, the receptionist, upon seeing Lu Xing's strikingly handsome appearance, literally drooled 2 tons. Seeing the daydreaming girl, Lu Xing immediately asked, "Where's Ling Su?" Just as the girl was shocked by Lu Xing's bold address, Lu Xing walked straight into the office. A person with blue hair told the girl not to meddle, explaining that this handsome guy is Bossy's distant cousin, not only good-looking but also incredibly strong, the national champion of the Ascending Dragon martial examination. The girl looked disappointed, realizing she had no chance and could only buy a little trinket to fantasize about. Just as he entered, Lu Xing saw Ling Su adjusting some concoctions. Upon seeing Lu Xing, she stepped back, handed over the task to him, and mentioned that all the ordered medicinal materials were ready. After praising her briefly, Lu Xing donned a lab coat, ready to start working, and mentioned that he would help Ling Su deal with her mother's troublemakers after finishing his current tasks. Watching Lu Xing's casual tone, Ling Su felt that Lu Xing had become even stronger. My goodness, how much time has passed? Can someone really improve so much in their martial arts level within a year? Soon, Lu Xing threw all the medicinal materials into the air. The next moment, all the materials merged together, and after 2 minutes of fusion, Lu Xing successfully concocted a special potion. Without hesitation, he downed the entire bottle. As the golden liquid flowed into his organs, the next moment, Lu Xing's eyes widened dramatically. Here it comes. That's the feeling I wanted. Unexpectedly, after the elixir shattered, it could be recondensed. However, just these materials have cost him several hundred million. If all could be replaced with immortal cells, the cost would likely be an astronomical figure. Although Ling Su's side earns $1 billion or so each year, it's still not enough. It's said that once you have the strength, money on the battlefield is like picking it up yourself. Saying this, Lu Xing immediately headed out the door. Soon, Lu Xing arrived at the airport waiting lounge, but oddly enough, Chief Commander Yu seemed very busy, and the original plan to have Dong Qingxue and Qin Shaojun come to pick up Lu Xing was changed. Could it be that the front line has run into some major trouble? Lu Xing glanced around at the cheerful laughter, reflecting on how the present beauty was bought with the lives and blood of frontline soldiers, and he would certainly defend this peace to the end. In the dream, he learned that there seemed to be many dense gold mines in the Eastern Military District yet to be excavated. It seems that if he wants to acquire great wealth quickly, he might have to become a miner, since he's somewhat experienced at it. Soon, 2 airplanes landed at the airport, 1 passenger plane, 1 fighter jet. Why is there a fighter jet here? Could there be some urgent special mission? Just as he was about to board, Lu Xing accidentally bumped into 2 girls. Upon seeing a handsome guy, the 2 female students couldn't help but strike up a conversation and invited Lu Xing to sit next to them. Lu Xing responded with a smile. "The plane I'm taking is different from yours. Young man, you're really funny. We wouldn't mind if you just want to reject us. No need to come up with such an outrageous lie." As the cockpit cover of the fighter jet slowly opened, the pilot waved in their direction. "That person is actually waving at us. What's going on? Oh no, that fighter jet is really here to pick up that handsome guy. My goodness." The person who came to pick up Lu Xing was none other than Qin Huaihu, under Major General Yu Fei of the Eastern War Zone's 1182nd Division, and also Qin Shaojun's uncle, holding a higher rank than Dong Qingxue and the others. When Lu Xing asked why Dong Qingxue and the others didn't come to pick him up, Qin Huaihu explained, "We're not going back to the military district right now because a new cellar fracture has appeared recently, and the front line is very tense. The chief commander has already gone to fight. Our team is also preparing to go there to reinforce, and will depart immediately after picking you up." I thought these words would shock Lu Xing a bit, but Lu Xing just casually asked, "How long will it take to get there?" Could this be the confidence of a young grandmaster? Qin Huaihu wondered to himself, recalling his own years of fighting on the battlefield, only reaching the peak of level 6 and not even touching the threshold of grandmaster. Past his 50s, he might never reach grandmaster in his lifetime. Lu Xing asked the commander to briefly describe the current situation. The front line in the Eastern Military District has always been tense, although it has eased somewhat in the last 2 years. But recently, a new cavern that could reach Class A has appeared, making the situation very bad, possibly causing the entire Eastern region's front line to move back. Lu Xing really didn't expect that even a cavern could have levels. Apparently, a classic cavern always contains at least level 5 exotic beasts, and deeper inside it's unimaginable. The strongest, Class 3S caverns, there are only a few known to humanity worldwide, but fortunately, there are none within Dragon Nation's borders. However, even an 8th level Great Grandmaster entering a Class A cavern faces the risk of falling, a strength Lu Xing had not anticipated. So you mean to say, those Class S 3S and above caverns, wouldn't even a 9th level martial saint have difficulty coming out? Technically, yes, but generally, no one goes deep into the deepest parts of a cavern. As long as you don't venture too deep, even a regular level 5 or 6 martial artist could survive in a Class A cavern. In fact, most people don't need to enter the cavern at all. They just need to stay around it and clear out the exotic beasts that run out. It seems this thing is just like playing a dungeon in a game. As long as you don't think about clearing it, there's no danger. If I could completely clear a Class 3S cavern, maybe I could uncover the true nature of the exotic beast invasion. As soon as you join the army, you should at least be given the rank of Major General, since Lu Sheng is not only a rising brightness general star, but also a grandmaster. If you show exceptional military talent, you could even pursue a path as a corps commander. The commander mused, saying, recently, several Class SS caverns have repeatedly seen exotic beast riots. Based on predictions, there could be a trend toward evolving into Class 3S. Are we starting to see Class 3S in our Dragon Nation? It feels like my current strength isn't quite up to entering yet. Just then, the pilot suddenly shouted, report, we've received a request for support from Chief Commander Yu. Their defensive line has encountered a level 7 exotic beast. However, at this moment, Lu Sheng was most concerned about his wife Dong Qingxue. He asked, is Chief Commander Yu far from here? The commander replied, it's only a 2-minute journey from here. Under the commander's astonished gaze, Lu Sheng slowly opened the airplane door and asked the commander for a pair of durable leather shoes. After all, jumping down will be faster. However, half an hour earlier, within Chief Commander Yu's defensive line, facing a swarm of exotic beasts, under Yu Fei's leadership, they were swiftly annihilated. Finally, after the squad's brave fight, all the exotic beasts at the defensive line were wiped out. A younger brother hurriedly handed over water to celebrate. Yu Fei asked, has our reinforcement arrived? The reinforcement from General Star Squad is most urgent. We can't do without high-end combat power. But the military department's reply was to hold on for another 2 days. Other General Star Squads would come to support within at most 2 days. This angered Yu Fei, who slammed his fist down. 2 days. Most of the exotic beasts appearing now are level 5 and 6. These levels of defense lines can barely hold off. But if level 7 or even level 8 come, then we're done for. Dong Qingshua's mental power seemed to have strengthened a lot. After cleaning up the exotic beasts on the east side, the two slowly walked towards the chief commander. These days, they still had to thank these two for coming to support. If it had been just Chief Commander Yu, it might not have lasted so many days. After all, both are now at the peak of level 6. As long as Chief Commander Yu holds off that level 7 exotic beast, the rest will not be a problem. According to their current plan and pace, holding on for another 2 days won't be much of an issue. Suddenly, the ground started shaking. Yu Fei suddenly shouted, "Not good. This tremor is coming from the cavern." Then 3 exotic beasts burst forth from the ground. Damn, those are actually 3 level 7 exotic beasts. Qin Shaojun was so scared he became constipated. 3 at once. How are we supposed to live? We're doomed. The morale that had just been rallied was now utterly destroyed. If there had been only one, Yu Fei could have coordinated with all the instructors to kill it. But level 7 exotic beasts choose to self-destruct when facing death, causing massive damage. But now there are 3. Am I really going to die here today? Yu Fei gripped his knife handle and roared loudly, "Brothers, don't think too much. Just do it. Tank firepower suppression. Attack at all costs." 2 minutes later, Qin Shaojun spat out a mouthful of grape juice, obviously suffering from internal injuries from the backlash. Had I known there were 3 level 7s, I wouldn't have charged so hard earlier. Now I'm completely drained. At that moment, he also noticed that something was off with Dong Qingshua's face. "Why do your eyes look like a rabbit's? Got conjunctivitis." "Fuck off. I'm just mentally overdrawn. Ha ha ha. I heard that kid Lu Sheng is coming over these days." Imagine, he arrives at the military district all excited to see us, but ends up finding 2 corpses. Would he be shocked on the spot? Qin Shaojun, the less you talk, the greater our chance of surviving. Ha ha ha. Alright, I'll shut up. After all, we're still alive right now. Qin Shaojun laughed. As they spoke, Chief Commander Yu raised his great sword, ready to lead all the soldiers in a fierce attack. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the meteor in the sky. What the hell is that? At that moment, Dong Qingxue, who possesses great mental power, blushed furiously. She never expected to meet Lu Sheng in such a way. Seeing this, Qin Shaojun quickly asked, "Who is that show-off?" But Dong Qingxue was so flustered she started shouting, because Lu Sheng's landing spot was right in the middle of the 3 exotic beasts. Within the fireball, Lu Sheng's mouth curled slightly upward, a scene that shocked Chief Commander Yu. In the previously imposing giant bugs, dead silence, lay on the ground. Amidst the thick smoke, a pair of large feet stepped out, Lu Sheng's body shimmering with golden light, like a god of slaughter. These military boots are really durable. Seeing its companion killed by Lu Sheng sitting on it, the gorilla was dumbfounded. "Yo-ho, no need to panic, you're next." Seeing this, the gorilla went berserk. Lu Sheng just put his hands in his pockets, as if he had no idea what an opponent was. However, Lu Sheng caught it with just one hand, and said indifferently, "Alright, now take another kick from me." "Holy shit," Qin Shaojun exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. It seemed like something out of a movie, but this guy seemed seems to have gotten even stronger. Dong Qingshua's lips curled up in pride. Alright, you're the last one. The giant mantis was so scared it wet itself. It was well aware of its strength and knew it would be instantly killed by the person before it. The next moment, a golden suction force tugged at it. Little bug, a guest comes from afar, and since you've come, don't think about leaving. A golden energy held its body in place above, unable to move. Lightning sliced through the mantis's body like blades. Subsequently, Lu Xing landed on the group of exotic beasts below. Friends come from afar. No need for you to go back. Just a single encounter, and the group of exotic beasts below turned instantly to ashes. After everything was settled, Lu Xing slowly descended in front of everyone. New recruit Lu Xing, reporting for duty. Everyone was too shocked to speak. New recruit wasn't wrong, but why did it feel so odd? Ah, very well. A fine new recruit indeed. The next moment, Lu Xing was taken back to the Eastern War Zone base. Lu Xing, we really owe you one today. If not for you, those 3 level 7 exotic beasts would have doomed us, and we probably couldn't have held the line. Lu Xing was puzzled. Is a Class A cavern really this dangerous? Level 7 exotic beasts appearing right at the entrance? Dong Qingshuo slowly spoke up. This cavern must be at least Class 3A. Otherwise it wouldn't be so outrageous. Generally, a new cavern has a burst period when it first appears, and it stabilizes after that burst period. I heard you killed a great Grandmaster's leader star, and I could hardly believe it. Now I'm totally convinced. You've got the strength to aim for the general star ranking, probably even make it into the top 50. Why is there suddenly another ranking list? Isn't it the same as the old rankings? Chief Commander, you explained. It's a bit different. This one not only considers strength but also merits and contributions, and so on. The exotic beasts you killed today can be converted into contribution points, which you can later exchange for resources at the military department. Saying this, Chief Commander, you said he needed to go rest for a while. The next half-month could erupt with an even bigger wave of beasts at any time. Lu Xing hadn't expected to tire out a level 7 Grandmaster. You can imagine how tough the fighting has been lately. However, he himself, sustained by immortal cells, along with the natural breathing method and fierce energy, almost never runs out of stamina. Just that his stomach was getting hungry, rumbling away. Qin Shaojun then took Lu Xing out for a big meal, to which Lu Xing was immediately disappointed. This is the big meal you talked about? Qin Shaojun explained. On the front lines, we make do with what we have. Wait until we get back to the military district to have a good meal. Meanwhile, Dong Qingshua's gaze kept drifting towards Lu Xing. The next moment, their eyes met, and it was like electricity. Both of their faces turned red. Thinking that Dong Qingshua would be his future wife, Lu Xing's face flushed even redder. To avoid the awkwardness, he quickly ate his fill and left. What's going on? I heard before that when Lu Xing was retaliated against by a great Grandmaster, you couldn't wait to rush over to him, but now that he's right in front of you, you don't say a word. Speaking, Qin Shaojun assumed a knowing look. Oh my, I say Dong Qingshua, could it be that you really like? The next second, a plate of food smashed right into Qin Shaojun's face. After Lu Xing left, he headed to the deep mountains outside where the battlefront seemed relaxed, probably because they had killed a lot during the day. However, through his senses, he could feel that far away there was continuous artillery fire and unending combat sounds. Since I can't sleep anyway, maybe I should go have a look over there. The surrounding area was embroiled in intense battle, many soldiers bearing severe injuries, yet gritting their teeth and holding the line. Exotic beasts came in waves, seemingly endless. Hearing a giant axe planted in the ground. Alright, didn't we foresee this end when we entered the battlefield? Why sulk? If worst comes to worst, we'll come back in 18 years. The soldiers were inspired by the chief commander's words, and even the Grandmaster level General Star was here. They couldn't just give up easily. In the midst of this conversation, a purple explosion erupted in front. The red-haired chief commander was shocked. It's a level 7 double-headed shadow leopard. Before she could recover from her shock, the shadow leopard had already pounced towards her. As a battle enthusiast, the red-haired was quite excited. Bring it on. I was just missing some appetizers for my drink. With swift elusive steps, she darted in front of the shadow leopard with her battle axe. But the next moment, the other shadow leopard instantly blinked behind her and struck her hard. The red-haired hadn't expected that there was another leopard. Her proud skills had no effect on it. Moreover, what she hadn't expected at all was that the double-headed shadow leopards were actually a male and a female. At that moment, the red-haired's will to fight was completely shattered. No matter what, she couldn't possibly match 2 double-headed shadow leopards. She was exhausted now, slowly waiting for death to come. All she could hear were the faint cries of her subordinates. The next moment, there was a loud sound in the sky, and Lu Xing made a dazzling re-entry. His spear smashed directly into the heads of one of the shadow leopards. This scene stunned the red-haired. Lu Xing slowly pulled out his flaming spear. That was close. Glad I made it in time. The stunned double-headed shadow leopard pretended to be dead on one side while slowly spreading its 3-clawed tail on the other, and then, unexpectedly, it struck at Lu Xing. Frightened, Red Hair shouted, "Lu Xing, watch out!" Lu Xing planted his feet into the leopard's skull, and then a burst of lightning energy emanated. "Be quiet, you hear me?" Frightened, the leopard's initially sneaky tail halted abruptly. The meat of a level 7 exotic beast is quite delicious. It would be a shame to smash it, especially especially since I just completely obliterated the other one with too much force. Speaking, Lu Xing posed an orchid finger on its head, and the next moment, he executed a stellar skull smash. Instantly, a powerful flame condensed from his fingertip, piercing through the leopard's forehead. This scene left Red Hair utterly stunned. Lu Xing then tied up the leopard. "Alright, job well done. We can take it back for soup." Next, all that was needed was to clean up the surrounding level 5 and 6 riffraff. The next second, Lu Xing's eyes emitted a golden light, and a powerful aura of immortality emerged around him. Wherever the flames swept, exotic beast corpses littered the ground, turned to ashes and smoke. Red Hair almost thought she was dreaming, unable to comprehend how such a formidable man suddenly appeared. And throughout the night, Lu Xing wandered among the various military camps, helping to resolve exotic beast issues along the defenses. But now he had also almost made a full round near the cavern. The next moment, inside Yufei's military camp, Yufei was bewilderedly listening to the phone about Lu Xing's actions. Just then, Lu Xing walked into the tent in tattered clothes. Yufei, startled, dropped his cup and hastily asked, "Lu Xing, have you been killing exotic beasts all night?" Lu Xing said, "I probably killed quite a few level 7s, 12 or 18, I forgot. As for the level 6s, I didn't count them. The only pity is that I couldn't bring back the bodies. After all, I went around the whole area. If I had brought back all the level 7 exotic beast bodies, that would have been too cumbersome. As for those young lives lost on the battlefield, I can only do my best to take care of them. Can't cover everything. I really did my best." Nearly flipped over the nearby exotic beasts' nests, Yufei mentioned that every front line has black box recordings, and later on, the battle merits will naturally be added to Lu Xing's record. However, Yufei immediately proposed to apply for a professional satellite phone for Lu Xing. After all, Lu Xing is from our 1182nd Division. Rescue is rescue, but we need to take care of our own side first. If there's a situation here, we need to be able to communicate immediately. Thinking of this, Yufei felt that the best decision he ever made in his life was to continuously increase the supply of exotic marrow fluid. Who could have imagined that the kid from back then would evolve into today's achievements? Meanwhile, in the military headquarters conference room, an intelligence officer reported the heavy casualties from Cavern 2. As of today, the casualties among regular soldiers have reached 15,200. Non-commissioned officer casualties are 320, including 8 level 7 general stars and 1 level 8 general star fallen. Hearing this, General Golden Hair was greatly shocked and quickly asked who it was. The reporter said it was Jing Wei, 28th on the general star list. Upon hearing this, General Golden Hair instructed that his funeral be held with the honors of a general, and he himself would attend personally. He was deeply upset, considering the entire military only had 30 great grandmasters, and now they were 1 fewer. He inquired again about the situation in the new cavern. The situation in the new cavern is also not optimistic. All the defensive lines are now requesting aid. The stream of exotic beasts from the cavern is unending. Our forces may soon be entirely overrun. Hearing this, the general pointed to the 8-Point Mountains. This is the most critical gap. It must be reinforced first. The glasses-wearing assistant said, "B-Point is equally important. Once breached, all routes may fall." Hadn't the marshal considered that? It's just that Point B is far from residential areas, with a wide middle zone, so even if the defense line collapses, it can gradually be recollected. But Point A is different. Once breached, exotic beasts could invade the nearest Changyuan city within half a month. Therefore, defending the homeland must be the top priority. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Then the marshal asked, "Which division is currently stationed at Point A?" The man with glasses responded, "It's the 1058 Division, commanded by Major General Sun Jie." The marshal immediately issued a strict order for Sun Jie's corps to hold the line even if it meant fighting to the last soldier. The other front lines could choose to defend selectively, and if necessary, they could abandon their positions and retreat to support Point A. Inside the 1182 Division's position, Yufei was anxiously pacing back and forth. They had been applying for additional combat support from higher-ups for several days, but there had been no response. Lu Xing asked, "Is it because the other front lines are under heavy pressure lately, to the point that even the new cavern can't spare any personnel?" Yufei responded, "The reinforcements have not stopped, but there's a lack of high-end combat power like General Star level. After all, you know how terrifying a level 7 exotic beast is." But then he quickly corrected himself, thinking of Lu Xing's monstrous strength. This guy wouldn't know. He's really a freak. For 5 consecutive days, Lu Xing roamed various front lines, returning each day covered in blood. Even after cleaning, his body was still visibly shrouded in blood. Just under a week on the battlefield, and his vital energy and blood was far more formidable than that of old soldiers who had fought for 4 or 5 years. Truly a demon dragon of chaos. Lu Xing got up, ready for today's combat. Just stepping out of the tent, he was startled by the scene before him. He saw several officers saluting him in unison, congratulating Lu Xing on his continued good fortune in battle and his return from yet another great fight. After all, Lu Xing was now the idol of the entire 1182 Division. Their admiration for him was no less than that for their chief commander. Of course, The #1 fan in the crowd was Dong Qingxue. However, her cold attitude in recent days puzzled Lu Sheng, making him feel like he had done something wrong. Speaking of which, Lu Sheng pulled 2 jade pendants out of his pocket, gifts he had prepared early but hadn't managed to give out even after 5 days. Just then, Qin Xiaojun came over and said, "Big hero, heading out again?" Seeing this, Lu Sheng immediately handed the jade pendant he was holding to Qin Xiaojun. Lu Sheng explained that these were gifts prepared for him and Dong Qingxue. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Sheng disappeared on the spot using a teleportation technique, leaving Qin Xiaojun dumbfounded. Did Lu Sheng make these himself? He really put thought into it. The next moment, a swift hand swooped in and snatched one of the jade pendants. This sudden act infuriated Qin Xiaojun, who cursed behind his back, but Dong Qingxue, holding the jade pendant, just stood there quietly, her proud face flushed with a hint of red. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng had already arrived at a battlefield, immediately activating his mental senses. This defense line had already been invaded by exotic beasts, and a soldier was firing at them with a special machine gun. However, the seemingly powerful Gatling gun was only tickling the exotic beast's skin, and even this seemingly ineffective equipment had run out of bullets. The soldier seemed to make a decision, threw away his gun, and became a human bomb charging towards the exotic beasts. Even if he couldn't take them down with him, he could at least make them lose some hair. The next moment, he realized he couldn't move, and then a pair of large feet appeared. "Don't give up on life so easily," Lu Sheng said, his gaze intense. Although he was in awe of the soldier's determination, he still needed to protect his life. A terrifying presence emanated. "Shut up." The exotic beasts in front were so frightened that they lost control of their bowels. All 3 exotic beasts were decapitated. The soldier was shocked as if he were eating shit. The 3 level 6 exotic beasts instantly killed by the young man before him. He immediately saluted Lu Sheng. "Colonel Lu Yiqing of the 835th Division, at your service, sir. So young and yet so powerful. He's sure to be a general star in the future. We need to get on his good side early." However, Lu Sheng remembers that the 835th Division is a long-line defense force adjacent to the 1182nd Division, and in terms of equipment strength and martial arts prowess, they are stronger than Chief Commander Yu's forces. What he didn't understand was why the 835th Division would be here. Could it be that the front line has extended? Lu Yiqing anxiously explained, "It's not that the front line has extended, but that it has already been broken." Hearing this, Lu Sheng exclaimed, "How can this be?" Hearing this, Lu Sheng once again activated his soul perception, scaring the young man beside him yet again. At this moment, he felt like there were no secrets from Lu Sheng, who could see right through even their souls. 2 minutes later, Lu Sheng slowly opened his eyes, his expression somber. He asked, "Does the military know the defense line has collapsed, and why haven't they sent reinforcements?" The young man trembled as he replied, "The military kept saying reinforcements were on the way. We've been waiting until now, but instead, we received an order to retreat. Since there's an order to retreat, why did you choose to stay here alone?" The young man said, "The chief commander didn't leave, so we didn't either. We thought it'd be good to kill one more exotic beast before dying. It doesn't matter where we die. We thought we'd just accompany the chief commander." Lu Sheng continued to ask, "What would be the consequences if this defense line breaks?" The young man answered, "If we can't promptly return to clear the surging exotic beasts, then everyone in this city will die." This truly frightened Lu Sheng. The lives of an entire city were at stake. Lu Sheng turned to leave and told the young man to leave quickly. Seeing the direction Lu Sheng was heading, the young man was startled. "Sir, you're going the wrong way. That's the war zone, an endless onslaught of exotic beasts." "No matter, I'll go and see. Perhaps I can remedy the situation." How can he possibly remedy this? Just him alone. As Lu Sheng activated his soul perception and leapt forward at high speed, he said, "Quickly, it seems the defense line is just ahead." Suddenly, an unusual perception startled Lu Sheng. He saw countless exotic beasts ahead, all standing and roaring towards the sky. "Holy crap, the sheer number is making my scalp tingle." But it seemed there were still human survivors in the midst of the exotic beasts. At that moment, several people lay on a tank, cursing angrily, "These damn beasts, the more we kill, the more they come. Now their chief commander is dead too. We're out of options. Just have to keep killing. We've just made enough for the chief commander. Now killing one more means pure profit." As they spoke, several bombs were thrown out. Watching a few small creatures die, an old man revealed an excited, wicked smile. A burly man picked up a submachine gun. "You're right. Fuck it. Just do it. We've prepared enough explosives to level this place, ensuring everyone leaves comfortably, leaving not a trace for these beasts. We need to hurry. Old Town might not last much longer." The next moment, a fireball blew off one of the bearded man's hands. The old man shouted, "Big beard." In his anger, he kept throwing more bombs. "Damn it, I'll blow you beasts to death." Soon, what was once a full stash of explosives was now empty. "Chief Commander, looks like we're about to join you," said the old man as he pulled a remote control from under his trousers. "Come on, brothers, we leave nothing for them. Let them go back hungry." Just then, a strong wind picked up. "Holy shit, it's getting windy." A blue wind grew stronger and began swirling in front of them. Shortly afterward, a pair of large feet slowly stepped forward. "Are you guys okay? Anyone who can still move, start retreating to the back." Seeing this, the old man cried tears of joy. It's the reinforcements. The reinforcements have finally arrived. Looks like we're not going to die. Any brothers who aren't dead yet, get up and retreat to the back. Great, the reinforcements are here. Several people shouted excitedly. Lu Xing transformed back into a whirlwind and flew straight towards the group of exotic beasts. However, the people fleeing in surprise discover that this so-called reinforcement was just one person. What's going on? Why is it only him? However, at that moment, various explosions erupted in the midst of the exotic beast group, with countless beasts falling en masse. The old man was astounded. I feel like he's doing pretty well by himself, isn't he? Although dealing with these levels of exotic beasts poses no pressure for Lu Xing, the sheer number of them is overwhelming, feeling like they can never all be killed. Even after eliminating one group, another endless stream of exotic beasts comes to replace them. If that's the case, then I'll have to pull out the big guns. As he spoke, an avatar of a female warrior appeared behind Lu Xing. Come on, it's been a while since I've used this move. Cold Halberd Bird Hell. With a burst of ice and fire energy descending from the sky, the group of exotic beasts below were instantly decimated. This is the improved version of Ice and Fire Dual Extremes. It's not just about enhancing the control ability of a single element, it can even control multiple elements simultaneously, which is where the true power of the natural breathing method lies. What a thrill! These low-level exotic beasts, no matter how many come, I kill as many. As he spoke, Lu Xing once again used the thunder breathing and fire breathing techniques, causing successive deaths among the exotic beasts in another area. The surrounding elemental energy crazily surged towards Lu Xing's body. Scum, all of you get back. This scene left the old man watching the battle so shocked that he nearly went bald. This is really off the charts. Hasn't this guy been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights? How can he seem like he never runs out of energy? However, at this point, there were clearly far fewer exotic beasts, and like the sun, the beasts were like moths to a flame. After days of combat, Lu Xing's great grandmaster blood pill had thinned considerably, and the death toll of exotic beasts had reached a terrifying number. The only pity is that there are so many exotic beast corpses, yet I have no means to extract the beast marrow fluid. If there were ample resources combined with endless pressure for stimulation, the yield could be immensely rich. However, this battle was not in vain, as Lu Xing has now broken through his limits, entering an unparalleled state, able to simultaneously utilize Grandmaster Will and various elemental abilities, boosting his combat effectiveness to a whole new level. This is the complete martial path that Lu Xing pursues. Just then, Yu Fei's voice came through the headset. While fighting, Lu Xing responded, received. Lu Xing reported that he was currently on a battlefield. The situation was quite intense, and he asked Yu Fei for a few days off. After all, how could I leave such a great leveling spot? Hearing this, Yu Fei said it was not a big problem, his front could still manage, but he finally warned Lu Xing about a beast surge in the western battlefield, advising Lu Xing not to go there. It's very dangerous. Chief Commander, no problem, don't worry, I'm very obedient. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xing transformed back into a killing god among the exotic beasts. At this time, old Tao, who had been unconscious for several days, finally woke up. The first thing he did upon waking was to ask about the battle situation. Since he could wake up, it meant the reinforcements had arrived. The next moment, a large exotic beast corpse fell in front of them, its sheer gravitational pull shaking the ground around them. As they watched in shock, a pair of large feet slowly landed. Seeing Lu Xing appear before them like a god of slaughter, even though both were veterans of many years on the battlefield, they were startled. Lu Xing slowly spoke, "There's a small favor I need your help with." The two men immediately saluted their officer. "Say the word, sir. We're ready for any assignment. Who here knows how to cook?" Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Eastern 9th Battle Zone, the generals were discussing the casualties and strategies of this battle. Although the double S-class cavern uprising was not man-made, it revealed some issues in the Eastern Military District's oversight and defense of the caverns. The speaker was Ding Jun, the Supreme Commander of the Eastern 9th Battle Zone and one of the 4 top generals of the military district. Additionally, the performance of the general stars from our 9th Battle Zone and handling the caverns was quite commendable. I need to schedule a time to talk with them. Is there another major issue we haven't addressed yet? At this point, Yellow Hair spoke up. Line 8 has collapsed, and Feng Bashi from the 833rd Division has just sent a request for reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Ding Jun slammed the table and burst into anger. Line 8 isn't even a second-level key area, and Feng Bashi has the audacity to ask for reinforcements. Tell him to rebuild the defense line. By tomorrow morning, I either want to hear that Line 8 is secure, or that Feng Bashi has sacrificed himself. In this battle, 12 out of 20 of my direct general stars were sacrificed, along with their troops. These were commanders who not only possessed the strength of a level 7 Grandmaster, but also had substantial military acumen, and they are significant human resources. Look at this document full of red. All emergency areas. Damn cavern uprisings. Ding Jun's grief deepened, but suddenly he noticed a region that was entirely blue and quickly asked, "Who is leading the 1182 Divisions area?" The man with glasses replied, "It's Major General Yu Fei." According to reports, the 1182nd division performed exceptionally well, even managing to support the surrounding defense lines, making a significant contribution to the stability of nearby lines. Yufei, well done indeed. It's a relief to have at least one area that doesn't worry me. I remember a while back the military recruited a promising Marshal Saint candidate. He was recommended by Yufei, wasn't he? What's his name? Lu Sheng. I heard that young fellow is quite impressive, a young grandmaster. At such a young age, he's already stained his hands with the blood of several grandmasters, even dared to provoke the Extreme Way Dojo. Spirited. After this incident, have Yufei come see me? After speaking, Yi Dingjun's brows furrowed again. My current biggest concern is this line. It's like a bottleneck enclosing the cavern fissure. But now this bottleneck has broken. Initially, to protect the civilians, we had gathered all our forces to the other side. Now this side has become vulnerable. The collapse on this side was also anticipated. Although Yi Dingjun was furious, he immediately pulled up a specific satellite to view the scene. As the screen slowly unfolded, Yi Dingjun's eyes widened like bells. The screen showed a vast expanse of tranquility. Where's the promised ravage of exotic beasts? Where are the exotic beasts? After speaking, Yi Dingjun shouted, "Glasses guy, switch the camera. Check the situation in other places." The next moment, the screen was piled with countless exotic beast corpses, blood still fresh on the bodies of various powerful exotic beasts. Below the mountain of corpses, there stood a man holding a spear, his body radiating golden light. As the camera zoomed in, Lu Sheng slowly turned around, his gaze fierce, standing tall on the big screen. Seeing this, Yi Dingjun was so shocked one of his eyes nearly went blind, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "Holy shit, no way!" He single-handedly held back the beast surge. Who is this person? Find him immediately. I want to know everything about him. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, a red-haired woman was chasing and slashing at exotic beasts, having a good day in combat. She had just dealt with a level 6 exotic beast and 3 level 5s. She then reported to the military headquarters through her headset. Currently, our squad is near Shangyuan village, approaching the collapsed defense line. However, what puzzled her wasn't it said that the defense line collapsed and there was an exotic beast uprising? Where are the exotic beasts? What's with this sudden quiet? After walking around in circles for half the day, she hadn't seen a single exotic beast above level 5. Weren't we told that the front line had already broken? The other two also agreed. This doesn't look like exotic beasts are rampant at all, more like a wilderness. Nothing like the reported collapse of the defense line and exotic beast havoc. Red-haired Zhang Hongyu thought something was strange. A AA mission couldn't possibly be like this. Since the exotic beasts aren't in the wilderness area, they might be concentrated in the city. We can't rule that out. Everyone be careful. If the exotic beasts really are clustering in the city, the density might be far beyond our expectations. Speaking, the group, resigned to their fate, headed towards the city. 2 minutes later, they were dumbfounded again by the continued silence in the city. Out of options, Bald took out a monitor to check for any dangerous presences nearby, but there was no danger within a 500-meter radius. This phenomenon was truly unprecedented. Seriously, where did these ghostly exotic beasts go? Were they eaten? The old city was even quieter than the wilderness. Could they have moved to other defense lines? Zhang Hongyu, however, said that was impossible. If they had really moved, the command would have instructed us earlier. Just yesterday they were still urgently pushing us to provide support. Just then, Team Blue called from a satellite smartwatch. "Yo-ho, you red team or something, clearing out the exotic beasts so quickly. We've been walking in the wilderness for half a day and haven't encountered a single exotic beast." It turned out not only they, but other teams also hadn't encountered any exotic beasts. Shi Ziming suggested that everyone head towards the cavern entrance to see for themselves if there was any problem. Team leader Zhang Hongyu suggested using a drone for reconnaissance first, as heading directly to the cavern was too dangerous. Shi Ziming skillfully controlled the drone through the abandoned city, and just as he was about to enter the central area, unexpectedly still no exotic beasts in sight. The next moment, with a crash, the drone was destroyed. Seeing this, the squad felt something was off and quickly walked towards the front. Meanwhile, Bomb Old Man was angrily yelling, "Fan Shuchan, what have you done? You've shot down the reconnaissance drone of the reinforcement troops. I thought it was some kind of hawk, thinking of adding something special to the meal for that big shot. Alright, since it's been shot down, they will surely come over here anyway. We might as well think about what to cook for that big shot later, considering he has been fighting continuously for several days and nights. This big shot is truly fierce. I wonder when I can be as tough as him." As the reinforcement squad approached, the air thickened with the smell of blood, making them uncomfortable. The next moment, Zhang Hongyu's eyes widened like copper bells. The mountain of exotic beast corpses before them left them dumbfounded. Various level 7 and 6 exotic beasts that they considered powerful were now piled up on the ground like ingredients. Then a voice made Red Hair turn around sharply. "You guys need something?" The scene shifts, and several people were roasting exotic beast meat. From the introduction by the others, Lu Xing learned that the group before him was an A-level General Star Squad. "So, you were sent by the military headquarters to support the defense line?" "Yes, sir. There were at least a dozen squads that came with us." Zhang Hongyu and his team were on edge, not daring to slack off. After all, given the scene of thousands slaughtered beside them, they believed this this dashing figure must surely be a great grandmaster-level powerhouse. To possess such strength at such a young age, the future is promising indeed. I don't recall ever hearing about an 8th-level general star like this. So you're saying the military will soon send someone to rebuild these places? However, the meals cooked by these few big heads over the past few days have been much better than the cafeteria at the 1182nd Division. Zhang Hongyu indicated that people were expected to come down within 3 days. Hearing this, Lu Xing picked up his spear. Finally, it can end. I've been exhausted these past few days. Just as Lu Xing was about to leave, Zhang Hongyu spoke up. May I ask, sir, what is your role? I'm a new recruit under Major General Yu Fei of the 1182nd Division, enlisted not even half a month ago. This revelation sent Zhang Hongyu into shock. A new recruit had single-handedly held an entire berserk defense line. Zhang Hongyu invited Lu Xing to go to the headquarters together. With your strength, you could easily be rated as a general star, and the benefits are much better than those for ordinary soldiers. Lu Xing thought about it and figured it made sense, especially since he was indeed short on beast marrow fluid. Seeing that his invitation was likely accepted, Zhang Hongyu was elated. It's the perfect time to make connections. Such a young powerhouse might well be the 8th luminary of the East in time. Soon, Lu Xing followed Zhang Hongyu back to the military headquarters. This area is the General Star Zone, where many general stars bring their families and friends, gradually turning it into what it is now. Thinking of these things, Lu Xing also started to form some ideas. If I bring my parents here, I won't have to worry about being targeted by that crazy woman Lian Su. As he said this, Lu Xing decided to take a hot shower, given that he smelled awful. Suddenly, Zhang Hongyu blushed and said, since Lu Xing has never been here and has no official status, he doesn't have a place to stay, so you'll have to put up with staying at my place for now. Zhang Hongyu took Lu Xing back to the General Star headquarters, and then home for a bath. However, the first lesson they were taught upon arriving at the military department was, in this era, female martial artists also have a mission, which is to pass on the genes of the strong. That was also her intent for tonight. Tonight, I'll wear this camisole dress. Watch me charm this young kid to death. Meanwhile, Lu Xing had been bathing for 2 hours, yet he felt he couldn't wash off the smell, as if the weak slaughter of exotic beasts had marinated into him. Just then, Zhang Hongyu's seductive voice came from behind. Sir, have you finished washing? Ah, please don't call me sir. Call me Lu. The next moment, Lu Xing's eyes widened like copper bells as a seductive figure appeared before him. It's hard to say it's not stirring. Lu Xing interrupted Zhang Hongyu's flirtation by preparing to go for the General Star certification. Aren't all those General Star men at the military quite old? As he said this, Lu Xing boldly asked Zhang Hongyu how old she was. Zhang Hongyu said, I don't quite remember clearly. Over 50, almost 60 I guess. I can't quite recall. Holy shit, this nearly scared Lu Xing to death. Seeing such a big reaction from Lu Xing, Zhang Hongyu smirked seductively. Haha, what's wrong, little brother? I guess I'm only about a dozen years older than you. Lu Xing didn't dare to speak the truth, just laughed it off, but he was internally complaining. She's almost old enough to be my mom. Seems like I can only accept someone around Dong Qingshua's age. Ah no, why am I comparing her with Dong Qingxue? Something's not quite right here. Soon, the two arrived at the certification center. Seeing the captain coming, several people showed wicked grins. Look at that, walking so close together. Looks like the captain succeeded. So this is the certification center. It feels quite different from that previous place. At this moment, a scar-faced yellow hair came up to talk. Hongyu, you guys came back so quickly. You must have completed the mission very fast. This young fellow looks new. Is he a new recruit your squad is planning to take in? I do hope he would join us, Zhang Hongyu said, indicating that yellow hair is the captain of another A-level squad, a decent person with good capabilities. In the registration hall here, the General Star certification and evaluations are on the first floor, and the second and third floors are for mission handovers. I would like to certify for General Star status. Please present the relevant documents and a recommendation letter from the military. Lu Xing interrupted. I don't have any of those. Can I just give my name? I'm Lu Xing. The chief commander told me before that everything was prepared, and I just need to report my name. Hearing this, the girl searched reluctantly for a moment, then her mouth dropped open in shock, followed by a 90-degree bow. I'm terribly sorry. It turns out it's you. All these procedures can be waived. Please follow me for the strength assessment. Zhang Hongyu also went in, thinking she hadn't been tested for a long time and wondered how much she had improved. Suddenly, Zhang Hongyu glanced at the girl's document about Lu Xing. Holy shit, 19 years old. My god, so he's such a prodigy. You probably couldn't find a second one like him in all 12 battle zones of the East. No wonder back at home Lu Xing just looked at me a few times. Meanwhile, inside the testing room, a man lifted his fist, as large as a sandbag, gathering force, and instantly dozens of diamonds lit up on the testing platform. The second star had already passed 1/4, indicating his combat power was likely already over 16 million. The squad around him screamed wildly, worthy of being the captain. If that punch hit me, I'd probably shit out a ton. With this rate of improvement, it won't be long before the captain can try to break through the heaven and earth dual bridges and reach the 8th level of Great Grandmaster. If only I were half as strong as the captain. Two of them flattered, making the man man almost fly from joy. Breaking through the heaven and earth dual bridges isn't that easy. Just getting through any one of those bridges would probably push the combat power to 30 million. I'm still far off. The next moment, a pair of large feet appeared. Zhang Hongyu explained, because the power of a grandmaster is so strong, even the best materials would shatter the internal components with one punch. So we have to use this synthetic crystal for testing. And because the peak and valley values of grandmaster vital energy and blood fluctuate too much, testing for vital energy and blood has been phased out. We only test combat power now, as it's the best representation of whether vital energy and blood is strong or not. Just then, Lan Tianxi came over to chat. Yo ho, Balian, why didn't you say hello when you arrived? Followed by a lot of blabbering. Hearing this sycophantic speech was exasperating. By the way, Sister Lian, is this new member next to you? This young man is so young, joining the Tiger Scorpion squad at this age. His future is boundless. Zhang Hongyu replied, he's just a friend of mine, not a member of the squad. A friend, so young, and he's taller and more handsome than me. If his power got him in here, he can't be much worse off. Damn it, a love rival appears. Is this kid thinking about young grass-eating old cow? Holy shit. Lu Xing was speechless. This guy's old enough to be thinking about nothing but cliched soap opera plots. Annoying much. Old women really do have too many issues. Still, Instructor Dong is better. Holy shit, why am I thinking about Dong Qingxue again? After being speechless for 2 seconds, Lu Xing headed straight for the testing platform, thinking he'd better not bother with such blatant sycophants and just get the certification done. Seeing Lu Xing doing the certification for the first time, Yu Zhahai sneered sarcastically, a little newbie without even a certification. How strong can he be? Hongyu, your Tiger Scorpion squad is an A-level General Star squad. Why would you even consider someone who hasn't proven his strength in the military area? Mind your own business. Why can't I, an old cow, eat tender grass? Aren't you an old cow chasing me? Aren't you almost 80? Despite Zhang Hongyu's retort making Yu Zhahai stagger. Stop arguing. You'll see soon enough. Let's watch Lu Xing's test. He's not even 20 years old. Zhang Hongyu added. Hearing this, Yu Zhahai was puzzled. Damn, I'm one of the top 10 among the level 7 General Stars in the whole 9th War Zone. How strong can his martial arts be at such a young age? I'm almost 80, but that's prime time. It won't be long before I can attempt to break through the heaven and earth dual bridges, and maybe even reach Great Grandmaster before I'm 150. What's his youth good for? Apart from being handsomer than me, in what way is he better than me? 2 of his subordinates also chimed in with flattery. Captain Hao, our captain is a prime man, hard to find even with a lantern. At this point, unable to listen any further, Bald Chang interrupted. What the hell are you blabbering about? Yu Zhahai and his men looked at Bald Chang puzzled. Bald Chang pointed towards the testing platform. Captain Yu, what if he's not just younger and more handsome? Hearing this, Yu Zhahai exploded. What do you mean? His strength is greater than mine. Are you out of your mind? The next second, with a thunderous noise, Lu Xing displayed astonishing power on the testing platform. The blinding golden light dazzled everyone's eyes. At the same time, the entire room trembled. The military's base was reinforced with special materials and supposedly should not react even under a Grandmaster's assault. On the testing platform in front of Lu Xing, stars rapidly ascended, and under his watch, they reached 12.5 stars. This scene made the nearby testing officer's hormonal balance go awry because the combat power reached 120.4 million, with 12 stars lit, indicating top-tier Great Grandmaster strength. Seeing this, Yu Zhahai was so shocked he bled from his nose, never imagining a youngster could be so terrifying. He even suspected the equipment was malfunctioning. Meanwhile, at the General Star second floor delivery area, a squad was puzzled about the sudden halt of their mission to help rebuild the defense line. Had the line not broken after all, and now clearing operations were no longer needed? This was confusing, and no clear reason was provided. Just then, a rumbling earthquake shook the entire building. An earthquake? How could there be an earthquake at the military district center? The epicenter seems to be coming from downstairs. This has happened before. When General Chen Anxin came to test his combat power years ago, he caused the second floor to tremble like this because the synthetic crystal column used for testing is connected to the building's main axis. If the punching power is strong enough, it can seep into the building structure and cause vibrations. Before others could finish being astonished, a new name climbed to the top of the General Star leaderboard. Lu Xing, ranking first with 12.5 stars in the composite and 8th overall. My god, that's the number 1 in the 9th War Zone. A name I've never heard of. Could this be his first test? This parachuting to the top Lu Xing, where did he spring from? A combat power of over 100 million. I'm nowhere close to even a fraction of that. It looks like my 9th War Zone is about to have another top-tier Great Grandmaster, already ranked 12th overall even before his merit points have been tallied. Given time, we will surely have another 8th luminary in the east. The yellow hair captain added. The 8th luminary is just a matter of time. Which of the current 7 luminaries of the east has 12.5 stars of combat power? The highest I've seen is 11 stars. He's ranked 8th overall only because he lacks merit points. We might really be seeing a new martial saint from the military. Hearing this, everyone excitedly headed towards the basement, eager to catch a glimpse of this future martial saint. Meanwhile, Lu Xing was was a bit perplexed. He had merely casually executed a heavenly grasp, resulting in such an exaggerated effect. But it made sense. After all, even before he had condensed the immortal cells, he could crush a great grandmaster with one hand. Though that chief star wasn't a true great grandmaster, he couldn't be too weak. He remembered that the Martial Association's minimum combat power for a great grandmaster is 20 million, similar to the grandmaster's threshold of 1 million. So, the weakest great grandmaster's combat power far exceeds 20 million, and simply breaking through one bridge could spike it to over 40 million, which shows the profound depth at the 8th level. Immediately, Lu Xing asked the instructor, "Should we test again?" Yet at this moment, the instructor was still trembling. "But I haven't really rested recently, so that's about it." "That's not the limit." "Then what is his limit?" After measuring his combat power, Lu Xing walked up to Zhan Hongyu and asked, "What should we do next after the test?" However, at this moment, Zhan Hongyu's eyes were not hearing what Lu Xing was saying. In Zhan Hongyu's eyes, she was filled with her Prince Charming dream lover until Lu Xing shook her, bringing her back from her reverie. Zhan Hongyu's heart was fluttering wildly, thinking, so this is what being smitten feels like. Zhan Hongyu said that the merit points were still being tallied and suggested that Lu Xing choose a residence. Seeing this, Yu Xiaohai fell to the ground with a thud, exclaiming, "This is the power of a top-tier great grandmaster, and here I was thinking about competing with him for a woman." He then began fervently begging Lu Xing for forgiveness, saying that he had spoken out of turn before, and asked Lu Xing to let it go as if it were nothing. Hearing this, his two sidekicks also knelt down and pleaded for mercy. Lu Xing, however, stated that he didn't mind, just be more careful next time. After all, I'm not really competing with him for a woman. Such magnanimity. How could there be a next time? If someone like this held a grudge against you, you'd be done for. Damn. So Zhan Hongyu has latched onto such a powerful leg. I'm so jealous. Just then, Yellow Hair and others pushed open the door and shouted, "Excuse me, where's Great Grandmaster Lu Xing?" Lu Xing's swagger reaches new heights. Not only does the strongest general of the Eastern Military District treat him as a brother, but he is also provided with the highest standard residence in the district. There's not only a refined butler, but also a cute and adorable maid. The women of the military district are clamoring to bear Lu Xing's children. Just now, Lu Xing tested at a combat power of 12.5 stars, startling everyone. The captain with yellow hair came in looking around. He recognizes everyone present. Could this young guy be the great grandmaster Lu Xing? A lackey murmured on the side. This young guy looks unfamiliar, but he's so young, he doesn't look like him at all. Damn, did we come too late? Has the great grandmaster Lu Xing already left? Speaking of which, Yellow Hair turned to Hao Balian and asked, "Did you actually see him just now?" Hao Balian then pointed forward and said, "This is Lu Xing." Yellow Hair was shocked and hastily scolded Hao Balian, "Stop joking. How could this young guy be Lu Xing?" At that moment, a noisy sound came from outside. Everyone looked at the hairstyle and was shocked. This was the top leader of the East, 5-star General He Dingjun. Why would he suddenly come here? He Dingjun walked out with his hands on his crotch, his demeanor commanding. He Dingjun laughed. A hero indeed comes from youth. Having seen him in videos, he recognized Lu Xing at a glance. This 5-star general, not only a symbol of identity and status, but also represents the highest combat power of the Eastern Military District. He Dingjun then extended his hand to Lu Xing, saying, "Very nice. Another top great grandmaster from our Eastern Military District." He Dingjun said. Old man He Dingjun has seen Lu Xing great grandmaster. Everyone present was astonished. My god, it really is him. They say he's not even 20 yet. Seeing this, Lu Xing also shook hands and returned the greeting. "Hello, General He Dingjun." Lu Xing sighed. "Ah, this pretentiousness is like floating clouds. I've become numb to it." He Dingjun stated that the paperwork had already been arranged and the merit points were already being tallied, asking Lu Xing to go to the office for tea and wait. But Lu Xing said he was too tired recently and wanted to rest for a few days, promising to visit another time. Watching Lu Xing's departing figure, He Dingjun admired Lu Xing's talent, a prodigy, 19 years old. Even my grandson is older than that. It can only be said that Lu Xing possesses the stature of a martial saint. It seems my Eastern Military District will surely fulfill a long-standing wish this time, to birth a direct 9th-level martial saint. I must hurry and inform the marshal, who will surely be pleased. Saying this, He Dingjun turned to Hao Balian. I've already learned about the few days General Lu and you have interacted. General Lu has only joined the military district recently. If there's anything he doesn't understand, make sure to guide him well, solve his doubts, and come to me with any conditions. Hao Balian heard this and hurriedly bowed, reassuring He Dingjun. Immediately after, He Dingjun looked at the shining light bulb and said, "Little Lien, since you have an advantage, you should make good use of it. General Lu's potential is much greater than you imagine, so his genes are very precious. You understand what I mean?" Hao Balian, blushing, muttered, "I would be more than willing, but alas, she doesn't fancy me." The next second, Hao Balian was swarmed by a bunch of people, all eager to learn about Lu Xing. Meanwhile, after leaving, Lu Xing was taken to a residence. This residential area seems quite upscale. Even the guards are 3rd or 4th level martial artists. "Hello Lord Lu, my name is Wang Yan. Although this manor is not large, it ranks within the top 5 in the 9th Military District. The military department department has specially prepared it for you. Not only that, but they have also provided several cars for your selection when you have time. Wang Yan pulled out a satellite phone from his pants and handed it to Lu Sheng, indicating to contact him directly if needed. Yo-ho, a military district-specific satellite phone. Very nice. Finally, Wang Yan bowed and left, indicating that Lu Sheng's merit points would likely be tallied by tonight. Walking along, all the maids bowed and nodded to him, which Lu Sheng found quite uncomfortable. Lu Sheng said, "Have the maids prepare some food. It's been a long time since I've had a normal meal." 2 minutes later, Lu Sheng was wolfing down his meal. Truly delicious. Finally, no more eating canned food and exotic beast meat. These days, I feel like I'm losing my sense of taste. Just then, the phone rang. 10 messages? Turns out I've missed quite a bit these past few days. His sister's message said she was about to become a second-level martial artist and had also won the citywide college martial arts championship, and she asked if Lu Sheng would be coming home for New Year's Day. Lu Sheng replied, "I've been quite busy, on a mission, haven't really checked my phone. We'll see about New Year's Day." Lu Sheng's response undoubtedly reassured his family. Another message was from Instructor Qin and others, back from the front line. Looking at their group photo, Lu Sheng focused on a person in the background. As Lu Sheng enlarged the photo, Dong Qingxue appeared on the screen, looking haughty. Looking at the photo of Dong Qingxue safely returned, Lu Sheng silently opened Dong Qingxue's chat history. This message was still from the last martial arts tournament she sent to Lu Sheng. She hadn't sent any messages since then. Perhaps she didn't bring her phone or the battery was dead. "I always feel that my relationship with Dong Qingxue is strange now, not as harmonious and natural as before, and I don't know why." On the other side, within the Eastern Military District, Qin Xiaojun was as happy as a monkey. Having been out battling for so long, he had finally returned. Qin Xiaojun said, "Everyone go take a bath first, then we'll go out for dinner with Lu Sheng tonight." But upon hearing Lu Sheng's name, Dong Qingxue's face instantly turned red, then immediately went back to being cold. "I won't go. You go with him." This unusual reaction puzzled Qin Xiaojun. "Dong Qingxue, I've noticed you've been off recently. Ever since Lu Sheng came to the military district. Actually, since Lu Sheng participated in the National Martial Arts Tournament. Every time Lu Sheng is mentioned, you act strange. Don't forget, we've been childhood friends, running around barebutt since we were kids. Be honest with me. Do you like Lu Sheng?" Qin Xiaojun asked directly. Dong Qingxue, startled by the question, clenched her hands nervously. "If you spout any more nonsense, I'll sew your mouth shut." Qin Xiaojun laughed. "You don't have to hide it from me. I've dated maybe not 1,000 girls, but hundreds for sure, and I even have several illegitimate children. Your little crush, even a blind man could see it." Hearing this, Dong Qingxue's suppressed anger surged again. The next second, Dong Qingxue took a deep breath. "So what if I like him, and what if I don't?" Seeing Dong Qingxue's honest admission, Qin Xiaojun was spared a beating. "That's right, be honest with yourself. Just go and tell him. After all, with potential like Lu Sheng's, besides me, where else could you find anyone else? Are you feeling inferior because you're older than him, your martial arts talent isn't as good, and your temper is worse, making you feel not good enough for him?" Dong Qingxue, hearing this, did not resort to violence this time, but simply sighed. "That's part of the reason." This answer left Qin Xiaojun stunned. He was just joking, but Dong Qingxue actually admitted it. "He's your student. You know what this kind of behavior is called? This could be a headline story. 'Big sister, I was wrong. Don't hit me. I was just joking with you.'" 2 minutes later, seeing Dong Qingxue's fierce demeanor about to pounce, Qin Xiaojun, already too tired to run, "Stop hitting me. How will you know if you don't try? Afraid of being rejected and losing face? Don't worry. With me here, failure is impossible." Dong Qingxue said, "It's not about Lu Sheng. They wouldn't agree to me being with Lu Sheng." Hearing this, Qin Xiaojun's face darkened. He knew that they Dong Qingxue referred to her two brother-obsessed brothers. One was a top great grandmaster, the foremost in the Central Military District. The other was taken under by a Transcendence Martial Saint at 16 and became a third-tier disciple Martial Saint at 25. But thinking about it, although they were half-brothers, Qin Xiaojun had often been beaten by them as a child. It was precisely because of these two brothers that he had never developed feelings for Dong Qingxue. Regardless, brother obsession is a sickness. Find time to take your brothers to see a doctor. They're too controlling. It looks like you'll have to say this to them yourself. I just got a message from my second brother saying he's coming to the military district. Holy shit, Dong Xingyi is actually coming to the Eastern Military District? Qin Xiaojun was surprised, but then thought, maybe if they meet Lu Sheng, they'll agree. After all, a 19-year-old young grandmaster, that's impressive enough. Dong Qingxue, however, whether they like him or not doesn't matter. Only if someone's family background and martial prowess meet their standards will they approve. You know my personality. If something is completely impossible, why let it happen? Qin Xiaojun, infuriated, cursed. There must be a way. To hell with the family. If I become a martial saint, I will definitely arrange your marriage with Lu Sheng, and we'll see if Dong Padian and Dong Xingyi dare to make a peep. Dong Qingxue resignedly got up and said, Qin Xiaojun, you should try reaching the Grandmaster realm first, but thank you anyway. Some things are just impossible. Qin Xiaojun, unable to accept it, went off to smoke in frustration. A beautiful teacher falling for her student, and then this cliched plot of family interference. Such a trite storyline. At that moment, a throng surged marched towards the main building, a whole batch of people heading in. This left Qin Shaojun bewildered. He quickly grabbed a guy to find out what was happening. The guy said, "Our 9th battle district just got a new 12-star general, who's also the top-ranked newcomer on the general's star chart. So everyone wants to have a look." "Wow, that's impressive. Let's hurry and take a look." But the next moment, Qin Shaojun was again so shocked he was speechless. He hadn't realized the person they were talking about was Lu Sheng, top of the general's star chart, 4th overall, with a combat power of 12.5 stars and over 3 million merit points. "Holy crap!" Qin Shaojun exclaimed. The guy, seeing Qin Shaojun so astonished, immediately came over to explain. "This Lu Sheng's deeds are incredible. They say he went straight to the battlefield less than a month after enlisting, single-handedly held the defense line of the 835th Division in a double A-level cave, single-handedly holding a crumbling defense line for nearly half a month. The battlefield was filled with the smell of blood, bodies everywhere. If you ask me, over 3 million merits is actually too little." The guy grew more excited as he spoke, even spraying Qin Shaojun in the face with saliva. Hearing this, Qin Shaojun felt much better. "With Lu Sheng's current strength, I'd like to see if Dong Padian dares to make a peep." After saying this, Qin Shaojun immediately took out his phone and dialed Dong Qingshua's number. "Don't ask why. Just come have dinner with Lu Sheng after you've got ready, because something big has happened that you might not expect." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Eastern Military District, Yu Fei stood trembling at the doorway. He hadn't expected the commander to personally come to receive him. The last time he saw the commander was at the appointment ceremony 8 years ago. Yi Dingjun smiled and waved Yu Fei in. As soon as he sat down, Yi Dingjun began to praise Yu Fei for doing well. Yu Fei quickly said, "It's all thanks to the commander's excellent leadership." Yi Dingjun laughed heartily and said, "This has nothing to do with me. It's all because of your unique vision and your successful recommendation." Hearing this, Yu Fei was shocked. Could it be that the commander meeting him wasn't because of his achievements on the defensive line? What does having a keen eye for talent have to do with anything here? Speaking of which, Yi Dingjun handed Yu Fei a thick notebook. When Yu Fei frantically flipped it open, inside were all details and merits concerning Lu Sheng. Holy shit, this Lu Sheng is too monstrous. So it was him who single-handedly held that double-rated defense line. Yu Fei exclaimed. He had thought reaching Grandmaster was already an exceptional talent. He actually has a combat power of 12.5 stars as a top-grade Grandmaster. Yu Fei was astonished. This was something he had never even dared dream of in his life. Seeing this, Yi Dingjun laughed heartily. "Calm down and sit down. It's normal to be shocked like this at first. After all, my initial reaction was much more exaggerated than yours. Yu Fei, your ability to recognize talent has been a great service to our Eastern Military District. From now on, you will be in charge of the 1182nd, 835th, and 794th Divisions, and your military rank will be raised another level. Starting today, you will receive the treatment of a Major General." Hearing this, Yu Fei was overjoyed and stood there stunned. He hadn't expected what he initially thought was a joking remark from Lu Sheng to actually come true. He really promoted me. Meanwhile, inside Lu Sheng's residence, Lu Sheng was looking at his teeth in the mirror, surprised that the Eternal Star technique described an ongoing increase in immortal cells, which would continuously alter the level of life. He hadn't expected his teeth could regenerate. He always felt that from the birth of the first immortal cell, he seemed to be moving toward the level of some extraordinary life form. However, as long as he doesn't deviate from the normal human form, that's fine. After all, he is not a martial arts fanatic willing to give up everything for power and become a freak. However, the new enhancement required a large amount of beast marrow liquid, and he wondered how much his merit points could exchange for. Just after saying this, Wang Yan came over with a spreadsheet. As of now, Lu Sheng has over 3 million merit points. A 7th level beast marrow liquid requires 100,000 merits, but to exchange for 1 gram of dense gold, you need 1,000 merits. It looks like my battle spear will have to wait. Dense gold is rare beast marrow liquid which has a continuous supply from exotic beasts. Lu Sheng sighed. But Wang Yan indicated the commander has granted Lu Sheng permission to pre-spend 10 million merit points. Holy shit, there's such a good deal. Hee. Lu Sheng quickly had Wang Yan arrange a 7th level long spear for himself, and the rest all exchanged for 7th level beast marrow liquid. The next moment, Lu Sheng asked if there was 8th level beast marrow liquid. Wang Yan scratched his head in difficulty. Technically speaking, it's impossible to completely remove the negative factors from exotic beasts in 7th level beast marrow liquid, let alone 8th level. Although the military has 8th level beast marrow liquid, no one can absorb it directly without risking severe side effects. But Lu Sheng said it didn't matter. Just bring 5 vials to start with. But unexpectedly, the price of 8th level beast marrow liquid was 10 times that of the 7th level. Lu Sheng, short on funds, could only indulge in 1 vial for now. One last thing, Wang Yan had found information on Lu Qiming. Lu Sheng stated that as long as Lu Qiming wasn't sent to the most dangerous front line, that would be fine, since little Fatty was his only friend when he was most helpless. He's not a saint, but within his capabilities, he wants to protect those he wishes to protect, which is reasonable. If someone accuses him of favoritism later, let them. Just then, Dong Qingshua's continuous call came through, and Lu Xing felt a mix of excitement and pleasure. It turns out Dong Qingxue wanted to invite Lu Xing to dinner at 8 o'clock tonight. After hanging up, Lu Xing stared at his phone, dumbfounded. Despite his control over his body and abilities, his heart still raced at the mention of a name, which was unbelievable. The body doesn't lie. Perhaps it was meant to be. At that moment, Qin Xiaojun, who had been eavesdropping at the door, burst in and asked, "Did you make it happen?" Dong Qingxue, the first to woo a student. "I saw it coming. The way you look at Lu Xing is all wrong." Dong Qingxue gave Qin Xiaojun a flying kick. Dong Qingxue, touching the jade pendant given by Lu Xing, thought to herself, "Since everyone is so outstanding, I also need to step up my training, at least to the Grandmaster level." Meanwhile, inside Lu Xing's accommodation, just as Lu Xing was about to go out for a stroll, a message from Wang Yan came through, stating that the 7th level beast marrow liquid had all arrived, placed on the 2nd floor, and there was also a small vial of 8th level beast marrow liquid that Lu Xing must use with caution. It seemed there was still some time before dinner, so he could still practice for a few minutes. Soon, he was in the hall, looking at several vials of 7th level beast marrow liquid, with a single vial of 8th level set apart. Lu Xing pulled out a vial of 7th level to take a couple of sips. Just by sight, one could see the powerful energy flow contained within. Lu Xing downed it in one go. The energy felt dozens of times more potent than the 6th level, but the taste was somewhat nauseating, similar to the fishy smell of raw yam. But after this powerful energy entered his stomach, there seemed to be no reaction. Could it be a fake? As soon as he spoke, a strong dizziness rushed to his head. Evil thoughts like demons scampered through Lu Xing's consciousness. So these were the residual wills not yet cleaned? He felt countless negative emotions flooding into his body. But how could such things affect Lu Xing? He was used to absorbing such emotions in his dream space. The gap left by the coagulated blood pill was completely filled and was even expanding. The next moment, as Lu Xing clenched his fist, what had just coalesced shattered, then reformed and broke again at an extremely fast rate. Thousands, tens of thousands, millions of times, with the help of the divine illumination of the Underworld King scripture. After more than 1 billion times of rebirth and transformation, the 2nd immortal cell succeeded. The 3rd stage of training for the immortal golden body advanced significantly. Another 2 breakthroughs should suffice to complete it. His body became stronger and more resilient in the process of tempering and reshaping, similar to being broken and reformed, but much safer and more stable than that extreme behavior. During the process of impacting the vital energy and blood, the immortal cells secretly absorbed some energy, continuously strengthening Lu Xing's body. Millions of transformations demonstrated the vast potential of the immortal cells. If 1 billion transformations are just the base, what about 1 trillion or quadrillion times? Could it reach an unimaginable level? However, it seemed a bit of the beast marrow liquid was not fully purified. It even tried to control Lu Xing's hand. Now that he had used up the 7 levels of beast marrow liquid, it seemed too soon to move on, but he might as well finish the 8th level beast marrow liquid too. As soon as he gripped it in his palm, he could feel the evil power to the bone within, still unexpelled. Without thinking, Lu Xing downed it. As soon as the beast marrow liquid entered his stomach, a surge of tremendous energy rushed to his head. As the glass jar fell to the ground, Lu Xing felt a torrent of energy within his body. Lu Xing's ears began to sprout several meridians, which spread to his eyes. In front of Lu Xing, a figure appeared, emanating an extremely evil aura of death. Lu Xing, clutching his stomach, crouched on the ground in agony, screaming, unable to believe that the unexpelled 8th level beast marrow liquid could be so terrifying. "I'm done for. It feels like my body is about to explode." At this moment, Lu Xing's eyes had turned completely black, and his consciousness was gradually blurring. As Lu Xing shouted loudly, he propped up his body with his hands on the ground, while the evil consciousness continued to gather. "You can't control this power. Just accept me," an evil voice echoed in his ears. With the last of his consciousness, Lu Xing threw a punch at the shadow. "Get the hell out of here." At that moment, the entire building trembled, and Wang Yan and others watched the astonishing scene in disbelief, because this building was made of special materials, capable of withstanding a level 16 earthquake. The evil consciousness continued to devour Lu Xing's last will, the energy rampaging inside his body, trying to burst him open. His body was rapidly expanding, and the pain of almost splitting open gradually faded his consciousness. Lu Xing started to perform the natural breathing technique to stabilize his breath, then fully opened the 2nd layer of the void state, regaining control of his body. Seeing the effect, Lu Xing sat down and directly gathered energy in his palm, followed by a dazzling energy descending from the sky, enveloping his body. With the thunder rolling, the evil thoughts were gradually expelled. The body, which was just breaking apart, was also being repaired under the divine light. After an unknown duration, Lu Xing slowly opened his eyes. This should be complete control now. To hear the way in the morning is to die content in the evening. That must be the situation being described. This is the true meaning of not breaking, not standing, breaking and then standing. The 3rd stage of the immortal golden body has also reached completion. But when Lu Xing saw the time, he was stunned. "Holy crap, it's almost midnight. I overdid the training." The next second, Lu Xing hurriedly picked up his phone and called Dong Qingxue. "I'm really sorry. I accidentally overdid my training training today. Dong Qingxue responded calmly. Okay, so you lost track of time because of training? Yes, exactly. Is there anything else? Well then, I need to prepare for training too. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xing was baffled. Listening to Dong Qingxue's tone, Lu Xing couldn't tell if she was angry or not. Soon after, Qin Xiaojun also called. As soon as the call connected, Qin Xiaojun's roar came through. Lu Xing, you're screwed. Lu Xing, with a helpless expression, explained that there was a special circumstance today. He had forgotten the time while he was about to break through a level. Hearing this, Qin Xiaojun could only helplessly shake his head. It's really unlucky. But why do you need to break through every 3 days? I can't control it either. Besides, it was just over 3 hours late. It shouldn't be that serious. Alright, Qin Xiaojun couldn't say much else. It seems my flirting techniques don't apply to Lu Xing. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xing felt uneasy. Is it really that serious? I need to check. Lu Xing returned to the dream space, eager to check his personal profile. Where's the spouse section? Ha. I said it. How could being over 3 hours late be a big deal? Since the spouse section hasn't disappeared, it means she isn't really mad. No need to rush over then. Might as well train to the end and completely stabilize the breakthrough's aura. The third stage of the immortal golden body is complete, much faster than the second stage. It's like I'm cheating now. After reaching perfection, my body is much stronger than before, both inside and out, emitting an undying aura. It might also be an issue of compatibility with the technique. Everyone's understanding is different. Just like some people have long arms suitable for practicing with swords, and others have large joints suitable for practicing punches and palms, and I am more suited for body cultivation. To exaggerate a bit, even if one day I train the Eternal Star technique to the same level as Wang He, I couldn't reach his height, because that was a technique created by Wang He himself. But from this moment, it's different. I have achieved a reshaped martial body, and with the assistance of the natural breathing technique, various attributes nourish my body, which has now completely turned into a technique tailor-made for the Eternal Star technique. This will also become my unique martial path. It allows my body to change randomly. The compatibility is now nearly 100%, maybe even surpassing Wang He's compatibility. Perhaps I should give my body a new name, something powerful like those in novels, like Ancient Holy Body, Sky Dominating Body, or some primordial Tao Embryo Saint Body. Alright, let's call it the Eternal Star Indestructible Body. I can also be called the strongest physique in the universe. This ability to strengthen at a visible rate. As Lu Xing raised his right hand, energy came from behind him. In the next moment, a mushroom cloud exploded in front, completely destroying a city that was already in ruins. A golden dragon coiled around Lu Xing's body. Probably even top great grandmasters couldn't easily break through Lu Xing's defenses. I wonder how many stars I would reach if tested now. Probably could double it. What a mess. I can't test it here. Need to find a test subject. Soon, Lu Xing headed towards the deepest part. 2 hours later, at the deepest part of the ruins, he found a powerful being. That was the Xianyuan Blade Flow Martial Saint Du Xian. Once, with a fire and a blade, he wandered the world, making many strong fighters dare not claim to be saints. Saying this, Lu Xing, enveloped in golden energy all over, challenged, "Come on, try me. Let's see if I can withstand a strike from a martial saint." Lu Xing lifted one foot, and the next moment he descended from the sky like a rocket, a golden foot heading straight for the martial saint's head. The martial saint's eyes flashed. Then he raised his hand, and a powerful energy blast sent Lu Xing flying. Lu Xing, after being blasted through the city, was able to withstand the force with natural breathing technique and his strong physique, but the subsequent impact left him dizzy, the explosion causing the earth to shake. But the shockwaves didn't stop there. Lu Xing was sent flying underground, smashing through dozens of buildings before finally stopping. At this moment, Lu Xing's hands were numb, wrapped in golden lightning. Damn, that's terrifying. Was that really an unintentional strike from a martial saint? But if one strike doesn't kill me, then you're done for. At this moment, the knife wound on Lu Xing's arm was also slowly healing. Dazzling golden light emitted from Lu Xing's forehead and heart. The third immortal cell, activate. Several avatars appeared behind him, all embodiments of Lu Xing's integrated martial will. With the effect of the natural breathing technique, these wills were all mobilized. At this moment, Lu Xing was like a super scion. The martial saint in the distance, sensing this power, posed to draw his sword, his eyes flickering, flashy and elaborate. However, all these thoughts unexpectedly appeared in Lu Xing's mind. Lu Xing didn't expect that he could perceive his opponent's thoughts. The next moment, golden flames emitted from Lu Xing's eyes and body, initiating the martial saint form. If that's the case, then I'll show you something straightforward. Simultaneously, Lu Xing transformed the flames into several figures, embodying Lu Xing's complete martial path. Immediately afterward, Lu Xing leaped forward, leading his heavenly soldiers and generals straight towards the martial saint. Seeing this, the martial saint also drew his sword with all his might, a purple stream of dark energy shooting out from the scabbard, his eyes filled with disdain for what was ahead, as the pride of a martial saint was ingrained in his bones, enduring even beyond death. Quickly, the martial saint swung his sword, the powerful blade intent splitting the void in front of him into two halves. Lu Xing's 18 arhats faced the blade head-on. "Come on, witness my void shatter." Soon, a yellow and a purple energy cloud clashed in the air, explosions echoing through the sky, shaking the earth. Zombies within a 10-mile radius fled outward. 2 minutes later, as the air settled, the martial saint muttered softly, then fell silent. That slash was truly stylish. I won't allow anyone cooler than me to exist in this world, so rest in peace, oh undying spirit. Afterwards, Lu Xing bowed to the martial saint. This battle drained Lu Xing too much. He had been a bit overconfident, underestimating a martial saint-level zombie. Martial Saint Gu Xian seemed to be brewing a terrifying move, but he was merely acting on instinct, devoid of any thinking capability. Otherwise, it would have been Lu Xing who ended up doomed. The shattered void had indeed become more powerful. Just the attacks from the conjured avatars alone numbered over 200, doubling from before. It could only be used in the dream space. There was simply no one worthy of this move outside. When I do use this move in front of people, my hands will surely be stained with the blood of a martial saint. Deep in the soul, thunder roared, and memory flashed back to a rainy day in a broken house. A little boy sat alone, and then his brother ran back inside. Little brother, this is nutrition fluid for you. Just arrived on the garbage truck today. I dug around for a long time. There were 2 tubes originally, but those bastards from the knife gang stole one. I'll make them spit it out someday. Don't worry, little Xian, I'll definitely get you into the base. Only through martial arts can one rise above. The scene spins again. Run. This kid's crazy. Don't mess with someone who's got nothing to lose. The brother traded injuries for kills, driving back the enemy. Don't cry, little Xian. This is why we must become stronger. You have to be ruthless to survive. Remember, from now on practice martial arts that are meant to kill. But as his brother lay dying, a pair of feet appeared behind them. You 2 little guys sure are tough, surviving all this. From now on, follow me. From then on, the 2 brothers studied martial arts with the old man. Time flowed again, and little Xian and his brother had become powerful figures. They received a kill order. Please don't kill me. My daughter is only 5 years old. She can't be without a father. Amid the man's tearful pleading, the younger brother's heart softened, and he spared the man. Thank you. You will be rewarded for your kindness. After coming out, however, the younger brother deceived his older brother by saying that he had killed everyone inside. The older brother said, "These people are all cultists. Each one has lost their humanity. They don't deserve pity. If you don't kill them, they will kill you. Remember, whether it's practicing martial arts or being a person, you need to be ruthless. Do you understand, little Xian?" However, years later, the older brother was brutally murdered. A spy reported it was retaliation from the cult. This time your brother took the hit for you. He killed 13 level 6 fighters, but only this broken sword was left. Gu Xian recognized the sword. It belonged to the man he had spared years ago because of his 5-year-old daughter. I told you before, the people of the world-ending sect are no longer human. They are the biggest cancer hidden among humanity. Alas, you can't believe anything they say. Years later, Gu Xian was denied further training because the slaughter on him was too heavy, the stench of blood too strong. He was only taught the Wheel of Desire sword technique. They said they would only meet him when the murderousness on Gu Xian had been ground away. However, 10 years later, Gu Xian came again, but now his murderous intent had not decreased but increased. Another 10 years later, Gu Xian's murderousness had reached a terrifying level. Gu Xian, you still can't let go. Master Duan says he will never see you again. From now on, you are on your own. Gu Xian sat alone on a rock thinking, have I really gone astray? All I know is how to kill. Is that wrong? Ha ha. If it's wrong, then so be it. Martial arts are about killing. That's what my brother taught me. It's really terrifying. Such a pure intent to kill. The memories he encountered were almost all about training, fighting, and almost all the battle scenes were of killing, purely and coldly murderous. Lu Xing once thought the murderous intent he accumulated defending the front lines for 9 days was terrifying, but compared to Gu Xian, it was nothing. Gu Xian was too extreme, completely entering the path through killing, taking a very rare path of slaughter in martial arts. He has killed more people than I have ever seen, and exotic beasts are counted by the billions. Life in his eyes is no different from wild grass. With such great sin, he somehow did not drown in chaotic and brutal consciousness to become a killing machine, which is indeed remarkable. The path of slaughter is already considered an extreme force in martial arts, and Gu Xian was a genius. One can imagine how terrifying he was at his peak. The battle just now probably didn't even display 1,000th of his strength, so the gap between me and a martial saint is this vast. Gu Xian can no longer be considered just a level 9 martial saint. His strength is probably such that even a regular level 10 couldn't survive under his blade. It's good that he didn't use those killer moves. Lu Xing touched his own face, feeling odd. Could it be that after absorbing his memories, even my facial muscles have become this cold? Just like that movie protagonist who has been killing fish in the supermarket's fresh section for 10 years. His heart is as cold as his knife. I need to quickly go back and watch 1,000 episodes of romantic reality TV. Lu Xing rummaged under Gu Xian's armor. In the next moment he beamed with a smile. So this thing that looks like a small knife blade is Gu Xian's martial core. Then the blade transformed into several streams of light, and a projection of consciousness appeared in Lu Xing's eyes. Heaven's intent as the knife. My intent as the knife. Human life as grass. This blade is named my intent to kill. Compared to the previous whale striding waves, this blood-colored long blade totem was clearer, deeper, tougher and more powerful. As a level 9 martial saint, the Path of Slaughter's Gu Xian was obviously much stronger than Cumulus Mountain's Zhou Fuhai. Previously, Lu Xing's most powerful cold weapon was the Cold Spirit Sparrow Prison Spears for Realm Spear technique, but from now on, the title of the strongest weapon will change hands. Let me try this sword technique now. Saying this, Lu Xing simply executed an 18 slash, and instantly countless blades appeared around him, each seemingly carrying the power to tear through space. Halfway through the move, Lu Xing slowly retracted the blades. I really didn't expect this sword technique to be able to split space. The murderous intent refined by Gu Xian is his most powerful weapon. Thinking of this, Lu Xing felt a pang of regret. It seems a bit wasteful now that I've spent 8 million merit points to upgrade the red crystal dragon pattern spear. Maybe I should switch to using a sword, since I should use whatever method is strongest. It looks like I need to find more mithril and dense gold resources quickly. By noon the next day, after Lu Xing had just used the restroom, he opened his tablet and saw news that the military had successfully quelled the cavern disturbance. Another message was that the headquarters military exercise and the divisional military competition were about to begin. According to the requirements, there will first be a preliminary competition in each division, followed by the main competition at headquarters. The winner of the main competition will become a candidate for the new general. Currently, there are only 4 generals in the entire eastern region, and not more than 30 across the Dragon Nation, making this competition quite a significant event. The next second, Lu Xing was shocked because he saw that he was listed in the new general candidate section. A combat power of 12.5 stars might only hope to enter the top 20. It seems there are still many top-level experts in the military. The person ranked first on the general's star overall list is known as the East Emperor, with a combat power of 27 stars. Those at the general level are estimated to have a combat power of over 30 stars, and marshals are even stronger. With so many top experts in the military, it's no wonder there is such a deep obsession with level 9 martial saints. Having such a large base of top-level martial artists but failing to produce a level 9 is hard for anyone to accept. In light of this, Tan Zhongyu's testing of me seems reasonable. The talent I displayed at Martial University only piqued his interest. If I could take first place in this headquarters military exercise, would it surprise Tan Zhongyu? Just thinking about it is interesting. The next scene made Lu Xing shudder. The reports stated that a cult attack occurred in the Eagle Nation, originally active in the southern continent, leading to the blood sacrifice of an entire town. In recent years, they have infiltrated other areas. Damn these cults, over 1,000 lives, all men drained of blood, their skins used to wrap around and feed the followers and exotic beasts. According to Gu Xian's memory, the cults are also involved with other worlds, willing to become servants to exotic beasts for powerful forces, wreaking havoc within the human race. It seems it would be best to crush these bugs sooner rather than later. After reading this, Lu Xing was so enraged that he immediately wanted to check out the cavern and mine some secret ores, then earn some merit points. After gearing up, he planned to wipe out this cult. However, thinking about going into the cavern alone and carrying items was troublesome, so Lu Xing immediately called Hao Balian. Sir, you want to enter the depths of a 3A level cavern? Lu Xing invited Hao Balian's team to join him, promising to share 10% of the loot with them. Hearing that a top-level general star would personally lead them, Baldi was so excited he barked. If the other A-level teams knew about this, they'd be green with envy. Hao Balian said that sharing the loot was secondary. Forming a good relationship with Lu Xing was the priority. Hearing this, the 3 teammates made knowing faces and teased, planning to have her ride in the same car as Lu Xing. However, things often don't go as planned, and at that moment, Hao Balian had a look of despair because Lu Xing said he had just learned to drive, so he wanted to practice driving himself, instructing the 4 of them to take another car. 2 hours later, the group arrived at a mountain peak. Is this the place? We finally made it. There are no exotic beasts on the surface of the cavern. Below is a depressed area of land with several cracks. The fissures in the cavern are layered. The deeper you go, the stronger the exotic beasts, and no one knows how many layers there are below. Hao Balian explained that more dangerous than the exotic beasts are the abysses. Lu Xing was not very familiar with this. Abysses can also be considered part of another world, from which exotic beasts emerge. Abysses constantly emit an aura of another world, which materializes in our world as a strange black mist. Lu Xing asked, does this black mist weaken the power of thermal weapons, cause electronic devices to fail, and even corrupt normal people, turning them into beasts? Yes, but it only affects ordinary people, not so much martial artists. So we try to avoid abysses and evacuate quickly if we encounter one, as the exotic beasts that emerge from there are endless. In that case, the abyss is similar to the pervasive black mist in dreams. It turns out it originates from here. Just as the group was about to enter the cavern, Lu Xing spoke up. What would happen if I wanted to enter the abyss? This question scared the 4 of them, who then explained that they didn't know what conditions were like in the abyss. Lu Xing curiously asked, hasn't anyone tried to enter it in all these years? Hao Balian said, many have tried, but all who did have disappeared, so there's no answer to that question, including even martial saints. Hearing this, Lu Xing was shocked, as it was known in Dragon Nation nation's secrets that 400 years ago, a martial saint from each of the 4 nations entered an abyss together and were never heard from again. Lu Sheng, are you also thinking of entering that eerie abyss? Don't do it. We wouldn't have enough lives for that. Hao Balian explained, as long as we don't go below the 30th layer underground in this cavern, we won't encounter much danger. But really be careful of the abyss. It's not to be taken lightly. There's really no information about it. Lu Sheng replied, okay. Then he jumped, flying downwards. I'll need to search for information about the abyss in the dream space when I get back. Even a level 9 martial saint can't return. What about level 10 or 11 powerhouses? I don't believe that in 10,000 years of martial arts, no top-level martial artist has ever tried something similar. There must be big secrets inside. Before long, the squad had been maneuvering inside the cavern for a while, but they hadn't seen anything noteworthy. Hao Balian said, besides the abyss, we also need to be wary of martial maniacs. Hearing this, Lu Sheng slowly stopped and asked, what's that? Martial maniacs? They are martial artists who belong neither to the military nor any faction. They operate alone, are insane, and extremely dangerous. But these martial artists, who often hide in the depths of the cavern for secluded cultivation, are mostly from the martial academy system aiming for the ultimate martial arts. They survive in the fissures of the cavern, and none of their martial wills or combat abilities are weak, some even stronger than the military's general stars. Because they hide in the cavern and kill exotic beasts, the military doesn't really bother them. But most of these people have fallen into martial madness, willing to do anything to break through martial limits. Drinking dirty water and eating raw exotic beast meat are minor things. Sometimes they even resort to cannibalism, as they believe consuming the flesh and blood of the strong can make them stronger. Under the influence of the cavern environment, they're no longer human, and to get supplies, murder and looting are common. In their eyes, human life is less valuable than a few supply packs. Hearing this, Lu Sheng exclaimed, damn, these people are the real heretics compared to Gu Xian's path of slaughter. Soon, Lu Sheng and his companions reached the 20th level underground. Along the way, all the exotic beasts were easily killed by Lu Sheng, leaving no chance for the rest of the squad to act. The glowing area ahead is the entrance to the deeper layers of the cavern. Hao Balian explained that entering it would be filled with black mist, making visibility extremely low. But Lu Sheng, being a mindweaver, wasn't much affected by it. Saying so, Lu Sheng took a deep and in an instant, all the surrounding black mist was sucked into his body. This sight scared everyone again, as this black mist is no trivial matter. However, Lu Sheng just wanted to test the black mist. Moreover, no matter how much black mist entered his body, it disappeared as soon as it touched his eternal star indestructible body. Lu Sheng's robust physique was indeed too strong. No heresy is allowed to exist. The next moment, along with the black mist, came an ambush from an exotic beast. Seeing this, Hao Balian shouted, Lu Sheng, be careful. However, when the exotic beast was still 0.5 meters away from Lu Sheng, it silently disappeared. A level 5 black moon weasel couldn't even get close? Is this the power of a 12-star general? Such a powerful spiritual mastery is not the limit. Don't forget, the great man was tested after half a month without rest and in a state of depleted energy and blood. I can't imagine how he trains. Compared to him, I feel like a waste. The squad initially thought they were coming with Lu Sheng to earn merits, but now it seems they don't need to lift a finger. They might as well just accompany him around the cavern. After all, not everyone has this honor. Just then, a large explosion occurred ahead. Baldy exclaimed, are there still exotic beasts ahead? Seeing this, Hao Balian ran towards the smoke. In the mist, Lu Sheng was casually twisting his wrist. Seeing the others approach, Lu Sheng assured them he was fine. He had just been testing how to resolve exotic beasts without using weapons. Looking at the corpse on the ground, red-haired Lian was shocked. She wasn't surprised that Lu Sheng could kill a level 7 exotic beast with one strike, but she didn't expect that he could make such a clean cut without a weapon. The next moment, a noise came from afar. It sounds like someone is coming. Hao Balian was shocked. How could there be someone here? After saying this, the group immediately prepared for battle. However, upon closer inspection, they realized that the ragged bunch was actually Red Snail General's star squad. Seeing that they were allies, Hao Balian immediately waved to Captain Yao Yu. When the man saw Hao Balian calling him, his eyes slowly regained focus. Seeing this, Hao Balian walked over and complained, how many years has it been since you guys took a bath? Don't mention it. We've been in here almost a month, nearly lost a few men, and got nothing. Suddenly, Yao Yu asked Hao Balian which level they planned to enter and warned her never to go below the 25th level, because the martial maniacs there had completely gone mad. They had been killing general stars from the military, and now 2 squads had completely lost contact. I just received the news and ran. The others might have perished there. Hao Balian was puzzled. Just the 25th level, and they dare to attack general star squads. Captain Red Snail then said, they've collectively rebelled. Now we're heading back to the military to report the situation, and you guys must be careful. Watching the Red Snail squad leave, Hao Balian remarked that the captain is usually quite steady and suggested that Lu Sheng heed their advice. But Lu Sheng said, don't worry, we don't necessarily need to go down to below the 25th level, and even if we go deeper, just as I brought you down, I can naturally bring you out. Seeing this, the others could only firmly firmly followed the orders. However, along the way, Lu Xing merely swept through, destroying all the exotic beasts in front. His presence was like a walking blender, even killing exotic beasts before they could get close. 2 minutes later, Lu Xing finally reached the 25th level. With Lu Xing's current strength, unless he encountered a legendary level 9 exotic beast, there was almost no danger. At this moment, he was trying hard to recall the location of the mithril mine in the underground cavern. It should be nearby according to his memory. Lu Xing's mental energy spread throughout every passageway in the cavern, like ants in a nest, traversing every level and every path. Finally, at some point on the 30th level, he locked onto the position of the mithril mine. Lu Xing suddenly opened his eyes, having found it. "Follow me closely," Lu Xing shouted. Soon, the group followed Lu Xing's figure, charging through the cavern's forks and winding paths like a labyrinth. At this moment, an evil presence quietly approached the group. Hao Balian shouted, "Everyone, keep up with Mr. Lu with all your might. Don't get distracted. It's easy to fall behind." Finally, 2 hours later, Lu Xing reached the location identified by his mental energy. Several nearly level 8 exotic beasts were guarding in front of the mithril mine. With a casual strike, Lu Xing separated the exotic beasts. Like cracking a whip, bursts of energy around him. 2 seconds later, several exotic beasts lay dead, yet their bodies were intact. Lu Xing quickly instructed the others to harvest the beast marrow liquid. During the harvesting, Baldy picked up a rock from the ground and felt something was off. The next moment, he excitedly exclaimed, "Look at this, sir. This is mithril ore. Ha ha ha. Sir, we are going to be rich." Beside them, Lu Xing pretended to be unaware and quietly walked over. "Is that so? Let me see." At this point, Baldy, Snake Jr., and the others had already forgotten about extracting beast marrow liquid from the exotic beasts and were happily laughing while holding the mithril ore. "This is real mithril ore, and it feels very pure." Hao Balian also remarked, "Given this purity, the vein must be quite extensive." Everyone danced and laughed. "Ha ha ha. Then we really are going to be rich, with so much, enough to significantly upgrade each person's equipment in our squad. Level 7 beast marrow liquid. Drink up. Ha ha ha. I can finally get that level 7 dense gold shield I've had my eye on, and exchange it for a set of grade S battle gear. Ha ha ha. We're rich." The next moment, Hao Balian shouted angrily, breaking everyone's joyful fantasies. "Shut up." Baldy was about to ask the captain what was wrong, but his gaze turned to Lu Xing beside him. The immense pressure made him sober up instantly. Clutching the mithril, he began to explain in a panic. In his haste, Baldy slapped himself several times. At this moment, the others quickly put the mithril back in its place. Sorry, Mr. Lu. We didn't mean it." A sweaty Baldy shouted loudly, "Please forgive us, Mr. Lu." Seeing this, Hao Balian slowly spoke. "Throughout this journey, we've done nothing. The mithril mine was also discovered by Mr. Lu. Naturally, all finds belong to him." Hearing this, the 3 kneeling men nodded reluctantly, agreeing that this was all reasonable, but unbeknownst to them, their pupils were already turning red. Seeing this, Lu Xing slowly patted Baldy's shoulder, indicating that it was normal to have greed, and that he understood. The calm words of Lu Xing scared the group so much they were nearly wetting themselves. "Thank you for your understanding. Your forgiveness." Lu Xing's right hand slowly rose with a surge of energy. This scene frightened Hao Balian, making her think Lu Xing was going to strike them, and she shouted. But the next moment, the energy flew towards the mithril ore in front. In just an instant, the entire mountain's mithril was divided into countless small blocks. At this point, Lu Xing yelled, "Hurry up and help move this stuff. What are you standing around for?" Suddenly snapping back to reality, quickly realized what was happening. Hao Balian also heaved a deep sigh of relief. Thankfully, the sir is generous and wasn't angry. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened. Everyone entered a frenzy of packing. Baldy and the others were puzzled as to why they had spontaneously said those words earlier. Let's not even talk about them following Mr. Lu in here. Even if they hadn't, it would be embarrassing to take anything without having contributed anything. It's as if they were bewitched. Alright, since Mr. Lu isn't counting, let's pack up quickly, or else I'll throw you into the sea to feed the pigs. Frightened, the 2 men immediately became nervous and shaky. It wasn't long before everyone's bags were filled. They were quite regretful. If only we hadn't given those 2 supply bags to the Red Snail squad earlier. Really, we shouldn't have bothered with them. Damn it. Sitting in the back, Lu Xing naturally noticed the change in the group. They were supposed to have a good relationship with the Red Snail squad, but now it seemed they had set aside their earlier generosity and warmth, showing an unusual selfishness and stinginess. Clearly, they hadn't been like this before entering the 30th level. It seems this black mist is indeed strange. With that, distant footsteps thudded from afar. Seeing this, Lu Xing suddenly stood up. His mental energy immediately activated. Scanning the area ahead, he saw a large group of people emitting an evil aura, continuously shouting food. It must be said, these people really seem possessed. The next moment, Lu Xing grinned and said, "Come on, let's settle this once and for all. It'll save us the trouble of them popping up one by one on the way back, annoying us to death." The mithril, now broken into smaller pieces, was packed up by the teammates. Lu Xing offered to give a tenth of the mithril they took out to his team, as previously agreed. Upon hearing this, Hao Balian quickly refused, stating they felt undeserving since they hadn't done anything. The next moment, Lu Xing, adopting a domineering CEO demeanor. I don't care whether you feel guilty or not. Since I want to give it to you, you must accept it. Frightened, Hao Balian and others repeatedly thanked him, which secretly delighted Lu Sheng, who had just shown off his power. When you're weak, rage does nothing. When you're strong, even your kindness can't be refused. Meanwhile, sensing something amiss, Hao Balian suddenly exclaimed, "Something's not right. There's a strange presence." But Lu Sheng was waiting just for them. Soon, a large group with red eyes appeared ahead. They shouted for fresh meat, resembling zombies. This sight terrified Baldy and the others. They had not expected that all the figures ahead would be grandmasters. Judging by their behavior, these individuals were likely the rumored martial maniacs responsible for the attack on the Red Snail Squad, which led to their disappearance. These brutes even cannibalized their own kind and always fight alone. Why would they act collectively this time? Hearing this, Lu Sheng slowly said, "There's only one possibility then, that among them there is an even more powerful entity controlling them. This individual's strength must be overwhelmingly dominant." As soon as these words fell, applause came from within the crowd. "You are very smart and very strong. Your flesh must be the tastiest. Eating you will make me even stronger." It appeared that this vampire-like figure was their leader. He declared that this young kid was for him to eat, and the rest could be divided among his underlings. After hearing the vampire's name was Lu Moying, Hao Balian was shocked because the last Eastern Star was named Lu Moying. Wasn't he presumed dead over a decade ago? Back then, only the most elite talents in the Eastern military region were named Eastern Stars, and Lu Moying was ranked 3rd overall with a combat power of 13 stars. However, he mysteriously disappeared during a mission to suppress a cavern uprising about a decade ago. Everyone thought he had died, but now it turns out he's been surviving by consuming the flesh of fellow grandmasters. Baldy was terrified. If Lu Moying had a combat power of 13 stars over a decade ago, how terrifying must he be now, with Lord Lu only at 12.5 stars? Are we doomed? However, Hao Balian suggested that he might not have received sufficient resources over the past decade. His vital energy and blood might have declined, and his combat power is surely not at its peak. As the two discussed, Lu Moying laughed heartily, amusing. "Are you trying to make me laugh? Saying I lack resources? Aren't you the best resources? Come then, my dinner. I won't waste too much talk on you. Just be grateful you can witness this form. Carbon-based beings." In the center of the whirlwind, a pair of ridged horns slowly emerged, and a ferocious exotic beast appeared in front of them. This was none other than Lu Moying transformed. He was now in a half-human, half-demon state. The group was trembling in fear due to the imposing aura ahead, but Lu Sheng remained expressionless. "Ha ha ha, this is power. Power is continuously emerging. Ha 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 ha. The Eastern Star. That's all from too long ago. Back then, I was as weak as an ant. I benefited from falling deep into the cavern during that riot, because I received guidance from a deity in my moment of despair." A deity? Which ones are you referring to? The essence of martial arts is to become stronger by various means. Since eating exotic beasts makes martial artists stronger, wouldn't eating martial artists be an even higher quality martial nourishment? Who is this deity? The half-demon did not respond, only laughing wickedly. Seeing he was ignored, Lu Sheng slowly stepped forward. "I've asked you twice already. Can't you hear? It seems you haven't listened to a word I said. Since you don't want to talk, then you might as well never answer again." Lu Sheng's eyes were like the sight of the Grim Reaper. The next moment, with a puff, Lu Sheng kept his left hand in his pocket, and with his right hand moved like lightning, stepping past Lu Moying, who then shattered like a stone. Lu Sheng has surprisingly fallen in love with an elf, and he wants to pursue a passionate, cross-species romance. Just now, Lu Sheng instantly defeated the so-called 13 Star of the East, Lu Moying. This scene scared the other martial arts fanatics to the point of wetting themselves. Lu Sheng originally thought the opponent would be very strong, but he didn't expect him to die without withstanding even a single move. Hao Pulian, who was nearby, was shocked to discover that the former Star of the East, whose combat power far surpassed 13 stars, Lu Moying, was defeated by Lord Lu with just one move, as if swatting a fly. Seeing this, Lu Sheng simply raised his hand gently, and several golden energy beams flew out towards the surroundings. Damn, he has become enlightened. It seems that the so-called 12-star combat power was just what Lord Lu wanted the world to see. By wiping out all the evil grandmasters alone, this military performance is going to make our Eastern military region stand out. 2 seconds later, Lu Sheng slowly spoke, indicating that this level had been cleared. The next moment, Lu Sheng turned into a golden streak of light, heading deeper underground. The words divinity and her mention by that person earlier caught Lu Sheng's attention. Before long, Lu Sheng arrived at the depths of the cavern. The scene was lush and overly quiet. The dense black mist here made it difficult even for Lu Sheng, with his 7th or 8th level spiritual power, to probe into. If a weaker mindweaver came here, they would likely be completely blinded. Ahead seemed to be a dark area. After pondering for a moment, Lu Sheng still decided to barge in. The moment he entered, a strong white light shot out. Under this white light, Lu Sheng's gaze gradually became blurred. The next moment, the surroundings transformed into a sunny jungle. Following that, a pair of jade feet slowly stepped out. The beautiful scene left Lu Sheng somewhat dazed. Could it be that this is a native of another world? This is too miraculous. There are even intelligent beings living here. Subsequently, the elf stretched out her left hand hand, seemingly curious about Lu Xing as well. Attracted by this beautiful scene, Lu Xing slowly walked forward, unsure if the other party would like humans. He felt an urge to pursue a romance that transcends worlds and species. Suddenly, a strong light emanated from Lu Xing's forehead, and the beautiful elf girl in front of him began to distort, transforming into an ugly tentacle monster. The tentacle monster whispered hypnotically, "Come here, don't be afraid, come here, don't mind appearances, here you'll find everything you desire." While speaking, countless tentacles stretched out from the darkness behind it, ready to reach for Lu Xing. "Yes, just like that, come back, join us, come into my embrace." As it spoke, the tentacle monster had already wrapped its tentacles around Lu Xing's neck. A long tongue slowly extended out. "Hee, my dear child." Just then, Lu Xing gathered energy in his right hand. "Disgusting, you really fell for it. What a fool," he said, raising his hand in an internationally recognized gesture in response. Seeing that he had been tricked, the tentacle monster roared in anger. "I hate disobedient children. You must be killed." As it spoke, a blast of dark energy flew towards Lu Xing. At the same time, Hao Pulian found Lu Moying's identification token by the vampire corpse. It turns out that this person was indeed him. In the following time, several people registered the identities of these slain grandmasters. Among the grandmasters lying on the ground, many were once prominent figures in martial arts schools outside, now collectively lying here like dead dogs. Almost 30 martial arts grandmasters died in one breath, likely the largest grandmaster bloodshed event in recent years. However, the bald man stated that these people were those who should have died long ago, just dying again. They certainly weren't anything good. As they spoke, Lu Xing swiftly moved to the front, picked up 2 baskets of mithril, and called on several people to immediately leave the cavern. He also told Hao Pulian to quickly inform the other generals' star squad still in the cavern to make a run for it. Hao Pulian hurriedly asked, "What happened? Why the sudden rush?" Lu Xing awkwardly replied, "I just accidentally angered a little thing deep in the cavern. She's about to start a riot." At that moment, a furious voice came from the cave entrance. "I'm going to kill him. Kill that bug." The monsters behind continued their relentless pursuit. After a period of fleeing, the group finally escaped to the surface, carrying 3 large bags of mithril ore. Fortunately, these exotic beasts do not leap out of the ground, and thankfully, there were so many of them that they crowded and slowed each other down, otherwise, they would have caught up to us. Looking at the pairs of red eyes at the cave entrance, Hao Pulian asked, "What are these things? How could they cause such a massive uproar?" Lu Xing wasn't very clear about these monsters either, but he told Hao Pulian, "Don't worry about it. Let's head back to the military district first. We've made a significant haul, so we need to upgrade our equipment." After the group left, Lu Xing looked back towards the depths of the cavern again. "Being tricked by a bug, I would be angry too. Someday, when that bug crawls in front of you again and then delivers a deadly blow, I guess you'll be even angrier." Soon, the group arrived at the headquarters of the Eastern Military Region. Seeing the mountainous pile of mithril, everyone was astonished and envious of Hao Pulian's team's incredible luck. They had only been inside for a few days and had discovered a mithril mine, not only in great quantity but also of high purity. Truly a fortune. Hearing the envious comments, the bald trio couldn't help but smile broadly. At that moment, a knowledgeable guy came out and said, "This isn't just about luck." He reminded everyone of the license plate number of the car they had just seen. That license plate was no ordinary one in the military district, for it belonged to a top general's vehicle. Hearing this, everyone was speechless with shock. Could it be that the unfamiliar young man they saw earlier was a top-rate grandmaster? The knowledgeable guy sighed helplessly. "We all misjudged. He's a real big shot. If I could cling to such coattails, I could skyrocket in place." Saying this, his eyes nearly teared up 2 tons of water, regretting his earlier lack of eloquence and missing out on this 12-star top great grandmaster. Hearing the discussion, the bald man came out to explain, "Although Lord Lu appears to have 12-star combat power, that's not his full strength. I believe Lord Lu Xing's current strength must be at least 20 stars, minimum. After all, who else in the military district could instantly kill dozens of great grandmaster-level fighters with one move?" Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. It's hard to imagine this is true, but if it is, it makes them even more upset. They had the chance to meet him just now, but missed it. 2 minutes later, the group arrived back at Lu Xing's residence. Lu Xing asked Hao Pulian to take the mithril for accounting first and to take their share. Hao Pulian immediately said okay. After handling everything, Lu Xing slowly lay down on the bed, ready to do the most important thing. 2 seconds later, Lu Xing entered the dream space to immediately inquire. He needed to figure out today what exactly was at the depths of the cavern. The next moment, several information panels swiftly appeared. At this moment, Lu Xing was incredibly shocked. What's going on? It turns out that the Abyssal Rift is connected to the second battlefield. The Abyssal Rift, as explained in the Spark project, is a spatial crack formed when 2 worlds overlap and collide, and each crack is different. If the crack is relatively intact, a twisted gray zone forms inside. This zone can accommodate the arrival of top fighters from another world, as mentioned in the data as the gray zone of the second battlefield. 2 different planes, different times, and even different universes, due to some reasons, accidentally collide and overlap. So, is this the real source of the exotic beast invasion? But clearly, the world of the exotic exotic beast is much stronger than ours. Because of the significant gap in strength, the exotic beasts from another world can easily invade ours. In contrast, it is exceptionally difficult for us to reach the other world. No wonder I absorbed so many zombie memories, but had none about this. The scenes of level 10 and 11 fighters are very rare, like high-level experts such as Wang He are only heard of. It turns out they all went to the second battlefield to combat powerful monsters from another world. Countless strong individuals keep entering the battlefield, and the exotic beasts also grow stronger over time. Thus, the main conflict of the martial arts world for the next 10,000 years will be this. The intensity of anxiety between two civilizations depends entirely on the clash between the top fighters of both civilizations. However, the exotic beasts won in the end. Therefore, humanity is pouring all its resources to try to produce a level 12 fighter, which led to the creation of the Spark Project. But can a martial arts level 12 really have a chance to win the battle of the second battlefield, or maintain an advantage? Lu Xing feels it's also difficult. After all, you need at least level 10 to qualify to enter the second battlefield. In my 300 years of martial arts, the second battlefield has not yet been developed, so all this seems not very related to me. That's not right. If I reach level 11 or even 12 within 300 years of martial arts, couldn't I go through the abyssal rift and crush every top fighter from another world one by one? As he spoke, a golden beam of light enveloped Lu Xing's entire body. At that moment, it seemed like the whole world was glowing. Lu Xing incredulously looked at his hands, not expecting to have broken through unconsciously. Could it be because his goal was now completely clear? It seems this idea is feasible. I must strive to quickly advance to level 12, then enter the second battlefield, invade the other world, and resolve this catastrophe at its root. I cannot allow this war to drag on for 10,000 years, letting a crisis of civilization's downfall end definitively by my hand. Lu Xing, in 300 years of martial arts. Just then, the butler and the maid came slowly with cups of tea, presenting it as a special gift from Butler Wang, Lingchuan Longjing tea. Just by its color, it exuded a faint greenish hue. As Lu Xing slowly took a sip, he unexpectedly discovered that the tea contained a peculiar power. Lu Xing never thought he'd reach a day when people would bring him specially provided tea. The next moment, Butler Wang clapped his hands and said, "The custom level 7 spear you ordered has been crafted. Please have a look." Seeing this, Lu Xing summoned the spear through the air. Very nice. Not just an ordinary level 7 weapon. It feels almost like level 8. I am very satisfied. After speaking, Lu Xing mentioned that he had brought back a lot of mithril these past few days and asked Butler Wang to craft another weapon. Also, he reminded the butler that there would be guests later and to remember to prepare some dishes. As the two just stepped out the door, the butler said to Li Dai, "It seems you're quite lucky to meet someone like Lord Lu." Hearing this, the girl blushed. The butler continued, "Work hard and don't let down Lord Lu's trust in you. You might have a chance to stand out in the future." Hearing the butler's words, the girl seemed to understand some hint and her face flushed as if about to fly. While Li Dai was lost in thought, a figure in a black robe appeared behind her. "Li Dai, don't be nervous. I'm an old comrade in arms of your parents. I even held you when you were little. You're working with Lu Xing now, aren't you? Interested in a chat?" Hearing it was the weird uncle who held her as a child, Li Dai hesitated for 2 seconds before agreeing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dong Qingxue was picking someone up at the station in District 3. Just then, a man with yellow hair, seeing such a beauty, walked over to hit on her. "Wow, look at that curvy figure and that cool, beautiful face. Really matches my taste," he said, approaching Dong Qingxue, asking which division she was from. Dong Qingxue noticed the insignia on his shoulder indicating he was a 7-star general. Immediately, she saluted him, reporting, "I am Colonel Dong Qingxue under Major General Yu Fei of the 1182nd Division in the 9th War Zone." Yellow Hair said he didn't know Yu Fei, but he knew a general from the 9th War Zone and asked Dong Qingxue to have dinner with him that evening and to invite their general as well. Hearing this, Dong Qingxue immediately responded that she was waiting for someone and already had plans for the evening. Yellow Hair was displeased and demanded that Dong Qingxue cancel her plans. Dong Qingxue said she couldn't cancel as the person she was meeting would be upset. Yellow Hair sneered, "Then let him come too. I'm quite interested to see whose anger in District 3 would have more severe consequences than mine." Just then, a hand was placed on Yellow Hair's shoulder. The next moment, Yellow Hair was choked by a man, nearly unable to breathe. The man disdainfully said, "Is this all the strength a general from the Eastern Military Region has?" At that moment, Dong Qingxue shouted, and he stopped. "Sis, long time no see. Didn't expect you to get even cuter. Now that you're here, I'll head back first. You're still the same. So distant. Haha. Alright then. Go back and tell all the experts in your Eastern Military Region that Dong Xingyi is here." Meanwhile, Lu Xing was taken by Qin Xiaojun to a bar for drinks. "You say Dong Qingxue went to District 3 to pick someone up, so she missed the gathering because of this." However, hearing this, Lu Xing's mind was filled with questions about who exactly Dong Qingxue had gone to pick up and who needed her personal attention. Seeing Lu Xing's confusion, Qin Xiaojun immediately said she was picking up her brother, her half-brother to be precise, Dong Xingyi. "This Dong Xingyi is no small deal. Just like you, a demonic Olympic-level martial arts genius, the most favored disciple of the Transcendence Martial Saint, practically his successor. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing simply responded, "That is indeed quite impressive." Seeing Lu Xing's reaction, Qin Shaojun burst out laughing because he could tell from Lu Xing's calm demeanor that Lu Xing really wasn't concerned about Dong Xingyi. "Lu Xing, I know you're young with a combat level of 12 stars, naturally talented and successful, but let me tell you, don't take it lightly. Dong Xingyi is not ordinary. Being a successor to the martial saint is not as simple as you think. Not only that, Dong Qingxue also has another brother named Dong Padian, who is ranked first on the general's star list in the Central Military Region with a combat power of 27 stars, known as Dong Emperor of the Central Region. That's more than double your strength. Think about what that means. So Instructor Dong's brother is that Dong Emperor of the Central Region? That's quite interesting." Seeing Lu Xing's puzzled expression, Qin Shaojun patted Lu Xing's shoulder to reassure him. "How about that? Breaking a sweat yet? So, if you're thinking about pursuing Dong Qingxue, you definitely have to get past her brothers. It's a rough path ahead. Young man, take care." Hearing this, Lu Xing's face suddenly turned red. "Who said I was chasing Dong Qingxue?" Seeing Lu Xing's stuttering reply, Qin Shaojun shouted, "You're a grown man, why be so secretive? Besides, Dong Qingxue isn't playing coy with me." Hearing this, Lu Xing asked in surprise, "What did you say? What did Dong Qingxue admit to you?" Seeing Lu Xing's expression, Qin Shaojun didn't forget to tease, getting agitated. "Gotcha. Lu Xing, I know your martial arts are strong, but when it comes to romance, you're a rookie. I can see right through you." Resigned, Lu Xing admitted Qin Shaojun was right and asked, "What exactly did Instructor Dong admit to you?" Qin Shaojun laughed and said, "What do you want her to admit?" "Alright, I'll stop teasing. She definitely has feelings for you." He pointed at Lu Xing and continued, "You kid, the last time she asked you out for a meal, she probably wanted to talk about this, but you stood her up. Nice going." Lu Xing blushed. "Ah, so that was it." However, Qin Shaojun told Lu Xing not to worry too much. According to Qin Shaojun's understanding, once Dong Qingxue is set on something, it's generally hard to change her mind. So, the key is still to get past her two brothers, Dong Xingyi and Dong Padian. Just then, two men walked in and said, "He's too strong. This Dong Xingyi, on his first day in our Eastern Military Region, he defeated the top-ranked Sun Henyu and the second-ranked Ji Sun on the general star list, slaying both masters. Who else can match him?" It's said that his emergence this time is to fight his way through the 4 major military regions to prove his martial arts are invincible and to pursue the path of the saint. Martial saint is really exaggerating. There are countless experts in the military district. Surely someone can handle him. Qin Shaojun hadn't expected Dong Xingyi to start making moves already. With the Eastern Regional Tournament imminent, this guy actually chose this critical moment to issue challenges. How arrogant. The martial saint's name really carries weight. The military district probably can't do much about him. So, Lu Xing, you need to be careful. Dong Xingyi claims he's going to sweep through the East, going down the rankings list, and it'll be your turn soon. Plus, with your connection to Dong Qingxue, you're definitely going to get special attention. However, Lu Xing's expression remained unchanged. He simply asked, "What's the relationship between Dong Qingxue and her brother?" Qin Shaojun thought Lu Xing was considering using his relationship with Dong Qingxue to get Dong Xingyi to skip him, but Lu Xing explained that Dong Xingyi's visit was likely intended as an opportunity to cultivate his invincible spirit in preparation for his future assault on the martial saint title, which is very important for his martial path. And since he's Dong Qingxue's brother, at the end of the day, he's basically a big brother-in-law. And then, what do you plan to do? If he encounters me, he will surely be subdued by me. If his invincible momentum hasn't yet started, and I disrupt his mindset, naturally his path in martial arts will become uncertain. Dong Xingyi will regard me as a mortal enemy, and it will certainly be difficult for Instructor Dong being caught between me and him. In the future, adding Dong Padian to the mix, if I incapacitate both her brothers, our relationship might become very strained. It's really tough for me." At this moment, Qin Shaojun was so shocked by Lu Xing's words that he immediately covered his mouth and burst into laughter. "When it comes to showing off, you're the champion, Lu Xing. I'm impressed." Meanwhile, on the other side of the military district, smoke and dust were rising. Dong Xingyi dusted off his shoulder and said, "Regarding those present, is this all you've got? I'm really disappointed." Dong Xingyi stands like a statue at the center, and the surrounding general stars are quite troubled. Even the top 10 general stars together can't handle him. What can be done? Just then, Dong Xingyi stopped fighting and walked straight towards Dong Qingxue. The next moment, a girl emerged from behind Dong Xingyi. "And me too, Sister Qingxue. Brother Dong has hidden his edge for 20 years. Now that he has unsheathed it, Miss Lin Wanwan, coming to the military region with my second brother, you must have something important in mind." Lin Wanwan, a very ordinary name, but her mother is the well-known martial saint Lin Jingyue of the Dragon Nation. The next moment, Lin Wanwan threw herself into Dong Qingxue's arms. "Of course, Sister Qingxue. I am conducting research on exotic beast genes and need a large number of experimental samples, so I came along with Brother Dong. I was actually hoping to recruit some help here in the Eastern Military Region, but Brother Dong has already beaten everyone here. Alas." Dong Xingyi said, "The people of the Eastern Military Region are all brawlers scholars with combat strength but no skill. They're of no use. Except for that Sun Haoyu, who is somewhat capable. His name is Sun Hengyu. Dong Qingxue reminded. It's all the same. People who can't even withstand 3 of my moves aren't worth remembering, Dong Xingyi said disdainfully, preparing to head to the lower levels of the eastern cavern, thus needing the help of Dong Qingxue, a mind weaver. Dong Qingxue asked, which level are you planning to head to? Dong Xingyi responded, the deeper, the better, since the more powerful the exotic beast, the more valuable the genetic samples. Don't underestimate Wanwan's research. If successful, it could revolutionize the entire world's martial arts landscape, and my chance at becoming a martial saint might just depend on her. Touching the necklace Lu Xing gave her, Dong Qingxue remained silent for a long time, and finally gritted her teeth and agreed, but on the condition that you agree to one thing. Dong Xingyi, seeing that his sister was close to reaching the Grandmaster level, thought she was making a request related to martial arts, so he casually agreed. But Dong Qingxue said, this has nothing to do with martial arts. Are you planning to fight your way down the Eastern General Star ranking list one by one? Exactly. Although they are not challenging opponents, since I'm here, I might as well warm up. The next moment, Dong Qingxue's face blushed slightly, and she said softly, skip the 4th one. Hearing this, Dong Xingyi stroked his chin, trying to recall who was ranked 4th. It turns out to be that 12-star general from the 9th War Zone, Lu Sheng. Saying this, Dong Xingyi flashed forward and snatched the necklace from Dong Qingxue's neck. This was given to you by him. It's imbued with a pure martial will. Seeing this, Dong Qingxue became anxious and shouted, give it back to me. You still have the same temper as when you were little. Can't even take a joke. But since you've mentioned him, I will honor your wish and skip him, but only for this time at the military university's demonstration. After I've fought through the 5 military regions, this young man you're fond of must be able to withstand one of my moves for me to acknowledge him and not interfere in your affairs. Otherwise, no matter how much you favor him or like him, it won't be okay. Understand? Hearing this, Dong Qingxue was silent for a moment. Dong Xingyi continued, this hurdle of mine is the easier one. Getting past Dong Padian will not be so simple. Remember the boy next door from the Qin family who wanted to chase you when you were little? Padian nearly killed him on the spot. Recalling her formidable elder brother, Dong Qingxue immediately showed a worried expression. The next moment, a pair of jade hands grabbed the distracted Dong Qingxue. Don't worry, Sister Qingxue. When the time comes, I'll have my senior secretly go easy on him to ensure he won't get hurt. But Dong Xingyi teased, Lin Wanwan, if you ever fall in love one day, your boyfriend will have it even harder. Your mom is a martial saint, and you have a bunch of martial arts dominating brothers. But Lin Wanwan confidently shook her head. My mom listens to me, and my brothers listen to my mom, so what do I have to worry about? Saying this, Dong Xingyi prepared to set off again. He planned to sweep through the high-ranked fighters on the Eastern General Star list within the next 2 days, and then delve deep into the cavern. As for Lu Xing, old man, I've got my eye on you. On the other side, Lu Xing once again entered the dream world. He hadn't paid much attention before, but now he realized that the people around Dong Qingxue were indeed masters, one a 5-star, another a 6-star. Dong Xingyi was manageable, but Dong Padian was a level 9 martial saint. However, this would be over 100 years later. Staying at the great grandmaster level for 100 years isn't unusual. Even so, it could still be considered prodigious talent. Just a martial saint. The martial saints that have emerged over 10,000 years of martial arts are too many. The 3 existing martial saints of Dragon Nation couldn't even register in 3,000 years of martial arts, let alone a mere Dong Padian. Dong Qingxue. To say I don't like her would be a lie. Youthful admiration. Over 90% of males during their youth have had a crush on one of their teachers at some point. Hormones and admiration together secretly plant a seed in their naive hearts. Of course, most of these seeds die before they can sprout. This subtle emotion, washed away by time, grasping it might just be fate. Lu Xing's admiration for Dong Qingxue probably started from the moment he saw the spouse column. I might as well train well now, and after waking up, go earn some milk money. If Dong Xingyi shows up, at worst I'll just go easy on him and use a few extra moves to defeat him. But then I think about my poor acting skills. It would be bad if it got noticed. Future big brother-in-law. We'll see each other often, so a little face must be given. 3 days later, Lu Xing was looking at the directory of girls on his phone. He decided not to disturb those like Yang Yuan and Jin Dandan who were not in the spouse column anymore. As for Yilingsu, Lu Xing hadn't been in touch for a long time. She was, after all, one of his future wives, and he felt he should check in. He sent a message saying, "Are you there?" Soon after, Yilingsu replied that she was just about to update Lu Xing about the recent activities at Linxing Pharma. The next moment, 314 messages bombarded him, leaving Lu Xing bewildered. Can I really marry someone like this? Won't she report to me about work even when we're trying to make babies? Unable to continue the conversation, Lu Xing sent a message of concern, which unexpectedly caused Yilingsu's endocrine system to go out of balance. The idea that the vampire Lu could say something nice surprised her. Then messages came again. She actually didn't believe it was Lu Xing himself texting and asked whoever found the phone to return it to Lu Xing. Seeing this, Lu Xing didn't bother to explain any further, as it would only make things worse. It was odd. Why hadn't Dong Xingyi come to challenge him yet? He then then checked the internal web on his phone and saw the headline news. Dong Xingyi, except for Sun Henyu, the head of the 7 luminaries, he defeated everyone else in one move. He had fought everyone else, but hadn't come to challenge Lu Sheng, ranked 4th. Interesting, was he intentionally skipping him? Was this a favor? Lu Sheng thought it must be because of Dong Qingxue. He hadn't expected to actually feel the sensation of being kept by a woman. Since you're giving face to your sister, I'll give face to my wife. If you don't bother me, I won't bother you, Lu Sheng resolved, planning another trip to the cavern. After all, crafting equipment requires money, and so do a future wife and kids. He asked Li Dai to pack up some things, ready for a mission. Meanwhile, deep in the cavern, Lin Wanwan was holding herself, feeling cold. Dong Xingyi teased, if you'd spend a little more effort on martial arts, you wouldn't be feeling cold. Such good genes, truly wasted. Lin Wanwan stated, not everyone has to pursue martial arts. Saying this, she lit up the big Buddha pendant on her neck. Now I'm not cold anymore. She passed another one to Dong Qingxue. Dong Xingyi commented, this is similar to the thing that little guy Lu Sheng gave you, but the value is worlds apart. The martial saint will inside it cannot compare. I think this one is much better. You mainly help with investigating the rift. As for all the exotic beasts, I will handle them. Lu Sheng went back to the double S-level cavern to earn milk money. Since his last entry was at night, this time during the day, it felt slightly better visually, less eerie and creepy. However, fear comes from being weak. When you're strong enough, any mythical creatures in front of you are just illusions. They are all just a punch away from being shattered. Saying this, Lu Sheng leaped down. It's unknown if that ugly thing in the cavern is still there, or if that thing only exists in this double A-level cavern or covers every cavern. It's not that Lu Sheng is afraid of it. After last time's probe, he knew the other party was just a paper tiger. Even if it's now stronger than him, across the rift, it can't do much. Otherwise, it wouldn't need to lure Lu Sheng in to make a move. However, if he encounters it again this time, best to retreat early. Meanwhile, on the other side, with the god of slaughter Dong Xingyi present, there was no hindrance along the way. After Dong Xingyi slaughtered all the exotic beasts on this level, it was Dong Qingshue's turn to act. Her eyes emitted a purple glow, and a stream of purple psychic energy slowly emerged from her, instantly bringing the surroundings into her view. Alright, there are no more exotic beasts around. We can start collecting now. Hearing this, Lin Wanwan put on her mask and gloves, ready to extract blood from the exotic beasts. This is a special material syringe that can even pierce through and draw blood from powerful level 7 exotic beasts. The blood sample is so potent, worthy of a level 7 exotic beast. Seeing this, Dong Xingyi spoke up. The true power of a martial artist lies in the physical body, every part of which is the best weapon, unlike those trash general stars you talk about. Saying this, he once again struck a pose and turned around. I practice with cold weapons to pursue the ultimate in skill, to break through the peak of bodily functions. If it weren't for the need to speed up, I wouldn't even deign to use a knife, given that the blood of these beasts is too dirty. Seeing Dong Xingyi continually bragging about himself, Dong Qingxue said impatiently, either help with the collection or shut up. No one likes to hear you bragging. Hearing this, Dong Xingyi pouted arrogantly. Why do everyone else's sisters adore and cling to their brothers, and my sister is so aloof? Logically, Dong Qingxue should be happy seeing her invincible brother, but the thought of Lu Sheng possibly being beaten by him made her irritable and unreasonably angry. Watching her brother dance ahead, Dong Qingxue had a bold idea. The next moment, a rift appeared in front of Dong Xingyi, startling him. Dong Qingxue, there's a rift here. Why didn't you warn me? If it weren't for my martial intuition, I would have been done for. Dong Qingxue said, holding back a smirk. Sorry, I didn't see it just now, and such a small rift wouldn't kill you even if you ran into it directly. At most, you'd get seriously injured. As soon as she finished speaking, Dong Xingyi looked at Dong Qingxue incredulously. Is this really my sister? Saying this, he turned arrogantly again. Don't do this again next time. This could be deadly. However, during the subsequent fight, Dong Xingyi nearly ran into the rift several times. This forced him to shout angrily, Dong Qingxue, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill me? But Dong Qingxue still crossed her arms and grinned, saying, I didn't see it just now. Dong Xingyi, infuriated and feeling betrayed, yelled, you're lying. You clearly did it on purpose. You insisted I go this way. Really? I truly didn't see it. Sorry. I'll be more careful next time. At this point, even Dong Xingyi started to find his scheming sister somewhat terrifying. She hasn't even married yet, and she's already turning her back on her family, even setting up her own brother. What would happen if she really got married? Even Lin Wanwan started giving Dong Xingyi sympathetic looks, advising him to take extra care of himself. Dong Xingyi haughtily told Lin Wanwan to never be like Dong Qingxue. This woman's heart has turned black now. This comment made Dong Qingxue feel a bit embarrassed. Alright, consider it a punishment passed. Let's get back to work properly now. Soon, the group reached the 34th level to fight. Dong Xingyi continued to clear obstacles with ease as usual, but then, a rift appeared again in front of him. Damn, not again. This time, the rift was like a fleeting shadow, elusive even as Dong Xingyi dodged swiftly. It still grazed him. This made the usually sister-doting Dong Xingyi roar in anger, truly furious this time. Even jokes have their limits, and this time it actually hurt him. And this place was a habitat for level 8 exotic beasts. If he got injured, none of the three of them would be able to get out. Dong Qingxue still claimed, "I didn't see it just now." This infuriated Dong Xingyi even more, causing him to explode with rage. However, this time Dong Qingxue's expression was very serious, showing no hint of joking. She solemnly said, "This time I really didn't see it. This rift just appeared suddenly. It wasn't here in this space before. This is a bit troublesome." As soon as she finished speaking, the other two were stunned. Dong Qingxue looked at them puzzled. "Why are you looking at me so strangely?" "Sister Qingxue, you just said this time you really didn't see it, which means before you." Dong Xingyi then let out a painful wail. My own sister was actually trying to kill me. This is just too tragic." Seeing this, Dong Qingxue told them to stop talking nonsense. The situation is serious now. New rifts keep appearing in the cavern, usually a sign that a riot is about to occur. Dong Qingxue suggested that the three of them should leave as soon as possible. After all, a riot in a double S-level cavern is not something to take lightly. Lin Wanwan said, "We're still a few samples short of completion. It would be a pity to leave now." "It's okay, Wanwan, let's continue." "Dong Qingxue, I can't believe a word you say anymore." Meanwhile, on another side, Lu Sheng was on the 35th level of the S-level cavern. Lu Sheng was yawning as he fought monsters, carrying a device that absorbed beast marrow fluid, fighting and absorbing at the same time. Just then, Lu Sheng felt a sudden unease. "What's going on? I feel restless." His immortal cells were sending him strange signals. These things, resembling little tadpoles, were his immortal cells. Whenever such signals occurred, it meant that he or someone important around him was in danger. But who could it be? Immediately, Lu Sheng activated his psychic perception. Martial arts cultivation can continually unearth incredible treasures within the human body, and predicting good and bad fortune is a minor mystical power in martial arts. Crisis perception can avoid stepping into dangerous situations or encountering opponents that cannot be resisted. Lu Sheng's three immortal cells are greatly enhancing this ability. Important people to Lu Sheng include his parents, sister, Dong Qingxue, instructor Qin, Lu Qiming, and many others. Too many. This vague feeling makes it impossible for him to pinpoint the source. Does he need to check on each one? But the key issue is, cell phone signals don't reach out of the cavern. He just hopes it's not too far away. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to rush there in time. Saying this, Lu Sheng leapt up and flew inside. Since the dense gold mine was just ahead, he needed to quickly retrieve it and leave. Soon, golden crystals began to appear on the ground, emerging in front of Lu Sheng. Since psychic power couldn't detect anyone, it meant that evil grandmasters in this cavern were few. Indeed, not every cavern is interconnected. Speaking, Lu Sheng raised his spear and swung it, causing the walls to explode, and instantly dozens of dense gold pieces fell to the ground. Just then, an exotic beast suddenly appeared behind Lu Sheng, ready to ambush him. Lu Sheng shouted coldly, "Don't bother me," and then swung a reverse strike with his spear. A level 8 demonic beast was killed instantly. Meanwhile, not far away, a group of people were harvesting the body of an exotic beast. What was that sound? "A strong smell of blood is drifting over here. Is it an exotic beast or a person?" someone said, wanting to check it out. On another side, a man had just slain a level 8 exotic beast, but he was still unhappy. "Dong Xingyi can be that strong? His strength isn't much greater than mine, but why can't I even block a single one of his moves?" Puzzled, he kicked an exotic beast away again. "I should be happy about taking down a level 8 exotic beast by myself today. So why am I still so irritated? I really hate this." The next moment, a massive explosion startled him. "Damn, who's making all this noise? Don't they know I'm in a really bad mood?" "Just wait, you've messed with the wrong guy." As Lu Sheng mined, the quantity of dense gold ore here was still considerable. Soon, several exotic beasts flew towards Lu Sheng from behind. The next moment, a burst of energy instantly severed the heads of 3 exotic beasts. With all this dense gold attracting exotic beasts, I should dig just a bit more and then that's enough. After all, I don't have any laborers this time. I'll have to carry it back slowly myself. Just then, Lu Sheng's heart suddenly felt as if it was being tightly squeezed. This sensation usually meant that someone important to him was about to face a crisis, and now it was exceptionally strong. "It looks like there's no time to gather more dense gold." Saying this, Lu Sheng turned and left, only taking a convenient piece with him. The rest of the dense gold had to be left behind. Just then, a large group of people appeared in front of Lu Sheng. "These are dense gold. Oh my god, so much dense gold. This guy has found a dense gold vein. Everyone come and see." But Lu Sheng slowly walked away, not in the mood to deal with these people. This feeling was like the stray dogs that used to follow him when he carried takeout home. Lu Sheng spoke sternly, "The rest of this is all yours. Now clear the way for me." A bald man with a sly smile said, "You must be joking. You know the noise from your mining has been huge. Dense gold attracts exotic beasts. Don't you know? Now there might be countless exotic beasts drawn here. How are we supposed to mine the rest? Why not share that piece in your hand with us, so we can all safely leave together?" Lu Sheng, angered, stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "What did you say? Say that again." Unexpectedly, his intensity made everyone tighten up. Just then, another man appeared. "Was that you making that noise just now?" "He is. This man is Ji Sun." Seeing a group of people nodding and bowing, Ji Sun's proud demeanor resurfaced. "You know who I am? You're joking. General Star overall 2nd rank. Who in the Eastern Military Region doesn't know you?" Seeing this, Lu Sheng slowly opened his mouth. Then do you know who I am? What are you? I don't know who you are, nor do I need to. I only know you just disturbed me, and I'm in a really bad mood right now. Either leave all the dense gold or stay here with it. Seeing this, the crowd hastily retreated, afraid of being caught in the fray. Let's watch Ji-sun's performance now. Hopefully, he leaves us some scraps. The next moment, Lu Sheng dropped the dense gold he was holding onto the ground. Seeing this, Ji-sun mockingly jeered. You do know what's good for you. Then I will. Before he could finish, Lu Sheng interrupted. Are all your martial intuitions for decoration? Why can't you feel it? I'm really in a hurry and very irritated. As he spoke, a terrifying aura surged from Lu Sheng. The terrifying aura made Ji-sun retreat repeatedly. Since you so wish to die, I'll oblige you. What followed was a devastating burst of energy from behind Lu Sheng. This spectacle blinded everyone's titanium alloy dog eyes, and Ji-sun couldn't believe that the young man he was mocking just moments ago had suddenly transformed into a war god. On the other side, the situation for Dong Qingxue was also not optimistic. Dong Qingxue stated that they really couldn't go any further, as they were already more than 30 levels deep, and this rift had just appeared. Lin Wanwan also agreed. Moreover, I've almost collected all my samples. She then suggested to Dong Xingyi that they prepare to head back. However, at that moment, Dong Xingyi seemed indifferent to their conversation, calmly staring ahead with a vacant gaze. It wasn't until Dong Qingxue tapped his shoulder that Dong Xingyi snapped out of it, then said he had been lost in thought and hadn't heard clearly, asking them to repeat. However, upon hearing Dong Qingxue's suggestion to return, he objected, stating that the journey had proved there was no cavern riot as Dong Qingxue had previously described. He ignored Dong Qingxue's advice and continued forward. Enough, Dong Qingxue, your job is just a scout. I will naturally handle any exotic beasts. Who do you think you are? Don't use your mere 6th level martial arts skills to guess my limits. Even if there really was a riot in the cavern, I have the ability to get us out. With that said, Dong Qingxue felt it inappropriate to say more. Lin Wanwan stepped forward and said, Brother Dong, that's harsh. Sister Dong Qingxue is just worried about our safety. Hearing this, Dong Xingyi's expression turned grave. If she really cared about me, she wouldn't have done what she did before. We still need a few more samples from level 8 exotic beasts. Let's continue down until we've collected enough to return. Also, I can feel that my opportunity to break through to Martial Saint is inside. Saying this, he forcefully grabbed Lin Wanwan's arms and shook her. We absolutely cannot fail this. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. At this moment, Dong Xingyi seemed possessed, his eyes bloodshot and his breathing heavy. As soon as he finished speaking, he stormed off towards the cavern entrance again. This left Lin Wanwan so shocked that her endocrine system went out of balance, and she turned back to comfort Dong Qingxue. But Dong Qingxue said she wasn't upset. Having grown up together as siblings, she naturally wouldn't mind such things. She just felt that there was something wrong with Dong Xingyi at that moment. Wanwan, have you noticed that Dong Xingyi seems terrifying now? My psychic perception detects that his state is a bit abnormal. For instance, when we first entered the cavern, Dong Xingyi wouldn't stray more than 5 meters from us, and now we're at the 34th level, which is more than 10 times more dangerous than when we entered. Now there's quite a distance between us, but he hasn't even noticed that we aren't following. So Dong Qingxue speculated that there must be something affecting Dong Xingyi's mind, making him want to keep moving deeper into the cavern. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Sheng was choking Ji-sun, leaving him half dead and foaming at the mouth. Following that, with a downward swing of Lu Sheng's hand, the scene frightened the bald man who had not expected Ji-sun, the formidable and undefeated second ranked of the military region, to be beaten senseless by an unknown, mysterious young man, his life and death uncertain. If this news were to spread, it would certainly shock the entire eastern military region. While the bald man was still stunned, Lu Sheng had already approached him. The bald man thought Lu Sheng was going to attack him and quickly knelt down begging for mercy. Don't kill us, please. We were wrong, sir, we were wrong. As he spoke, the bald man felt a warm current flowing under his feet. Now that the communication devices are damaged, if we die here, it won't be half a day before we turn into exotic beast dung. Are we going to stay here forever? I don't want to die. Seeing the bald man's pathetic state, Lu Sheng didn't plan to kill him, just stating that he wasn't a villain, and his anger had mostly subsided. As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man's hanging heart finally fell. Thank goodness, we made it through. As the bald man was just about to look up and clasp his hands in thanks, a sword light flashed past his ear. Before he could react, his ear had parted ways with him. The bald man clutched his ear, screaming in pain, enveloped by a death-like terror. He hadn't expected the young man before him to be so terrifying. Lu Sheng approached him slowly, whispering, "Remember my face. Be afraid of me the next time we meet." Although Lu Sheng didn't intend to kill everyone, this bald man, the biggest troublemaker, needed to be taught a lesson. Speaking the harshest words in the gentlest tone scared the bald man into wetting himself twice more as he hurriedly nodded in understanding. But in reality, his eyes were already filled with hatred. Now full of hatred, the image of Lu Sheng was seared into his heart. The next moment, his eyes sharpened as if he had realized something. I remember now. He is Lu Sheng, the 4th-ranked General Star, the recently risen top contender of the 9th War Zone, with a combat power of 12.5 stars. No! No, wait. The others also started to realize something. Since Lu Xing had taken down the second-ranked Ji Sun with just one move, how could he only have 12.5 stars? Think about it. Dong Xingyi defeated Ji Sun with one move, and so did Lu Shen. No wonder Dong Xingyi beat up all the top 10 general stars, except for him. It turns out these two are on the same level of strength. Dong Xingyi's days of flaunting his power in our eastern military region are definitely numbered. After Lu Xing left, people slowly began to look towards Ji Sun in front. Seeing Ji Sun motionless, they thought he was slapped to death. However, after an examination by Purple Hair, it was discovered that Lord Lu had held back. The slap was a few inches off target, merely brushing past the heart, luckily causing no fatal injury. At this moment, Ji Sun slowly opened his eyes, puzzled that he was not yet dead. However, he no longer felt resentment, only confusion and bewilderment in his eyes. He wondered why Lu Sheng and Dong Xingyi were so powerful, even though he was also at level 8, yet in their presence, he felt as insignificant as an ant. On the other side, Lu Xing hurriedly walked towards the exit, silently reproaching himself. He had still been too soft-hearted, unable to kill as ruthlessly as Gu Xian. But just then, Lu Xing's heartbeat accelerated again, the uneasy signals growing stronger. He could no longer afford any delay. Who could be in danger? The thought caused unease to rise in Lu Xing's mind. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan was pulling Dong Xingyi, indicating they could no longer proceed downward or the situation would become perilous. However, Dong Xingyi, now under demonic influence, pushed Lin Wanwan away abruptly. Wanwan, don't meddle. Seeing this, my wife Dong Qingxue immediately deployed mental interference, trying to pull Dong Xingyi back. Several strong thunderous psychic powers flew towards him, but just as they were about 3 centimeters from Dong Xingyi, a protective barrier formed behind him, blocking all attacks. In the next moment, Dong Xingyi turned around and coldly said, Dong Qingxue, do you really want to die? Dong Qingxue faced Dong Xingyi directly, stating, now that Wanwan's collection is complete, we should also go back. Lin Wanwan also chimed in, we shouldn't stay here any longer. Hearing this, Dong Xingyi hesitated for a moment, then continued to look forward, allowing the two women to go back by themselves. He chose to continue forward. I really want to see what is at the innermost location. Something there seems to be calling me. Perhaps it is the ultimate martial path that I have been tirelessly seeking. Dong Xingyi seemed to have completely lost his sanity. This scene infuriated Dong Qingxue, who cursed, you've been bewitched. Dong Xingyi, there's nothing inside. Don't be foolish. There's only a path to death. Even if the ultimate martial path is real, it won't be in a cave. But Dong Xingyi persisted, stating, there must be my martial path inside. Saying this, he emitted a strange aura, completely ignoring the persuasions of the two women, and continued walking forward. Now Dong Xingyi had completely succumbed to the demonic influence, and the two women began to panic, but were utterly unable to stop Dong Xingyi's steps. Moreover, going back for help was unrealistic. With their strength, they simply couldn't leave this place. The only thing Dong Qingxue could do was to wake up this foolish brother. Saying this, the two women took a brisk step forward. They could no longer allow Dong Xingyi to continue, or they would all die. Subsequently, Dong Qingxue sent a psychic flying knife forward, which instantly cut through a giant rock in front, causing it to fall and block Dong Xingyi's path. Immediately afterward, Lin Wanwan leaped in front of Dong Xingyi, spreading her arms to stop him. Elder brother Dong, if you don't come back, I will go back and tell my mom, then let her punish you. But unexpectedly, Dong Xingyi ignored her, stepping directly over Lin Wanwan, and even kicked a giant rock in front of him, flying with one kick. Whatever, Lin Jingyue's path can only achieve success for herself, not for me. My path lies ahead. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan felt that this time they were truly doomed. Normally, Dong Xingyi was most afraid of his mother, and now that even this had no effect, it seemed he was truly mad. Then she looked at Dong Qingxue. Can we only watch him leave? Dong Qingxue frowned, hesitated for a moment as if making a difficult decision, and then said to Lin Wanwan, I still have one way. After saying this, she briskly stepped forward again towards Dong Xingyi. In the next moment, Dong Qingxue hugged Dong Xingyi and cried out, second brother, don't go forward anymore. Do you really not want your little Shui anymore? Second brother, do you not recognize me? I'm little Shui. Indeed, Dong Qingxue acting spoiled worked effectively on her Siscon second brother. Soon, the redness in Dong Xingyi's eyes gradually faded, and his sanity was gradually returning. Second brother, this place is deep within the cavern, full of dangers. Let's go back, shall we? Moreover, the mission of Transcendence Martial Saint's only daughter, Lin Wanwan, has been completed, so let's not go any further. One second brother brought back his sanity, 2 second brothers made him instantly alert, and 3 second brothers got him extremely excited. Since his sister became an adult, she had hardly ever called him second brother or acted spoiled in front of him. Therefore, for his sister, he couldn't continue to sink. Subsequently, Dong Xingyi shook his head vigorously, trying hard to stay alert. Dong Qingxue clung to Dong Xingyi, sweetly saying, we need you to escort us back. Hearing this, Dong Xingyi slapped his forehead, angrily saying, damn it, what was I thinking? How could I have brought you here? I was just like. Before he could finish speaking, the consciousness of Dong Xingyi, which had just awakened, succumbed once again, his eyes gradually becoming hazy. There is something I extremely desire ahead, so I cannot go back. In the next moment, a flame barrier slowly emerged around his body, and then he directly flung Dong Qingxue away. Dong Qingxue desperately cried out, "Second brother," but this power was beyond her ability to resist. In the direction Dong Qingxue was thrown, an exotic beast opened its small cherry mouth and slowly approached. In the next moment, this exotic beast swallowed Dong Qingxue whole, then dived back into the ground after eating her. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan panicked, yelling, "Sister Qingxue," and Dong Xingyi, standing by and watching Dong Qingxue being eaten by the exotic beast, instantly regained his sanity, and he roared madly, "Qingxue!" On the other side, the unease in Lu Xing's heart grew stronger. Soon, a gust of wind burst forth at the entrance, and Lu Xing rushed out of the ground at top speed. The moment he surfaced, Lu Xing's whole body jolted, a feeling of loss washed over him again. At that moment, something very important to Lu Xing was rapidly slipping away. Lu Xing shouted, "Not good." The immortal cells quieted down, no longer sending signals, which was even more dangerous. Saying this, Lu Xing immediately called his mother, and as the phone connected, he quickly asked about the situation at home. After confirming everything was fine, Lu Xing called his sister to ensure her safety. After ruling out a few people, Lu Xing next called Dong Qingxue, but the phone went unanswered for a long time. Could it be that something happened to her? However, it's common for phones to be turned off in the military area, as signals often can't reach places like caverns. It might not necessarily mean something has happened. In the next moment, Qin Xiaojun called. As Lu Xing answered, a hurried voice came from the other end. "Lu Xing, come back quickly. Something has happened to Dong Qingxue." They entered an SS-grade cavern fracture that erupted in a riot, and it's the highest level, level 10. Knowing that Dong Qingxue was in the 7th war zone, a pale yellow immortal aura slowly appeared around Lu Xing, and then he took a brisk step forward, flying ahead. At this moment, Lu Xing, like a missile, traveled at the fastest speed he had ever achieved in his life. "Dong Qingxue, you must wait for me. You must. Meanwhile, the troops were surrounding the SS-grade cavern near the 7th war zone, and they also immediately sought help from the 6th and 8th war zones. A level 10 riot had erupted here, and who knew how much damage it would cause? An officer learned from the data that there were still 8 teams inside the cavern, including Transcendence Martial Saint's only daughter Lin Wanwan and her third disciple Dong Xingyi, who had not yet returned, which was very troubling. The superior on the phone stated that now all authority over the 7th war zone was being transferred to this soldier, instructing him to gather all available teams to go down and search for the two. If anything untoward happened, the military department could not withstand the wrath of Transcendence Martial Saint. The heavy command forced the soldier to accept it reluctantly. He immediately gathered strong individuals, preparing to go down and search for them. First, send down Team 1, then Team 2 will continue to assemble later. Just then, a man behind him noticed Dong Xingyi fighting below in the cavern. Dong Xingyi was seen carrying Lin Wanwan as they flew out of the cavern, pursued by countless exotic beasts. "Confirm it's Dong Xingyi. Everyone follow me down to support them." Finally, after a 7-minute rescue operation, they successfully brought Dong Xingyi out. Following the two were 2 reptilian exotic beasts. The newly emerged Dong Xingyi had a vacant look in his eyes, showing no will to fight. Seeing this, the officer by his side thought Dong Xingyi was scared and quickly approached to speak. "It's good you're okay. Otherwise we really would have had to force our way into the rioting cavern." However, Dong Xingyi remained indifferent. The officer continued, "Indeed, as the third disciple of Transcendence Martial Saint, not only did you come out of the cavern safely, but you also managed to rescue 3 squads of General Star that were trapped inside." Hearing this, Dong Xingyi knelt on the ground, trembling. The officer was baffled, while Lin Wanwan came forward to comfort him. Dong Xingyi, trembling, choked up and said, "What's the use? She didn't make it out. It's my fault. I caused this." A junior quietly told the officer, "There were 3 of them who went in, and 1 person hasn't come out yet." The officer roared, "What did you say? There's still someone inside? Why didn't you say so earlier?" The junior explained, "That person is a colonel from the 9th war zone, and also Dong Xingyi's younger sister." However, after hearing the junior's report, the officer relaxed, because he felt that Dong Qingxue wasn't a very significant person. If she died, she died. After all, on the battlefield, who doesn't die? Even level 7 grandmasters often fall, let alone a minor level 6 officer. Probably Dong Xingyi will get over it after some days. This could also be seen as a test of character. Just then, a loud noise came from the sky, and war god Lu Xing made a brilliant entrance. Instantly, an overwhelming intent to fight enveloped the area, causing everyone present to tremble and slowly look up. The imposing Lu Xing slowly said, "Where is Dong Xingyi?" As he spoke, Lu Xing walked forward slowly, his overwhelming fighting spirit almost solidifying. This made even the highest commander of the 7th war zone tremble. He didn't understand who this young man was, who could even make him, an 11-star general, feel chilled. Lu Xing roared again, "Where is Dong Xingyi? Come out now!" Hearing the repeated shouting, Dong Xingyi gradually snapped out of his daze. Before he could fully react, a hand as big as a sandbag was already in front of him, and then he was abruptly pulled up. Lu Xing's gaze was icy as he headbutt Dong Xingyi, angrily demanding, "Speak up, where is Dong Qingxue?" Caught off guard by the question about Dong Qingxue, Dong Xingyi stuttered, unable to articulate a response. Behind him, him, Lin Wanwan broke down crying. The next moment, Lu Xing released Dong Qingyi. His body burst into flames as he shouted angrily, "Dong Qingxue in there," but failed to bring her out. "You are fully responsible for this, even if you are her brother." After speaking, Lu Xing turned and walked towards the cavern, saying coldly, "Dong Qingyi, you are so eager to prove yourself in martial arts? Wait until I bring Dong Qingxue back. I will personally cripple your martial path." Seeing this, the officer hurriedly called out to Lu Sheng, "Do you have a death wish? That's an SS-grade cavern ahead with a level 10 riot. Come back." Dong Qingyi's gaze trembled as he looked toward the cavern, thinking to himself, "Is this guy Lu Sheng?" Inside the exotic beast, Dong Qingxue was disgusted by the tentacle creature. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng, vowing to rescue Dong Qingxue, was rushing towards the depths of the cavern. Suddenly, the ground surged, blocking his path. It turned out to be a level 8 throat beast emerging from underground. Seeing this, Lu Sheng gathered golden energy in his war spear, his eyes ice cold as he shouted, "Don't get in my way." With that, the powerful exotic beast was instantly split in two. This fierce scene left those still trapped underground stunned, marveling, "Who is this Lu Sheng to be able to kill a level 8 exotic beast with one move?" Meanwhile, at the entrance, the officer hadn't recovered from his shock. After all, this was a level 10 riot in an SS-grade cavern. While everyone else wanted to flee, he dared to enter, surely mad. Even the usually strong-willed Dong Qingyi felt admiration, having seen many who bravely faced death in his life, but never anyone as decisive as Lu Sheng, who showed not even a hint of hesitation. Is he the man Dong Qingxue likes? At this moment, Lu Sheng had gone berserk in the cavern, with countless exotic beast carcasses piling up like mountains, slain by his war spear. Just now, Lu Sheng had quickly checked Dong Qingxue's personal information and found that her life had not yet ended, proving she was only trapped in the cavern and not dead. However, the situation could change at any moment, so he had to hurry. "Dong Qingxue, wait for me. I will find you." Meanwhile, inside the exotic beast, Dong Qingxue was unconscious but protected by an invisible force. Only when she slowly opened her eyes and gradually regained consciousness did she realize she had not died. This force came from a pendant given by Lu Sheng. Unexpectedly, had saved her. She remembered that her last memory was being swallowed by a powerful exotic beast. So was this the inside of the exotic beast's stomach? Just as she got up and started walking forward, tentacles behind her quietly began to stir. The next moment, a tentacle wrapped around Dong Qingxue's ankle, and then more tentacles joined, binding her tightly. Dong Qingxue cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I'm clearly inside its stomach. How could such disgusting things grow here?" Before she could finish feeling disgusted, another even more disgusting thing slowly approached her head, then quickly attacked. Just as it was about 3 centimeters from Dong Qingxue's forehead, the jade pendant in her hand emitted a dazzling light, instantly cutting down all the surrounding tentacles. Eventually, the pendant formed a golden light sphere enveloping Dong Qingxue. She hadn't expected the psychic barrier of the pendant to block these malicious attacks, but the light gradually dimmed and the energy significantly decreased. It seemed that any further attacks would be the end of her. Due to the strong corrosiveness of the exotic beast's gastric juices, Dong Qingxue's clothes were severely damaged, significantly revealing more than intended. It seemed, if she wanted to survive, she must find a way to escape from here. Plus, the air inside the exotic beast was extremely murky. If she weren't a level 6 martial artist and a mind weaver, she would have suffocated by now. Dong Qingxue gritted her teeth, gathered all her strength, and planned to forcibly break a way out. However, her full-strength blow inside the exotic beast had no effect. Unwilling to give up, she struck again. Even under her full force strikes, the exotic beast's body remained undamaged. This caused her last bit of hope to quietly disappear. Dong Qingxue sat down dejectedly on the ground, beginning to give up hope for life. Indeed, thinking that I, a mere level 6 weakling, could break through the stomach of a level 8 exotic beast is pure folly. Although she felt neither regret nor fear, the only thing left in her heart was remorse. Regret that she had not been braver before, even if it had only been once. Just then, her phone fell out of her pocket. Looking at the fallen phone, she fell into contemplation. The only person she regretted in this life was Lu Sheng. Unable to do anything, she could only silently open Lu Sheng's contact, staring at his profile picture, waiting for death. Tears of regret streamed from her eyes. At this moment, Dong Qingxue clearly felt the air getting thinner and her consciousness gradually blurring. Her phone dropped to the ground. Nearing death, she murmured Lu Sheng's name, still wanting to send a final message telling Lu Sheng she liked him, although she knew the message definitely wouldn't send. Soon, the tentacles that had just been destroyed grew back, and this time, the tentacles had once again wrapped around Dong Qingxue, preparing to devour her. In her last moments of consciousness, Dong Qingxue gave up resistance and accepted her fate. Perhaps in the next life, she could meet Lu Sheng again. Because the pendant previously given to Dong Qingxue contained Lu Sheng's psychic seed, it acted like a tracking system, but now, Lu Sheng could no longer feel her exact location, obviously still not close enough. Since it has come to this, then I'll just flip this cavern upside down. Lu Sheng roared. As soon as his voice fell, groups of exotic beasts once again surrounded Lu Sheng. However, the air instantly filled with a blend of ice and fire, which is Lu Sheng's unique technique, dual extremes of ice and fire. The surrounding exotic beasts didn't even have a chance to start fighting before they were instantly frozen and shattered. The exotic beasts instantly turned into ice sculptures. The next moment, Lu Xing's eyes blazed with a terrifying aura, and he roared, "Beasts!" Following that, a tyrannical aura of slaughter erupted from Lu Xing, which was the activation of his path of slaughter. He continued to move swiftly around, murmuring, "Annihilation, torn to pieces." In just a moment, groups of exotic beasts were massacred by Lu Xing's war spear, and a thick smell of blood filled the entire cavern. However, even with such ferocious slaughter, Lu Xing still felt it was too slow. What Lu Xing needed to do now was to rush back to Dong Qingshua's side immediately. Every second he delayed here, Dong Qingshua was in greater danger. The exotic beasts were petrified by Lu Xing's actions. Unable to move, Lu Xing raised his flame war spear, employing the divine whale Dharma aspect power, and wherever the long spear passed, death ensued. As the cavern exploded and split apart, Lu Xing finally sensed Dong Qingshua's location right below the spot. Lu Xing, like an intercontinental missile, rushed downward at high speed, his body enveloped in an immortal aura. In no time, Lu Xing had crossed through 15, 20, all the way down to 40 layers. He could feel that Dong Qingshua was getting closer. "Hold on, I'm coming." Lu Xing felt anxious. Finally, he distinctly sensed that Dong Qingshua was right behind this stone wall. The next moment, all the flame power in Lu Xing's body concentrated, and he roared, "Break for me, damn it." With that, he delivered a mighty kick to the stone wall, causing the entire cavern to shake. However, when the stone wall broke, the scene before him stunned Lu Xing. An exotic beast, its mouth full of viscous liquid, blocked Lu Xing's path, and the signal from Dong Qingshua was growing weaker. It was certain that she was likely inside this exotic beast's stomach. This disgusting throat beast, daring to swallow her, is truly asking for death. Fury burned inside Lu Xing. The next moment, Lu Xing suddenly sensed that Dong Qingshua's presence was fading. Could it be that she had already? "Damn it!" Lu Xing roared angrily. The throat beast, seeing its territory invaded, immediately became unsettled and spat out a green gas bomb in attack. Quickly, a wave of green electric light roared towards Lu Xing. This attack could slay a level 8 powerhouse, but Lu Xing remained extraordinarily calm. The next second, his body burst out with golden electricity, energy gathering in his left hand, his gaze icy as he coldly said, "Was it you, this bug, that ate her?" Immediately after, the throat beast's powerful attack was dispersed by a punch from Lu Xing. The throat beast was so frightened that its mouth hung open in shock. Just then, Lu Xing sensed that Dong Qingshua's presence had disappeared, and he could no longer hold back. Enraged, he delivered an energy hand blade towards the throat beast, and the exotic didn't even make a sound as its eyes closed, and it died outright. Lu Xing roared, "Beast, give her back to me." The next second, the entire exotic beast was sliced open like tofu, not stopping until reaching the stomach where Dong Qingshua was. Dong Qingshua, awaiting death, was entangled by disgusting tentacles all over her body, her consciousness gradually blurring. However, just then, a dazzling light shone down from above. Dong Qingshua slowly opened her eyes, tears of sadness welling up, thinking it was the Grim Reaper coming for her. However, the next moment, Lu Xing's voice rang out, "Dong Qingshua." This call instantly awakened her, and the surrounding tentacles were destroyed into countless small pieces. She incredulously watched her body slowly descending, and the voice of Lu Xing she had just heard. Could it be that she was hallucinating from missing him too much? But just then, a large hand gently caught Dong Qingshua as she fell. Lu Xing had finally arrived. Lu Xing spoke tenderly and indulgently, "Dong Qingshua, I've come to take you home." Even now, Dong Qingshua still thought this was a dream. She was inside the stomach of an exotic beast during a rampage. How could Lu Xing possibly be here? However, being able to see Lu Xing one last time before she died filled her with contentment. To die in his arms, she had no regrets. He was still so dazzling, so confident. "Lie still, don't move, we're going home now." Dong Qingshua was successfully rescued by Lu Xing and returned to the surface. Facing Dong Qing's confusion, Lu Xing once again laid down harsh words and gave him ample time to prepare, as he planned to cripple Dong Qing's martial path during the military region's grand competition. Just now, under a double S-rank damp riot, Lu Xing successfully stormed into the underground cavern, rescued Dong Qingshua, and led her to slash their way out. Meanwhile, outside the cavern entrance, the commander shouted, "This is bad." Exotic beasts continued to surge out in large numbers. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he immediately ordered a full retreat to the military camp. After returning to their assembly point, they immediately began checking Lu Xing's records. To their surprise, the young man previously overlooked was actually a 19-year-old general, capable of instantly killing an enemy with combat strength of at least 12.5 stars, a top-tier prodigy. Such qualifications of Lu Xing were rare in their lifetimes, especially since he was from the eastern military region. However, just moments ago, he had launched a suicidal attack on the double S-rank cavern right under under their noses, and they had failed to stop him. The commander realized the dire situation and immediately ordered his subordinates to check if they could still track Lu Xing's whereabouts. However, Lu Xing had already destroyed all communication devices. Even if they could locate him, I don't recommend sending a rescue team into the midst of an exotic beast riot. Upon hearing this, the commander covered his face and screamed, "Damn it all! These Martial Saint disciples and the daughter of Martial Saint have caused our eastern military region to lose a genuine prodigy eligible to strive for the true 9th level. It really is. If it weren't for their status, I'd have taught them a lesson myself." Hearing this, a mustachioed man reminded him, "Don't yell too loudly. After all, you can't beat them." Then, the commander asked, "Is it possible to use nuclear weapons to blast through the exotic beast swarm and then send in the military for rescue?" The mustachioed man replied, "The higher-ups won't agree to that, as using a nuclear bomb would expand the rift, potentially causing even more severe consequences. Currently, more than half of the world's 9 3S level caverns were created by nuclear blasts." Hearing this, the commander slammed the table in frustration. "Damn their rules. Nothing works. We can't just watch the hope of a military region disappear. I'll take full responsibility and risk a trial." However, just as they were about to initiate action, a sentinel at the door shouted, "The situation in the cavern has changed." The commander thought the situation was worsening, but the soldier reported that on all fronts, exotic beasts were seen retreating back into the cavern gaps. Hearing this, the commander's eyes widened, and he immediately ordered, "Satellite imagery, get it now." When he saw the images, he was shocked to the point of wetting himself. From the exotic beast's movements, it didn't seem like a retreat or a fallback. With his keen insight, he immediately recognized it as a rescue operation, presumably because the exotic beast's main nest was under attack. "Look, these exotic beasts are all turning from the front lines and throwing themselves back in a relentless, do-or-die manner, as if something extremely terrifying is trying to break free from beneath the central fissure of the cavern." As he spoke, a phoenix cry echoed in the sky. Accompanied by a blaze, a streak of fire surged from the depths of the cavern toward the sky. On seeing this, everyone's jaws dropped open, as if they could swallow a 100-pound stone. As a pair of large feet slowly emerged, Lu Xing, shrouded in golden light, appeared in everyone's sight along with Dong Qingxue. His golden phoenix manifestation stood behind him like a deity, causing the already rampaging exotic beasts to hesitate to approach. "This is bad. These exotic beasts are too noisy. What if they wake her up?" Saying this, Lu Xing slowly ascended, then stepped 1 foot at a time towards the back of the phoenix, riding the wind. This scene shocked everyone. "What the hell? Flying. He's flying. Flying in the sky? Isn't that a story from mythological legends? Only a few gifted martial artists who have mastered elemental powers, like the legendary Martial Saint level wind masters, can do that. It's unbelievable. I can't believe this is a 19-year-old general star." Just then, a reckless red blood bat beast attacked from above. Lu Xing glared, and a pale blue killing intent flew out. "I told you all to stop making noise." Instantly, the sky filled with lightning and thunder, directly annihilating various flying exotic beasts. "I told you all to stop making noise, or I'll slaughter all of you." Seeing their kind instantly die, the surrounding exotic beasts also halted their advance. In the next moment, the fire phoenix's body gathered golden energy, suddenly radiating countless streams of golden energy from its center to the surroundings. The exotic beasts below were instantly destroyed by this force. The sudden appearance of various elements of fire, wind, and thunder shocked the commander again, making him wonder just how terrifying Lu Xing's strength was to be so powerful. Just then, the mustachioed man indicated that the woman in Lu Xing's arms was indeed Dong Qingxue. "It seems this is going through hell and high water for one's beloved. In ancient times, kings would cause rivers of blood and armies to collapse in their quest to reclaim their beloved. He even forcibly stormed into the halls of hell to snatch someone." After saying this, the commander pressed the walkie-talkie, then immediately ordered the whole army to prepare to counterattack the cavern. Meanwhile, at the back of the military camp, Dong Xingyi was quietly sorrowful. No matter how noisy the surroundings, nothing could stir any ripple in his cold heart. It turned out that his former self was so arrogantly proud, thinking he was invincible in talent, yet he was so weak, watching his sister die helplessly. Just then, a pair of large feet slowly stopped in front of him. At that moment, Dong Xingyi's eyes were no longer calm, as if a giant stone had been thrown into a lake that had been still for many years. Just as he was about to shout Dong Qingxue, Lu Xing forcefully covered his mouth. Lu Xing said, "Dong Qingxue has just fallen asleep. Don't wake her up." Seeing this, Dong Xingyi could only whisper, Thank you for saving her." Hearing this, Lu Xing slowly turned away and said, "Don't think a thank you will stop me from hitting you. I said I'd break your martial path, and I will. Prepare yourself well. On the grand stage of the Eastern Military Region, I will not hold back." After 2 days and 1 night of sleep, Dong Qingxue finally opened her eyes abruptly. Seeing her lover awake, Lu Xing smiled broadly. Dong Qingxue softly said, "I just had a very long dream, dreaming that you saved me, and you said you would take me home." Hearing this, Lu Xing awkwardly scratched his head and said in a deep voice, "Ah, is it possible? I mean, could it be that it wasn't a dream?" With that statement, all the memories and thoughts resurfaced in Dong Qingxue's mind. That life and death moment, quietly leaning in Lu Xing's embrace, protected by the person before her. It turns out, all of it was real. The next moment, Dong Qingxue calmly turned her head and expressed her thanks to Lu Xing. Lu Xing felt something strange. Previously, they had clung tightly to each other, but now that they were out of the cavern and away from the life and death crisis, they had inexplicably become distant. The air suddenly grew eerily quiet. Only the rustling of the wind through the windows could be heard. After 2 minutes of silence, they almost simultaneously shouted each other's names. During those 2 minutes, the words they wanted to say had been rehearsed countless times in their minds. Seeing this, Dong Qingxue let Lu Xing speak first. The next moment, Lu Xing, looking nervous, stuttered, how about we have dinner together sometime? Dong Qingxue instantly replied, okay, after dinner, shall we go see a movie? This time, Dong Qingxue's face blushed slightly, and she said, okay. During the conversation, Lu Xing's restless hand unconsciously moved closer to Dong Qingxue. Then after the movie, let's go for a walk in a small park. After the walk, let's sit in a little tavern. Holding hands, Dong Qingxue's heart thumped wildly, her ability to think clearly lost. No matter what Lu Xing said, she kept responding, okay. Finally, Lu Xing raised his right hand again and said, then after the new year, come home with me. Okay. Only after saying it did Dong Qingxue blush, suddenly realizing, is this too soon? Has Lu Xing already considered me his wife? Then it's settled. I'll come pick you up for dinner in a couple of days. Rest well these next few days, as your vital energy and blood have depleted quite a bit. At this moment, Dong Qingxue had lost her previous aloofness and sternness, displaying only the naivety and shyness of a young girl. After explaining everything, Lu Xing reluctantly left the sick room. Watching Lu Xing suddenly leave, Dong Qingxue felt a sense of loss. It wasn't until the sound of the door opening again that her thoughts were interrupted. The person opening the door was Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan approached with a playful smile and a bouquet of flowers. Sister Qingxue, you finally woke up. Hearing this, Dong Qingxue, puzzled by Lin Wanwan's reaction, was quite surprised. Sister Qingxue, you don't know, but Lu Xing went alone into the riding exotic beast cavern just to rescue you. That's the kind of boyfriend you should have. Dong Qingxue's deeds reignited Lin Wanwan's interest in romance, and she asked Dong Qingxue if she would admit it. If not, she might go after Lu Xing herself. Under Lin Wanwan's pressing, Dong Qingxue had to loudly admit, no, he's mine, and no one can take him away. Over 2 days, the story of Lu Xing had already spread across the military district's network, making headlines on various platforms. The dense gold found near the 7th battle line was all returned, and he even received a Diamond Dragon Pattern Medal of Valor, personally awarded by the Marshal, a perfect face-saving project. Because he didn't want to wake the just asleep Dong Qingxue, Lu Xing revealed a lot of his strength on the scene, which should alarm many. In fact, at that time, the continuous wave of exotic beasts nearly depleted Lu Xing's vital energy and blood. In the last moment as he flew out, Lu Xing's body was actually emptied. He had never dreamed that he would one day be drained dry. It is said that only martial saint-level martial artists can make a round trip from a rioting cavern. Could it be that his strength is now comparable to a level 9 martial saint? On second thought, that seems unlikely because martial saints draw on heaven and earth energy, leveraging 1 to move 10, moving 10 to drive 100, then 1,000. Human strength has limits, heaven and earth do not. To resist the might of heaven and earth with one's own strength is probably impossible. Luckily, Lu Xing still has room to grow. After all, upon closer thought, he hasn't even broken through to Great Grandmaster yet. Although the path Lu Xing is taking differs from that of ordinary martial artists, he still needs to forge through this double bridge of heaven and earth. Fortunately, he received a lot of rewards this time. If used properly, they should enable another level of improvement in his abilities. Just then, a maid walked in, indicating that everything Lu Xing had arranged to be packed was ready. Then, Lu Xing awkwardly asked the maid, what clothes should I wear to look good when meeting people? The maid smiled lightly and said, either of the 2 sets of clothes on the right side of the wardrobe will do. Based on my understanding of Miss Dong, she will definitely like them. Lu Xing was still puzzled when the maid continued, by now, there's hardly anyone in the Eastern Military District who doesn't recognize Miss Dong. Who doesn't know that the Eastern's unmatched General Stark charged into the cavern alone for his beloved? Even thousands of exotic beasts couldn't stop him. Miss Dong is now the envy of all female military officers. Hearing this, Lu Xing was so nervous and embarrassed he felt like having diarrhea. But then he changed the topic and asked the maid, that old comrade of your parents has been contacting you quite frequently recently. Has something urgent come up? The maid's expression stiffened. Then she said somewhat awkwardly, that man wants to pursue me. He wants to marry me. Hearing this, Lu Xing gave the maid a puzzled look, but turned away and did not pay attention because he knew that at this moment the maid was lying. Immediately, Lu Xing asked, how old is that man? The maid replied, he's still quite young, just over 70. She continued, saying that she had already rejected him many times, but he still persisted. At the same time, the maid also made it clear that she would not marry and would always serve by her master's side. Although Lu Xing knew all this was a lie, he still said, you don't have to stay here forever. If you feel it's right, you can definitely go pursue your own happiness. That's completely okay. Besides, I might not always be here myself. By now, the hand handsome Lu Xing had already dressed. He spoke, advising the maid to think carefully about what she should and shouldn't do while he had to leave. Lu Xing did not plan to expose her lie. After all, everyone has their secrets. As long as she doesn't affect him, it's fine. The weather today was nice, and Lu Xing arrived at the restaurant early. He remembered the last time Dong Qingxue had invited him to this place and how he had stood her up, but this time it was a proper date and he would have to perform well later. 2 minutes later, a pair of jade feet slowly approached from behind, and Lu Xing knew Dong Qingxue had arrived. Hearing Dong Qingxue's call, Lu Xing turned around to respond. Today, Dong Qingxue was wearing a purple strapless dress, and now that she had changed from military attire to women's clothing, she could no longer be described as upright. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Watching this scene, Lu Xing's mouth almost watered 3,000 feet. Seeing the dazed Lu Xing, Dong Qingxue laughed. Why so surprised? Is my outfit that strange? Ha ha. It's not surprise, it's amazement. The originally stoic and straightforward man suddenly became so sweet, making Dong Qingxue blush and at a loss. Let's go in and eat, Dong Qingxue said. However, Lu Xing stretched out his left hand towards her. Alright. This scene shocked Dong Qingxue for 2 seconds. Could it be that his straightforward demeanor before was all an act? Yet, happiness was already radiating from her face. Hand in hand, the two entered the restaurant, a happiness they had never felt before quietly blossoming in their hearts. Through Dong Qingxue's palm, Lu Xing could feel that although she seemed calm, she was actually somewhat nervous and uneasy. This unexpected revelation made Lu Xing find Dong Qingxue even more adorable. Before long, with the waiter's help in ordering, a large table of delicious food was soon laid out before them. Seeing the spread, Lu Xing excitedly reached for the meat. However, he instinctively pulled his hand back, forcibly suppressing the urge to dive in. After all, this was a date, and he needed to be civilized. Saying this, Lu Xing picked up a knife and fork and began to cut the steak meticulously, displaying elegant movements. While cutting, he occasionally glanced at Dong Qingxue's pretty face, admiring her graceful manner of eating and the cute way she reacted when the meat was hot. No matter what she looked like, Lu Xing thought he really liked her. Then, Lu Xing asked, "Shall we go see a movie after eating?" Dong Qingxue replied, "Okay." Meanwhile, within the villa estate, everyone was gossiping about Lu Xing's date today. I never thought that Lord Lu would actually be dating. That woman used to be so cold, but now she's been completely won over by Lord Lu. Just then, a pair of jade feet slowly stopped behind them, followed by a loud scolding. "If I hear you gossiping about the Lord behind his back again, you'll be reporting directly to the military district's prison." The speaker was the maid Li Dai. Her scolding frightened away the two busybodies. Li Dai herself didn't know why she was so irritable today. Her temper seemed to have grown. However, just as she turned around, a figure appeared in front. A man dressed in black, with a sharp gaze, asked, "Li Dai, when do you plan to make your move? They've been waiting too long on the other side, and that person is getting impatient." Li Dai's expression turned solemn. This was the Eastern Military District, after all, and Lu Xing was currently the district's most shining and boundlessly talented general star. "If I make a move, would I even be able to leave the Eastern camp alive?" The man in black said, "There's no time to wait anymore. That young man is progressing too quickly. He's not even 20 yet, and at this rate, in a few years even the venom from a 9th-level exotic beast won't be able to kill him." Li Dai reassured the man in black. "The military district's grand competition is in a few days. He'll definitely be representing the East to go to the Central for the all-district martial demonstration. I'll make my move on the road. It will also be easier to leave then." Hearing this, the man in black also thought it made sense. "In that case, let's preemptively wish General Lu a terrible end. Rest assured, after this is done, if you're dedicated to the martial path, that person will naturally arrange for you to enter the Extreme Martial Hall with a status equivalent to a martial saint disciple. If not, you'll receive a large sum of money, a sum you won't be able to spend in your lifetime. Of course, you can also choose the option we discussed earlier." After hearing this, Li Dai urged the man in black to leave quickly, otherwise, it would be bad if we were discovered. Seeing Li Dai so firmly refuse an arranged marriage, the man in black spat in anger, continuously cursing, "Wretch, you'll see how you die. You even dare to betray your benefactor Lu Xing. Do you really think you can end well by protecting yourself?" The next moment, a dark purple space gate appeared in front of them. Lu Xing and Dong Qingxue's first date finally came to a perfect end. The awkward yet exciting feeling made them occasionally steal glances at each other. After the movie, Lu Xing walked Dong Qingxue back to her dorm. The two quietly looked at each other, and after a few seconds of silence, Dong Qingxue anxiously said, "The Eastern Military Region's grand competition is just a few days away." Before she could finish, Lu Xing solemnly interrupted, "I know what you want to say. I promise you, I won't hurt Dong Xingyi, but some mistakes have to be paid for. I said I would break his martial path, and I will. He won't become a level 9 in his lifetime, so he might as well give up early." Hearing this, Dong Qingxue sighed heavily. "Alright, since you've decided, then go ahead." The next moment, she suddenly threw herself into Lu Xing's arms. This scene took Lu Xing by surprise, as he hadn't expected her to be more proactive than himself. Dong Qingxue, with a flushed face, said, "Anyway, no matter what happens, I will always stand by your side." After hurriedly saying this, she suddenly ran off off shyly, without looking back, leaving a blushing straightforward man alone, standing dumbfounded. Lu Xing never expected that one day he would actually end up dating his own teacher. The date ended so quickly that Lu Xing felt like he had missed an important part. Ah, right, kissing. I was too careless just now. I should have seized the opportunity. Next time, I must take the initiative. Meanwhile, after Dong Qingxue returned to her dorm, she took off the high heels she wore for the first time and flopped onto her bed, lost in thought. The courage she had mustered up for her actions just now made her wonder what Lu Xing would think. Was he scared by my actions just now? Is he happy or surprised? Saying this, Dong Qingxue once again picked up her phone to check the tips for their second date. The advice seemed foreign to her, all things she was hearing for the first time. So, there are so many things to be careful about on a date. It seems I was too forward just now. On the other hand, Lu Xing wanted to quickly forge through the heaven and earth dual bridges, but it was much harder than he imagined. Though the principle seems simple, breaking through the physical and mental shackles, then merging with the heaven and earth natural energy for a deeper transformation. After all, human power is finite. Heaven and earth are infinite. Before long, the heaven bridge gathered above his head, and the earth bridge surged beneath his feet, centering his mind and clearing away distractions. Soon a heaven and earth vortex swirled around Lu Xing in the air, and the birds flying nearby paused in the air. This was the third level of Lu Xing's state of emptiness, something even he had not anticipated. Could this be a new insight formed by forging through the heaven and earth dual bridges during his unique state? Now, even without relying on the legacy memories from the dream space, Lu Xing could quickly advance various martial arts to the control realm, even the domain realm. His complete martial path thereby advanced further. If Lu Xing in his life as a complete martial saint had realized this third level of the state of emptiness, perhaps he wouldn't have ended exhausted and dead. Now, he finally saw the dawn of the third form of the complete martial path. Other abilities, such as elemental control, also greatly improved. Wait, Lu Xing just realized that his heaven and earth dual bridges had been forged through with the state of emptiness. This feeling was wondrous and immensely powerful. If he could maintain this state with a continuous flow of energy, then in half a month, he could refine an immortal cell, 2 in a month, 12 in 6 months. In less than 5 years, he could achieve over 100 immortal cells. By then, even a martial saint, he could easily crush with his hand. After the double S-rank cavern riot ended, for a while, all 12 war zones guarded by the Eastern Military District seemed to have entered a calm period. Many general stars returned from the caverns, and a grand event quietly commenced, the Eastern Military District's grand competition. At this moment, inside Lu Xing's villa, the maid was restlessly cleaning. She felt that compared to previous competitions, this one seemed to have no suspense because Lu Xing was already the son of the East, the unparalleled general star, overshadowing everyone else. Soon, the car that came to pick up Lu Xing had arrived at the front door. Lu Xing's hands hung naturally as he stepped out with a proud stride. The maid felt that today's Lu Xing seemed even stronger than yesterday. As she puzzled over this, it was as if Lu Xing was staring at her, which startled her. In her shock, the maid stumbled and almost knelt down before Lu Xing. What the heck? What's going on? Lu Xing looked bewildered. The maid stammered, because your lordship's majesty is too dazzling. She didn't understand why she suddenly knelt. Her heart was so panicked that her legs went weak. Could it be that Lord Lu already knew about her scheme? However, Lu Xing did not expose her, but merely said indifferently, "Go get my military uniform." Hearing this, the maid hurriedly got up and ran toward the bedroom. Watching the maid's retreating back, Lu Xing felt she was too poor at hiding her emotions. Ever since Lu Xing was constantly in the state of emptiness, his level of mental activity was hundreds of times that of an ordinary person. In this state, seeing people was like looking through a microscope. The maid's expression, demeanor, and body language all betrayed her guilt. When do people generally feel guilty? Naturally, when they have done something bad or are plotting something bad. So, that person she was in contact with before, I should have Butler Wang help check it out. A conspiracy that's seen through is no longer a conspiracy. That's called giving it away. Lu Xing got into his exclusive car early and headed to the venue. After today's grand competition in the Eastern District, it would be the whole military district's martial display, after which they would go to the Central Military District. Next to it was the capital province, and Lu Xing thought about finishing quickly so he could go home. He was considering whether to take Dong Qingxue back to meet his parents as well. The next moment, the car screeched to a halt, and Butler Wang spoke up. The venue is just ahead. As the exclusive car stopped in front of the main entrance, everyone turned around. Look, the number 1 on the general star list, Lord Lu Xing of the Eastern Sun, has arrived. Wow, so young. I heard he's a newcomer. In the midst of the chatter, the live cameras had already surrounded Lu Xing. Meanwhile, in another dormitory office, Lu Qiming, look, that really is your high school classmate. Such a big figure is actually your brother. Amazing. Hearing this, Lu Qiming dejectedly lowered his head. No, you're mistaken. I don't know such big figures. Glasses guy didn't believe it. You must be kidding. I've seen you in photos with him several times before. Don't you want to give your brother a leg up? Lu Qiming blushed awkwardly and explained. Those photos were photoshopped by me. After all, I'm just a stone that grew in a mud pit. How could I be brothers with a star in the sky? Meanwhile, inside the headquarters headquarters building of the Eastern Military District. The military district marshal came to the conference room for a meeting. He stated that it had been a long time since the Eastern Military District had such a military idol. The one-eyed commander responded that this was a good thing. While individual bravery is not promoted on the battlefield, it can greatly motivate and promote the entire military district in peacetime. And Lu Sheng is an excellent leader, worthy of being set up as an idol and a model. Hearing this, the marshal slowly set down his teacup. If so, then let's just give Lu Sheng a stage. Saying this, he proposed changing the rules for this grand competition. The one-eyed commander was so shocked that his eyes widened, thinking this was too risky. If Lu Sheng failed, the hard-built image would collapse. However, the marshal firmly said, "I've seen Lu Sheng on the battlefield. If he seizes this opportunity, he will undoubtedly become the idol of the entire Eastern Military District. If he can't handle it, then consider it a bit of toughening up." Soon, the contestants had entered the rest area one after another, and the spectator area was buzzing. Now, the audience and fans were all cheering for Lu Sheng alone. Sitting in the center of the spectator seats, Lin Wanwan asked Dong Qingxue, "Has your boyfriend arrived?" Dong Qingxue looked around at the screens and finally spotted the handsome Lu Sheng at the entrance. "Look, your boyfriend has come in." Dong Qingxue, blushing like a young girl, cheered him on. Ahead of Lu Sheng, a pair of feet in worn shoes slowly stepped forward. It was actually Dong Xingyi. Lin Wanwan, looking at Dong Xingyi's figure, felt a mountain-like solid aura. However, Lu Sheng was like the sun. When the sun walks in the sky, it only looks down at the mountain below once. The two are simply not on the same level. It looks like brother Dong is going to suffer this time. Just before the start, the host called for silence and announced that the competition rules would be released soon, asking the marshal and commanders to speak. Under the marshal's lead, commanders slowly walked onto the stage. Lu Sheng could feel that those who walked on stage probably all had strengths above 50 stars, likely representing the ceiling of combat power from various war zones. Now, Lu Sheng was always in a martial god state, but he didn't know his own combat power. If he could spar with these people, perhaps he could use this to estimate the real combat power of a level 9 martial saint. The next moment, the marshal slowly began to speak, announcing that the rule for the grand competition would be a free-for-all. Presumably, everyone was familiar with this. At that time, all contestants would enter the martial arts field for a free melee. Weapons are not allowed during the fight, but any opponent may be attacked. Once knocked down, you are eliminated, and the competition will continue until only one person remains on the field. Lu Sheng didn't expect that the so-called grand competition of the military district would be so simple and crude. He asked, was it the same in previous years? What if someone cheats? For example, by teaming up to take down the strongest person, or bribing others to ensure a first-place finish? Butler Wang said, these actions are not considered cheating in the competition, because teaming up is part of the rules. Anyone who can be taken down through teaming up is not truly strong. After all, strategy is also a part of strength. As for the possibility of bribing others to secure a first-place finish, that's even less likely to happen, as even if such a person were to win first place, there would be countless others who would challenge him privately due to dissatisfaction, and a leader who cannot command respect would meet a dire end. I see. Being number one means always being ready to face challenges, unless one's strength is so formidable that everyone else is afraid. Just then, the marshal changed the tone and stated that this year's rules had undergone some changes. Suddenly, the marshal's gaze fixed on Lu Sheng, giving him a chill. I declare that in this grand competition, all general stars will join forces to attack General Lu Sheng alone, until you all fall, or Lu Sheng falls. Hearing this, all the contestants were shocked. Is this still a competition? This is basically a public mauling. Lu Sheng did not expect that the competition rules would be tailored just for him. In this case, wouldn't Lord Lu have to withstand 1,000 armies alone? Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed, and he uttered a phrase often said by villains. This is getting more and more interesting. Hearing this decision, everyone present was buzzing with discussion. Was it really worth it for the military district to make such a decision for Lu Sheng? Butler Wang noted that such a situation had never occurred in the history of the entire Eastern Military District. One could say that in the history of the Dragon Nation, there had never been an instance where thousands of general stars simultaneously attacked one person. This is madness. Even a top grandmaster would be beaten down. This could accidentally result in a fatality. The broadcast screens in the venue and the loud voices filled with anxiety were visible on Dong Qingxue's worried face. She clasped her hands tightly, praying for Lu Sheng's safety. Meanwhile, in the field army camp, Lu Qiming, watching the live broadcast, shouted angrily, "Damn it, that's not fair. Thousands of general stars against just one Lu Sheng?" Standing in the rest area, Dong Xingyi also felt shocked and speechless upon seeing this scene. For many years, he had never heard of such bizarre rules. Do they really think Lu Sheng can't be beaten enough? Hearing the various comments from below, the marshal shouted, "Silence. This is an order, not a request. If you don't want to participate in this grand competition, you may leave now." Feeling the marshal's formidable aura, people began to tremble and nodded in agreement. The marshal then turned to Lu Sheng and asked, "Lu Sheng, do you have any objections to this arrangement? After all, this is a huge stage, and it's up to you whether you dare to catch it. If you can handle it, then you will soar to the clouds, and for many years to come, your name will be sung throughout the Eastern Military District. Think about this unprecedented feast. If you can't handle it, then let's not speak of it any further, and you'll just be an ordinary general star, merely a topic of gossip in others' leisure time. Hearing this, Lu Xing smiled and indicated no objections. I just thought the grand competition was boring. This suits me just fine. As soon as he finished speaking, the marshal burst out laughing, his voice like a pig's squeal. Ha ha ha, good. Just as I wish. Such spirit, vision, and scale are beyond the reach of ordinary people. The next moment, the marshal roared towards the field, then let the competition officially begin. Everyone, immediately enter the martial arts field, and this time bring all the weapons you need to carry and display your full strength. Some general stars standing next to Lu Xing whispered, Lu Xing, this is a military order as unyielding as a mountain. If you get accidentally injured, you can't blame us for outnumbering you. Lu Xing didn't respond, but slowly took big steps, walking onto the center of the arena under everyone's gaze. Then, someone noticed that Lu Xing had come empty-handed. Did he forget to bring his weapon? No way. In such a situation he forgot his weapon. Should we still attack him? Or did he intend not to bring any? Being so confident, seeing this, a commander immediately ordered someone to quickly fetch Lu Xing's weapons. Hearing this, Butler Wang raised his hand and shouted, I will bring them within 2 minutes. However, Lu Xing stopped him. No need to fetch them, because if I were to use weapons, I'm afraid not many here could leave alive. It's better if I fight empty-handed. As soon as these words were uttered, the arena fell into an instant silence. Lu Xing's words echoed in everyone's ears, over and over. If I were to use weapons, I'm afraid not many here could leave alive. The next moment, the general stars collectively exploded in rage, with various curses pouring out. Lu Xing's statement, like a bomb, made the thousands who were hesitant to make a move now eager to cut him into pieces. Even the marshal was dumbfounded. This young man, not bad. One sentence could sway the whole atmosphere. His plain words conveyed a sense of inevitability, as if it should be so. The marshal began to look forward with anticipation. Soon, the crowd surrounded Lu Xing. He emitted a dark blue energy. The next moment, he chuckled, closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them and looked up, shouting, Dong Xingyi. Hearing this, Dong Xingyi also emitted a cold aura in response. This scene scared the man in front of him so much that he wet himself. At this moment, Dong Xingyi was like a vast dark serpent, his body enveloped in poison, with sharp fangs, as if he could devour everyone present in one breath. Lu Xing pointed at Dong Xingyi and coldly said, Dong Xingyi, you must open your eyes wide and see how I break your martial path. With that, Lu Xing's body once again emitted a golden glow. The two auras mingled yet complemented each other. Immediately after, Lu Xing began to move. The next moment, a powerful column of golden black mixed energy burst out from Lu Xing at the center, shaking the ground. Then, Lu Xing slowly lifted his foot. Dong Xingyi, this is the first step in breaking your martial path. As soon as he spoke, the ground began to crack and the surroundings shook violently. The oppressive aura was so strong that many general stars present were forced to kneel. How is it possible? He just took one step, and we were so intimidated by his presence that we couldn't help but fall to the ground? My goodness, he didn't even use fierce energy. That was just pure physical strength. Just then, Lu Xing's hand suddenly rose high, emitting beams of yellow energy. This energy then converged above his head, forming an intensely bright galaxy of flashes. Break! A group of weaker general stars were pressed to the ground by this aura, unable to move. The next moment, the golden power transformed into streams of light that passed through the bodies of every general star. Everyone was stunned, and then cries of pain followed. What the hell is this power? Everyone, get out of the way! At this time, Lu Xing's power concentrated in his fist, which was as big as a punching bag, and rushed towards Dong Xingyi. This was Lu Xing's first step, strength. Just 2 meters away from Dong Xingyi, the massive fist energy shot out, as if to punch Dong Xingyi's guts out. With no escape, Dong Xingyi could only resist with all his might. Damn it, is this Lu Xing's pure physical strength? Soon, Lu Xing's fist swept across the arena like a ferocious sea beast. 2 seconds later, most general stars were knocked down, unable to get up. Dong Xingyi was shocked that his grandmaster's stance was shattered by the impact, a reality he couldn't accept. Even the marshal watching from a higher vantage point was so shocked by the scene that his endocrine system was disrupted. Outrageous, truly outrageous. Just one punch with pure physical strength, and not a single general star could withstand it. He felt Lu Xing was like a monster in human skin. His physical cultivation was too formidable. Some general stars shakily stood up and couldn't help but ask, what do we do now? We've just started, and we've already been beaten to a pulp. Seeing this, Lu Xing arrogantly dusted off his shoulders and asked, what are you going to do next? Do you surrender, or do you want to keep getting beaten? Hearing this, Dong Xingyi was silent for a long while, filled with indignation both in his heart and physically. The next moment, his body's blue-green energy emerged, and he shouted loudly, general stars may be killed, but not insulted. Brothers, let's join forces. I'll lead the way. Saying this, Dong Xingyi concentrated all his energy around him, and a long spear slowly emerged from his hands. This was his signature technique, the energy spear. Then, with a vigorous step, he charged towards Lu Xing. Lu Xing, take this move. However, Lu Xing simply tilted his head to dodge the strike and spoke lightly. Next comes the second step, facing another attack that swung towards him. This time Lu Sheng neither dodged nor evaded, directly taking Dong Xingyi's powerful attack with his stomach. In front of his body, a golden defense shield formed, preventing the spear from reaching him. This is Lu Xing's second step in defeating his opponent. Defense. Seeing this, Dong Xingyi shouted, "Damn it, my strongest attack can't even break his force field." Just as he was losing hope, two large hands were placed on Dong Xingyi's back. "Dong Xingyi, we're here to help you." The next second, the general stars linked up like a human chain, each person passing their power continuously into Dong Xingyi. Lin Wanwan in the audience was greatly shocked, witnessing so many general stars joining forces against one person for the first time, a scene that perhaps only a martial saint could handle. Everyone watched to see how Lu Xing would calmly handle the situation, while only Dong Qingshua's face was filled with worry. After all, this is the combined force of the strongest general stars in the entire military district. Lu Xing won't be in trouble, will he? However, Dong Qingshua was worrying too much. Lu Xing suddenly shouted, "Break!" Following that, centered around them, a blast resounded through the entire venue. The explosion caused the general stars gathered in front to be blown apart, instantly shattering their formation, with smoke rising all around. Standing amidst the dust, Dong Xingyi grinned. Could it be that it worked? With such a big explosion, Lu Xing can't possibly be standing unscathed, right? However, he was thinking too much. Lu Xing stood still, unmoved and unharmed, with only his shirt slightly torn at the chest. "Is this supposed to be tickling me? Didn't you guys eat today?" Seeing this, the general stars were completely dumbfounded. Could it be that Lu Xing is not only the strongest spear but also the strongest shield? How could someone cultivate to such extremes in both areas? Quickly, Lu Xing extended 3 fingers towards Dong Xingyi and stated, "Next comes the third step." Soon, the ground around Lu Xing began to crack and sink, and then a cyan blue manifestation appeared behind him. Seeing this, Dong Xingyi was again shocked. Is this an energy form? Has he become so strong that he can condense his own form just with his vital energy and blood? Before he could think further, the manifestation leaned forward and flew towards the crowd. The next moment, its right hand grew enormously, enveloping everyone in the arena. The general stars were struck so hard they spat out foam. Standing in the spectator seats, the martial and the military district's main forces were suddenly shocked, all standing up. How many stars of combat power does this vital energy and blood represent? 30 stars? 40 stars? Or 50 stars? It was impossible to guess. As the smoke cleared, at that moment, aside from Dong Xingyi, the other general stars had all fainted and fallen to the ground. Before Dong Xingyi could think further, Lu Xing had already flashed to his side. Next is the fourth step, technique. The next second, Lu Xing let his hand hang down, his body enveloped in black flames, slowly raising his right hand. Then, a short punch made Dong Xingyi expel feces that hadn't been passed 2 days ago. Following that, Dong Xingyi's eyes bulged, and he spat out 2 tons of fresh blood, struggling to resist, kneeling on the ground, coughing continuously. At this moment, he was completely unable to speak, even feeling his life rapidly slipping away. Seeing this, Lu Xing slowly spoke, "Dong Xingyi, do you think that's enough?" However, at this moment, Dong Xingyi's eyes rolled back, and he couldn't hear anything anymore. Watching his nearly fainting uncle, Lu Xing swallowed back what he was about to say, let his hands hang down, and slowly walked away. Behind him, the tenaciously resisting Dong Xingyi eventually could not hold on and fainted. The marshal standing above was so shocked that his mouth hung open. The punch Lu Xing threw that instantly knocked out a grandmaster he recognized. It was the Four Realms Fist technique. Hearing this scene, the commanders behind him started murmuring, "What? 4 realms? That's the pinnacle of martial arts skills, only achievable by a martial saint." The marshal sat down in a fluster, gasping for breath. He originally thought this was just setting a stage for Lu Xing, but it turned out to create a legend, the legend of the general star of the Eastern Military District. This young man, if he retreats, he's like a general. If he advances, he could be called a saint. The next day, Lu Xing won the championship. The Eastern Military District Daily briefly mentioned the results of the Eastern Military District's grand competition, but Lu Xing's name was now well known throughout the entire Dragon Nation military. Meanwhile, the upgraded weapon Lu Xing had been planning was now completed. From the look in his eyes, it was evident he was very satisfied. The new weapon was crafted with over 90% dense gold and integrated some materials not inferior to dense gold, truly bringing it to a level 8 standard. Just then, Butler Wang mentioned that the all-military martial display was about to begin soon, and the marshal had already arranged a special plane, asking Lu Xing to depart within 2 days. However, Lu Xing was not in a hurry to leave. He thought there was still a little time left, just enough to make a trip home. Seeing that things were a little different from her plans, Li Dai immediately fell into thought. Just then, she called out to Lu Xing, "Lord, wait, when you go to the Central Military District's grand competition, Li Dai wishes to accompany you to serve you." Lu Xing immediately responded, "All right." It seemed that Li Dai's plans were about to begin. Seeing this, Li Dai bowed slightly, thanking Lu Xing. "Yo-ho, why thank me? You serving me should be something I thank you for." Lu Xing's affable expression was puzzling to behold. At this moment, both harbored their own thoughts, but Li Dai always felt as if she had been seen through, perhaps because she was too nervous. Later, Lu Xing said, "I need to step out for a bit for something important. You get ready on your own." It turned out that but the so-called important matter was a date with Dong Qingxue, casually inviting her to go home with him tomorrow. But Dong Qingxue said, "I can't this time. You've broken my brother's martial path, and my family already knows about it. I need to go home." Lu Xing immediately offered to accompany Dong Qingxue home. Actually, Dong Xingyi's current situation might not be a bad thing. His ambition is too great, and he's on a path seeking to become a saint, an invincible path, but his talent and strength don't match this path. Even if it weren't for me, he would eventually meet someone stronger. It could end up being more than just a loss of pride. It could cost him his life. Now that I've cut off his path, if he can find enlightenment and carve out a new path for himself, perhaps there's still a chance for him. Lu Xing's reasoning was something Dong Qingxue couldn't quite understand at the moment, and she could only memorize his words exactly as he said them. There was another matter. Lu Xing mentioned, "In a few days at the all-military martial display, I'll likely encounter your elder brother Dong Padian. Do you want to give him a heads up in advance? Otherwise, if it ends up like with Dong Xingyi, getting beaten into retreat, that would be bad." Dong Qingxue was about to say her elder brother wouldn't, but she swallowed her words before speaking. Others might not dare say it, but Lu Xing's strength might really make it possible. Before long, Lu Xing was already on the special high-speed train going home. The beautiful female soldiers on the train saw Commander Lu Xing traveling alone and all greeted him. To not be rude, Lu Xing could only awkwardly respond to each. "Our chief guest this time is too handsome, so young, just like a young marshal out of a manga. Love it. That's why I say all the real top-tier handsome guys are in the military, right? Handsome men should be the ones defending the country. Ugly ones should be those worthless celebrity stars. The key is he's also of high status. I heard this route is specially arranged just for him." At that moment, I thought it was time to deal with Li Dai's matter, so I had her make me a cup of tea. Soon, Li Dai went to the tea room, and in a moment, unnoticed by others, a drop of liquid quietly fell into the cup. Now he just needs to drink this, and this manga can have its grand finale. Not long after, Li Dai, trembling, brought the tea to Lu Xing. I signaled her to set it down, saying I'd drink it after dealing with some things. Once back home, it was also time to help deal with Yi Lingsu and the Chen family's affairs. Also, damn, in such easy and pleasant days, how has Qingyi not reached level 4 yet? And yet, she still manages to sleep. It looks like it's time to increase the training 5-fold. Afterward, while scrolling through short videos and eating sunflower seeds, 2 minutes later, the standing Li Dai finally couldn't help but speak up. "My lord, the tea is getting cold. Please drink it first." Hearing this, Lu Xing's fingers paused, and he thought to himself, it looks like she finally couldn't wait any longer. Then, Lu Xing slowly began to speak. "Li Dai, I remember you never used to urge me to drink tea. Ah, well, you said you wanted hot tea just now, and I was afraid it would cool down, and you wouldn't be able to drink it right away." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Xing slowly picked up the teacup and guzzled it down in front of Li Dai. "Ah, not bad, Li Dai. This tea tastes better than any you've brewed before." Hearing the praise, Li Dai quietly thanked him, but then mentioned that she felt a bit bloated and excused herself to go to the bathroom. As soon as her jade feet stepped out of the room, the heavy stone in her heart finally dropped. She was so nervous a moment ago she almost wet herself, but fortunately, heaven helps those who help themselves, and her mission was finally accomplished. This was a gene toxin from a level 9 exotic beast, potent enough to bring down even a top grandmaster within a minute. Even if it couldn't kill a level 9 martial saint, it would severely weaken them, leaving them with lifelong injuries that could never fully heal. Just one more minute, and after she left this place, she would be completely free, no longer under military control, able to end this lowly and dull life. Afterwards, she could go to a new place and start a new life. Thinking of this, Li Dai couldn't help but laugh softly to herself, seeing that the time was just about right. Just as she was about to leave the bathroom, suddenly black miasma burst from the doorknob. The miasma became scorching hot, burning her hand. She didn't understand why this was happening, why her hand was so hot, and why it was emitting black smoke. Just then, Lu Xing's voice slowly rang out. "Interesting, isn't it? This is called a psychic illusion, a little trick I learned not long ago." As he spoke, the tea poured onto Li Dai's palm, the mild tea suddenly becoming scaldingly hot upon contact with her skin. Li Dai cried out in pain, and then kept kowtowing and playing dumb toward Lu Xing. Master's martial arts are divine. Li Dai has truly seen this today. Please stop playing with Li Dai. Hearing this, Lu Xing chuckled. "Playing? Today I too have learned something new. I never thought that in just 300 years of martial arts, there would already be drugs that could poison a martial saint." As he spoke, Lu Xing was casually tossing a bottle of green ointment back and forth in his hand. "This demise of the saint name isn't bad. What do you think, Li Dai?" At this moment, Li Dai was completely numb. Her carefully planned scheme had not only failed, but had been toyed with by the other party all along, and now she was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Li Dai, her face filled with fear and trembling all over, begged Lu Xing to kill her. Lu Xing told her to sit down and talk. "Your subordinate dares not. I know what you want to ask. I'll tell you everything." Before she could finish, Lu Xing interrupted. "It was the people from the Extreme Way Martial Arts Academy who told you to do it, right?" Li Dai was utterly shocked. "It turns out that no matter how well I concealed it, you knew everything. About half a month ago, right? That's not important. Tell me, what did they promise you in return?" Lu Xing asked. Li Dai answered tremblingly, approximately 5 billion. Hearing this, Lu Xing grinned. So my life is quite valuable, huh? And this menthol oil must be pretty expensive too? Li Dai continued. One drop is worth 500 million, and this bottle contains at least 15 drops. It seems they really went all out this time. The next moment, Li Dai knelt on the ground, crying and begging Lu Xing not to send her back to the military district. She knew her sins were deep and only asked for death as atonement. Hearing this, Lu Xing's eyes glinted slightly as he spoke softly. I will not take you back to the military district, nor will I kill you, but you must do something for me to make up for your mistake. Soon, Lu Xing got off the high-speed train, and dozens of cars were neatly lined up to greet him. Just as he stepped out of the train station, a man in black saw this and his face turned green. She said she had succeeded, didn't she? How is Lu Xing still alive? Li Dai, what are you playing at? Li Dai spoke lightly. I didn't find a suitable opportunity to act. No opportunity to act? You continue to follow him, and you even call me out to watch the show? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Dai suddenly pounced on the man in black. I asked you to come here to die with me. At that moment, a high-speed train passed by nearby, and the crowd shouted, no, there's a suicide on the tracks. From a distance, Lu Xing smiled slightly, thinking to himself, Li Dai's task is almost complete. The reason Li Dai acted on her own was because Lu Xing had just planted a seed of psychic power in her mind. This technique is quite something, similar to hypnosis. I had overlooked the treasure that is psychic power. Lu Xing thought to himself, if level 8 psychic power is used properly, it could greatly enhance overall strength. Psychic illusions and will manipulation are essentially about using psychic power to deceive the opponent's senses and construct a world they perceive as reality, much like dreaming. Thus, the psychic seed planted in Li Dai was simple atonement. To cleanse herself of sin, Li Dai's subconscious believed that only sacrificing her life was sufficient. At that moment, the bodies of the two were naturally carried out by the hospital. Regardless, a mistake is a mistake, and naturally, a price must be paid. Lu Xing's heart seemed to become harder, but if such hardness could protect those around him from harm, then becoming even harder was no issue at all. Since those people want to play, then let's play to the end. At the same time, at Lu Xing's home, hearing that a big shot was coming to White River City, Governor Xia came early to welcome him. Consequently, he paid a visit to Lu Xing's home, only to hear from Lu Xing's mother that Lu Xing was also coming home today. It looks like I can enjoy Mrs. Lu's cooking today, Governor Xia thought. A cup of green tea was slowly brought over. Governor Xia, please have some tea. While drinking tea, Governor Xia increasingly realized that Lu Xing was a remarkable person. He hadn't paid much attention to him before, but every time he did, he was surprised. The time before last, Lu Xing single-handedly wiped out the national bandit Maguiyan's gang. The time before that, Lu Xing swept through the 7 saints, breaking all records in the Martial Saint Tower. Last time, at the National Martial Arts College Conference, he outperformed the potential of the Extreme Weight Twin Stars and Transcendent Saint, winning the championship. Lu Xing continuously surprises people. Governor Xia thought, by now, he must have reached the Grandmaster level, right? It's only been a year or two, truly incredible. Although originally coming to White River City to congratulate Lu Xing was just a habitual investment, getting to know some highly potential martial arts geniuses early often yields 10-fold or even 100-fold returns. For example, Chairman Xiao, who was granted a small favor early on, has now grown into a towering tree and is even preparing to become the vice president of the Capital Martial Association. At that moment, Lu's father glanced at his watch. Little Xing should be arriving from the military district soon, judging by the time. Hearing this, Governor Xia's eyes widened in shock. Lu Xing is in the military district? Isn't he supposed to be at school at this time? Yes, Lu's father replied. He said school was boring, so he joined the military. Recently, he even mentioned moving to the Eastern Military District. Can you believe this child? Barely half a year into university, and he ran off to the army. How dangerous. Governor Xia laughed heartily. He can even take his family there. It seems Lu Xing is doing well in the military district. This young man is like a dragon entering the sea. Probably won't be long before he soars to the skies. Haha. Just then, a special car horn interrupted Governor Xia's thoughts. This is the Provincial Major General's reserved vehicle, likely here to see Governor Xia. Saying this, he prepared to go out to greet them. However, as he stepped out the door, the scene in front of him startled him. The surrounding onlookers were also puzzled, wondering which VIP had arrived, warranting so many bodyguards. Just then, a camouflaged military off-road vehicle slowly approached. Old Qian's entourage really makes one envious every time, Governor Xia thought. However, just as the Major General got out of the vehicle, Governor Xia habitually waved at Old Qian, shouting loudly. Major General Qian immediately nervously asked him to lower his voice, then respectfully called into the vehicle. General on board. Hearing this, Xia Pingnan was so shocked that his hair almost turned white. He hadn't expected that there would be someone in the car with an even higher rank than Old Qian. Before he could wonder why someone of such a high level would come directly here, he quickly told Lu's father and the family to go back inside and wait. Let's go in quickly, so we don't disturb them from welcoming the high-ranking leader, said Mrs. Lu, as everyone nervously walked toward the inner room. At that moment, a large foot slowly stepped out of the car. Lu Qinghe looked up and was surprised because she recognized recognized it as her elder brother's large pig's hoof. Seeing this, her younger sister, Lu Qinghe, immediately rushed forward and hugged Lu Sheng, excitedly saying, "Brother, you look so handsome in this outfit." In the next moment, Lu Sheng lovingly stroked his sister's forehead and said, "Haven't seen you in half a year. You've grown quite a bit. You're starting to look like a young lady." Lu's father and mother were still in a daze until their son, Lu Sheng, waved at them. Only then did they finally believe the reality of the situation. Meanwhile, Provincial Governor Xia Pingnan, who had been standing to the side, was stunned. He couldn't believe that the high school-looking student from back then had now transformed into his superior, an elite general star. However, the dragon-tattooed medal on Lu Sheng's shoulder made him have no choice but to believe it. The next moment, he raised his hand in salute to Lu Sheng, Governor Xia Pingnan of Eastern Peace Province. "Greetings to the Military District General, General Lu." Lu Sheng let his arms drop and politely responded, thanking Governor Xia for his care of his family over the past 6 months. He then invited Governor Xia to come inside, as it was quite windy outside. However, at this moment, how could Governor Xia dare to go back in for a meal? After all, Major General Qian and his group of colleagues were left standing outside in the cold wind. So, Governor Xia raised his hand to politely decline Lu Sheng's invitation. However, since Lu Sheng had come back for a specific reason, he suggested they have tea together another day. As several people entered the house, the murmurs of Mrs. Lu, the laughter of the younger sister, and the warm smiles and farewells from the major generals echoed in the background. Once Lu Sheng's family had all gone inside, Governor Xia couldn't resist asking his old friend, "Old Qian, tell me, what's going on with Lu?" "General Lu?" This question left Major General Qian stunned. You don't mean he's the martial arts genius you were always talking about, do you?" "Ah, yes. Otherwise, why do you think I'm so shocked and confused?" Governor Xia said, excitedly. The next moment, Major General Qian, shocked, grabbed Governor Xia's wrist, his eyes filled with amazement and excitement. "Oh my god, old Xia, looks like you're really about to take off this time. Don't forget about me when you get there." Meanwhile, inside the house, Lu Sheng's family was asking him how he suddenly became a general in the military district, as they hadn't heard any news about it. Just a few months ago, he had just left school, and now even Provincial Governor Xia had to salute him when he saw him. Lu Sheng smiled and said, "This story is a long one. I'll explain it all later." Then, Lu Sheng's expression became serious. "Dad, Mom, I'm in a relationship. I have a girlfriend." Upon hearing this, the family members all showed expressions of disbelief. Just a while ago, they had said this kid was a straight-laced guy with no interest in relationships, but now, he already had a girlfriend? After that, Lu Sheng took half an hour to explain the whole situation. He added, "The reason I came back this time is to take you to the military district and let you meet her in person." Mother Lu and Qinghe were both happy upon hearing the news, especially since they were on vacation. Father Lu also excitedly said he would take some time off to go to the supermarket. Lu Sheng then said, "Let's leave tomorrow." This rushed pace surprised the two elders, and since it was the first time meeting their daughter-in-law, they couldn't possibly go empty-handed. Lu Sheng immediately explained, "My girlfriend is quite busy lately, and she can only rest these few days. If we go too late, she might not have time to accompany you." Next, Lu Sheng took out a phone from his pocket, dialed Dong Qingshue's video call, and handed the phone to his parents, saying, "Talk to Dong Qingshue." Dong Qingshue, who was meeting her in-laws for the first time, blushed and stammered, "Hello, uncle, aunt. Although we are in a military district, there are malls, supermarkets, restaurants, and tourist attractions here. You can come tomorrow and arrive by evening. No need to bring anything." Seeing the well-educated and beautiful Dong Qingshue, Father Lu and Mother Lu were overjoyed and immediately said they would go to visit for a few days. Father Lu complimented, "My son has good taste, truly has my genes." Upon hearing this, Mother Lu grabbed Father Lu's ear in displeasure. "Stop talking nonsense. I'm going to pack some things now. No matter how good things are outside, nothing beats home." Seeing the family happily packing their luggage, Lu Sheng felt very satisfied. After all, his plan to get his parents to the military district under the pretext of meeting his future daughter-in-law was a huge success. At this point, some time had passed since Li Dai's plan had failed. As expected, Lian Su's follow-up actions should arrive soon. Even for that bottle of Saint Sorrow, she wouldn't give up easily. A 5 billion value item, no matter who it was. Even Marshal Saint's wife Lian Su would feel a sharp pain from losing it. But he didn't know exactly what her follow-up plan was, so he needed to get his family to the military district first to put his mind at ease. Damn it, why did I short-circuit at this moment? I could just go into the dream and check it out. Soon, Lu Sheng returned to his room, sat cross-legged, and entered a meditative sleep state. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted loudly, "Black Magic Society." He never expected that Lian Su's backup plan would involve the Black Magic Society. This was an even more mysterious organization than Ring Seal and Dark Star. Although few people knew the details of it in the real world, there were no secrets in the Flame Seed Resource Vault. The Black Magic Society was a cult-like international terrorist organization that was deeply obsessed with exotic beast gene body modification experiments. They called themselves Demon Gods, and their strongest members were named after the 72 demon gods of Solomon, some of whom were even at the martial saint level up to level 9. The Black Magic Society had ties to the Lion Kingdom, which was one of the reasons they could survive for so long. Unfortunately, the documents didn't specify exactly which demon gods from the Black Magic Society had come to assassinate him, but that didn't matter anymore, since Lien Su would be dead in the future, proving that this assassination attempt was destined to fail. It seemed like the time for the battle with the Extreme Way Martial Saint was approaching soon. Meanwhile, on top of a building in White River City, a man in a cloak slowly descended. "I've arrived. I heard one of the top 10 big shots is coming." However, the voice on the other end of the phone responded, "Not just one, but several top 10 big shots are coming." Having heard this, the blonde man's eyes widened in shock. "I've never seen a mission that involves so many big shots. Could it be that this time they are planning to assassinate the son of a martial saint?" Over the phone came a series of sinister laughs. "This is more precious than the son of a martial saint of the Dragon Nation. It is said to be the military's top candidate for future martial saint, the Rising Brightness Star, only about 20 years old, with a combat power estimated to be over 30 stars, probably comparable to our Black Magic Society's 10th ranked lord." The blonde man, hair standing on end, exclaimed, 20 years old, comparable to the 10th demon lord? My goodness, who would want him dead so badly? Such a genius is a priceless treasure for any country or organization. Over the phone, a voice said, "No country or organization is monolithic. To some, he is a treasure. To others, he is poison. Thus, before the poison fully brews, it must be completely eradicated." For the safety of his family, Lu Xing had to secretly trick them into going to the military district for protection, while he stayed behind in White River City under the guise of a temporary mission. "National duties above all. Son, go ahead and do your best. Dad is proud of you," said Lu's father. Lu Xing cheerfully saw his family off, but as they left, his expression turned grave. He immediately called Commander He in the military district, swiftly dispatched a team of General Stars and a fighter jet to escort Lu Xing's family to the military district. However, when Commander He heard about the Black Magic Society from Lu Xing, he appeared very concerned and had already ordered the local military districts to fully cooperate with Lu Xing's plans. "You sure you don't need me to send some experts to help you? The strength of the Black Magic Society is not to be underestimated. I remember very well what happened 3 years ago. Back then, the Southern Military District had clashed with the 9th pillar of the Black Magic Society's 72 pillars, Baymon. 5 A-rated General Star squads were ambushed, including 4 top-tier General Stars of over 15 stars, yet he managed to injure 7, kill 3, and successfully escape. This incident had caused quite a stir. The death of a top-tier General Star and 2 5-star generals had indeed saddened the military for a while. These top 10 demons definitely possess strength beyond that of a general. Commander He thought it would be troublesome for Lu Xing to handle this alone. However, what Lu Xing said next left Commander He nearly blind in shock. "Troublesome? Commander He, you're joking. The troublesome ones should be them. Rats hiding in the gutter are annoying because you never know when they'll jump out and bite. But if they lose that advantage, it's they who should be worried. Just set a trap with a tempting bait to lure them out." "Right, Commander He." After speaking, Lu Xing's gaze shifted to the distance. The scout with blonde hair suddenly panicked, immediately collapsing on the ground because he distinctly felt Lu Xing's gaze piercing through him. But they were 10 kilometers apart. He shook his head, thinking it was impossible, surely just a coincidence. When he looked at Lu Xing again, the latter had returned to normal. It must have been just a coincidence. How could there be such a powerful person in the Dragon Nation? The blonde man consoled himself. Little did he know, with his spiritual power fully activated, Lu Xing could observe a range of 30 kilometers, making spotting such a scout a piece of cake. Unfortunately, the guy was just a level 6 lookout. After everything was arranged, Commander He urged Lu Xing to be cautious. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xing began planning his next move. Commander He kept lamenting, "I'm getting old, a mighty general of the military, and now I'm not as decisive or courageous as a 20-year-old. But with that kid's performance in the military district contest, even if the top 10 of the Black Magic Society came, so what? Maybe 2 at once might be troublesome, but at worst, he could escape. Worry about him for what? His strength is exactly as the marshal said. Retreating makes him a general, advancing could make him a saint. Perhaps those planning to intercept Lu Xing should be more worried." At that moment, a scout was reporting Lu Xing's location in real time, apparently heading towards Capital Province. Good. The boss instructed the blonde to continue tracking. However, the next moment, the blonde's vision suddenly spun wildly, becoming blurred. As he tried to figure out what was happening, he spat blood and fell to the ground, dead. Simultaneously, Lu Xing instructed over the radio for his men to clean up the mess about a kilometer in the 7 o'clock direction. Just casually dealt with a terrorist. At first, the local police and military were skeptical, but after reconfirmation, they dispatched personnel. Those who arrived at the scene were stunned by what they saw. Everything Lu Xing had described was true. Such supernatural abilities, if not witnessed with their own eyes, would be hard to believe. He's only 20 years old. What on earth is happening? After a day and a night, Lu Xing reached Capital Province. The time and distance should be enough to draw out those rats. At that moment, a woman saluted Lu Xing, introducing herself. "I am Colonel Guai from the Eastern East Province Military District. The mission was to fully cooperate with Lu Sheng. Seeing the slightly nervous woman, Lu Sheng smiled lightly, telling her not to be nervous. After speaking, he took a box from his pocket to welcome the long-traveled rats. I should prepare as well. Turns out, it was a vial of 8th grade beast marrow liquid he had specially kept. As he spoke, Lu Sheng tilted his head back and glug drank the entire bottle. After drinking, feeling the timing was right, he prepared to begin his breakthrough. Golden and black energy aura erupted around Lu Sheng, instantly blinding the nearby woman. At that moment, Lu Sheng was breaking through to the 7th immortal cell. Meanwhile, in the intelligence center, a man cursed angrily. Their scout, Jellos, had lost signal. He was likely eliminated. However, based on the last reported information, the target should be on the way to Capital Province, with an estimated total travel time of around 50 hours. The woman behind him smiled slightly upon hearing this. There are still 2 days. Plenty of time. The man glared angrily at the screen above, his eyes full of hatred. The 4th demon god is already on the way. These damn Dragon Nation people dared to make a move on the Nobilis. This time, they will pay a heavy price. At that moment, Lu Sheng was already on a high-speed train to Capital. The assistant beside him was trembling nervously. Seeing this, Lu Sheng calmly said, "Relax. We still have plenty of time. You can't be this nervous." The girl could only stammer, "Yes," because her superior had only told her that this was an extremely terrifying figure, and she had to obey his orders unconditionally, but no one had informed her of the specific mission details. After 2 minutes of silence, the girl gradually realized that the officer in front of her seemed quite reasonable. Perhaps she had exaggerated before. After all, this young officer appeared calm and harmless. How could he possibly be connected to anything terrifying? She looked up at the window, but at that moment, the girl froze like a statue in shock because she saw a demonic Dharma body descending. She screamed, "Not good. Retreat. This is an S-level alert." However, when she turned around, she found that Lu Sheng had already disappeared. In fact, Lu Sheng had already flown above the monster. With a hand filled with star-like energy, he calmly said, "You guys are a bit slow. I've been waiting here for a while." The next second, this seemingly fierce beast was punched through by Lu Sheng. The girl inside the train, watching this scene, was completely stunned, feeling like she was watching a fictional movie. Then, Lu Sheng turned and said, "I'll step out for a bit to handle something. I'll be right back." In the blink of an eye, Lu Sheng flew away right in front of the astonished girl's eyes. Holy shit, this is a moving high-speed train. The chief, he can actually fly. Soon after, Lu Sheng, using the aura of the beast he controlled, located its master. Watching Lu Sheng flying towards him, the man politely bowed to Lu Sheng, saying, "My apologies. To think one could actually ride the wind. You must be a mindweaver. How fascinating." Lu Sheng had no patience for pleasantries. "Is it just you coming?" Seeing the underestimation, the redhead's sinister aura began to emerge. "You think that was all I've got? He. You remind me of those military men I met during my last visit to Dragon Nation. Just like you, pretty, young, and brave, as tender and fragile as fresh sprouts. It's intoxicating to tear them apart. I was thinking of killing you simply, but this trip has become more interesting than expected. Let me introduce myself. I am Baemon, the 9th pillar demon of the Black Magic Society." Hearing this, Lu Sheng impatiently glanced at his watch, then calmly said, "You sure talk a lot for someone about to die." Baemon, shocked that someone was even more pretentious than him, angrily said, "Kid, you really love to show off, don't you?" Then, his whole body wrapped in a blue-green aura. Just as he was about to draw out his treasure, the next moment, a slash of sword light crossed his body. Baemon's head split instantly, followed by Lu Sheng's hand blade continuing its slide, cutting Baemon vertically in half from head to toe. Looking at Baemon, whose halves of his head were in a long-distance relationship, Lu Sheng lingered in the air, muttering to himself, "After all, with 7 immortal cells, the 4 realms swordsmanship, and various martial arts wills, if I still had to exchange a few blows with you, then I really should be dead." Wait, what did this loser just say? He was ranked again. Soon, Lu Sheng closed his eyes again. The next moment, his soul perception activated, instantly covering tens of kilometers with his psychic power. There are accomplices, but they are a bit far away, a bit of a hassle. So, it's better to wait for them to come and deliver themselves. Lu Sheng felt more and more detached from normal humans, even from normal martial artists. Not long after, Lu Sheng flew back down to the moving high-speed train. Watching Lu Sheng swoosh back in from the outside, the girl was so startled that she went numb. Lu Sheng then sat back down and continued on the journey. This is a dash of over 8,000 kilometers from White River City to Capital Province. Lian Su, I'm killing you with enough sincerity, aren't I? Lu Sheng said. However, at this moment, the girl behind him was still trembling uncontrollably. This is a high-speed train moving at over 200 kilometers per hour. How is that possible? Just thinking about this magical scene made her involuntarily swallow her saliva. Just then, as Lu Sheng turned to speak, the girl startled again. Subsequently, Lu Sheng stood up and patted the girl's shoulder, saying, "I need to step out again to handle something. I'll be right back." He also instructed the girl to send a few coordinates to the military so they could clean up the coordinates specified by Lu Sheng. Watching Lu Sheng's retreating figure, the girl was dumbfounded. However, his gentle tone reminded her of when her father took her to the train station station to go to school as a child, saying, "Wait here, I'm going to buy an orange." Meanwhile, elsewhere, the alarm at the Black Magic Society's command center went off with the news of Baymon's death. Yellowhair couldn't believe what was unfolding before him, as the life signal of Lord Baymon he revered had completely disappeared. This meant that Lord Baymon had been killed. Hearing this, two people were shocked. The woman hurriedly left the monitoring room, instructing the boy to continue surveillance. Then, she quickly relayed the news to another arriving superior, also indicating that this target wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. On the other side, Yellowhair's sister scoffed disdainfully, "How not some fool like Baymon. Even though Dragon Nation seems weak, the commotion he caused there last time has already put him on high alert. Now, going there so conspicuously and getting killed is just too normal. But I'm different. I'm a mysterious assassin. By tomorrow morning, I will surely bring back Lu Xing's head to sit on." As the call ended, the intelligence woman fell into deep thought. She couldn't believe the target was a 20-year-old young man. Just from his photo, she felt an indescribable fear. Even though we are the hunters, why does it feel like we are the ones being hunted by the Grim Reaper? After this, the local provincial command received an SSS-level task issued from above. Seeing this, the leader immediately notified all the elite Wolf Fang and Blade teams to move out to the screen's coordinates and had the 5th, 7th, and 8th Armored Regiments ready to deploy at a moment's notice. This sudden occurrence baffled the subordinates. Some knew this was about an organization from Lion Kingdom, the Black Magic Society, but Ah Chang on the side was utterly shocked because he knew well the terror of the Black Magic Society. If that's true, then it's dangerous, he thought, remembering the terror attack by the Black Magic Society in the Southern Military Region 3 years ago. At that time, he was in the anti-terror squad. Over 500 people were deployed. There were 20 level 7 Grandmasters, including 5 at level 8. Yet, the most tragic part was that the key target they aimed to capture ultimately escaped. That day was definitely a disgrace for the military. With so many powerhouses, they couldn't keep him. They were mere monsters. Not long after, they had changed into military uniforms and were ready to set off. However, when they arrived at the destination, they were instantly dumbfounded because the supposed SSS-level task location only contained a single corpse. Even in death, his aura is potent, with blood congealed into beads, and there are blood pills. He must have been a top-level 8 Great Grandmaster. There are only about 1,000 of such powerhouses worldwide, and the death of one would be big news. Fortunately, he doesn't look like he's from Dragon Nation. Thus, the officer guessed that the man was likely from the Black Magic Society. What puzzled him was the expression on the face of this Black Magic Society powerhouse. There was no sign of pain or fear, indicating he hadn't realized what happened before he was instantly split in two. This kind of imagery is beyond anyone's imagination. Just then, one of them noticed something suspicious, so they had the officer check the back. Holy shit, this tattoo! He is the Black Magic Society leader that we failed to capture in the Southern Military Region 3 years ago. You mean someone just split in half the leader that 20 Grandmasters and 5 Great Grandmasters couldn't capture back then? Then why did that great man have us come here after he killed that guy? Maybe he wanted us to help clean up. Meanwhile, inside the headquarters of the Eastern Military District, the commander was so shocked by the news that he almost went blind in one eye. Ha ha ha, good lad. If he wanted to kill me, it would probably only take one swing. Our military is finally going to have a truly top-tier martial artist. In a few years, we won't have to worry about those martial saints anymore. After settling everything, Lu Xing formed a martial arts projection and released it outward. Deep in the distance, his eyes suddenly opened because the will projection he had just formed seemed much stronger than he had anticipated. It turns out he was wrong last time. Trying to simulate someone else's martial will is utterly useless. But if he simulates his own will and uses his psychic power to construct a will avatar outside his body, then even though his body can't move, the will avatar can travel thousands of miles and can be retracted in an instant. Holy shit, this isn't just some technique, it's downright divine martial power. As for what it can do, there's too much it's capable of. Many things that are inconvenient for the physical body can be done by the avatar, like flying in the sky, burrowing in the ground, passing through walls, entering women's baths. Of course, the most important thing right now is to kill Lian Su. This time, it's likely no one will know it was my doing. Although it wouldn't really matter if they did find out. Lian Su has already crossed certain lines. Even as a martial saint's wife, there are consequences she cannot withstand. When the extreme way martial saint feels that the cost of being hostile with me and the powers behind me outweighs Lian Su's value to him, then her status as the so-called martial saint's wife will start to seem trivial. Long before, Lu Xing had reviewed Lian Su's personal and career history several times, and Lian Su's death didn't cause much of a stir, so Lu Xing deduced that the price she paid for using the saint's demise and collaborating with the Black Magic Society must have also displeased the martial saint, so this was also a good opportunity to kill Lian Su. Soon, Lu Xing's psychic projection reached a certain track location. Saying this, Lu Xing once again activated his psychic sense. In the next moment, Lu Xing was shocked because there were two figures from the Black Magic Society standing in front of him. Not knowing the strength of this will projection, these two from the Black Magic Society arrived just in time. Speaking, Lu Xing's avatar vanished from the spot like a flame of golden fire. At this moment, the two from Black Magic Society, still completely unaware of the impending danger, were plotting a plan. He was frantically watching his watch, waiting for the train to arrive here. Before they could even start showing off, a streak of golden energy quietly appeared behind them. The man was immediately shocked. In the next moment, both turned around and leaned back, also bursting forth with tremendous momentum. Such a strong sense of threat. Prepare for battle. As they shouted their incantations, both of their forms, along with their energy, surged and transformed into beast-like states. However, Black Wolf saw Lu Xing flying in the air the next second. Could this be a god? Leopard Woman suggested. Impossible. It might be a martial saint's avatar. But Wolf King didn't think it was a martial saint's avatar. He had naturally seen martial saints' manifestations before, and they were much more powerful than this. Moreover, in his memory, none of the three martial saints of Dragon Nation were mediocre. Before they could recover from their shock, Lu Xing slowly raised his left hand and bellowed, "Who are you to act so recklessly here?" As he spoke, a giant golden palm descended from the sky, engulfing both of them. Before they could even exert their strength, they were instantly forced to kneel on the ground. "Who are you, and what is this technique?" At this moment, Wolf King's voice trembled uncontrollably. "How dare you speak my name so casually? To see me and not kneel?" In the next moment, a tremendous force smashed down on them, forcing their stubborn foreheads to hit the ground hard. "You barbaric rats. You wouldn't understand even if I explained, but just die, all of you." As he spoke, another wave of invisible momentum was released. Wolf King used all his strength to activate a skill, roaring, "Move quickly." With the explosion, the two managed to teleport away using a secret technique. The next moment, Lu Xing's body flickered with golden light, assuming the role of an acting god. "You rats, do not be rampant. I shall now summon an immortal to descend and execute you right here." This scene frightened Wolf King and Leopard Woman to the point of wetting themselves. Could it really be that we've encountered a folk deity? How could they lose to someone who is not even a martial saint when they join forces? As they spoke, an overwhelming aura burst forth from both of their bodies. This was their strongest form. Seeing this, I sighed silently. "It seems the two of you were in a hurry to go to hell." Hearing this, Leopard Woman took a deep breath, preparing to breathe fire. "Die, poser." In an instant, a powerful flame burst forth from her gaping mouth. Simultaneously, after merging with Leopard Woman's flames, Wolf King also launched his most powerful attack, Blazing Charge, flying towards Lu Xing. Seeing this, Lu Xing lightly inhaled. "Even your combo moves are so ugly." The next moment, a golden aura spewed from Lu Xing's mouth, then rapidly expanded, quickly enveloping both Wolf King and Leopard Woman and blasting them 30 meters away. Wolf King kneeled up, his face full of confusion, unable to believe it. Leopard Woman's flames could burn even demons. How could they be dispersed by his mere breath? Before he could think further, Wolf King's body quickly floated into the air, soon realizing that this was psychic force manipulation. Could the opponent be a mind weaver? Lu Xing, with one hand in his pocket, slowly raised his left hand and said, "No, this is divine power." The next moment, a bone-searing aura made Wolf King's teeth chatter. Behind him, realizing the danger, Leopard Woman immediately abandoned Wolf King and turned to flee. But the next second, I flashed and appeared in front of her, telling her not to panic. "After all, I'm not a demon, just a bit rough around the edges when I act." Then, I transformed into a shadow, blocking Leopard Woman's way. "Let me show you what a death by dismemberment feels like." Meanwhile, on the special high-speed train, the young woman was searching the train car for Lu Xing. Where did the Lord go? Why hasn't he returned yet? Could this mission really be? Just as she was puzzled, I flashed back with Orange in tow. This scene startled the girl. Lu Xing immediately said, "I was just busy with some needlework. My hands are a bit dry." The girl was even more confused. Could it be that Lord Lu went to knit a sweater for someone? Ah, yes, knitting sweaters. I just finished 2 sweaters. At that very moment, 2 powerful members of the Black Magic Society were bound by Lu Xing's special yarn and placed in the middle of the high-speed train tracks. The two were so scared their eyes almost popped out. What is this situation? We can't move at all. Could these threads be made of secret gold? The next moment, Leopard Woman's hair stood on end. Just then, 2 high-speed trains were rushing toward them from either side. But at the moment when the train heads were about to collide, Lu Xing's hand emitted purple energy. "Alright, time's up. Prepare to start the execution." With the activation of Lu Xing's psychic power, the purple secret gold threads binding the two suddenly began to move on their own. Lu Xing tied the other end of the threads to the front of the train. As the high-speed train sped past, Leopard Woman's expression turned frantic. The threads around the two tightened more and more. In just a moment, they were being strangled by the ropes, and they couldn't even recognize their own mothers, shouting, "Spare us." 2 seconds later, the two were torn into countless pieces. This could be considered a modern version of the death by dismemberment, and also a serious warning to the Lion Kingdom from Lu Xing. "Anyone who offends me will die." At that moment, the girl rushed over in panic to report that she had just heard some strange noise nearby. For safety's sake, she wanted to request a helicopter to take Lu Xing directly to Capital Province. But Lu Xing responded, "It's fine." He also informed the girl about the 2 deaths at the moment the trains crossed and told her to send people to clean up the mess. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Black Magic Magic Society. The blonde man was so shocked he nearly wet himself. He couldn't understand why the life signals of the 6th and 7th demon gods had disappeared at the same time. After all, the demon pillars in the top 10 were godlike figures. Each one controlled an extremely powerful exotic beast body, and all of Black Magic Society's world-shocking feats were accomplished by these leaders. Now, 3 of them had fallen within a single day. Could it be that Dragon Nation sent out a Martial Saint-level powerhouse? But thinking about it, it didn't seem likely, because the 3 Martial Saints currently in Dragon Nation had no connection to the target, and the military district had no Martial Saints either. So the only possible explanation for this outcome was that they had misjudged the target's strength. Lu Xing wasn't a general-level powerhouse, but rather a martial level one. Upon hearing this, the blonde man was so scared that his diaper got wet again. Martial level? He's only 20 years old. This is a monstrous martial arts genius, and he's already taken down 3 demon pillars. Even if the reward this time was 10 times more, it wouldn't make up for the losses. The only option was to cut their losses and retreat immediately. However, the Pineapple Girl insisted that the mission must continue. Now that Black Magic Society had made an enemy of him, if such a freak continued to rise, Black Magic Society would be finished. The blonde man also saw the logic in this and immediately wanted to request support from headquarters. However, the Pineapple Girl said there was no need to panic because there was still one more extremely powerful person in Dragon Nation. With her strength, she would definitely be able to kill that martial level kid. But Yellow Hair was irritated because the organization had not provided them with the contact method for the 4th demon, Samakina. Before Yellow Hair could fret any longer, Pineapple Girl suddenly knelt down and prayed for divine intervention, chanting, "I beseech the 4th pillar demon lord Samakina to descend." The next second, a force surged into Pineapple Girl's body and a hand emerged from her mouth. Yellow Hair was terrified by the sight. Soon, a yellow object crawled out of Pineapple Girl's body and a blonde girl leaped out. This meant that the summoning had killed Pineapple Girl on the spot. The next moment, the blonde girl coldly said to Yellow Hair, "Send me the coordinates of the target." Meanwhile, Lu Xing had just killed another Black Magic Society member whose identity token revealed he was one of the top 10 demon pillars, Totoba. Lu Xing hadn't expected the Black Magic Society to send so many underlings to assassinate him. Looking at the communication devices looted from them, which likely had location tracking, he thought carrying it might make it easy for them to find him. Any other takers should hurry up. After sunrise tomorrow, I won't be in the mood to play with you. By Lu Xing's current pace, it would take about 5 hours to reach the capital. If he went all out, he could probably make it in 2 hours, faster than flying. But this trip was to kill Lian Su, and in case of any unexpected events, he needed to ensure he was fully prepared. On the other hand, he also wanted to wait for the Black Magic Society people. If he moved too fast, they might not be able to keep up. One last thing, though killing Lian Su wouldn't have many consequences, she was still Extreme Way Martial Saint's woman, and he needed to maintain some decorum publicly, not making it too obvious. At least it shouldn't be apparent that it was Lu Xing's doing. So, Lu Xing also planned to create an alibi. As long as he made a big scene somewhere else at the time of Lian Su's death, the bigger, the better. Saying this, Lu Xing pulled out his phone to call Healing Su and asked when Old Master Chen's birthday was. Healing Su, puzzled, said it would be tomorrow night. "I'm worried someone might bully you at such a family birthday party. There might be 2nd or 3rd generations who don't see eye to eye with you, especially since the novels all write it that way. Right now, your profile is just perfect for the heroine in a female-centric novel." Healing Su didn't know what to make of Lu Xing's antics today and responded that she was just a nobody in her family. The scenarios Lu Xing described wouldn't happen to her. However, the domineering CEO persona of Lu Xing insisted on going there tomorrow to support her. Bewildered, Healing Su was obviously perplexed. Little did they know, Lu Xing had everything planned to the last detail. Kill Lian Su, then make a scene at the Chen family's birthday party. It doesn't matter whether Healing Su needs it or not. Lu Xing sets the stage. She has to play her part whether she likes it or not. About an hour later, in a suburban area, a young couple was camping outdoors. The man predicted that there would be a meteor shower tonight. Since it was still early, he told the girl to warm up inside the tent first. Clearly, this was the man's lie. All this was just to spend some time alone with the girl outdoors pulling carrots. But the next moment, the girl shouted excitedly, "Hooray!" It turned out to be a real meteor, and it was golden. "It's really happening." The man was baffled, but obviously, this was just the golden glow emitted by Lu Xing as he hurried on his way. The next moment, a red light blocked Lu Xing's path. With an explosion above, the golden red light illuminated the entire forest night sky. The camping boy quickly pulled out his camera from his pants pocket because such a high-level meteor collision was rare, and he had to record it properly. The next moment, Lu Xing was struck hard and plummeted toward the ground. Lu Xing never thought he'd be hit by this fall from the sky move. This must be a master from the Black Magic Society. Quite interesting indeed. The next second, a murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the master within the vortex. Lu Xing's spiritual power surged, and he quickly slid and pinned the blonde woman to the ground. Yo-ho! It seems this lady is quite capable. An 8th level Grandmaster aiming for 9th level Martial Saint. The key is the complete fusion fusion of essence, energy, and spirit to connect with heaven and earth, using the natural cosmic energy to construct one's own martial Dao physique. Now only the final martial Dao imprint is missing, but if this is all you've got, you might end up going home empty-handed tonight. Hearing this, the blonde woman was shocked. No wonder those guys died at the hands of this kid. He really is strong, but that move just now must be what you rely on. Too bad. You won't be able to talk tough like that in a bit. Saying this, the blonde woman raised one hand as a flash of energy rose in her palm, seemingly preparing to transform into a beast. Soon after, a magical array appeared under her feet, and several bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. In the past 2 years, you're the first to see my strongest form. Kid, are you ready to face your death? Yo-ho! Indeed, she can transform into an exotic beast. Before Lu Xing could finish his thought, the beast woman dashed in front of him ready to attack. This speed, Lu Xing felt, was several levels higher than before. So fast. Saying that, the beast woman kicked Lu Xing into the air with a reverse kick. Following that, she flashed above Lu Xing and raised both hands, and with a fierce slam, Lu Xing was smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Immediately after, the blonde woman took a deep breath, and dark purple energy continuously flew towards her mouth, eventually forming a giant magical array there, and she unleashed her strongest move on the spot where Lu Xing had just landed. With a massive explosion, the ground around vibrated intensely, and the air seemed to solidify like a solid object. Looking down at the dust and debris below, the beast woman slowly descended, thinking everything was over, ready to go home for a beauty sleep. But according to the law of smoke without damage, Lu Xing was likely unscathed. From within the dust, a voice slowly spoke. So, your so-called transformation just slightly raises the limit of the Grandmaster realm? You haven't even touched that level yet. Hearing this, the blonde woman's hair stood on end in shock, her face full of disbelief. The other party clearly had the aura of a Grandmaster, yet why was he unscathed under her full attack? Then, she frantically asked, who exactly are you? Why do you possess such strong power? Me? I am someone who is about to reach the ceiling. As he spoke, a powerful force accompanied his slowly raised fist. Die, woman. You are of no value to me anymore. Lu Xing finally got his revenge. Extreme Wei Martial Saint's wife, Lian Su, was tormented by Lu Xing to the point of preferring death to life. Just now, the fourth demon god came to hunt down Lu Xing. However, no matter what killing moves the opponent used, they couldn't inflict any damage on Lu Xing. Clearly, she had played all her cards. The next moment, under the horrified gaze of the woman, a giant hand formed of psychic energy gripped her throat. Die, woman. You are no longer of any use. Lu Xing blocked the attack with one hand and slowly lifted the beast mother. The beast mother, pressed by an invisible force, trembled violently and struggled to breathe. Finally, 2 seconds later, she foamed at the mouth and died on the spot, having her last meal. It's time to say goodbye to this world. If you're lucky enough, maybe you'll also get to experience a transmigration. The next moment, under Lu Xing's explosive strike, the beast mother was utterly obliterated. Afterwards, Lu Xing dialed the nearby military area, instructing the troops to come to the coordinates for a cleanup. This interception by the Black Magic Society made Lu Xing realize the limits of his own strength. His pure vital energy and blood, supplemented by 7 immortal cells and various enhancements, could probably reach a battle power of 70 to 80 stars. His maximum effort might reach 100 stars. However, a 100-star battle power is still far from a true martial saint level. However, Lu Xing had just stepped into the realm of the great Grandmaster not long ago, and his essence, energy, and spirit had not yet begun to fuse, so there was still a long road ahead. He knew he was still weak. Meanwhile, inside Lian Su's villa, there was thunderous noise. Failed again. I've given so much and taken such big risks to find you guys, and now you're telling me it failed? The person on the other end of the video apologized. No one could have expected this outcome. In fact, the Black Magic Society suffered a tremendous loss. Your target caused us to lose 4 powerful pillars of the demon god. Lian Su, however, thought this was the Black Magic Society's own problem. Since your losses are so great, shouldn't you have killed that boy completely? She didn't believe that the mighty Black Magic Society couldn't handle a mere level 8 character. The liaison said, it's possible. As long as any one of the top 3 pillars of the demon god intervenes, they could easily resolve it, but it would cost 20 times more than before. Upon hearing this, Lian Su panicked. Just the cost of the previous operation had already drained the family fortune provided by Extreme Wei Martial Saint. The liaison explained, any one of the top 3 pillars of the demon god entering the Dragon Nation could cause significant disturbances to the international situation, possibly even drawing the attention of the 3 level 9 Martial Saints of Dragon Nation. This involves too much, and cannot be simply explained. After all, our Black Magic Society is not purely an assassin organization. This time, we helped you only because of the face of the person behind you. This infuriated Lian Su, who cursed the liaison's ancestors and furiously smashed the tablet in her hand. Get out. All of you, get out. Okay, madam, but this operation has caused losses to our Black Magic Society, and we need you to make some compensation. The specific compensation amount will be sent to your email in a couple of days. These words directly caused Lian Su to suffer an endocrine disorder. Damn it, you people from Lion Kingdom screw up and still want me to pay? Is this what you call call the prowess of the world strong? After saying that, she crushed the tablet under her foot, her face full of resentment. For this revenge, Lian Su almost crossed that person's bottom line, and yet it ended like this. Extreme Wei Martial Saint had warned Lian Su to let this matter go, but she couldn't swallow this insult. Why is it not going smoothly? That was just a small character with legs covered in yellow mud. Lian Su couldn't accept it. She cried in deep ideological struggle and finally fell asleep exhausted. Seeing this, the servant behind her quickly went to prepare some hot food to ensure the madam could eat whenever she woke up. As the night deepened, a miserable cry of a man kept echoing, shouting, "Sister." This sound directly woke Lian Su up. She looked up and saw a little black shadow with a blurred face and cherry lips in front of her. However, the sharp look in its eyes made Lian Su recognize him at once. It was her brother Lian Jibei. Hearing her brother's continuous screams, Lian Su fell into deep, mad self-blame. The next moment, as her consciousness spread, Lian Su suddenly woke up, screaming, "Ah!" She turned her head to look, but the room was empty. Such a vivid dream gave her feelings she had never had before. Could it be that she didn't avenge them, and now they have become ghosts looking for her? Just then, Lian Su felt an unusual dryness in her throat, so she asked the servant to bring in some water. Thirsty, she picked up the cup without hesitation and drank deeply. However, the next moment, she suddenly felt nauseous. What is this water? Why does it taste so awful? On closer inspection, it turned out to be a cup filled with blood and eyeballs. Just then, a child's voice suddenly came from the darkness. "Auntie, Auntie, does my blood taste good?" In the darkness, Lian Su's figure suddenly pounced, and various stimuli caused her to faint on the spot. Seeing Lian Su lying motionless on the bed, Lu Xing revealed a disdainful smile. Using a mental illusion to deal with a mere 6th-level martial artist, especially a woman with extreme mental instability, is really too easy. To be tormented by fear and despair in an endless, repeating nightmare until one dies from a mental breakdown is perhaps the most cunning, most traceless, and most agonizing method of all. For a viperous woman who tried to harm him multiple times and wanted to put his family in mortal danger, Lu Xing had no reason to feel any compassion. After all, I'm not a saint, just an ordinary person with a bit of a sense of justice and not much cunning. However, just then, Lu Xing suddenly felt a strong oppressive force coming from behind. This kind of presence that made him feel a threat of death could probably only be matched by a martial saint. Lu Xing almost forgot that since he could sense imminent danger to those around him, a level 9 martial saint must have similar abilities. Speaking of which, Lu Xing slowly reached out his hand. Since that's the case, I'm afraid I can't continue tormenting Lian Su. So, Lu Xing simply ended her life to avoid being cornered by a martial saint, which would be troublesome. Fortunately, just as Lian Su died, the premonition in Lu Xing's forehead significantly weakened. After her death, Lu Xing's figure instantly vanished from the room. However, at this moment, hearing the noise, the maids thought Lian Su had awakened and were about to enter the room with food. But the next moment, they were so scared that they dropped the trays on the floor. "It's bad. It's bad. The madam is dead." Meanwhile, in the Chen family estate in Capital Province, various celebrities came to congratulate Old Master Chen on his longevity celebration. My goodness, even a martial arts grandmaster has come to attend Old Master Chen's birthday. What an honor. What do you know? Old Master Chen himself is a martial arts grandmaster, so naturally, he knows many big shots. Some of his friends are even level 8 great grandmasters from the military. A level 8 great grandmaster. I've never seen one in real life. Sisters, we have to work hard tonight. If one of the big shots takes a fancy to us, that would be hitting the jackpot. Watching this scene unfold, Healing Su was quite disgusted. Is this what they call high society? It's really boring. Just then, a pig's trotter reached out towards Healing Su. "Healing Su, it's your first time here. You're just not used to it. Let's go in together." This person was Healing Su's cousin, but Healing Su said she was still waiting for someone. "I didn't know you had friends in Capital. I'll have to meet them later." Healing Su didn't expect that ever since she arrived at the Chen family's place, their attitude had been quite warm. This so-called cousin was also quite attentive to her, but she always felt. Just then, a voice came from behind. "Think he's no good? Has ulterior motives?" Ah, yes, exactly that feeling. Lu Xing's sudden appearance surprised Healing Su. At first, she thought Lu Xing was just talking casually, but he actually arrived on time. Lu Xing was also shocked. The distance from Lian Su's estate to the Chen family's banquet site is at least 1,000 kilometers, but I finished the whole journey in 5 minutes. The speed is 10 times the speed of sound. This projection skill is really something good. However, Healing Su said that her side didn't need any so-called novel plot twists, and she didn't need Lu Xing to back her up. In fact, she felt that the Chen family was treating her well, and they had even begun to accept her. But Lu Xing said, "They are only accepting your wealth." Healing Su felt inside that returning to the Chen family and paying some corresponding price was quite normal. Lu Xing was surprised. He thought Healing Su's character would lead her to resist to the end, but she ended up compromising. Perhaps her upbringing made her crave this kind of fake familial love. Although Lu Xing could understand, whether he supported it was another matter. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, I will make the right choice for you." Hearing this, Healing Su was stunned. At the same time, she asked Lu Xing, who was looking around, what he was searching for. "I'm looking for a shining unfortunate fellow." Lu Xing pointed ahead and asked, "Who is that guy?" According to Yilingsu, this person was the second young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Yuman. The Zhou family is one of the top families in capital and even abroad, with more influence than our Chen family. However, this person himself is not very competent, just a wastrel. His brother Zhou Jilin, on the other hand, is much more formidable. Hearing this, Lu Xing sneered, "Now you're starting to say our Chen family? These fearless things entangle you, and they will only hinder your path to becoming stronger. Don't worry, I will help you perfection solve all this." This statement left Yilingsu stunned, and to those unaware, it might seem like Lu Xing was confessing his feelings to her. Subsequently, Lu Xing slowly walked forward. At this time, young Master Zhou was impatiently dismissing some sycophantic developers. "I told you all to get lost." However, Lu Xing's imposing figure suddenly appeared, startling him. He could feel that the man in front of him, whether in stature, appearance, or demeanor and presence, exerted a suffocating oppressive force. A seasoned wastrel knows to stay away from such people. So, he quickly hid behind two girls and cautiously asked, "Who are you?" Lu Xing, with his hands in his pockets, said lightly, "That red sports car behind you, is it yours? Pretty cool. How much did it cost?" Hearing this, young Master Zhou's tension eased slightly. It seemed he was just attracted by his new car. He couldn't help but laugh. "Bought it for over 80 million. Of course it's good stuff. It's the only one in the whole Dragon Nation." Lu Xing feigned astonishment. "Wow, over 80 million. Saying this, he moved forward to touch the luxury car. Seeing this, young Master Zhou couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. "Just as I thought, a bumpkin." The next moment, Lu Xing's tone shifted. "The car is nice, but sorry, I'm jealous." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xing's body suddenly burst out with a cyan aura, and the luxury car beneath his feet was instantly compressed into a slab of metal. "Look, now I feel much better." Beside him, young Master Zhou was enraged, and he abruptly reached out to Lu Xing's shoulder, demanding, "Brother, what do you mean by this? If you don't explain yourself today, I'll have you thrown into the sea to feed the pigs." However, the strong oppressive aura released by Lu Xing pushed him back. "Brother? Who's your brother?" "My name is Lu Xing, a friend of Yilingsu from the Chen family. If you're upset, feel free to come and find me." After saying that, Lu Xing stretched out his finger towards the front. "Look, there's Yilingsu." Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards the direction Lu Xing was pointing, eager to see who dared to be so bold and domineering in capital. Meanwhile, Yilingsu was completely dumbfounded. Still unresponsive, she had now become the target of all. Watching the destroyed luxury car, young Master Zhou cried in pain. Lu Xing clapped his hands, feigning innocence, and said, "Oh dear, why can't I control myself?" Envy young Master Zhou's feelings here. Hearing this, young Master Zhou was so angry that his eyes nearly burst into flames, and he roared, "Yilingsu of the Chen family, right? And you, Lu Xing, I'll remember this." This series of actions completely bewildered Yilingsu, filling her heart with confusion. "Why am I suddenly involved in this?" The next moment, Lu Xing, with a confused Yilingsu in tow, turned around and left, telling her, "Ignore them, let's go inside the venue and see what's happening." This drama made some of the developers around them curious about the two, discussing who they really were, impressive enough to leave people wanting more. As the two entered the venue, Yilingsu pushed Lu Xing away from her side and demanded, "Lu Xing, what are you trying to do? You just smashed someone's car and then provoked them, and you mentioned my name out of the blue. Isn't that setting me up?" Hearing this, Lu Xing simply smiled. "All of this was to stand up for you." Yet, a suddenly befuddled Yilingsu continued to question, "Stand up for me? Why would you stand up for me when nothing was done to me? At least give me a reason." Lu Xing stroked his chin, pretending to think hard. "Ah, got it. Look at that guy. He doesn't look like good news. And you're dressed so beautifully today. He's bound to notice and then harbor evil thoughts. Ultimately, he'll stop at nothing to have you." Saying this, Lu Xing stroked Yilingsu's forehead, mockingly adding, "It's all written like this in novels. I'm just taking precautions, nipping the danger in the bud. Don't thank me." This series of twisted logic left Yilingsu speechless and unable to retort. She could only helplessly give a thumbs up. Impressive. Soon, as the noise continued to rise, guests began to arrive at the banquet. Among them, young Master Zhou's snake-like gaze was constantly fixed on Lu Xing and Yilingsu. Seeing this, Yilingsu's cousin quickly squeezed out a smile and eagerly approached, trying to ingratiate himself. "Yilingsu, won't you introduce me to your friend? Smashing someone's car as soon as you arrive and pinning it on our Chen family. Really impressive, young man." Yilingsu was about to explain, but Lu Xing cut her off first. This young man, you really have a way with words. If I'm not mistaken, it seems like you're implying something about me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xing's grim reaper-like presence surged. This made the cousin who wanted to make trouble suddenly feel a chill, and he quickly stepped back 2 meters. He couldn't understand why. As a proud level 6 martial artist, he couldn't withstand this oppressive aura. How is it possible that I can't even endure one look from him?" That gaze was like the abyss, full of oppressiveness. Panicked, he said, Are you that top student from the 7th St. Martial University? The rare martial arts genius who's expected to become a grandmaster? You treat me like this, but our Chen family has a level 8 great grandmaster." However, he suddenly realized he couldn't run at all. He tried with all his might, yet he couldn't move an inch in the air. The next moment, his figure was slowly lifted up, hanging in the air, completely baffled. He turned his head toward Yilingsu for help. "Yilingsu, please ask him to let me me go. Lu Sheng, controlling his psychic power, said coldly, did I say you could leave? Did I say you were insinuating something about me? Why are you saying all this nonsense? Hearing this, Healing Su quickly stepped forward to intervene. Lu Sheng, let it go. Don't make a big deal out of it. Lu Sheng smiled. Since the lady has spoken, I'll do as you wish. But from where do you want him to come down? As soon as he finished speaking, Healing Su's cousin was smashed by Lu Sheng directly onto the banquet table. Watching the human-shaped object suddenly crash into the center of the venue, the other guests gathered around, curious about what had happened here. At this moment, Healing Su was trembling with despair in her heart. She felt that everything was over, that the hard-earned opportunity was ruined in an instant. Were all those years of effort going to be wasted? As she was lost in her frantic thoughts, a fierce aura burst into the venue, momentarily interrupting her thoughts. The newcomer was young Master Zhou, clearly intent on revenge for the earlier luxury car incident. Young Master Zhou roared, calling his martial artist guards. Tie him up. This ignorant youngster really thinks he's somebody because he won first place at some national martial university competition. He pointed at Lu Sheng and continued to curse. I was just intimidated by you earlier. Wait for your death. Then, he turned his gaze to Healing Su. And you, little beauty, watch how I deal with you after I handle that kid. Saying this, young Master Zhou revealed a disgusting smile, even sticking out his tongue. A daughter-in-law of the Chen family. If it weren't for the Chen family's intention to take over that woman's properties, this mongrel wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter the banquet. Just then, someone in the crowd shouted Healing Su's name. Soon, a middle-aged woman ran over in a panic, cursing as she ran. What kind of friends do you have? Kick him out now. Do you still want to return to the Chen family? Let that boy get lost. After speaking, she went up to pull Healing Su aside. Come, go back with mom. Later, we'll go and apologize to young Master Zhou alone to clear up the misunderstanding. Apologize alone? Hearing her own mother speak like this, Healing Su felt a wave of disappointment. Isn't this walking into a lion's den? Seeing this, Lu Sheng mockingly said nearby, wasn't I right? Just like it's written in the novels. You, as the female protagonist template in this scenario, were bound to become the target, suppressed and targeted by everyone, ending with a villain forcibly taking things. As soon as he finished speaking, Healing Su vanished from in front of her mother and reappeared in front of Lu Sheng. Don't you still have me? Healing Su angrily retorted. Didn't all this happen because of you? Seeing the two so close, Healing Su's mother exploded in rage. Healing Su, listen to me. Immediately distance yourself from him and come here obediently. If you agree to what we discussed earlier, the family will naturally ensure you're safe and forgive this mistake. Hearing this, Healing Su was silent for a moment, then looked at Lu Sheng deeply for 2 seconds. At that moment, she seemed to have her answer. Then, with a resolute look, she said, sorry, Miss Chen, I'm afraid I cannot accept the conditions you proposed earlier. Seeing her daughter start to rebel, Healing Su's mother became furious, calling her an ingrate and ordering the family bodyguards to seize them. Seeing this, Lu Sheng positioned Healing Su behind him and slowly spoke. Don't worry, you won't regret the choice you're making today. Young Master Zhou immediately called in family experts, ready to move against Lu Sheng. The crowd around them jeered. Healing Su and her friend are done for now. However, just as their fists were about half a foot from Lu Sheng, he suddenly burst out with a cyan energy, instantly engulfing everyone around him. Under this force, everyone was thrown back against the wall, stuck there unable to move. Seeing this, young Master Zhou was almost scared to pee, but in the next moment, a man wearing glasses was thrown down, landing directly on young Master Zhou, actually making him pee. Just then, a spectator slowly walked out from the crowd. Not bad, not bad. This kid actually has a Grandmaster's cultivation. Interesting. I didn't expect that coming to a banquet in my spare time, Zhou Jilin, would encounter such an interesting person. Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Lu Sheng swiftly grabbed his wrist, and Zhou Jilin cried out in pain. My hand, my hand. Finally, Lu Sheng scoffed and kicked Zhou Jilin away. Mind your own business. Get lost. As Zhou Jilin plummeted from the sky, landing heavily on young Master Zhou and others, they spewed 2 tons of fresh blood. Seeing this, Healing Su's mother nearly had an endocrine disorder from shock, unable to stand steadily. Instant defeat. A level 7 martial arts grandmaster defeated in one move. Just how strong is this young man? No wonder he was so confident. Better leave quickly to avoid getting hurt. Just then, a middle-aged man shouted in the venue, are there any other grandmaster friends willing to stand up for justice? My Chen family will surely reward you handsomely today. Hearing this, the crowd around hung their heads in shame, with no one stepping forward. The middle-aged man was shocked. Could it be that today, our Chen family will be humiliated like this? Seeing this, Lu Sheng took Healing Su's hand and said with a sneer, see, Healing Su, this is the noble family you always wanted to rely on. Just then, a striking voice came from behind. How dare you cause trouble at my Chen Jingnan's birthday celebration? It's old Master Chen, and there's a general from the military. The crowd looked up, only to find the figure beside old Master Chen somewhat familiar. Someone whispered, my god, I didn't realize old Master Chen had connections in the military. That's a 7-star general, a top figure in the military. Not only that, but everyone noticed another old man accompanying him. That's Vice President Jiang He of the Capital Province Martial Association. He's a well-known level 8 great grandmaster. The middle-aged man, who had just been looking worried, now suddenly suddenly wore a smug expression, his eyes filled with triumph. Lu Xing hadn't expected that. After parting ways with Jiang He at the martial arts conference, they would meet again here. Next to him, Healing Su, looking anxious, tightly held Lu Xing's hand and whispered, "Lu Xing, let's escape now. I'll stay and negotiate with the Chen family. With my mother's connections, we can still sort this out." However, Lu Xing stood still, unflinching. This made Healing Su even more anxious, and tears suddenly welled up. "Go, you fool. Why are you just standing there?" Lu Xing reached out, gently wiped the tears from the corner of Healing Su's eyes, and whispered reassuringly, "Don't worry, it's okay." Healing Su, with her fists pounding Lu Xing's chest, looked anxious. "How can it be okay? You really have a death wish. The Chen family won't let you off easily." But Lu Xing remained calm. "Don't worry, they only act tough because they have numbers. If it really comes to a fight, no one can match me. Healing Su, you're the protagonist template. As your backer, how could I be so easily defeated? The real show is just beginning." Just then, Chen Jingnan, with a grim face, stared at Lu Xing like a knife. "Is it you who caused a commotion at my Chen family's banquet, ruining my birthday celebration?" Lu Xing paid him no mind, instead turning to greet Jiang He nearby. "Oh, old Jiang, long time no see." Jiang He, stroking his beard, looked incredulous. He remembered the scene where Lu Xing had killed a grandmaster and the gruesome death of Lian Jibei, which had left a deep impression on him. Jiang He then took on a peacemaker's stance, advising Chen Jingnan, "Today is your 80th birthday. For my sake, let's not quarrel with the younger generation." Chen Jingnan sneered, "Old Jiang, technically speaking, this young man intentionally came to my birthday celebration to cause trouble. I really shouldn't." Before he could finish, Lu Xing raised his hand to interrupt. No need to make it complicated. Just do as you were going to." This left Jiang Yi speechless, shocked to the point that his beard almost fell off. Why isn't this kid following the script? He's been given a way out and he doesn't take it. Seeing this, Chen Jingnan's face was full of rage, as if he was about to explode. He glanced towards Jiang He, seemingly waiting for him to interject again. However, Jiang He just scoffed and spread his hands. "I, the vice president of the Martial Association, have already pleaded on his behalf. No need to make a fool of myself by saying more." Lu Xing looked disdainfully at Chen Jingnan. "Hurry up then. If you're going to make a move, let's all go at once. I don't have all day to waste with you." Hearing this, Chen Jingnan no longer held back, ready to teach Lu Xing a lesson. But just then, a stern and deep voice came from outside. "General Du Linjun of the Eastern Military Region's 5th War Zone, at your service, Mr. Lu." Lu Xing was taken aback, not expecting to encounter someone from the Eastern Military Region here, and thought to himself, what a coincidence. Du Linjun stepped forward respectfully and said, "Mr. Lu, we met during the grand competition. At that time, Dong Xingyi and I teamed up, but you knocked us out of the ring with one punch. Don't you remember?" Lu Xing awkwardly smiled in response. "Ah, now I remember." In reality, he was full of confusion. "What the hell? I don't remember at all. There were too many people I fought then." Seeing this, old Master Chen awkwardly asked, "General Du, you know Mr. Lu Xing?" Du Linjun immediately replied, "Mr. Lu is the shining sun of our Eastern Military Region, the king of the General Stars of the East. In this military exercise, we were merely accompanying Mr. Lu. Eastern Military Region, the shining sun, king of the General Stars." Hearing these titles, the crowd around them burst into an uproar. Even Jiang He was utterly shocked. This Lu Xing just left the martial arts conference less than half a year ago, and he has already become a level 8 great grandmaster and reached the top. This is too incredible. The previously arrogant Chen family members now turned pale, thinking, we are in deep trouble now. Old Master Chen immediately bowed, his face all smiles. "Mr. Lu, this has all been a misunderstanding. Please, sir, let bygones be bygones and forgive us." Lu Xing snorted coldly, looking at old Master Chen with a smile that was not quite a smile, and eventually shook his head, deciding not to pursue the matter further, and turned to leave with Healing Su. He felt somewhat regretful. It's really boring when the climax ends before it even starts. Just then, Healing Su's mother desperately called out her daughter's name, trying to make her stay and urging her to come home quickly. However, at this moment, Healing Su's mind was clear, fully aware that such insincere familial affection was meaningless. Perhaps this was exactly what Lu Xing wanted her to see today. She murmured softly, looking down, "Haven't my dad and I lived like this for over 20 years? In the days to come." She looked up at Lu Xing's figure, her eyes filled with newfound resolve. "I can live just fine without her." Thinking this, Healing Su realized how foolish she had been before. Hearing this, Lu Xing laughed heartily. "That's the Healing Su I know. So, how did you like the plot I set up for you today? Did it feel like you were the protagonist?" Healing Su rolled her eyes. "The protagonist is clearly you. I bet by tomorrow, half of Capital will know that Eastern Military Region General Lu Xing made a scene at the Chen family's celebration." Hearing this, Lu Xing grinned. "That's exactly the effect I wanted." Curious about Lu Xing's comments, Healing Su asked, "Why?" Lu Xing shook his head sheepishly. "I'm not usually like this, and I, Lu Xing, am known for being reasonable, modest, and low-key. Today was an exception for you." Looking at this slick talker, Healing Su was utterly speechless, but she didn't press further. This time, Lu Xing had used himself as bait to lure the Black Magic Society, killed Lian Su with a projection of will, and then deliberately smashed up the Chen family's event. Everything was executed flawlessly. However, for some reason, he felt felt a slight unease. Despite the immortal cells in his brow being quiet and showing no signs of disturbance, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Could it be that he was overthinking? As He Lingsu turned to leave, Lu Xing suddenly called out, "He Lingsu, how about we talk about the next prescription now?" Sure enough, this girl always gets excited when it comes to making medicine. Meanwhile, inside the Chen residence, Chen Jingnan was brewing tea to thank Jiang He and Du Linjun. "If it weren't for the two of you, today would have been tough for the Chen family." Old Jiang waved his hand. "It was just a small effort, but fortune and misfortune go hand in hand, and this is a good opportunity for you to straighten out your family affairs. After all, that girl is still considered part of your family. If handled properly, the Chen family could benefit from this." General Du also spoke up to apologize. "I'm sorry I didn't step forward earlier today. Old Chen, please don't blame me. Honestly, I was startled when I encountered Mr. Lu. I only dared to confirm his identity after careful recognition, as some matters were still confidential before the whole military exercise." Du Linjun continued, "I can only tell you, Mr. Lu's strength far exceeds your imagination. The military even holds him in high regard, and he might match old Jiang's peer in the future." Hearing this, both Chen Jingnan and Jiang He were stunned. Old Jiang's peer? Isn't that Martial Saint Tan Zhongyu? Does that mean Lu Xing could potentially reach the level of a 9th degree martial saint? They thought they had already overestimated his status, but his true background was far more profound, even 100 times more exaggerated than imagined. After speaking, General Du indicated he had said enough and then prepared to leave. After hearing about Lu Xing's extraordinary status, old Jiang briefly considered informing Martial Saint Tan Zhongyu, but then thought better of it, as the Martial Saint probably already knew. Meanwhile, as Lu Sheng and He Lingsu were parting at the hotel entrance, he handed her the formula for the 4th level Golden Dragon Saliva. One reason was that Linxing Pharma, having grown to its present size, truly needed a high-end product to establish its credibility. Another was that He Lingsu, despite being surrounded by the elite, had unhesitatingly chosen to stand by his side, proving her loyalty. Lu Xing mused, "The last time someone did this for me was that chubby Lin Zhe at the freshman conference. He came out and cursed at those who doubted me." Looking at the night scene of Capital, Lu Xing smiled slightly and stepped forward. Perhaps these next few days, it would be good to meet some old friends. At that moment, Lu Xing pulled out the bottle of the Tragedy of the Saint. Last time, he was too rushed to study it. This concoction, reputed to kill a martial saint, even as records in the future databases, claiming it's quite extraordinary. It's said that even 10,000 years into the future, this poison remains incredibly potent, once nearly killing a level 10 powerhouse. Driven by curiosity, Lu Xing thought about trying it. If I can withstand a poison that even a 9th degree martial saint can't handle, wouldn't that prove I'm stronger than a 9th degree martial saint? He was also curious about how exactly this poison could kill a martial saint. After all, just the physique of a 7th degree grandmaster is enough to be immune to over 90% of the world's toxins. What seems deadly to others is trivial to a 7th degree grandmaster, like drinking a potent herbicide as if it were water, and it's really no joke. Transcendence, 100 times the immunity, cell activity, and metabolic rate of an ordinary person, causes most poisons to be metabolized before they can even take effect when they enter the body. Even if they do take effect, the strong self-healing ability can quickly neutralize them. However, the Tragedy of the Saint is different. According to the Fire Seed Repository's description, the toxin in this poison is extracted from the bodies of exotic beasts above level 9, involving aspects far beyond genetics. What deeper stuff is that? It's said to cause permanent damage, but it doesn't matter anymore. Lu Xing thought to himself. Eventually, the cells in his body would be entirely replaced with immortal cells, and any damage would naturally heal. Saying this, he carefully used his psychic power to extract 1/10,000th of the liquid from the bottle. Then, he dropped this tiny amount of liquid into a cup of water. Surprisingly, this substance was undetectable even by psychic probing, and martial artists' senses showed no disturbance. No wonder even martial saints fall victim to it. Then, Lu Xing gulped it down in one go, to leave no trace. He even swallowed the cup. After all, with my current physique, even chewing stainless steel is no problem. Next, he quietly waited for the death seed to strike. Suddenly, with a swoosh, Lu Xing's gaze sharpened. He felt an odd sensation in his stomach, as if something was trying to corrode his body. A green mist wildly swirled in his abdomen, seeming to devour everything, as if a demon was thriving inside Lu Sheng. Soon, this demon grew larger, raising its hand to devour the vitality inside Lu Sheng. However, Lu Sheng's cells were too strong to be disturbed. A mass of cells quickly mobilized to expel the demon. In just a moment, the previously vibrating abdomen had returned to normal. The cells inside Lu Sheng were fiercely fighting the intruder. The poison's force tried to erode his body, forcing him to transform in an unknown direction, while his own power, the cells, desperately resisted this transformation. The genetic aggressiveness of exotic beasts, higher life forms, is strong. Deep contact can affect or even assimilate. Like those heretics Lu Xing encountered deep underground, their psychic power was warped and their bodies were tainted. Though only a little of the Tragedy of the Saint was used, it's equivalent to a normal person directly consuming a level 7 exotic beast. However, Lu Xing's physique is too too strong, utterly fearless. The contest ended too quickly, so fast that Lu Xing barely sensed anything before the poison's force was completely suppressed. Could it be that the toxicity will only emerge further after the cells are successfully mutated? Saying this, Lu Xing directly cut open his palm and dropped a drop of the poison on it. This time, with direct contact, the reaction was indeed more intense. Instantly, a black and red eerie mist made a sizzling sound, and the veins in Lu Xing's palm bulged. However, as the poison invaded, the cells in Lu Xing's body quickly began to resist comprehensively. Seeing the situation, it seemed the poison might be directly expelled again. If it's not effective, then let me help you. After saying this, Lu Xing activated his psychic power, controlling the cells in his body. Little toxin, get in there nicely. Soon, the toxin crazily drilled into the meridians of his palm, seeming to be completely absorbed. However, Lu Xing's body still felt nothing. The only change was that his fingernails had grown a bit. Just as he finished speaking, the skin on his palm suddenly split open, and a red eye opened in the center of his palm. What the hell is this? What was most shocking was that this eye seemed to have developed a consciousness. It was a sensation full of explosive power, as if it was the boundary between man and demon. Even so, this power could only remain within the range of his palm and wrist. The rest of his body was firmly resisted by Lu Xing's stellar indestructible body, preventing it from further invading his body. Lu Xing slowly raised his right hand, tentatively moving his fingers. The next moment, a destructive energy burst from his fingertips, directly tearing the space in front of him. Holy crap, that's too intense. Lu Xing was stunned. He had merely flicked his finger, and yet such immense destructive power had been unleashed. This sharp energy could even cut through space, in some respects comparable to the stellar indestructible body. He could clearly feel his palm filled with countless destructive cells. These cells were somewhat similar to immortal cells, but their direction was completely different. Immortal cells seek ultimate perfection, eternal life, immortality, indestructibility. Meanwhile, these black cells pursued a path of ultimate destruction and endless devastation. Both far surpassed human cellular levels. No wonder exotic beasts are so powerful. However, there's still a huge gap between the two. Immortal cells are the result of billions of transformations, whereas this mutated hand was simply formed through brute force. Lu Xing looked down at his own palm, feeling a mix of emotions. Just mutating a single palm and the power is so terrifying. The tragedy of the saint's power had been greatly diluted, and the number of mutations was probably less than 1,000,000. The next moment, Lu Xing's eyes sharpened, and a bold idea popped into his mind. If I inject all this mutated genetic energy into a single cell, allowing it to undergo billions of transformations like the immortal cells, could it give rise to a type of cell at the same level as the immortal cells, but of another extreme nature? Perhaps this was a way to explore the limits of the flesh while still retaining a normal human form. Just then, Lu Xing's expression suddenly changed. Feeling intense pain in his right hand, his once vibrant right hand rapidly aged, withered, and died in that instant. The vitality of immortal cells is 1,000,000,000 times that of ordinary cells. Although the mutated cells can't compare, they shouldn't be this short-lived. What could be causing this? Speaking, Lu Xing suddenly shuddered, a terrifying conjecture emerging in his mind. Could it be the rules? Is the path of mutated cells unfeasible in this world? To be precise, the organisms of this world cannot withstand it. He analyzed calmly. Once the tragedy of the saint is ingested, the cells within the body will inevitably become infected, and this infection leads to the rapid aging and decay of the mutated cells, resulting in a backlash. Regardless of whether it is a 9th degree or 10th degree martial artist's physique, none can counter the erasure by the rules, and can only watch as the cells die. No wonder even martial saints can be poisoned to death, with no response from martial intuition, because this is not a poison, but the power of rules. Thoughts rapidly surged through Lu Xing's mind. If this is a killing by the rules, then can this power be harnessed for my own use? Just then, his heart began to beat violently, and the blood pill in front of his chest also started to expand wildly, as if it was about to burst. Such powerful force. It can't keep expanding like this. Saying this, Lu Xing concentrated his psychic power in his palm and grabbed the blood pill. Without hesitation, he used the power concentrated by his psychic energy to shatter the current blood pill. Boom! The moment the blood pill shattered, a vast wave of energy swept out, causing the entire space to seem to tremble. Explosive energy enveloped Lu Xing's entire body, while his 8th immortal cell was rapidly coalescing and being born. After the energy settled, Lu Xing touched his chest, his face curious. Where did that power just come from? Could it be because of that drop of the tragedy of the saint? Though the mutation had already disappeared, the power it generated naturally flowed into his body. Unexpected that just a single drop would possess such tremendous energy. What if it were an entire bottle? A glint of excitement flashed in Lu Xing's eyes. He thought silently, I can completely use this method for cultivation. As for the trauma caused by the destruction of the rules, with immortal cells, it's not a problem at all. Limbs can quickly regenerate. Saying this, he again dropped a few drops of the toxin onto his palm. The next moment, a blood-red scythe brimming with intelligence flew out from his palm. Lu Xing looked at the scythe before him and burst into laughter. He began to use this bug for repeated experiments, breaking, destroying, and then remaking. After many attempts, Lu Xing found that the results of each mutation were different. Moreover, he realized what would happen if a single cell were mutated to the extreme. Rules are meant to be broken, aren't they? If rules affect you, it only means you're not strong enough yet. Meanwhile, in a snow-covered wilderness, two men were struggling to climb a snowy mountain. There really is a Sky Beyond peak on top of Mount Sky Beyond. The chubby man looked up at the peak ahead, gasping for breath, and said, I feel like where we are standing right now doesn't even count as the real summit. That protruding part up ahead, that's the absolute highest point. The next moment, they stopped in their tracks, staring in shock at a stone monument ahead. The monument was inscribed with a few large characters, Realm of the Divine, mortals shall not pass. The chubby man's eyes widened, his endocrine system in shock, his voice trembling. Realm of the Divine? Could it be one of the 3 strongest people in Dragon Nation? The two looked up to see at the very top of the mountain. Indeed, there was a simple courtyard. Several disciples were carrying a coffin forward. The body of Madame Wu has been brought. A subordinate explained that Lian Su had died from a broken neck. Zhao Ji became furious upon hearing this and harshly demanded the full story from his subordinates. However, after understanding the whole situation, he merely sighed. It turns out this woman caused so much trouble behind my back. She deserved to die. However, a red-haired subordinate said unwillingly, the person Madame was targeting, though far away at the time, definitely cannot be disconnected from this, because in Dragon Nation, no one else would dare to lay a hand on Madame Su. Zhao Ji still waved his hand, indifferently saying, let it be. The red-haired subordinate couldn't accept this, retorting, my lord, Madame Su's death is like a slap to your face, and we're just going to let it slide? We know it was that Lu Shen. Zhao Ji patted Red Hair's shoulder, speaking earnestly, Qinglong, I'm just a 9th degree martial saint, not a divine being. Some rules still need to be followed. That kid is now the top project of the military. If we move against him, the military will protect him at all costs. Plus, that kid left no evidence. In the end, Red Hair could only reluctantly bow his head. Zhao Ji stepped forward, gently touching Lian Su's face, his gaze complex. He murmured softly, even though we can't kill that kid, settling this matter won't be easy. The military this time, too, will have to be severely punished. Just then, Zhao Ji was suddenly greatly shocked, his hand trembling as it hovered over Lian Su. A golden aura began to coil around his arm, emitting a sizzling sound. The next moment, an overwhelming energy burst forth from within him. Zhao Ji's eyes flashed with ecstasy. I, Zhao Ji, once had offspring as well. As he spoke, his body transformed dramatically, morphing into a young figure standing in the original spot, his aura overwhelming. The disciples around were so terrified by this momentum that they all urinated themselves, kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear. After all, it's not easy for a martial saint to have a child. Previously, Lian Su's death was just a matter of a woman's vengeance. Now, it has become a legitimate vengeance for killing a son. That is an irreconcilable enmity. On the other hand, Lu Xing successfully used the tragedy of the saint to elevate his immortal cells to 13. Afterwards, he returned to school to meet old friends he hadn't seen for a long time. The chubby friend listened excitedly as Lu Xing recounted his experiences, especially the stories about exotic beasts. He was so excited that he almost wanted to graduate immediately and join Lu Xing in hunting exotic beasts. In contrast, Yang Yuan, hearing this, felt chills, his face full of fright, especially when hearing about the humanoid exotic beasts. Having not seen each other for half a year, the chubby friend had darkened a lot and had become much more muscular, clearly having devoted a lot of effort to martial arts training. Yang Yuan, however, hadn't changed much, just matured a lot. Seeing Lu Xing staring at him, Yang Yuan's cheeks instantly turned red, his heart pounding. The next moment, Lu Xing looked at the time and suddenly said, let's go, time to eat. The chubby friend excitedly mentioned that a new roasted sea pig restaurant had just opened nearby and was very good. However, just then, a flash of alarm crossed Lu Xing's mind. He clutched his head, showing a pained expression. Seeing this, the two immediately rushed forward to support him. Lu Xing hastily waved his hands to explain, it's nothing, just some urgent matter to deal with. I might have to postpone this meal. Saying this, Lu Xing hurriedly flew off into the distance, telling them to go ahead and eat. The chubby friend sighed helplessly. It's even hard to have a meal with Brother Shen now. I really miss the days when we used to eat together at the St. Martial University cafeteria. However, Yang Yuan noticed the expression of pain on Lu Xing's face just a moment ago, and she couldn't help worrying. Could he have encountered some trouble? Right now, Lu Xing needed to find a quiet place where he wouldn't be disturbed to calm down. Soon, he arrived at a nearby park. He slowly found a chair to sit down, his thoughts swirling. Just now, the 13 immortal cells vibrated intensely, flickering like fireflies, an unprecedented sense of crisis washing over his consciousness wave after wave, and this feeling was getting stronger. What on earth is going on? Lu Xing furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, I might need to check the resource library. The next moment, he re-entered the dream space. Immediately, he urgently requested Ai to pull up his life data. Soon, Ai's eyes projected the data. However, after looking around, Lu Xing noticed that nothing seemed to have changed. Just then, he was suddenly startled, his gaze fixed on a line of text. Lu Xing's lifespan, from June of the 297th year of martial Dao to January of the 317th year of martial Dao. What the hell is this? He looked at the data in shock, and the next line of content made his spine chill. Cause of death: Lu Sheng was personally killed by Extreme Wei Marshal Saint Zhao Qi at the Ninghai Headquarters Military Performance Conference of the Military Department. Age 20. It was indeed Extreme Wei Marshal Saint Zhao Qi. Lu Sheng muttered through gritted teeth, but his mind was full of questions. But why? Zhao Qi is just a 9th degree martial saint, not a 10th degree, and he can't cover the sky with one hand. He clearly knows I have the protection of the military, and there's no evidence on the surface that points to me having killed Lian Su. So why would he target me? Where did things go wrong? Lu Sheng pondered for a moment, then a thought suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that woman Lian Su was really that important to him? But why would he choose to compromise the first time? Unable to figure it out, his thoughts became more and more chaotic. He had thought it was a plan he could be proud of, but now it seemed all was lost. The sky quickly changed, and 3 days passed. At this moment, Lu Sheng was still sitting motionless on the park bench, his body now covered in fallen leaves. A passing couple saw this and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, we saw him sitting here 3 days ago. He's grown moldy. Isn't he dead?" The man walked up and cautiously shook Lu Sheng. Noticing that he was still breathing, he and his girlfriend whispered, "Maybe he's been shocked, or maybe he's heartbroken." Heartbroken? With his good looks, he can be heartbroken. As they were talking, Lu Sheng slowly opened a pair of panda eyes. The guy asked with concern, "Dude, are you okay? What happened?" Lu Sheng waved his hand, tiredly saying, "It's nothing, just been thinking about something and can't figure it out." The man looked shocked. "Wow, you've been thinking for 3 days and still haven't figured it out? If you don't mind, tell me about it." He signaled his girlfriend to leave first, then turned to seriously face Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng pondered for a moment and then said, "There's something I thought was perfectly planned. I even had the most authoritative organizations verify it several times, yet something unexpected still happened, and it turned out completely different from what I had anticipated." After hearing this, the man pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and started smoking. "Hey, I thought it was something serious. You said it was an accident, and accidents are normal, right?" Lu Sheng was still puzzled, but I had it verified by authorities, and they told me there wouldn't be any accidents. The man shook his head and waved his hand, exhaling a puff of smoke, and laughed. "Well, that just means the authority you consulted wasn't authoritative enough. Maybe they were even fraudsters." Hearing this, Lu Sheng was suddenly startled, as if he had realized something. "Not authoritative enough." The man continued, "As the saying goes, life is full of disappointments. Why worry so much? If you fail, just start over. It's simple, really. No need to make it such a big deal." The next moment, Lu Sheng suddenly stood up, startling the man. "You're right. I've been overthinking things, being too clever for my own good. There's nothing in this world that's 100% accurate. Thanks, bro." After saying this, Lu Sheng quickly sprinted forward. Watching him run off, the man couldn't help but remark, "Youth is great, so full of energy." Soon after returning to his residence, Lu Sheng immediately contacted Dong Qingxue. He instructed, "Take good care of mom and dad." Lu Sheng felt he had been wrong. He reflected, unsure of when his approach had started to deviate. Now, whether it was his brain development, intelligence, or capabilities in his martial god state, he had reached a very high level. This made him rely more on strategy rather than his fists in dealing with situations. Sometimes, being a bit more reckless might be better. He had been too trusting of the future shown in the dream space, never seriously considering whether that supposed future actually existed. He initially thought that it was due to the butterfly effect, unable to have a significant impact on the future 10,000 years later. But the truth was, the dream space couldn't account for him as a variable. After all, the strongest person in the world can't lift themselves by the back of their neck. Similarly, a deity can create the world, but cannot create another deity as great as itself. Lu Sheng recalled the first time he saw his life resume. He preemptively assumed that it was the inevitable future. However, if one carefully analyzed the data, such as the initially insignificant spirit muscle fortifying blood soup, which, in 10,000 years, reached level 5, its effects amplified by more than 1,000 times. But an ingredient in the recipe called blue wing leaf essence was marked as theoretically exists, but currently does not exist. What does that mean? It means this component exists only in theory. It is fictitious or imagined, and even the name might be fake. I should have thought of this earlier. Lu Sheng muttered to himself, deeply moved. The dream space seemed incredibly accurate, but in fact, it was full of loopholes. Even the core ingredients of a recipe could be fabricated. He had taken out the recipe early and promoted its evolution, which should have impacted the future. The future depicted in the Fire Seed repository should have changed as well, even extending the martial arts civilization for several hundred years. However, now in the dream, not a single leaf or brick had changed. Lu Sheng suddenly felt like a fool. Perhaps it was darkness under the lamplight, trusting the dream space too much. That is to say, this is a future that cannot be saved. No matter what Lu Sheng does, he cannot change the fact that this world has long been dead. Then, what was the purpose of those powerhouses in the dreams, passing their strength to him? What is the purpose of the dream space? Could it be all this is really like a computer operating with storage and powerful simulation capabilities? So, am I just a lucky seed? Is this the true meaning of the Fire Seed project? Now, he was no longer the savior, no longer needed to bear that heavy burden. But surprisingly, he did not feel a hint of relief or joy. "Can you tell me all this?" Lu Xing whispered to himself. Just then, Ai surprisingly answered. "Insufficient permissions. Please upgrade permissions." Lu Xing was taken aback, not expecting Ai could actually respond to his question. It seems that only by continuously upgrading permissions, he could learn more truths. However, without the constraints of the word's future, Lu Xing felt much more relaxed. He looked up, his lips curling into a confident smile. "After all, I am destined to become the god of martial arts. How could I die so easily? Extreme Way Martial Saint? What is he really?" Time flew by, and 2 days later, the full military martial university competition officially began. At this moment, a man on a skateboard surfed on the sea surface, then leaped up and landed on the command ship at the center of the military district. On the other side, inside the headquarters, the leaders observed this scene through the monitoring system. They confirmed that this was the #1 general star of the Southern Military District, ranked second on the general star list, with a combat power exceeding 25 stars. His prowess and spirit were indeed awe-inspiring. The bald marshal from the Southern Military District was particularly proud, his face full of pride. Following this, a helicopter hovered over the sea, and a man with yellow hair dropped from the sky. However, he misjudged his strength and plunged directly into the sea, causing a huge splash, looking like he was bombing fish. But the next second, this yellow-haired man emerged from the sea holding 2 tons of fish, leaving onlookers dumbfounded. One has to admit, Gao Tianzong, the #1 general star of the Northern Military District, is indeed a top-notch master. Next to appear was Yan Fei, the female general star of the Western War Zone. She arrived surfing on a shark, moving effortlessly. Seeing her crowd of fans, she frowned slightly and sighed, apparently finding them too noisy. By now, 3 of the 5 top general stars had arrived. Before anyone could comment further, thousands of giant waves rose behind them. A man was seen standing slowly atop a colossal wave, his presence overwhelming. The crowd cheered loudly. "Look, that's Dong Padian, the #1 person from the Central Military District." Dong Padian, with a distant look in his eyes, gazed downward and spoke softly. "This year seems to be much livelier than before." On the military ship below, the crowd was boiling, shouting Dong Potion's name with fervent enthusiasm. Inside the command room, the leaders were discussing amongst themselves. "So, this is Dong Padian? His presence is truly remarkable. Isn't he said to have the qualifications and strength of a general already?" "Yes, last I heard he easily broke through to 40-star combat power. None of the others can compare." Praises were heard non-stop, and the central marshal proudly stroked his beard, his face full of pride. At this moment, he looked towards the Eastern Military District and asked, "Why hasn't the Eastern General Star appeared yet?" Beside him, the chubby officer shrugged helplessly and said, "The Eastern General Star has already made his appearance. It's just that it wasn't flashy. Why don't we see the celebrated Sun Hero of the East today? Perhaps he felt slightly inferior and chose to travel incognito, and we just didn't notice." At this moment, the Eastern Marshal quietly asked his deputy, "Where's Lu Sheng?" The deputy answered somewhat awkwardly, "Lu Sheng entered his room for a retreat a few days ago, and I didn't dare disturb him. I didn't expect that he wouldn't attend such an important event as the military district competition." Hearing this, the Eastern Marshal sighed. "If he's in retreat, then let him be. No need to disturb him." The achievements of Lu Sheng, who had traveled 8,000 miles to slay the 5 pillars of the demon god of the Black Magic Society, had already spread among the military's high command. He was the general's most watched person, receiving even more attention than the so-called Dong Emperor Dong Padian by several levels. Although this competition could greatly boost our prestige, it is obviously more important that Lu Sheng continues his retreat. Just then, a girl on the podium suddenly changed her expression dramatically, receiving a piece of intelligence. After confirming it several times over the phone, she was so shocked that one of her eyes nearly fell out. "Ladies and gentlemen, Eastern General Star Lu Sheng. He has already arrived." "Arrived? Where?" "Just please look at the big screen." The next scene completely dumbfounded all the military district marshals, even leaving them slack-jawed. On the big screen, Lu Sheng was seen lying on his large bed, floating on the sea surface, slowly drifting in with the waves. Is he still sleeping? This way of appearing is truly too unique. While various general stars made their appearances in high-style ways, the strongest Eastern General Star, Lu Sheng, directly brought his large bed and slept his way over the sea. This scene left the marshals in shock and awe. As Lu Sheng's bed slowly approached on the sea surface, the expression of furrowed brows on his face indicated that he was not at ease in his dreams, even appearing somewhat in pain. The next moment, Lu Sheng suddenly opened his eyes. In a race against time, he had mobilized all available resources these past few days, practicing relentlessly. For more immortal cells had finally been added. Though still short of his target, there was still time. During the martial display, I can continue to improve. Dozens of bottles of level 8 beast marrow liquid and the tragedy of the saint were about to be completely absorbed. By now, the number of his immortal cells had reached 19. However, Lu Sheng couldn't help but complain, mainly because the immortal cells are too greedy. Every time a new cell is born, the old ones forcefully collect an entrance fee, causing the energy needed for the 20th cell to be about 3 times that of the first one. Just yesterday, Lu Sheng reviewed the data from the Fire Seed repository and discovered that as his strength continuously improved, the repository's predictions for the future also changed. On the shores of Yuning Sea, severely wounded by Transcendence Martial Saint and escaped 3 years later, revived, challenged Extreme Wei, slew Extreme Wei Martial Saint at Meteor Saint Mountain, known as Complete, the strongest under the heavens. Isn't life forged like this? Lu Sheng chuckled lightly, but then frowned. But severely wounded and escaping? What nonsense. That's not the future I want. At this moment, Lu Sheng lazily sat up from the bed and stretched languidly. The marshals around him murmured, "Is this man really Lu Sheng?" After the Eastern Marshal nodded in confirmation, the host of the All-Military District Martial University competition promptly announced, "This edition of the All-Military District Martial University competition officially begins." As the announcement echoed through every corner, the prelude to the competition gradually unfolded. All the soldiers were passionate and ready to go. According to the competition rules, this military drill would use merit points as the final accounting standard, aiming to capture exotic beasts from the deep sea. The rules are as follows. Merit points are exchanged according to the level of the exotic beast. The higher the level, the more points are awarded. During the competition, general stars may attack each other, with the loser forfeiting half their merit to the winner. Killing is prohibited. Violators will immediately be disqualified from the martial arts performance and will face corresponding military punishment. The competition lasts for 3 days. As fireworks burst from the battleships, the competition officially began. All the general stars eagerly rubbed their hands, ready to dive into the sea to hunt exotic beasts, creating a lively scene. Only Lu Sheng, still comfortably lying on his big bed, was sound asleep. Dong Padian stood at the forefront, his gaze coldly fixed on Lu Sheng's position, thinking to himself, "Is this the man Dong Qingxue likes? He seems like a clueless fool." With that, he leaped into the water. Although the rules are simple, kill exotic beasts, battle peers. Securing the first place requires not only unmatched bravery but also supreme combat strength. Before long, all the general stars glided towards the location of the giant sea beasts, and the underwater battle instantly erupted. At this moment, Dong Padian, facing a low-level exotic beast, showed no interest and directly dived deeper into the sea. Just then, a bizarre exotic beast suddenly launched a bad breath attack, attempting to block Dong Potion's path. Dong Padian snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. "My target is not you." With that, he kicked out, sending the exotic beast flying 800 meters. A mere level 7 devourer beast dares to block my way. Meanwhile, on the sea surface, Lu Sheng was still fiercely sleeping, his immortal cells continuously growing stronger within him. However, at this moment, he suddenly awoke from his dream, a hint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Lu Sheng had exhausted all his resources, yet he still hadn't managed to gather enough energy for the 20th immortal cell. As he felt disheartened, a strange aura carrying energy fluctuations came from afar. No wonder this place can nurture so many powerful exotic beasts. With that, Lu Sheng leapt down, plunging into the sea. His descent was incredibly fast, and he soon reached 4,000 meters below the sea surface. Lu Sheng noted that the water pressure at this depth was far stronger than he had anticipated. He murmured, "Looks like I'll have to use the water breathing technique." As a burst of blue-green energy exploded from within him, his diving speed increased dramatically once more. Before the rise of martial arts, the maximum diving depth of humans' top submersibles was just over 10,000 meters, but the depth here was likely even greater. The water pressure here reached at least a ton, which, although not fatal for top general stars with combat powers of dozens of stars, could significantly increase the pressure in sustained combat in such an environment. However, for Lu Sheng, who had mastered the water-breathing technique, this pressure was almost negligible. He could treat this intense pressure as if it were nothing, without it affecting his strength in the slightest. More importantly, in such extreme pressure, his immortal cells seemed to undergo even more intense refinement, showing signs of further breakthroughs. However, at that moment, a bizarre cherry-shaped mouth slowly approached from the shadows, and the next second, it suddenly swallowed Lu Sheng whole. Meanwhile, on another island at sea, a large group of powerful martial artists stood. These individuals were the core strength of the Extreme Wei Martial Arts School. A blue-haired man, somewhat puzzled, asked, "The opponent is just a general star. Why do we need the full force of Extreme Wei's 4 symbols and 28 constellations to mobilize? Isn't this a bit much?" A burly man beside him said solemnly, "You underestimate him too much. This man managed to fight alone against the 4th pillar of the demon god of the Black Magic Society, and his strength is already very close to ours." Another woman said in shock, "I can't believe even that female demon is dead. It's unbelievable. We had fought once before, and she nearly broke through my defenses. She was a very capable opponent, with at least 70 stars in combat power, about equal to her. But Lu Sheng was able to kill her alone. Truly a rare monster that appears once every 300 years. Another person said solemnly, "That's why we're mobilized this time, not just for Lu Sheng alone. It's not difficult to kill one Lu Sheng, but there are too many top experts in the military, 5 grand marshals, dozens of generals, and those hidden veteran powerhouses. If they join forces, forces, even the martial saint might have to step aside. After all, it's impossible to kill all the top experts. Indeed, the military has been brewing for over 200 years to cultivate a true level 9 powerhouse. They will spare no expense to protect Lu Shen. But don't worry, we only need to encircle and kill Lu Shen. The pressure from the military will naturally be blocked by Martial Saint. Just then, the blue-haired man suddenly shouted, "Martial Saint is coming." A man enveloped in flames walked slowly towards them, holding the body of Lian Su, his clothes stained with patches of blood, his aura overwhelming. The blue-haired man sighed. The military has waited 200 years to get a level 9 martial artist. But isn't it the same for the Lord? Someone whispered. After the battle years ago, the Lord lost his loved one and couldn't get an heir for 100 years. Just when he saw hope, it was brutally extinguished by Lu Shen. So, this time, Lu Shen must die.